to receive that honor. The film also walked away with Best Film Editing, Best Original Screenplay, and 3 of the night's 4 acting prizes.
Jamie Lee Curtis won for Best Supporting Actress, making sure to thank her parents, legendary actors Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, during her speech. Michelle Yeoh made history by becoming the first Asian woman to win for Best Lead Actress. And Kewa Kwan topped off his seemingly unstoppable award season run with his win for Best Supporting Actor, while giving what many consider to be the speech of the night.
My journey started on a boat. I spent a year in a refugee camp. And somehow, I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. They say stories like this only happen in the movies. I cannot believe it's happening to me. This is the American dream.
And the night also saw the culmination of a years-long comeback for Brendan Fraser, winning Best Lead Actor for his portrayal of Charlie in the film The Whale. Other highlights from the evening included performances from Lady Gaga and Rihanna, each singing their nominated songs from Top Gun Maverick and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. But it was the song Natu Natu from the epic Indian film RRR that walked away victorious. After a rousing performance of the number earlier in the show, the song won the award for Best Original Song. It was the first song from an Indian film to win in that category. I think the thing that'll stick out is probably Kewa Kwan and Brendan Fraser, just their speeches and just how much it meant to them.
I loved seeing Kewa Kwan and Harrison Ford hug each other right there. It literally brought me back to the way the pairing for Indiana Jones.
After all these years, yep.
This is Early Today. Have a great week.
Stemming the fallout. This morning, markets are bracing for what President Biden will say when he addresses the second largest bank failure in U.S. history, as regulators begin to take action to prevent a wider crisis.
Dangerous weather. The rescues around California after an atmospheric river caused disastrous flooding. And another winter wallop is on the way.
Spring break warning. Americans being asked to avoid travel to Mexico as we get new details about that deadly abduction of Americans there.
March Madness is here. The NCAA revealing the official tournament brackets for men's and women's college basketball.
And Hollywood's biggest night was everything, everywhere, all at once. We'll have the top moments from the Oscars. It's Monday, March 13th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with breaking news. Federal regulators working overtime to curb a financial crisis before the markets open this morning. Officials announcing a new plan overnight to ease fears and prevent panic, saying that all of depositors at the failed Silicon Valley Bank in California will have access to all of their money beginning at the start of business today. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So tell us more about how the federal government is going to step in this morning.
Good morning, Philip. Well, the message from the Biden administration is that American taxpayers and businesses will be protected. Silicon Valley Bank was a leading lender for the tech industry and has grown to the 16th largest bank in the U.S. with more than $175 billion in deposits. The federal government usually only insures up to $250,000 for each depositor. But in an extraordinary step, regulators are lifting that ceiling and say all of the funds will be available today. On Sunday, regulators also closed the crypto-focused Signature Bank in New York, but say all depositors will be made whole there as well. Before these plans were announced, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen insisted this is not the same as the bank bailouts of 2008.
During the financial crisis, there were investors and owners of systemic large banks that were bailed out, and we're certainly not looking, and the reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again.
Officials are insisting that the cost of covering the deposits will not come from taxpayers' expense or at taxpayers' expense. They will be paid for in part out of the FDIC's Deposit Insurance Fund, which is paid for by a quarterly fee on banks. Some funding may also come from selling Silicon Valley's bank's assets. President Biden has said he is pleased with this solution and has vowed to hold those responsible for this mess fully accountable. The president says he will deliver remarks about maintaining a resilient banking system later this morning. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson starting us off from Washington, D.C. this morning. Bree, thank you.
California bracing for more rain and snow this week. Over the weekend, the Central Coast was hit with catastrophic flooding. Evacuations are underway after a levee was breached, and officials warn that tap water is now unsafe to drink. Here's Steve Patterson.
Pounding hail in Central California as wild weather pummels the west.
I felt really scared because it sounded really noisy, like there was a tornado out there.
Near Fresno, the National Weather Service confirmed several funnel clouds Saturday, but no tornado touchdowns. A failed levee in Northern California's Monterey County, swamping the community of Pajaro, the sheriff urging people to follow evacuation orders.
What's your warning to people that do not want to leave?
For people who don't want to leave, I got to tell you, I don't want to be at your funeral. I don't want to read about you in the papers about the loss of life.
We got visual.
Rescuers pulling more than 150 people to safety already. This man lifted from danger by the California Highway Patrol just south in Salinas. So far, the sheriff's office has helped more than 2,000 people evacuate the high water.
The water is unsafe to drink. So you don't have drinking water. People can't survive without clean drinking water. So staying put does you no good. It does your family no good. It puts everybody in danger.
The breach, now as much as 150 feet wide, too big to drop sandbags from the air to patch the gap. And officials say conditions are too dangerous to inspect the levee on the ground. As evacuations continue, some are staying put, hoping the water doesn't continue to rise.
Me and my family chose to stay at the last minute, so if we lose power, that's when we're going to choose to leave.
Thanks to Steve for that report. In San Diego, 8 people are dead after 2 migrant boats capsized. At least 7 people are believed missing. Authorities say a pair of suspected smuggling boats capsized. According to the consulate, some of the victims were Mexican. High tide made it harder for lifeguards to reach the victims, with low visibility limiting overnight searches by air. Eventually, first responders discovered 2 overturned boats, finding adult bodies on the beach and in the water. Officials did not say where the boats came from, but they suspect this was human trafficking.
Former President Donald Trump is heading to Iowa today as he looks to secure his hold over Republican primary voters. Trump's visit comes after a blistering critique from his Vice President Mike Pence. NBC's Ale Rotha has the details.
In his most blistering criticism yet, former Vice President Mike Pence laid into his former boss at a Washington dinner Saturday night for the danger he faced as a result of former President Trump's pressure campaign to overturn the 2020 election.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so.
President Trump was wrong. I had no right to overturn the election, he said. His reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day. And I know that history will hold Donald Trump accountable. The one-time unwavering Trump ally not mincing words, but the event did not allow any cameras. Pence not so subtly mulling his own bid for the White House as former President Trump prepares to make his 2024 Iowa debut. The visit coming just days after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made his own trip to the early caucus state. DeSantis not yet an official candidate in another key early primary state, Nevada.
I'm optimistic about our state and Florida, but I'm optimistic that we can see success in other states.
Mr. Trump spending his weekend huddling with lawyers at his Mar-a-Lago home, preparing for next steps in a Manhattan probe investigating a 2016 hush money payment his former attorney Michael Cohen made on his behalf to former adult film star Stormy Daniels. Cohen set to testify before a grand jury, with signs a possible indictment may come soon. Mr. Trump, also invited to testify, has denied any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, another expected 2024 contender, President Biden, taking criticism from within his own party amid reports his administration will approve a controversial oil drilling operation in Alaska, marking a potential reversal of a campaign promise not to allow new drilling on federal lands. Environmentalists now furious, while Alaska's lawmakers believe the project will bring new jobs to the region. The White House is pushing back on those reports, saying Interior Secretary Deb Haaland will make an independent decision on the project. That final call by Haaland, who fought against the endeavor while in Congress, expected in the coming days.
Ollie, thank you.
As we heard, the Biden administration is set to approve a major oil drilling project in Alaska today. And according to the New York Times, which cited two people familiar with the decision, the $8 billion project, known as Willow, is expected to produce more than 600 million barrels of crude oil over 30 years. Along with this new project, President Biden is also expected to impose restrictions on offshore oil leasing in Alaska and the Arctic Ocean. The Willow project has been met with resistance from environmental activists who say it would be a betrayal of President Biden's pledges to curb new oil and gas drilling.
After nearly 5 months of madness in college basketball, the men's NCAA tournament is set. Big Ten champion Purdue is the top seed in the East, followed by Big East champion Marquette. And in the West, #1 Kansas has a battle with Howard in the first round. Alabama is the #1 overall seed for the first time in school history. In the Midwest, 2 schools from the Lone Star State occupy the top 2 seeds. The action tips off tomorrow with the first 4 in Dayton. The winners earn their spot in the round of 64. On the women's side, South Carolina is the #1 overall seed. The undefeated Gamecocks look to repeat as national champions. Virginia Tech, Indiana, and Stanford hold the remaining 1 seeds.
All right, let's get now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with a look at the latest forecast on this Monday. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. So good to see you. And it's a really busy start to the work week. We're going to see storms impacting the West Coast, also the East Coast. Out west, we're looking at another atmospheric river event setting up. And then the East Coast, we're looking at a nor'easter developing today. So 22 million Americans waking up to winter alerts on the West Coast, the Great Lakes, into portions of the Northeast and New England. And we're going to watch this develop as we go throughout the day. Heavy, heavy snow in some spots, also really gusty winds. We're going to see a cold rain mainly for portions of New York, Philadelphia, into D.C. And then tomorrow, this is really where the nor'easter gets going. Heavy bands of snow developing and winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour in spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's going to be a cool one today in portions of the Northeast. That's going to set the stage for a nor'easter that's going to develop. We're going to see snow in spots, some rain, and also some really gusty winds. It's cool, too, in the south. 48 degrees in Oklahoma City, just 68 in San Antonio. All right, since it's Monday, we're going to take a look at that week ahead in just a bit.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you, Michelle. St. Patrick's Day celebrations started early in Chicago this weekend with the Chicago River getting dyed green. The 61-year-old tradition kicked off the Windy City's festivities as thousands of people gathered to watch the river change hues. Gallons of vegetable-based dye left the river shamrock green for just a few hours to create that festive ambiance.
Might be the closest thing I ever get to seeing the Northern Lights, you know. After the break, the night belonged to everything, everywhere, all at once. We'll have the Oscar highlights next. You're watching Early Today on this Monday in March.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like? It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, there was one winner at Sunday night's Oscars who you can guarantee is having a whale of a time right now.
And the Oscar goes to Brendan Fraser.
So this is what the multiverse looks like. Oh, my goodness.
Brendan Fraser completed a comeback story for the ages at the 95th Annual Academy Awards, winning the award for Best Leading Actor for his portrayal of Charlie in the film The Whale.
Worth seeing Cito Man after this, too.
Yay.
But the night truly belonged to the cast and crew of the action comedy epic Everything Everywhere All at Once, which seemingly won every award all at once. The film was presented with a Best Picture at Sunday's ceremony, just one of 7 prizes it took home in Hollywood's biggest night. Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert were awarded Best Director for their work on the film. They became the 3rd duo in the ceremony's history to receive this honor. And the film also walked away with Best Film Editing, Best Original Screenplay, and 3 of the night's 4 acting prizes.
And Jamie Lee Curtis won for Best Supporting Actress, making sure to thank her parents, legendary actors Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, during her speech. Michelle Yeoh made history by becoming the first Asian woman to win for Best Lead Actress, and Ke-Huy Quan topped off his seemingly unstoppable award season run with his win for Best Supporting Actor, while giving what many consider to be the speech of the night.
My journey started on a boat. I spent a year in a refugee camp. And somehow, I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. They say stories like this only happen in the movies. I cannot believe it's happening to me. This is the American dream.
The German language adaptation of All Quiet on the Western Front won the 2nd most awards of the evening, while the other award season darlings, including Elvis, Tar, and The Fabelmans, all went home empty-handed.
All right, still to come, a travel warning to spring breakers as officials warn against one of the top travel destinations.
And chaos at the southern border after migrants try to rush a gate in El Paso.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mexico may be one of the most popular destinations for spring breakers. Well, now officials in Texas are saying think twice before booking that trip because recent violence has made travel across the southern border much too dangerous. Guad Venegas has more on the new warning.
As spring breakers flood popular tourist destinations in Mexico.
It's vacation, it's beautiful, it's paradise.
Texas state officials urging residents to avoid travel to the country. The Department of Public Safety saying drug cartel violence and other criminal activity represent a significant threat.
Obviously, the border is a very different place than Cancun. It's much more tourist-based, so it feels a lot more homey and a lot more safer here.
The advisory coming after 4 Americans were kidnapped and 2 of them killed in Mexico.
Mexico, here we come.
This video showing the group while on their journey before the attack. Yet, the U.S. Department of State's latest guidance only lists 6 Mexican states under a do-not-travel advisory. Destinations like Cabo and Cancun remain in a level 2 advisory, warning visitors to exercise increased caution.
For someone that has already planned their travel, would you advise them to reconsider or cancel their travel later this month?
Take everything on a case-by-case basis. This is an individual decision that has to be made based on what you learn about the resort area you're going to. Stay away from level 4 State Department do not travel states. Reconsider any travel to the level 3 category states from the State Department.
Back in Texas, the FBI is also investigating the disappearance of 3 U.S. residents who crossed into Mexico 3 weeks ago and never returned.
They were going towards to a flea market to sell some clothing articles. One of the lady's husband was in constant communication. Then all of a sudden lost contact.
Yet thousands of Americans are expected to arrive at Mexican hotspot destinations.
And for those that do decide to make the trip into Mexico, it's recommended to turn on location services on cell phones and share that with someone in the U.S. Also, communicate with the resort or hotel where you're staying. Find out if there's any airport transports to get to and from the airport safely, and register with the nearest consulate if possible. Back to you.
Guad, thank you.
And the bridge linking Juarez to El Paso had to be shut down on Sunday. Hundreds of frustrated migrants pushed their way through the toll booths on the Juarez side. The large group, mostly from Venezuela, had gathered at the bridge because of false rumors on social media that the border crossing would be open. Customs and Border Protection officials say they temporarily closed northbound traffic and put up physical barriers. Traffic on the bridge has now returned to normal.
Hey, Michelle's back with a look at your week ahead.
And when one girl marched to her own beat, her mother turned her music into a global movement.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels like.
Storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Monday. It's a busy start to the work week weather-wise. We're looking at two storm systems, one on the west coast, one on the east coast. The first one on the west coast, another atmospheric river event. We're going to see more rain and snow, chilly temps throughout the middle of the country, but quiet. And then the east coast, we're watching a developing nor'easter. We're going to see some heavy snow, some rain, some really gusty winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That's going to bring some power outages for sure. And then by Wednesday, we're looking at lingering flurries throughout portions of New England. That's just the nor'easter kind of lingering off the coast. Spring warm throughout the south, temperatures into the 70s, staying soggy still in the west, the Intermountain West. And then by Friday, watching another storm system that's going to bring snow to portions of the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, some rain to the Ohio Valley, and also watching the chance for strong storms in portions of the south. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. After the break, the musical sensation sweeping the nation. A mom's plan to turn her daughter's sheet music into TikTok legend.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone. The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Now to a mom who helped transform her daughter's sheet music into a global phenomenon. And it's all thanks to TikTok. Here's Kate Snow.
This is a really cool story about the power of music and the performers worldwide who transformed one little girl's sheet music that she wrote by hand into songs that hit all the right notes. 10-year-old Olive Wallace loves music.
Change your bow there.
The fifth grader from Avon Grove Intermediate School near Philadelphia plays violin, clarinet, and sings. She wanted to write some moody music for a virtual world she created, so she wrote a staff and hand-wrote the notes.
I thought it would be a fun surprise if a couple of musicians played it.
Her mom, Mimi, found it and posted on TikTok.
So my 10-year-old daughter wrote this. Could somebody play this? I need to know. I need to know if it's any good, if it makes any sense. So I wrote it out.
The response was overwhelming. From the piano to the guitar, even the harp. Musicians from around the world created and shared their own versions of Olive's song. Seattle Pacific University music professor Christopher Hansen was one of them. You see this video on TikTok, right?
Yeah. It just kind of kept coming back in my head of, it would be really cool to respond to this. Like, I want to be a part of this conversation.
Hansen happened to be at a conference for music educators and turned Olive's melody into a composition for strings. Days later, middle school kids performed it. For Olive, Mom Mimi, and Dad Adam, it meant the world.
He made it sound beautiful. He gave it life and really was a huge part of making this go to so many people.
The gift of music, bringing joy to a new generation. What do you hope happens to your composition?
I really hope that it just inspires more music making, specifically with music students in public schools. I want them to see all students have the opportunity to make music and to share it with other people.
And Olive is actually hoping that her class can perform the song at their year-end concert. Back to you.
Hey, Kate, thank you. It's a beautiful piece of music, my goodness.
It'll be known universally as Olive's song, so moving. This is Early Today. Taking action. Today, President Biden is expected to address the second largest bank failure in U.S. history as federal regulators step in, ensuring people they will have access to their money.
Catastrophic flooding, a second round of heavy rain is heading to California for already beleaguered areas. And as a major levee fails, a startling message from one official for people who don't want to evacuate, saying, quote, "I don't want to be at your funeral."
Boating disaster. At least 8 people killed when 2 boats collided off the coast of San Diego. Authorities suspect it was a human smuggling operation.
Harsh rebuke. Former Vice President Mike Pence slamming former President Donald Trump for his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol, saying he endangered Pence's family.
And the Oscar goes to Everything, Everywhere, All at Once was the movie to beat as the Academy Award celebrates the best and brightest in Hollywood. We have the highlights. It's Monday, March 13th. Early Today starts right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with breaking news. Federal regulators working overtime to curb a financial crisis before the markets open this morning. Officials announcing a new plan overnight to ease fears and prevent panic, saying that all of the depositors at the failed Silicon Valley Bank in California will have access to all of their money beginning at the start of business today. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. And Bree, good morning. Tell us more about how the federal government is stepping in this morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, the message from the Biden administration is that American taxpayers and businesses will be protected. Silicon Valley Bank was a leading lender for the tech industry and had grown into the 16th largest bank in the U.S. with more than $175 billion in deposits. The federal government usually only insures up to $250,000 for each depositor, but in an extraordinary step, regulators are lifting that ceiling and say all of the funds will be available today. On Sunday, regulators also closed the crypto-focused Signature Bank in New York, but say all depositors will be made whole there as well. Before these plans were announced, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen insisted this is not the same as the bank bailouts of 2008.
During the financial crisis, there were investors and owners of systemic large banks that were bailed out, and we're certainly not looking, and the reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again.
Officials are insisting that the cost of covering the deposits will not come at taxpayers' expense. They will be paid for in part out of the FDIC's Deposit Insurance Fund, which is paid for by a quarterly fee on banks. Some funding may also come from selling Silicon Valley's bank assets. Now, President Biden has said he is pleased with this solution and has vowed to hold those responsible for this mess fully accountable. The president says he will deliver remarks about maintaining a resilient banking system later this morning. Francis.
Bria, a lot of jitters, hoping those nerves will be calmed by what the president has to say. Thank you.
And after his remarks on the banking system, President Biden will head to San Diego, where he's set to meet with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. They will discuss a defense partnership and initiatives meant to counter China's growing military influence, including a plan to deliver nuclear-powered submarines to Australia. And be sure to stay with NBC News. Lester Holt has an exclusive interview with the UK Prime Minister Sunak in his first American network interview. Parts of that interview will air first on the Today Show, then on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
California bracing for more rain and snow this week. Over the weekend, the Central Coast was hit with catastrophic flooding. Evacuations are underway after a levee was breached, and officials warn the tap water is now unsafe to drink. Here's Steve Patterson.
Pounding hail in Central California as wild weather pummels the west.
I felt really scared because it sounded really noisy, like there was a tornado out there.
Near Fresno, the National Weather Service confirmed several funnel clouds Saturday, but no tornado touchdowns. A failed levee in Northern California's Monterey County, swamping the community of Pajaro, the sheriff urging people to follow evacuation orders.
What's your warning to people that do not want to leave?
For people who don't want to leave, I got to tell you, I don't want to be at your funeral. I don't want to read about you in the papers about the loss of life.
We got visual.
Rescuers pulling more than 150 people to safety already. This man lifted from danger by the California Highway Patrol just south in Salinas. So far, the sheriff's office has helped more than 2,000 people evacuate the high water.
The water is unsafe to drink. So you don't have drinking water. People can't survive without clean drinking water. So staying put does you no good. It does your family no good. It puts everybody in danger.
The breach, now as much as 150 feet wide, too big to drop sandbags from the air to patch the gap. And officials say conditions are too dangerous to inspect the levee on the ground. As evacuations continue, some are staying put, hoping the water doesn't continue to rise.
Me and my family chose to stay at the last minute, so if we lose power, that's when we're going to choose to leave.
And our thanks to Steve for that report.
Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking these storms for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And unfortunately, we're going to see another atmospheric river event setting up. We're going to see more wet weather out west. Already seeing this at this hour. It's really going to take shape later on today into Tuesday. So radar showing us where that snow is falling, where the rain is falling. And these are in places that do not need more wet weather. Unfortunately, we're going to see it once again to at least start out the work week. So 17 million people impacted by flood alerts this morning from Crescent City to Eureka, San Francisco, down to Bakersfield. Where you see the green, that's where we're looking at flood alerts. Also concerned about about flash flooding once again. In the pink, that is the highest level of a threat risk. We're looking at Brookings to Eureka, down to Chico, and also Redding. That's today. Tomorrow, also looking at the chance for flash flooding once again into Southern California. So just north of Los Angeles, Monterey, you are under that alert as well. We are expecting a lot of rain in some spots, up to 7 inches. We'll talk more about the rain, more about the snow, and also the timing of the storm in just a few minutes.
Okay, we'll see you then. Thank you, Michelle. In San Diego, 8 people are dead after 2 migrant boats capsized. Authorities are now searching for survivors. They believe this was part of a human smuggling operation. Here's Jesse Kirsch.
At least 8 people are dead in San Diego, and possibly more than a dozen are unaccounted for after authorities say a pair of suspected smuggling boats capsized. Some of the victims were Mexican, according to the consulate.
This is one of the worst maritime smuggling tragedies that I can think of in California, certainly here in the city of San Diego.
Officials say a Spanish speaker called 911.
What's coming in as a rescue call?
That person reported that there were approximately 15 people and 8 people on 2 vessels that had overturned.
Officials say high tide made it harder for lifeguards to reach the victims, with low visibility limiting overnight searches by air. Eventually, first responders discovering 2 overturned boats, finding adult bodies on the beach and in the water.
There's long inshore holes. So if you step into those holes, those rip currents will pull you along the shore and then back out to sea.
With conditions improving today, the search expanding.
Sadly, this tragedy continues and has been happening for quite some time.
Officials did not say where the boats came from, but suspect this was human trafficking, a crime they say has skyrocketed in the area recently, with 23 people being killed at sea in Southern California since 2021 alone.
This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked.
Lives perhaps already under duress, now cut short. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
The United States military has begun joint exercises with South Korean forces. The drills are expected to last for 11 days and mark the biggest in 5 years. They'll involve live artillery and simulations of war scenarios. Kim Jong-un's regime has already responded. The North Korean government released these photos through state media. They say this shows a test of 2 strategic cruise missiles fired from a submarine. South Korea's military confirmed that at least 1 missile was launched.
Okay, let's check back in with Michelle, who's got your Monday forecast and a whole lot she's watching. Hi again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, really busy to start out the work week, at least Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Today in the west, we're looking at another atmospheric river event setting up. To the east, we're looking at a nor'easter. So out west, heaviest snow favoring part of the northwest. We're also looking at persistent rain across Northern California, especially where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellow. And then tomorrow, we will see showers stretching into Southern California, so wet there once again. And winds could exceed up to 70 miles per hour or over that. We could see some power outages, and then this will be on the move by Wednesday as we see that storm system moving off through the Rockies. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures below normal, cold in the northeast. That's going to set the stage for a nor'easter developing today. And then also cool in portions of the southern plains, just 48 degrees in Oklahoma City. Dallas will see some sunshine, 59 degrees, 68 in San Antonio. All right, it's Monday. That means we're going to take a look at the week ahead in just a bit.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Denny's is giving away free coffee for daylight saving time. The chain will offer reward members a digital coupon for a free cup of Denny's signature diner blend coffee today between 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. The digital deal is valid for in-store dining only. Dunkin' also offering a special perk, a free beverage up to $5 worth on an order of $15 or more on Grubhub this week. All right, we're back in just 60 seconds with a March Madness preview.
And former Vice President Mike Pence has some harsh words for his former boss. His message for Donald Trump.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News. Streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Leading the news, former President Donald Trump is heading to Iowa today as he looks to secure his hold over Republican primary voters. Trump's visit comes after a blistering critique from his Vice President Mike Pence. NBC's Ali Rafa has the details.
In his most blistering criticism yet, former Vice President Mike Pence laid into his former boss at a Washington dinner Saturday night for the danger he faced as a result of former President Trump's pressure campaign to overturn the 2020 election.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so.
President Trump was wrong. I had no right to overturn the election, he said. His reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day. And I know that history will hold Donald Trump accountable. The one-time unwavering Trump ally not mincing words, but the event did not allow any cameras. Pence not so subtly mulling his own bid for the White House as former President Trump prepares to make his 2024 Iowa debut. The visit coming just days after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made his own trip to the early caucus state. DeSantis not yet an official candidate in another key early primary state, Nevada.
I'm optimistic about our state and Florida, but I'm optimistic that we can see success in other states.
Mr. Trump spending his weekend huddling with lawyers at his Mar-a-Lago home, preparing for next steps in a Manhattan probe investigating a 2016 hush money payment his former attorney Michael Cohen made on his behalf to former adult film star Stormy Daniels. Cohen set to testify before a grand jury, with signs a possible indictment may come soon. Mr. Trump, also invited to testify, has denied any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, another expected 2024 contender, President Biden, taking criticism from within his own party amid reports his administration will approve a controversial oil drilling operation in Alaska, marking a potential reversal of a campaign promise not to allow new drilling on federal lands. Environmentalists now furious, while Alaska's lawmakers believe the project will bring new jobs to the region. The White House is pushing back on those reports, saying Interior Secretary Deb Haaland will make an independent decision on the project. That final call by Haaland, who fought against the endeavor while in Congress, expected in the coming days.
Ali, thank you.
After nearly 5 months of madness in college basketball, the men's NCAA tournament is all set. Big Ten champion Purdue is the top seed in the East, followed by Big East champion Marquette. Out west, #1 Kansas has a battle with Howard in the first round. Alabama is the #1 seed overall for the first time in school history. In the Midwest, 2 schools from the Lone Star State occupy the top 2 seeds. The action will tip off tomorrow with the first 4 in Dayton, Ohio. The winners there will earn their spot in the round of 64. Over on the women's side, South Carolina is the #1 overall seed. The undefeated Gamecocks look to repeat as national champions. Virginia Tech, Indiana, and Stanford hold the remaining 1 seeds.
Still to come, Michaela Schifrin just slalomed her way into the history books. She stands alone after a record-breaking World Cup win.
And a history-making flight for one family. A father and son navigate the skies together.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We may still be adjusting. Did springing forward have you slowing down? Coming up on Today, debunking 4 of the most popular sleep myths.
A recent flight from Las Vegas to Louisville will forever be special for one family. For the very first time, the pilot got to fly with a little help from his son, who served as his co-pilot. Kennedy Hayes with our Wave News affiliate in Louisville has the story.
I grew up, putting on my father's uniform and wanting to go to work with him.
John Mark James Jr. has been waiting his entire life to share the sky with his father. Thursday on UPS Worldport's runway, that moment arrived.
This morning was very special now, knowing that I'd be flying with my father.
Their first trip, Las Vegas to Louisville.
When we both sat in our seats, we knew what to do. So he was just there to be my captain.
It went as smooth as silk.
Captain John James says his son grew up learning the ups and downs of the aviation industry, still quickly caught the flying bug, making it his mission to earn certificates, degrees, and training needed to become a UPS pilot too.
In other words, he was self-motivated. I didn't have to push him.
Modeling dedication behind the badge, John James started his career at UPS 33 years ago.
Having traveled the world and flown many airplanes with many different people, but today was the best flight of my life.
A first of many shared flights. The father-son duo says they're ready to travel around the world together.
I'm proud of this young man right here. He's an awesome son and awesome pilot. Yes, it is. And the sky's the limit for him.
Thanks to Kennedy for that very cool story.
Yeah, Dad was doing something right. All right, coming up, Michelle is back with a preview of your weather this week.
And the speech at the Oscars that has everyone everywhere feeling a little emotional this morning.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11. Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Monday. It's a busy start to our work week weather-wise. We're watching two systems. One on the west coast, that's going to be more wet weather, some rain, some really heavy snow. Into the west, once again, quiet throughout the middle of the country and chilly. Cool in the south, too. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s today. A nor'easter developing in the east. And then by Wednesday, we're looking at the west coast staying wet. So it's soggy throughout portions of California into the Pacific Northwest, the Intermountain West, and then into the Rockies. Spring warm throughout the southern plains. We're going to see temperatures once again back into the mid-70s. That'll be nice. Lingering flurries in the northeast as that nor'easter kind of spins off the coast there. And Friday, no relief in the west. Still wet there with portions of California into Oregon, also Washington with some rain, also some snow. Strong storms throughout the south. We're looking at the chance for some severe weather there, and then some snow in portions of the upper Midwest. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. The biggest moments and groundbreaking wins at the Academy Awards. We've got the highlights coming up.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no stopping Michaela Schifrin on Saturday, which happened to be exactly 12 years since her first race on the Alpine World Cup. The 28-year-old skier won her 87th career victory. This win broke an Alpine World Cup record that has been held for over 30 years by Swedish skier Ingemar Stenmark.
The multiverse converged on the Dolby Theater for Sunday night's Oscars.
And the Oscar goes to Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Harrison Ford was on stage to present his former Indiana Jones co-star Ke-Huy Quan and the cast and crew of Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, the Academy Award for Best Picture. Just one of 7 prizes that the dimension-jumping epic took home on Hollywood's biggest night. Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert were awarded Best Director for their work on the film. They became the 3rd duo in the ceremony's 95-year history to receive that honor. The film also walked away with Best Film Editing, Best Original Screenplay, and 3 of the night's 4 acting prizes.
Jamie Lee Curtis won for Best Supporting Actress, making sure to thank her parents, legendary actors Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, during her speech. Michelle Yeoh made history by becoming the first Asian woman to win for Best Lead Actress. And Ke-Huy Quan topped off his seemingly unstoppable award season run with his win for Best Supporting Actor, while giving what many consider to be the speech of the night.
My journey started on a boat. I spent a year in a refugee camp. And somehow, I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. They say stories like this only happen in the movies. I cannot believe it's happening to me. This is the American dream.
And the night also saw the culmination of a years-long comeback for Brendan Fraser, winning Best Lead Actor for his portrayal of Charlie in the film The Whale. Other highlights from the evening included performances from Lady Gaga and Rihanna, each singing their nominated songs from Top Gun Maverick and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. But it was the song Natu Natu from the epic Indian film RRR that walked away victorious. After a rousing performance of the number earlier in the show, the song won the award for Best Original Song. It was the first song from an Indian film to win in that category. I think the thing that'll stick out is probably Ke-Huy Quan and Brendan Fraser, just their speeches and just how much it meant to them.
I loved seeing Ke-Huy Quan and Harrison Ford hug each other right there. It literally brought me back to the way the pairing for Indiana Jones.
After all these years, yep.
This is Early Today. Have a great week.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, failure and fallout. New developments following the historic collapse of one of the tech industry's top banks. This morning, an international banking giant announcing a rescue deal for part of Silicon Valley Bank as U.S. regulators work to protect deposits and put an end to the panic.
Not a giant tech startup. You're not investing millions. This is your livelihood.
It is. And it affects, like I said, it affects us putting food on our tables next week.
We'll break down the latest and what it could all mean from Silicon Valley to Wall Street and beyond. Also this morning, 1-2 punch, millions of Californians bracing for another major storm in areas still recovering from heavy rain and flooding. More on the evacuations and rescue efforts underway. And back east, we're tracking a separate system taking aim at the Northeast with heavy snow, rain, and wind. We have team coverage this morning. Beware, a stern new warning from state officials in Texas to avoid travel to Mexico this spring break. This comes after that deadly kidnapping that left 2 Americans dead. More on the message and what travelers need to know. And first time for everything, history made on Hollywood's biggest night as Everything Everywhere All at Once dominates the Oscars, capping off an improbable and impressive award season run. We'll bring you some of the night's most memorable moments from the stars to the snubs. It was a busy night. You had to stay up for it,
I was up
right?
late,
Okay.
so if I have a few bags under my eyes, that's why, because I got about 4 hours of sleep last night.
Excited to be here with you.
Good to have you with us.
All right, this morning, there is some relief for customers after the historic collapse of Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah, after shutting down one of the tech industry's top banks on Friday, federal authorities say they will fully protect money deposited at SVB, and customers will have access to all their money beginning today. But yesterday on CBS's Face the Nation, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen made it very clear the federal government is solely focused on helping depositors get their money, and she said the government will not bail out SVB.
During the financial crisis, there were investors and owners of systemic large banks that were bailed out, and we're certainly not looking, and the reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again.
Many tech companies abroad are also breathing a sigh of relief. This after the largest bank in Europe, HSBC, announced it is rescuing the UK subsidiary of Silicon Valley Bank after all-night talks. For more on all this, we are joined by NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong and Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver to help us break it all down. Thank you both. Scott, let's start with you. In a tweet last night, President Biden said he was firmly committed to holding those responsible for this mess fully accountable. We know senators received a briefing from the Biden administration on SVB last night. What can you tell us about all this?
Well, obviously, this has been a big topic all week, and it's going to be a big topic on Capitol Hill all week. We will hear directly from the president later this morning, who will address the issue and the actions that his administration is taking to try to stem some of the concern about the markets and in the banking system in general. What we know is that last night, Treasury and Federal Reserve officials from the administration briefed all House and Senate lawmakers. There were some that were left off the call due to the hastily arranged phone call. But we also heard those officials brief reporters as well. And what we heard is pretty much what you laid out and what the Treasury Secretary laid out, that folks who put their money in these banks, both Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank of New York, will be made whole. They will be able to access all of the funds, even beyond the $250,000 federally insured limit, as soon as today. The Treasury officials also really emphasized that taxpayers will not be on the hook. This money is coming from an insurance pool that banks pay into periodically. And so this money is not coming from out of taxpayers' pockets. And that is something that this administration really will be emphasizing throughout this week as Republicans attack this plan of action as a bailout. It is, in fact, not a bailout as we have seen in past economic crises. So that is certainly very important. We'll hear from the president later this morning.
And Caleb, let's talk about the what and how. SVB is not a small bank, right? It's the 16th largest bank in the United States. How did it fail, and what does it mean, big picture, for the rest of the economy?
Well, big picture for the economy, I wouldn't worry too much unless we have several more of these failures, so to speak. But why did it happen? A lot of these banks, what do they have to do with the money they're holding, the deposits? In the case of SBP, that was $172 billion. They have to invest it, and they were invested in government securities. But you guys know the impact of rising interest rates is not just something we feel through inflation. You feel it if you're holding those assets as a bank. So the value of the assets they were holding were dropping in value because of what happened last year. So rising interest rates have this big impact, and it hurt the balance sheet of this bank. When depositors came for their money, they just didn't have it, and that's how this happened. We have to see what other banks are holding, but you can't ignore the fact that rising rates have had a big impact here.
So this is the second biggest bank failure in U.S. history. It's the biggest we've seen since the financial crisis back in 2008, and people are watching this and saying, okay, is this going to be a similar scenario? Are we going to see this spread? Is this different? And if so, how?
Yeah, it's different because back in 2007, 2008, banks were holding on to mortgages that were undervalued as well. There was systemic risk across the banking industry, not just here in the U.S., but across the world. Right now, we're talking about some big banks, but not as big as the biggest banks in the world that hold trillions of dollars in assets. The economy is going to be okay. The banking system is going to be okay. But you have to listen closely when you hear Treasury Secretary saying things like systemic risk, and we're trying to prevent a bank failure here. That's important to listen to. We got to watch what happens next.
We'll be keeping an eye on it. We know you will, too. Thank you so much, Caleb Silver and Scott Wong. We appreciate your time. Now to weather and serious conditions to talk about all across the country, really.
This morning, millions in the Northeast are under winter alerts. A major nor'easter is expected to bring snow, rain, gusty winds to part of this region where we are through Wednesday. In the upper Midwest, heavy snow and blizzard conditions swept across parts of the region yesterday, bringing more than half a foot of snow to some areas. But the big story this morning is out in California, where they're dealing with serious flooding, overflowing rivers, and in one case, a levee breach. All of this as the state is getting hit with more heavy rains and snow.
Yeah, we have full coverage this morning. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with the forecast. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Niala Charles, live in Pajaro, California. Morning to you there. Tell us what is happening. What are you seeing where you are? This is the scene of a massive flooding this morning after a levee broke. How bad is it?
Ellison, the entire town of 1,700 people here in Pajaro have been evacuated under evacuated orders, with the last people being rescued and evacuated last night. The people who live here received that evacuation order Friday around midnight as the atmospheric river passed through and the levee broke. Since then, in the last couple of days, the water has been rising. It's up to 3 feet of standing water in places. That means people had to leave their homes and lives behind quickly, and it could take months for the homes to be repaired in this migrant community. Ellison?
So, Niala, this is a community that's under mandatory evacuation orders. What else can you tell us about that and how the community is preparing for potentially another round of storms in this area on Tuesday?
The people who live here have been evacuated to evacuation centers across the county. All they can do at this point is hope and wait for the best as officials try to repair that dam, as another atmospheric river is expected to pass through this evening. And if with that comes several inches of rain, that could be detrimental given the existing damage. Ellison?
What sort of resources are available for people who are having to flee or who just need some sort of time to get back on their feet?
There's things like mental health support. As you can imagine, this is a very difficult time for families. Their situation changed very quickly, and they've already had been recovering from a last wave of atmospheric rivers just months ago. Ellison?
All right, Niala Charles, thank you so much for that.
All right, Michelle Grossman is here now with more on the situation in California and the forecast for the rest of the country.
Yeah, good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And unfortunately, we're watching another atmospheric river event setting up really tomorrow. So starting later today into tomorrow. Then on the East Coast, we're watching that developing nor'easter. Same story. It's sort of the calm before the storm this morning. And then we'll see it develop later on tonight and tomorrow. We're going to see really strong winds, some snow, and also some rain. So this morning, 25 million Americans under winter alerts. You can see them stretching throughout the West into the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, into portions of the Northeast as well. We have look outside because because it's a gloomy start to the day. This is what we're looking at right now. Wait till tomorrow morning. We could see some snow at this hour tomorrow, but it's foggy. We have low clouds. We have drizzle. This is the calm before the storm, but not a great morning commute either in New York City. Not a great commute tonight, and then especially not tomorrow morning. So there are 25 million Americans under winter alerts, where you see the alerts in pink. That's your winter storm warning. Winter storm watch is in blue, and a winter storm advisory is in white. So certainly plenty of weather to start out this work week. And this is going to be going until Wednesday, both these storms. Let's start with the nor'easter, because we're looking at heavy rain, some snow spreading across the Northeast, a cold rain throughout the day for the I-95 corridor. We could see that already starting at this hour. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. So this area of low pressure is going to develop off the coast. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at really heavy snow bands. We could see 1, 2, 3 inches per hour developing over portions of the Northeast. That would be interior parts of the Northeast. And then the winds are going to be howling as well. Strong winds gusting up to 40 to 60 miles per hour along the coast. That's going to cause some power outages. It's going to be cold with temperatures at or below freezing in many spots. So certainly power outages could cause some problems. Then by Wednesday, we just see it sitting and spinning along the coast there. It's not going very far, so we're looking at still that system stalling off the New England coast. We're going to see snow, some strong winds lingering across New England. That could lead to more potential power outages. So this is a 3-day event, really ramping up tonight into tomorrow. So in terms of your impacts, we're looking at snow, we're looking at rain, and we're also looking at some really gusty winds. Localized amounts up to 2 feet of snow through Wednesday. Again, seeing snowfall rates 1, 2, 3 inches per hour. This is going to make travel very difficult, if not impossible, in some spots. Where you see those brighter colors, the pinks and purples, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of snow. We'll go over those amounts in just a bit. Damaging winds, too, especially along the coast, with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Strongest during the day on Tuesday, but still whipping on Wednesday throughout parts of New England. Snowfall totals is March 13th. Doesn't this really just make sense, right, for this winter, because it's been so strange? Of course, we're talking about a nor'easter on March 13th. So we're looking at, did I say March 1st, March 13th? Not to confuse people. Augusta, Maine, we're looking at 8 to 12 inches. Boston, you could see 4 to 8 inches. 1 to 3 in New York. That's going to be a slushy snow. The other snow is going to be that heavy, wet snow, so really difficult to shovel, and that creates some health problems, so be careful as you're shoveling tomorrow. Albany, 2 feet of snow in some spots. Syracuse, 12 to 18 inches. Scranton, you're looking a lot too. A half a foot of snow, even up to 8 inches in some spots. Also looking at a lot of rain, because we have a lot of moisture with this system. We have a lot of cold air in place, too, in many spots. So 1 to 3 inches of rain may cause some flooding. Where you see those brighter colors, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of rain along the coast, especially with those winds too. Let's talk about the West, because we're looking at many flood alerts, 17 million people impacted throughout Oregon, the Pacific Northwest, into California. That includes Eureka, into Lake Tahoe, Fresno, also Bakersfield. And we certainly could see some flooding once again, even some flash flooding. This is the risk for today, where you see the pink, that's your moderate risk. That's going to be the highest threat. And then a slight risk is in the blue, and that includes most of California, at least the northern parts. And we're going to extend that into Southern California tomorrow. So again, where you see that reddish blue, reddish pink color, we're looking at moderate risk through Yosemite into portions of Southern California, just north of Los Angeles. Once again, we don't need the rain here. We don't need the snow, but we're going to be measuring the snow in feet once again, and many inches of rain. Some spots could see 7 inches of rain. This is what it looks like for the West, a deluge of moisture. The atmospheric river setting up later on today. Heavy rain, strong winds increase tonight, especially into Tuesday. Again, Northern California, that's where we're seeing the highest amounts of rain today. And then it expands into Southern California tomorrow. Winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Could see some power outages there as well. Plenty of brighter colors, so oranges and reds and yellows in the state of California tomorrow. That means we're going to see a lot of rain, and that's why we have the potential for some flooding and some flash flooding. And Wednesday, we'll see it move off to the east as we clear through the Rockies, and we'll see the rain and snow showers slowly coming to an end. So guys, lots going on. We'll talk more about it in the next hour, but we're looking at 2 storm systems on either coast.
Wow, yeah, wet weekend on both coasts. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Turning now to San Diego, and a tragedy there. 2 suspected smuggling boats crashed off the California coast this weekend, killing at least 8 people. The crash marks one of the deadliest migrant smuggling incidents to ever occur in the area. The search is now underway for at least 7 other people involved in the crash. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
At least 8 people are dead in San Diego, and possibly more than a dozen are unaccounted for after authorities say a pair of suspected smuggling boats capsized. Some of the victims were Mexican, according to the consulate.
This is one of the worst maritime smuggling tragedies that I can think of in California, certainly here in the city of San Diego.
Officials say a Spanish speaker called 911.
What's coming in as a rescue call?
That person reported that there were approximately 15 people and 8 people on 2 vessels that had overturned.
Officials say high tide made it harder for lifeguards to reach the victims, with low visibility limiting overnight searches by air. Eventually, first responders discovering 2 overturned boats, finding adult bodies on the beach and in the water.
There's long inshore holes. So if you step into those holes, those rip currents will pull you along the shore and then back out to sea.
With conditions improving, the search expanding.
Sadly, this tragedy continues and has been happening for quite some time.
Officials did not say where the boats came from, but suspect this was human trafficking, a crime they say has skyrocketed in the area recently, with 23 people being killed at sea in Southern California since 2021 alone.
This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked.
Lives perhaps already under duress, now cut short. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
This morning, former Vice President Mike Pence is blasting his former boss for his role in the January 6th insurrection. On Saturday, Pence said he had no right to overturn the 2020 election and that former President Donald Trump's, quote, reckless words endangered his family and everyone at the U.S. Capitol. He went on to say he expects history will hold the former president accountable for the riots. The remarks were Pence's sharpest condemnation yet, and they come amid speculation he may enter the 2024 race for president against former President Donald Trump.
New York prosecutors could soon decide whether former President Trump should face charges in connection to hush money paid to adult performer Stormy Daniels back in 2016. It would be the first criminal case ever brought against an ex-president. This weekend, Trump released a statement on his Truth social media platform. It says, in part, they fall back on the old and rebuke case, which has been rejected by every prosecutor's office that has looked at this, where I relied on counsel in order to resolve this extortion of me, which took place a long time ago. NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner joins us now. So the question we all want to know, in your opinion, what's the likelihood of a grand jury indicting the former president this week?
Well, you know, Joe, I don't know about this week, but the likelihood that Donald Trump will finally be criminally indicted, I think, has gone way up once we heard that Alvin Bragg's prosecutors had invited Donald Trump to appear before the grand jury. What I can tell you is in these long, involved, often white-collar criminal investigations before a grand jury, the last thing prosecutors will do is invite the target of the investigation, that is, the person they're intending to indict, to appear before the grand jury, because it's at that point that the prosecutors have all of the evidence in hand. They've heard from the other witnesses, they've subpoenaed all of the other documents and records, and they are prepared to question the target of the investigation if the target takes them up on the invitation to testify. And prosecutors do that because we want to give the target of the investigation the opportunity to perhaps explain that he's done nothing wrong, committed no crimes. Now, I will say, Joe, rarely do targets take us up on that invitation because they have a privilege against self-incrimination, and they would rather save whatever evidence they have to try to defend themselves at trial.
So, Glenn, the prosecutor here, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, was on MSNBC's Politics Nation with Al Sharpton over the weekend. He's received some criticism for why it's taken so long for this investigation to take off. Let's listen to what he had to say about that.
We have an active investigation. Many observed last year the trial of the Trump Organization. And so what I would say is the same team is working with the same type of professionalism and rigor. I'm constrained from saying anything more than that because I don't want to prejudice any investigation. We follow the facts. Doesn't matter what party you are, doesn't matter your background. What did you do and what does the law say?
So, Glenn, amid this criticism, what do you make of his comments there?
I think the criticism is well placed, Joe, because this is, I would call this a lesser charge. These hush money payments, they're serious. They appear to be criminal. But let's remember, Alvin Bragg's prosecutors brought charges against the Trump Organization, the organization that bears his name, for a 15-year-long criminal scheme to defraud in the first degree, a massive tax fraud scheme. And the Trump Organization was convicted. Of course, the prosecutors who were working that investigation recommended to Bragg that Donald Trump should be sitting at defense table charged in that case, and Bragg killed that investigation at that time for reasons that are entirely unclear. So I'm not going to say this is too little too late. I'm glad Bragg is moving forward on at least some charges against Donald Trump, but I think we're going to have to see how this trial plays out and then assess whether the criticism of Bragg's decisions is fair or unfair.
A key player in all this is Trump's former attorney lawyer Michael Cohen. He did meet with the DA on Friday. He's expected to testify before a grand jury today. He spoke with our cameras as he headed into court on Friday. Let's listen to that.
I have to applaud District Attorney Bragg for giving Donald the opportunity to come in and to tell his story. Now, knowing Donald as well as I do, understand that he doesn't tell the truth. It's one thing to turn around and to lie on your untruth social. It's another thing to turn around and lie before a grand jury. So I don't suspect that he's going to be coming.
Quickly, Glenn, your thoughts on Michael Cohen's comments?
You know, I think it's finally time for Michael Cohen to appear before the grand jury. The prosecutors in New York have met with him reportedly 20 times. He can be a challenging witness because he committed crimes himself. And now the prosecutors are going to ultimately present him to a jury and ask a jury to credit him. But when he says, look, I committed crimes, some of them were at the direction of and for the benefit of Donald Trump, that's the kind of thing that usually resonates with a trial jury.
All right, Glenn Kirshner, thank you for your analysis this morning. We appreciate it.
Coming up on Morning News Now, spring breakers beware. This morning, state officials in Texas warning travelers to avoid going to Mexico. More on the warning after a kidnapping that left 2 Americans dead.
And developing overnight, tensions rising as the U.S. and South Korea kick off their biggest joint military drill in years. We'll bring you the latest after the break.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Millions of Americans are gearing up for spring break. But if your plans include a trip to Mexico, Texas state officials say you should reconsider. They are now asking Americans to avoid traveling to the country because of recent violence. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the story.
As spring breakers flood popular tourist destinations in Mexico,
it's vacation, it's beautiful, it's paradise.
Texas state officials urging residents to avoid travel to the country. The Department of Public Safety saying drug cartel violence and other criminal activity represent a significant threat.
Obviously, the border is a very different place than Cancun. It's much more tourist-based, so it feels a lot more homey and a lot more safer here.
The advisory coming after 4 Americans were kidnapped and 2 of them killed in Mexico.
Mexico, here we come.
This video showing the group while on their journey before the attack. Yet, the U.S. Department of State's latest guidance only lists 6 Mexican states under a do not travel advisory. Destinations like Cabo and Cancun remain in a level 2 advisory, warning visitors to exercise increased caution.
For someone that has already planned their travel, would you advise them to reconsider or cancel their travel later this month?
Take everything on a case-by-case basis. This is an individual decision that has to be made based on what you learn about the resort area you're going to. Stay away from level 4 State Department do not travel states. Reconsider any travel to the level 3 category states from the State Department.
Back in Texas, the FBI is also investigating the disappearance of 3 U.S. residents who crossed into Mexico 3 weeks ago and never returned.
They were going towards to a flea market to sell some clothing articles. One of the lady's husbands was in constant communication. Then all of a sudden lost contact.
Yet thousands of Americans are expected to arrive at Mexican hotspot destinations. And for those that do decide to make the trip into Mexico, it's recommended to turn on location services on cell phones and share that with someone in the U.S. Also, communicate with the resort or hotel where you're staying. Find out if there's any airport transports to get to and from the airport safely, and register with the nearest consulate if possible. Back to you.
Guad Venegas, thank you so much.
U.S. officials are denying allegations by Iran's top diplomat that both countries have reached an agreement over a prisoner swap. Iran's foreign minister made the claim in an interview with state TV yesterday without offering any evidence or specific details. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more on this. Ali, good to have you with us. So we know indirect talks over a prisoner exchange have been ongoing, as NBC News reported a month ago. Walk us through what exactly Iran's foreign minister has alleged here.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Yesterday, Iran's foreign minister, Amir Abdollahian, said that Tehran is in the final stages, on the cusp of finalizing a prisoner swap with the U.S., claiming that progress on a highly sensitive and significant issue had been made. He added that they have reached an agreement and that if everything goes well on the American side, an exchange could be done in very short order. Speaking on state TV, he added that Iran was ready while the U.S. was still working on what he said was the final technical coordination. Now, Iran has long said that it's ready for a prisoner swap as long as the deal releases Iranian funds held in South Korea. More than $7 billion of Iranian oil revenue is frozen in 2 South Korean banks because of American sanctions. But state media last week, interestingly, Joe, said that the release of the funds had been agreed and that the prisoner exchange was imminent. Clearly, that doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Yeah, Ali, so we mentioned that U.S. officials are denying Iran's claims. What exactly is the State Department saying here? And then what is Tehran's reaction to that denial?
Sure. Well, within hours of Iran issuing that statement, it was refuted by U.S. officials. They say that Iran was simply lying, that they didn't hesitate to make things up, and that this was just another especially cruel lie that only adds to the suffering of the families. Whilst insisting this was a false claim, the State Department also reiterated that Washington was committed to securing the release of Americans held in Iran. Let's take a listen to what Ned Price, State Department spokesman, had to say.
Friday.
Okay, so I don't think we have that, but Ned Price is saying that they're going to be working very hard on getting all of these Americans held in Iran back to the U.S. He even named them by name. But the spokesman for the Iranian Foreign Ministry weighed in again today after the U.S. denied the deal was on the cards, saying that since last March, an agreement had been signed between the two sides through an intermediary regarding the exchange for prisoners. Look, Iran is prone to making these statements that don't hold much water. They've made various claims over the last year over the economy, nuclear deal, foreign relations that just haven't rung true, and that's mostly for domestic consumption. The economy, the social situation, especially after the protests, is in a terrible situation, and they want to try and revive that a little bit, especially as Iran heads into Persian New Year, the most important holiday of the year for Iranians, and at the end of April.
And Ali, very quickly, let's talk about the humans here, the citizens who are being held in Iran. What do we know about them?
Well, the Islamic Republic is holding at least 3 Iranian-American dual nationals in its prisons: Siamak Namazi, Ahmad Sharghi, and Morad Tabaz. They've all been charged with espionage, endangering national security, and have been given lengthy jail sentences. They all say that they are innocent of these charges, but Siamak Namazi has recently issued a statement saying that their situation is very desperate.
All right, Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you as always for your reporting.
Thanks.
The United States and South Korea have begun their biggest joint military drills in 5 years. It comes one day after North Korea test-fired 2 cruise missiles, seemingly in response to the exercises. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from the South Korean capital of Seoul. So, Josh, tell us a little bit about what these drills involve, how long are they expected to last, and why are they taking place now?
Well, they're 11 days long with no breaks. They involve things, Ellison, like live artillery fire exercises, amphibious landings, and computerized simulations of defending against an attack from North Korea. And they're happening now because they have really been scaled back over the last 5 years or so. First, when former President Trump was pursuing diplomacy with Kim Jong-un, and the South Korean government at the time was very pro-engagement with the North. And then, of course, there was the COVID-19 pandemic. But last year, North Korea fired more missiles than any year before, and the tensions really have been rising here on the Korean Peninsula. That's one reason the U.S. and South Korea are working now to demonstrate their joint ability to defend against a potential North Korean attack.
You mentioned that North Korea fired more missile tests last year than they have any other year. What do you make of the missiles that they have most recently fired? What do we know about those tests, and has there been any sort of reaction from other nations in the region?
So we know that yesterday, just as these exercises were about to kick off, North Korea launched 2 submarine-based missiles, cruise missiles, from a sub off the coast of North Korea. According to state media in Pyongyang, they flew for about 2 hours, making figure-8 circles before eventually reaching their target. South Korea's military has confirmed at least one of those launches. They say they are working closely with the U.S. and with intelligence agencies both in Seoul and in Washington to figure out exactly what was launched and to make sure that they are ready to defend against that and any other threat.
Talk to us a little bit about North Korea and the possibility of nuclear test. What is the likelihood that we could see something like that soon?
Yeah, that is really the scenario that this region is bracing for right now. And just last week, the United States, in its annual U.S. intelligence community threat assessment, said that it's likely that North Korea may be planning what would be a 7th nuclear test. And U.S. intelligence says that North Korea is working at this point to try to get the U.S. to accept it as a de facto member of the international nuclear community. Because remember, North Korea already has nuclear warheads. What they have not yet done is demonstrate the ability to put them onto a weapon that would be capable of carrying them to the United States. But North Korea apparently trying to gain more acceptance as part of that nuclear club, something the U.S. says, of course, that it will not accept, Ellison.
Okay. Josh Letterman, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. About 5 months after taking his historic seat in office as Britain's first Asian prime minister, Rishi Sunak sat down with nightly news anchor Lester Holt. It is the UK leader's first U.S. interview since assuming his new role. He discussed the threat from China. Take a listen.
Prime Minister, the U.S. is concerned that China may provide weapons to Russia with regard to the Ukraine war. If that were to happen, what should the response be?
That would be a very worrying and dangerous development. And I think the strong message that the UK, the US, and all countries have said to China, but to any country, is not to support Russia in this conflict. They are clearly an aggressor. They have broken the law. What they're doing is appalling, and no other countries should be trying to support them.
Would you support sanctions against China?
Yeah, I think with sanctions, it's always something that is best done coordinated with allies, because for sanctions to be effective, we have to do them together. The strong message I'd say to the international community is continue to isolate Russia, because what they're doing is illegal, it's wrong, and provide support to Ukraine quickly, because with that they can really make a breakthrough in this war and bring this conflict to an end.
And you can catch more of Lester's exclusive interview tonight on NBC Nightly News.
All right, coming up, let the madness begin. We are talking about March Madness, of course.
But before you fill out those brackets, we're going to break down some of the biggest contenders in college hoops, plus the teams you don't want to sleep on. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is time to get your brackets ready. March Madness is officially here.
Selection Sunday is now in the rearview mirror, with Alabama getting the overall #1 seed and Houston, Kansas, and Purdue rounding out the other #1 seeds for the men. And while the odds of a perfect bracket are 1 in 9 quintillion, give or take, we can dream, can't we? So for more on this, we are joined by NBC Sports host Corey Robinson. Corey, thank you so much for being here. First of all, for those of us who are about to fill out their bracket, who are your top picks? What's your advice? Where do we go?
I mean, first of all, it's funny. There's, like you said, there's no chance that you're probably going to get everything correct. So
really? I've never seen that many digits on a screen before.
Big number, didn't know. I didn't pronounce it, so I was like, I just gave up after a while. The key is to have fun with your friends, right? Like me and my family, normally we do like a bracket. You put it on the fridge, right? And it's like, okay, maybe, if I can beat you, then I win. You know?
Right. Yeah.
So, the problem, though, is when you go for your alma maters, like I'm a Notre Dame fan, it's unlikely. so you have to play a little smart. So the way to do it is think about the #1 seeds. Basketball and men's basketball, generally speaking, the upsets happen early on. But, Kansas is going to get there to the Final Four. Alabama's going to get there. I do think Purdue will not. I do think they'll get upset. And I do think Duke is going to end up winning their quadrant. There are a couple, areas where you think, okay, well, maybe there's some room for upsets later on. But for the most part, Blue Bloods will get there.
Okay, so talk to us about underdogs. I went to Wofford College, and I love the underdogs. I mean, it was a huge year. I was in school the first time we ever made it to the big dance. Huge thing, tiny school, not supposed to happen. What underdogs are you watching?
I think you might have to go to the women's side to find the underdogs, and they're UCLA and Tennessee. They did really nice in the tournament. They upset Stanford and LSU respectively, and that's a big deal. You know, Stanford is like, I think they're going to get to the Final Four again. So I think if you're looking for an underdog, UCLA and Tennessee are your best bets. But for the most part, it's like South Carolina's going to win. You know, like it's going to be very difficult to beat South Carolina. They haven't lost in over a year. Like, they're just unbelievable. Don Stalin coaches the Olympic team. Aaliyah Boston's the best player in the country. Like, no one's going to beat South Carolina, most likely.
All right, so if you have your bracket there, that's something to keep in mind. All right, so we're rounding out Oscar season here, so I like to use the word snub all the time. So let's use the word snub here. Was there anyone who should have made it into the brackets and didn't?
Well, I would say there's a notable absence, and that notable absence is North Carolina. I mean, Kansas and North Carolina playing in the national championship on the men's side last year. Kansas is still, locked up the #1 seed. I think they're going to go back to the Final Four, perhaps repeat. I mean, it's going to be pretty tough. But North Carolina is nowhere to be found. They actually turned down the invitation to the NIT tournament. They're just like, we're done. And think about what that, like, how do you have two different paths like that, right? National championship to then not even in the tournament. And that's kind of, that was very shocking for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So you touched on this a little bit earlier, but talk to us about who you are watching in terms of women's teams. Is there any standout player we should be keeping an eye on? Who's your top pick?
Well, like I said, Aaliyah Boston, you have no idea like how amazing she is. The South Carolina team, they just they're the new UConn. Like it's that level. I do think, speaking of UConn, they were injury-riddled last year. Somehow, despite all odds, they ended up going to the national championship game and losing at South Carolina. They're also in the same kind of situation right now. So I do think, despite their injuries, they could still go far. But the one that I'm looking for on the women's side is Iowa. Caitlin Clark is sensational. She had a 30-point triple-double in the championship game, in the conference championship game. I mean, she's like unbelievable. So I think they can actually upset Stanford and win that quadrant, and I think they could actually perhaps beat South Carolina.
And on the men's side, do you have a pick? Who's going to win it all? Who's cutting down the net?
It's so tough. For me, I do think it's going to come down to, I think it's going to be Alabama, and I think it's going to be Kansas. So I think Kansas is going to repeat, but I do have my eyes on Duke. I think they're going to upset and win their quadrant. And it's funny because they beat Miami, who was the regular season ACC champs. They won the ACC tournament, and they're peaking at the right time. And Kyle Filipowski is like a real, legit 7-foot like superstar. I think they can go to the Final Four this year. And I think they might upset some people.
All right.
So I wrote it down so I can hopefully upset in my house.
I was just going to say, put on the fridge and be like, you've got a bunch of basketball fans watching, you have a bunch of people who haven't watched a single game this year who are like, oh, I want to be an expert in this now.
I wrote it down. I got it. Alabama, Kansas.
All right, Corey Robinson, as always, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, an added struggle for breast cancer survivors.
Yeah, up next here on Morning News Now, why some patients are facing pushback from insurance companies over a popular reconstructive surgery.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's estimated that every year in this country, 100,000 people get mastectomies.
Many of them are done because the person is at high risk or already has breast cancer. But now some insurance companies are making it harder for people who are already going through so much to get a popular type of reconstructive breast surgery. NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda has more.
Jessica Hezekiah found out she had breast cancer back in October of 2020.
You're stunned to know that at 34, I've got left breast cancer. So that started my journey.
After getting a mastectomy, removing her left breast, going through chemo and 33 rounds of radiation, she decided to get reconstructive surgery.
This was absolutely necessary for me. I kept my right one because there's nothing wrong with it. So when you have that unilateral appearance, it does something to you.
She opted for something called deep flap surgery, where a doctor uses the patient's blood vessels, fat, and skin from their stomach to reconstruct the breast without damaging their abdominal muscle. And for Jessica, the surgery was life-changing.
This is me again. I'm living, right? I'm no longer just going to my treatments. I'm a person again. I'm myself. I'm beautiful, right? This is my new mold.
Now, more breast cancer patients are choosing to get reconstructive breast surgeries. In 2020, about 17% were deep flap. Dr. Elizabeth Potter calls it the gold standard.
It's really the culmination of many years of refinement of surgical techniques, and it creates a lifelong reconstruction for a patient with living tissue that does not involve an implant.
A few years ago, Dr. Potter says the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services changed the billing code for the procedure, prompting some insurance companies to drastically slash reimbursements for deep flap surgery, making it really tough for the average person to afford.
We live in the best country to have great physicians learn their craft, to be good at it, to provide you with the best outcome, least complications, to then say, but how much money do you have?
And paying out of pocket can be expensive. It can cost upwards of $50,000, according to medical experts.
Wealthy women around the country will always have access to reconstruction using their own tissue. Make no mistake about that. This insurance change is challenging the access of women who need care through insurance. And honestly, that's most patients.
Nearly half of people with breast cancer in a new survey called out-of-pocket costs a significant or catastrophic burden.
We didn't ask to get cancer, so I feel like the insurance company is taking away an option that we could have that would help us be more normal.
It's a little alarming and concerning. I've never faced something like this before where it was covered and now it's not.
The Women's Health and Cancer Rights Act from 1998 says insurance group plans that cover mastectomies must also cover all stages of reconstruction of the breast. So how did we get here? Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a breast cancer survivor herself, says a lot of finger pointing.
For this bureaucracy to have blown up the opportunity in many cases for women to have a less impactful, physically less impactful surgery that is going to use their natural tissue is just unacceptable, and they have to work it out.
We need to ensure that women around the country don't just have coverage, but have access to reconstruction. And we need to ensure that women around the country are fully informed of their options at the time of diagnosis.
Our thanks to Emily Akeda for that report. When it comes to why this is happening, the answer is a little bit murky. The Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services says the American Association of Plastic Surgeons actually requested the change, but that group blames insurers for limiting patients' access. Meanwhile, several insurance companies we reached out to maintain the change in code does not change patients' out-of-pocket costs. We'll keep an eye on it.
Time now for a look at what else is making financial headlines this morning, starting with more possible layoffs at Meta.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Meta Platforms is planning additional layoffs to be announced in multiple rounds in the coming months. The Wall Street Journal reports they would roughly be the same magnitude as the 13% cuts Meta made last year. The new rounds will likely hit non-engineering roles, and Meta is expected to shut down some projects and teams, including some wearable devices that were in the works. General Motors is exploring uses for ChatGPT as part of a broader collaboration with Microsoft. A GM executive telling Reuters last week, ChatGPT could be used to access information on how to use the features of your car or truck that are normally found in an owner's manual. It could also program functions such as a garage door code or integrate schedules from a calendar. Reports say GM is working on a virtual personal assistant that uses AI technology behind ChatGPT. And we all scream for more Scream at the box office. The 6th installment of the long-running slasher series, scaring up more than $44 million in its opening weekend, according to ComScore, and that's enough to top the competition. It's also the best opening for any of the Scream movies in the franchise, guys.
Who needs Halloween to have a scary movie?
I was going to confess, I've never seen
Any of them?
Any of them?
Oh my
I'm so
God.
ashamed.
You have to go
There's
back to the-
6.
I've seen at least 2.
Okay, all right. Well, we can watch the new one together. Silvana, thank
There
you
you go.
so much.
We'll watch you watching it.
Yeah.
You scream. All right.
Thanks, Silvana.
Coming up on Morning News Now, let's keep the Hollywood theme going. History in Hollywood.
After the break, we'll bring you the highlights from this year's Academy Awards, from the standout winners to some significant shutouts. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with a full circle moment at the Oscars as Ke Huy Quan and Harrison Ford shared an emotional hug. It has been 39 years since they starred together in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Well, last night the actors were reunited on stage during the show's biggest moment. Ford was presenting the Best Picture Oscar Award to Quan's movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, and they recreated that same hug they gave each other all all those years ago. Just one of many amazing moments surrounding that movie
Yeah,
in
I was gonna
particular.
say, believe it or not, that was just one incredible moment from what was an incredible night in Hollywood as movie stars came together to celebrate some of the top movies of the year.
And
You stayed up for it.
I did stay up for it. From historic wins to powerhouse performances, no shortage of entertainment at the Oscars this year. Here to highlight some of the big Oscar moments is Vanity Fair staff writer Aaron Vanderhoof. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's walk through basically the big winners. Everything Everywhere came out huge last night. What were the most notable wins?
So Everything Everywhere All at Once, it is actually it's the first movie since Network in 1976 to get 3 Oscar categories, to get 3 acting categories.
Yeah.
Biggest winner
It's been that long.
ever.
Wow, my goodness.
And I think that hug between Ke Huy Quan and Harrison Ford underlines, I think, exactly how unexpected it was that it premiered a year ago at South by Southwest. It's a genre film. It doesn't have the big, names in the middle, but it got so much love. It got so much support from A24, and it really just, it was the internet's, most argued about movie of the year, which I think is a good sign. You got Brendan Fraser, who won for The Whale, another win for A24. I think that they're a smaller film studio that they have just really put themselves out there as we're trying to do unusual films and good actors.
It was really a year of the comeback, really, when you look at that between Ke Huy Quan, a child star coming back from 2 decades away, Brendan Fraser having this great moment, too.
I think I went to bed early, as I confessed here, and did not watch all of it. But the first thing I did when I got up was go back and watch Ke Huy Quan's speech. And I think we have a little bit of that we can play because it was one of quite a few very emotional speeches. Let's listen.
My journey started on a boat. I spent a year in a refugee camp. And somehow, I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. They say stories like this only happen in the movies. I cannot believe it's happening to me. This is the American dream.
I have chills again just listening to that bit. What speeches stood out to you? Did any make you feel emotional?
Oh, it was the night of the moms. I feel like almost every single mother got a shout out, which made sense as Everything Everywhere All at Once is a movie about motherhood and about the relationship between moms and kids. But Ruth E. Carter, she won again for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Her mother died just about a week ago. She was 101, and she ended her speech with just the most touching moment. She says, "Watch out for Chadwick," honoring Chadwick Boseman, the late star of the first Black Panther, and that was such a poignant moment. And along with performances like Rihanna's to honor Chadwick, I think that good to feel his energy in there.
Another wonderful moment was when Jamie Lee Curtis, who's had this incredible long career, wins for Best Supporting Actress. I think it was the expected win, but still, there's always talk on social media where people say, "Hey, why not Angela Bassett, who would have won hers, or the younger Stephanie Hsu, who was in Everything Everywhere All at Once with Jamie Lee Curtis, got the Oscar so white." Hashtag going a little bit. We should keep in mind 2 of the 4 actors who won were actors of color. Still, there was some controversy there, right?
I think that in the movie, the Stephanie Hsu's role in it is just so fundamental and was so viral that I think it is kind of hard to imagine if you're putting those 2 people together. But at Vanity Fair, we predicted it because Jamie Lee Curtis took home the SAG a couple weeks ago, and that's if you're going to get the SAG, you're going to get the Oscar usually. And so part of the issue though is that Angela Bassett, first person to ever get an acting nomination for a Marvel film. And so, I think that there's feelings around that. But I think in Jamie Lee Curtis's sense, she's been saying she's the original Nepo baby. Her father, Tony Curtis, her mother, Janet Leigh, both nominees who never won. And she also used her speech to talk about the importance of genre film. And I think that Everything Everywhere All at Once is just such a fun mashup of genres. Giving it to Hollywood history, who also has a history as a scream queen, I think is it's a narrative that really makes sense to the Oscars.
Talk to us about the musical performance. What stood out to you?
Very quickly here, by the way.
Yes.
2 of the biggest pop stars, Rihanna, Lady Gaga took off all of her makeup. You got 14-time nominee Diane Warren. You got David Byrne. But at the end of the day, Natu Natu, amazing performance. It's very obvious why this, Southern Indian film, the song from it, you can tell why that took home their Best Original Song Oscar.
The film was called RRR. You can check it out on Netflix, too, so if you want to see it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, picking up the pieces. It is the largest bank to fail since the 2008 financial crisis. This morning, federal regulators are taking some extraordinary steps to ensure those with funds in Silicon Valley Bank have access to, quote, all of their money. The joint statement from the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and the Treasury Department aimed at keeping the crisis from spreading. Plus, we have expert analysis from our own Stephanie Rule on what the bank's collapse means for America's broader economy. State of emergency this morning across California. Even more severe weather impacting millions. Heavy rain and dangerous flooding breaching a levee in the northern part of the state, prompting the evacuations of thousands. We've got the latest forecast as another atmospheric river slams the region and a nor'easter sets its sights on the opposite coast. Also this morning, hoop dreams are about to play out across the country. March Madness is set to tip off tomorrow night. We've got the lowdown on this year's top teams. The usual suspects, of course, Bama, Houston, Kansas. And there's one Cinderella story that you won't want to take your eyes off of. And the Oscar goes to Everything Everywhere All at Once. A lot of Oscars, actually. 7 in all, including one historic win for actress Michelle Yeoh. We have got a full recap coming up later in this hour. So many historic moments to talk about, memorable speeches. We walked away from the Oscars feeling good this year. Perhaps unlike last year.
We'll take that. That sounds like a win. It makes it more fun for someone like me who didn't watch it last night to go back and catch up, because it's like, oh, this is nice. This is nice. This is nice.
Very good. And we will catch you up in a little bit, but we are going to begin this morning with some good news for customers after the massive collapse of Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah, the federal government has unveiled a rescue plan to ensure the bank's customers will have full access to their money starting today. And this morning, we're learning depositors at another troubled bank are also included in the plan. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now to break it all down. Stephanie, what can you tell us?
Hey, guys, good morning. In addition to saving Silicon Valley Bank, the federal plan will also support depositors at New York-based Signature Bank, which the government says has also been closed. It's a major step by the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and FDIC aimed at shoring up the nation's banking system and preventing a possible financial panic. This morning, the federal government taking extraordinary new steps to avert a major banking crisis following the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. The government stating that it will ensure all of the California bank's customers will have full access to their deposits today. That includes 87% of deposits that are uninsured because they are above $250,000, the federal insurance limit. The government is also shoring up a second institution, New York-based Signature Bank, which has been closed, guaranteeing its customers will have access to their money. Signature is one of the leading banks for cryptocurrency companies. In a joint statement, the heads of the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and FDIC say the move is designed to protect the U.S. economy by strengthening public confidence in our banking system. The government says no losses will be borne by the taxpayer. President Biden tweeting overnight saying he's firmly committed to holding those responsible for this mess fully accountable.
We want to make sure that the troubles that exist at one bank don't create contagion to others.
SVB was the nation's 16th biggest bank and the largest bank to fail since the financial crisis 15 years ago. Unlike 2008, when the government bailed out big banks to avert an economic meltdown, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is ruling out a federal bailout of SVB. Why did Silicon Valley Bank fail? As a top lender to many startup companies like Airbnb and Pinterest, the bank was hit hard by the recent downturn in tech stocks, with higher interest rates causing the bank's investments to lose value. As some clients began to withdraw deposits, SVB stunned investors last Wednesday, announcing it needed to raise more than $2 billion to shore up its balance sheet. That triggered a run on the bank, with customers withdrawing a staggering $42 billion in just 48 hours before regulators took control of SVB Friday. Among the bank's customers, small business owner Amanda Babcock, who says her livelihood is at stake.
This is everything that we have saved.
Overnight, the largest bank in Europe, HSBC, announced it is rescuing the UK subsidiary of Silicon Valley Bank, which comes as a relief to many tech companies abroad. The British government confirmed it helped the purchase go forward, adding that no British taxpayer money was involved and all customer deposits were protected. That's the key there. The guarantee that deposits are protected both overseas and here, of course.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For more on the fallout from SVB's collapse, we're joined by small business owner and the CEO of Strong Suit, Lindsay Michaelides. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. I mean, SVB has been associated with tech giants, but in a tweet thread of yours that's now been viewed more than 15 million times, you discuss the impact of its failure on small businesses. You say it's not just a 1% problem. So for those who haven't read it, quickly tell us what the collapse has meant for your business and your family.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Joe Nelson, for having me on. And I think your story did a good job of highlighting some of the challenges that SVB was facing and called out companies like Airbnb and Pinterest, who are big names that everybody knows. But I think what the public doesn't often know is that there's thousands of entrepreneurs, like the one that you featured at the end of that segment, and myself, who have teams of folks that we're trying to pay payroll for. And as of Friday, all of our funds were locked up in Silicon Valley at Silicon Valley Bank due to their collapse. And so for me, I started my company Strong Suit to meet the needs of working families. And the Silicon Valley Bank issue really put the livelihoods of families at risk and prevented entrepreneurs and small business owners like myself from being able to make payroll for our teams.
And you point out, you drive a used Honda Odyssey, your husband works in manufacturing, you live in Ohio, you're a mother of 4, and this is key, you employ a team of 15 people, you have 15 employees. What are the biggest problems, the biggest worries that your business does face right now?
Given the news that we got last night, right now we're feeling relieved, grateful, a little exhausted. And so for us, fortunately, I'm so grateful and thankful to say, we'll go back to business as usual today. For us, I was most concerned about my employees and being able to ensure that they had a paycheck, not just at the end of this month, but next month and into the future. And so I feel thrilled that we're able to continue that commitment to them. And so now for us, it's getting back to building, getting back to growing, getting back to adding more jobs to our team, which was already in our plans this year. We added one job last week. Thrilled that I'm not going to have to tell that person that sorry they no longer have a job. So we're gonna get back to what we do, which is build products and create jobs.
This is, quite the scare. Do you walk away from this with any sort of lesson or advice that you give other small business owners?
I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, despite the relief, for exactly that reason, Joe. So I think lots of lessons to be learned here for myself, for small business owners, for us as a nation, for our banking system. I think personally, I'm still working through a lot of those, but I look forward to sharing those with everyone as I process. But yeah, definitely a lot of lessons to be learned, and just grateful that our government acted swiftly and we're able to come to a great resolution where depositors could be made whole and taxpayer dollars were not impacted in the least.
I can feel the relief for you, Lindsay Michaelides. So thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we're glad to see that things are better for you right now.
Thank you so much. Thrilled to be here.
All right, let's talk a little more about this with NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, this is the most extensive government intervention in the banking system since the 2008 financial crisis. How do yesterday's actions by the government compare to what was done back in 2008?
You are 100% right. We have not seen a bank collapse and a rescue like this since 2008, but it's very different. 2008 was a contagion for real. It was about an entire industry. It was about the mortgage industry. It was about the banking industry in total being overexposed. This is very unique. And Stephanie Gosk mentioned it before. Silicon Valley Bank was sort of different from anyone else. It was the premier bank that funded the startup community, the tech community. In large part, if you were a startup, you had to do business with them. They were the cool kids. It was not cool to be doing your banking with a big bulge bracket bank. Now, unfortunately, this massive concentration wasn't caught by regulators, and it was allowed, right? It shouldn't be that one institution has that kind of exposure to one industry, right? But COVID happens. We know there's huge investment in startups. This bank has ballooning numbers in terms of deposits. They went from $40 billion to almost $200 billion. And what do they do with that money? They made a horrible move, and they invested it in long-term treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. Now, don't let your eyes glaze over. Why does this matter? It was a terrible move because this happened when interest rates were really low. So interest rates move up with Jay Powell trying to lower inflation. What does that do? That makes the value of all those investments plummet. The bank then had this shortfall. Last week, they decided we're going to go out and raise money. It spooks the market. And as Stephanie said, they saw all these depositors pull huge amounts of money out. That caused a run on the bank. It is a unique situation, different from 2008, but one that, as you can tell by the government's actions, needed a rescue.
You know, so Stephanie, U.S. government steps in, launches these emergency measures, allowing customers to have access to their deposits, giving banks access to emergency funds. So in response to this, how are the financial markets looking? Is this going to be enough to put them at ease, do you think?
Well, we'll soon find out. Listen, those involved in SVB and other smaller banks, especially depositors, were absolutely panicked this weekend. You had companies across the country, as you just heard from that small business owner, that didn't know if they'd be able to operate or make payroll. That has been solved. However, when you look at some other smaller regional banks this morning, their shares are in the pre-market down. People are concerned that there will be contagion. There shouldn't be that concern because the government has made it really clear. If you're a depositor, your money is safe. We have your back. You saw them do it with SVB. You saw the FDIC take over that other bank Stephanie mentioned, Signature Bank. So things are still looking shaky in the markets, but that might just be short term.
So, Stephanie, later this month, the Federal Reserve is supposed to have another interest rate meeting. What do you think, if any, impact this will have on the Fed's decision in terms of rate hikes? And just big picture for people who are in that category of eyes glazing over, what should they know about all of this if you're just kind of the average person taking in the news with your coffee?
Okay, if you're just the average person taking in the news, you should feel safe with your money. Remember, even if the government didn't bail out, didn't come in and step in, up to $250,000 is protected by the FDIC. So not many people have more than 250 grand sitting in a bank. That's step one. Step two, is the Fed going to raise rates? Listen, we know we're still in an inflationary environment, but Goldman put out a note last night saying they most likely won't raise as much or as quickly as you were thinking. What just happened to SVB is a big warning to Jay Powell. Remember, you raise rates quickly, there are consequences. I'm not saying SVB did the right thing. They absolutely did the wrong thing, but this is a consequence of rates going up quickly.
Right. Stephanie Ruhle, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Turning now to the weather this morning, we are tracking extreme conditions on both ends of the country. In California, a community in Monterey County is underwater after a levee broke caused by another round of heavy rain. Thousands living near the Pajaro River have been forced and ordered to evacuate. Those who haven't been told to leave are being told not to drink the water. In the upper Midwest, a different scene. Blizzard conditions blew through over the weekend, and this morning, millions in the Northeast are bracing for a nor'easter in what has been a relatively snowless season.
Let's go now to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the forecast.
Yeah, she's tracking it all for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, it's going to be a tough couple of days on the West Coast. Also on the East Coast, we have another atmospheric river event setting up in the West Coast. That's going to bring feet of snow once again. It's going to bring inches of rain, over 7 inches in some spots. That's going to cause flooding and the potential for some flash flooding. On the East Coast, we're watching a developing nor'easter. That's going to start later on tonight. Into tomorrow, we're going to see winds howling up to 60 miles per hour in some spots and measuring feet of snow in portions of the interior parts of the Northeast. So let's take a look at the maps here, because this is what we're looking at for today. More rain and snow in the west. Chilly temperatures throughout the middle of the country, although quiet in the middle of the country. Temperatures cool in the southern plains, only in the 40s and 50s. Oklahoma City, just 48 degrees today. And then there's that nor'easter developing along the East Coast. We're looking at rain mainly for New York City, mainly for Philly and D.C. Could see a little snow on the backside of this tomorrow, where we could measure a couple inches there. But some spots going to see up to 2 feet of snow in the interior parts of the Northeast. By Wednesday, we're looking at lingering flurries still in the Northeast, and that's because we're looking at that area of low pressure kind of spinning off the coast there. Most of that would be confined at that point into portions of New England. Spring warm up in the southern plains back into the mid 70s in some spots, and unfortunately staying soggy throughout the west, portions of Southern California, Northern California, the Pacific Northwest, into the Rockies, also the Intermountain West, and that stretches into the northern plains as well. Friday, another active day. We're looking at snow returning in portions of the upper Midwest. The Great Lakes could see some rain, maybe a snow mix, depending on where where you are. Strong storms in the southern plains along the Gulf Coast as well. It's going to be warm, too, in the southern plains. And then once again, no relief in the west. It still will be wet for many along portions of the west coast once again. We're looking at 25 million Americans under winter alerts. That includes the west, the Intermountain West, into the Great Lakes, also the Northeast. And we're going to see these storms continuing not only today, tomorrow, also Wednesday on both coasts. So first, the March nor'easter, we're looking at the area of low pressure really taking hold tonight, with heavy rain, some snow spreading across the Northeast. It's going to be a cold rain throughout the day for the I-95 corridor, so kind of a gloomy day with clouds and that rain falling, and then it really gets heavy overnight. So by tomorrow, we're looking at the heaviest bands of snow developing. We could see 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour in some spots. Winds will be howling 40 to 60 miles per hour. That's going to lead to some power outages. And still Wednesday, that system stalling off the New England coast, so we're going to bring even more snow into parts of New England and wind as well. This is what we're looking in terms of the heavy snow. Snowfall rates 1, 2, 3 inches per hour, localized amounts up to 2 feet. And we're looking at a lot of rain as well. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially along the coast, and anywhere from, let's say, 1 to 3 inches in New York City. But once you go further into the interior parts of Pennsylvania, also New England, portions of New York, we're looking at Albany, 18 to 24 inches, 4 to 8 for Boston, and 1 to 3 inches in New York City. And that's going to be a slushy snow in New York City. Back to you guys.
Okay, we want to continue our coverage of the serious weather situation in California and that levee breach in Monterey County. Nearly 2,000 people have been ordered to evacuate. Joining us now is Monterey County Communications Director Nicholas Pasculi. Nicholas, thank you for joining us. The video that we have seen from the flooding related to that levee breach is absolutely devastating. How serious is the situation on the ground?
It is a very serious situation, without a doubt. I just returned from the field with the sheriff's office and also our county administrative officer, and had a personal survey of the Pajaro area. And the pictures you're seeing, it tells 1,000 words. I mean, it's devastating, and the people of Pajaro are definitely, suffering from this tragic event.
We know that people have been told to evacuate this area. Does it seem like people are heeding those orders, and what resources are available to help them find other places to stay, to get out of their homes?
Yes, and just going through the town of Pajaro just a few hours ago, we didn't see any people in the town. People have either gone to the shelter, which we have set up in the city of Watsonville, which is right across the river at the Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds, or they're staying at one of our other 4 shelters. We have a total of 5 shelters set up in the county, and possibly some of them may be staying with friends and relatives. And we do have social services, mental health services, and a whole host of other nonprofit organizations helping our victims, manage this situation that they're in.
We just heard from our meteorologist that more rain is expected to come for this area. With that, of course, you imagine the risk of more flooding, making a bad situation even worse. Is the county prepared to handle more rain? And if more rain comes, how is that going to impact the rescue and cleanup efforts that are already underway?
The county is very prepared. We have assets and personnel staged throughout the county. We have high water rescue vehicles in areas that we know are going to be problematic within the coming hours. We also have search and rescue teams and swift water rescue teams staged throughout the county. And also our county partners, including fire and EMS and Sheriff's Department, of course. And we also are using mutual aid. We have getting the assistance of other agencies in other cities in California to help us support the people of our community and our county.
All right, Nicholas, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and we wish the best for you and your community as you go through all of this. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
Staying in California, at least 8 people are dead after 2 suspected smuggling boats capsized off the coast of San Diego this weekend. Search missions are now underway for at least 7 other victims who went missing after the incident. The crash comes amid a growing number of fatal migrant crossings since 2021. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with more on this. So Dana, first of all, walk us through some of the details here. What do we know about these boats that were discovered, and what were the conditions that rescue teams faced once they did arrive on the scene?
So, Joe, San Diego police received a 911 call from a woman on one of those panga boats around midnight Sunday. She said there was a crash and that her boat carrying about 8 people made it to shore, but a second one carrying 15 capsized in the water. At least 8 adult bodies have been found. 7 people remain missing. Now, this sparked a dangerous rescue attempt that lasted about an hour yesterday, and they then transitioned to a recovery mission that lasted about 5 hours. Joe, crews, however, found no additional survivors.
So, Dana, I mean, officials are warning these kinds of incidents are happening more often in the area. So, first of all, why are there more migrants coming by boat? And just how dangerous, how deadly has this journey been in the past?
So according to the U.S. Coast Guard, since 2017, there's been a 771% increase in human trafficking in the Southern California coastal region. Now, officials explained more. Listen.
Since 2021, we've had 23 lives lost at sea. This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. This is part of a transnational criminal organization effort to smuggle people into the United States. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive.
Now, the head of the San Diego Lifeguard Division said that they tried everything they could to recover more people. Joe?
And Dana, do we have any updates on how the search is going for those remaining potential victims? We mentioned at least 7 still missing. And do officials have any idea of what could have happened to them?
Well, Joe, the search has since been suspended. Officials say for those missing, it's unclear if they made it to land or if they died. Joe?
Right. Dana Griffin, thank you for your reporting from California. Appreciate it.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, new developments in the horrific murders of 4 University of Idaho students late last year. The search warrants now out to dozens of companies and their connection to the suspected killer.
Plus, a war of words is now heating back up between former President Trump and his former Vice President Mike Pence. We'll bring you Pence's searing new comments on the insurrection as Trump heads to Iowa with 2024 on his mind. Stick around.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest
like.
the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with new developments in the investigation into the murder of 4 University of Idaho students as new search warrants reveal new information about the suspect. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has the latest.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Ellison. New court documents obtained by NBC News show warrants were served to dozens of companies in connection to the Idaho murder case, including Apple, Google, Verizon, even Tinder. And for now, the content of those warrants is being redacted or sealed, but it is clear that investigators are trying to find out exactly where Kohlberger went and what he was doing.
New search warrants revealing dozens of major companies are being forced to turn over information in connection with the murder case against Brian Kohlberger.
All right.
Among those served, tech names like Apple, Amazon, Google, and DoorDash, social media companies Meta, Snapchat, and Tinder, and retailers Walmart and K-Bar Knives, the brand of knife sheath found at the crime scene with a single source of male DNA linked to Kohlberger. But not all the warrants are focused on the suspect. Some are requesting bank and social media information about the victims.
They're trying to find out if there is a hidden link that could explain a motive.
They will never be forgotten.
The 4 college students were found stabbed to death in an off-campus home last November. Authorities still haven't publicly released a motive, but alleged cell phone data shows Kohlberger stalked their house at least a dozen times before the killings and even went back to the crime scene hours after the murders. Experts say data from these warrants may help investigators piece together an even stronger digital footprint.
They are going all in, if you will, gathering every single conceivable piece of evidence so that if any doubt is raised, they will be ready.
Meanwhile, we're also learning new details about what officials say Kohlberger was doing the moment he was arrested at his parents' house across the country in Pennsylvania.
Brian, what are you doing?
The 28-year-old wearing gloves while separating his trash.
Mr. Kohlberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical-type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The Monroe County 1st District Attorney calling that behavior significant for the investigation.
To me, that's incredibly damning. It shows a consciousness of guilt, that he was making sure that his DNA did not end up in the trash.
Other newly unsealed search warrants show what police did seize in Pennsylvania, including a gun and knife, black face masks and gloves, a cell phone, multiple laptops, and a book with underlining on page 118. Investigators also say they found a shovel in Kohlberger's Hyundai Elantra and seized parts from the car itself, from the headrests and the seatbelt to brake and gas pedals.
Now, when it comes to these new documents, the judge ordered them to stay sealed and redacted, saying they contain highly intimate facts or statements or information that might threaten the safety or endanger the life or safety of individuals. Now, experts say that is likely to protect the prosecution's case and prevent tainting a potential jury pool, given the whole national attention that this case has received. Meanwhile, Brian Kohlberger's preliminary hearing is set for June. That could last an entire week, and so far he hasn't yet entered a plea, but Kohlberger's attorney said that he was eager to be exonerated. Back to you guys.
All right, NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz, thank you. And be sure to tune in to the premiere of Stay Tuned Now tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time here on News Now, where Gotti will bring you everything from the latest breaking news to what's on the horizon.
Today, former President Trump is expected to hit the campaign trail yet again. This time, he's in Iowa. His speech comes on the heels of scathing comments made by former Vice President Mike Pence over the weekend about the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. Pence said in part, quote, "Make no mistake about it, what happened that day was a disgrace, and it mocks decency to portray it any other way." NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Davenport, Iowa. Good morning, Vaughn. Vaughn, let's talk about the former vice president's comments this weekend. I'll read to you a little more of what he had to say. Quote, "President Trump was wrong. I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day, and I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable." Do you think Donald Trump will talk about this today? What do you make of it?
You know, he has oddly sort of defended Mike Pence over the last year and a half, especially Ellison. He has acknowledged that Mike Pence may be a fellow presidential contender, but he does not see him as a political risk. And in the game of politics, especially when you're running against other Republicans, you don't want to alienate other voters. At the same time, those were Mike Pence's harshest words about Donald Trump since the two of them left the White House. Now, to note, those remarks were made off camera at a dinner of journalists and politicians in Washington, D.C., and notably, he hasn't really come out swinging on camera in a very forceful way against Donald Trump. So for now, Donald Trump is looking at pollings. He's consistently holding anywhere from 20, 30, 40-point leads, and Mike Pence, frankly, is only in the lower single digits, at least according to polling among Republican voters. So the question here is, at what time does Donald Trump feel or want to try to undercut individuals, including his former vice president?
You talked about how he doesn't really seem to see Pence as a political risk or threat. One person he does seem to see as that is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We have heard Donald Trump talk about the Florida governor quite a bit. He has his own nickname. That being said, DeSantis has not announced a presidential run. He was in Iowa on Friday. What do you make of that trip? Do you expect Donald Trump to talk about DeSantis at his rally later today?
Right. I think, Ellison, if I may, even Iowans would tell you right now, it's not necessarily pretty out here in the heart of the Midwest right now. And so clearly when a governor of Florida is coming to Iowa, there's clearly political motives involved here. And he joined the likes of Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, and he made some exacting remarks, suggesting that his office in Florida is not full of palace intrigue or leaks, without naming Donald Trump a clear inference to the former president in his 4 years in Washington, D.C. But, you know, in the words of Yahoo reporter Tom LoBianco, a friend of ours, he noted yesterday that these potential Republican rivals like Mike Pence and Ron DeSantis, they're more coming out, not with knives, but more like, you know, butter knives against Donald Trump here. Even Mike Pence says that, you know, history will hold Donald Trump accountable, but he's been subpoenaed by the Department of Justice Special Counsel to sit before and talk about the events surrounding Donald Trump in the effort to overturn the 2020 election, but he hasn't agreed to do that. So really, everybody is still quite hesitant to really take Donald Trump head on as we approach an Iowa caucus at the beginning of 2024.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard already on the trail for us. You might be cold, but always informative. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Coming up, a new travel warning for all you spring breakers out there.
Yeah, what you should know about heading down to Mexico on the heels of that tragic and deadly kidnapping of 4 Americans earlier this month. Stick around. You're watching Morning News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at a new warning for people traveling for spring break.
The authorities now urging Americans not to travel to Mexico amid ongoing threats of violence in the country. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Miami with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe Ellison, good morning. And it's that time of year where beaches everywhere are in high demand, but especially in Mexico, where the nightlife and the cities have combined to draw travelers now for decades. But with this new travel warning from officials citing rising crime and kidnapping, many travelers are forced to rethink their fun in the sun entirely. This morning, as spring break heats up and crowds start to head out for that idyllic beach getaway, Texas authorities are issuing an urgent warning against travel to Mexico.
Because right now it is too dangerous.
The latest State Department advisory also covering much of the country. Officials urging Americans to exercise increased caution in hotspots like Cancun and Cabo and reconsider travel in popular cities like Puerto Vallarta. A strict do not travel alert posted to 6 additional Mexican states, all due to an increased risk of crime and kidnapping, including a high level of drug cartel violence.
Mexico, here we come.
The warning comes after a deadly incident earlier this month when authorities say 4 Americans driving from South Carolina into northeast Mexico were mistakenly targeted by cartel gunmen. Video showing their violent abduction after authorities say the cartel members opened fire. 2 of the 4 longtime friends were killed. The remaining 2 survivors returning home just last week. Currently, more than 550 Americans are reported missing in Mexico. Authorities say 2 sisters and their friend are still nowhere to be found after they crossed the border more than 2 weeks ago from the small city of Pinitas, Texas, into northeast Mexico. Police say the 3 women were last headed to a flea market in a green pickup truck. Their family now suspects they were kidnapped.
This is basically the first time I hear of regular citizens going missing. Like I said, we've never had this issue before that I can remember.
With so many increased safety risks in the area, authorities say it's important to be prepared and remain vigilant. If you do have plans to visit Mexico this spring break, experts suggest staying in a resort for added security. Share your mobile phone location with somebody at home and consider getting travel insurance in case of an emergency. Plus, make sure to sign up for the State Department's Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, which will keep you connected with the local embassy and up to date with the latest advisories. Now, experts say you likely can't rebook strictly because of a change in travel advisories, but a lot of local carriers, guys, have banded together in recent years to do away with change fees for all tickets with the exception of those most basic economy fares. So if you would like to cancel now, you still have a shot to get travel credit. In the meantime, experts say if you're looking for a domestic alternative to Mexico, the beaches here in Florida and all along the Gulf Coast are most definitely open. Guys?
Good to know, Morgan. He'll check them out for us, just to make sure. All right. Thank you, Morgan.
More international headlines, starting with the latest updates from the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joined us from Tel Aviv with that and other world headlines. Raf, good morning.
Joe Ellison, good morning. In eastern Ukraine, the fighting continues to rage as the world watches the latest developments in the relationship between Russia and China. Chinese President Xi Jinping was sworn in for an unprecedented 3rd term this week and could be heading to Moscow as early as next week. The visit would be a major symbol of Xi's support for Putin, even as Russian forces struggle on the battlefield. The East African nation of Mozambique is being battered for a 2nd time by Cyclone Freddy. Hundreds of people have been displaced, and electricity and communication lines have been torn down by the overwhelming winds. At least 1 person is confirmed to have been killed this weekend, but the death toll is expected to rise. And finally, Sir David Attenborough, the planet's favorite nature documentary maker, needed a little help from some friends while making a film about orca whales. Wildlife enthusiasts on Britain's Shetland Islands kept Attenborough's crew up to date on whale sightings so they could get their cameras to the right place. The series took 3 years to make. And guys, I hope those Shetland Islanders get a film credit at the end. Who knows, maybe one day there'll be an Oscar for best whale watching.
Exactly. If nothing else, we are giving them recognition right now.
Good
so
job,
there you
Raph.
go. All right. Thank you, Raph.
There you go.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, you better slap those dancing shoes on because March Madness is about to tip off.
Yeah, we're going to give you the full rundown on all of the season's top teams at the big dance. And of course, a Cinderella story that you won't want to take your eyes off of. It's coming up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back with financial headlines. Etsy is warning its sellers that payments may take, well, a little longer than usual.
Yeah, Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that and some other money headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Ellis and Joe, good morning to you. So Etsy is warning sellers it could take longer than usual to process some payments due to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Now, Etsy used the bank to facilitate payments to some merchants. It's working with other payment partners to process deposits and expects to pay the affected sellers within the next several business days. More than 7.5 million merchants use Etsy to sell their goods online. Cryptocurrencies are rallying today as the U.S. government moves to protect the depositors of Silicon Valley Bank, and HSBC bought the bank's UK operations. Bitcoin jumping as much as 10% before pulling back. Crypto markets were under pressure last week following the collapse of SVB and Silvergate Capital, one of the biggest lenders to the industry. And Apple is reminding us spring is just around the corner. It's unveiled a new color for the iPhone 14 and 14 Plus, yellow. It's identical to the iPhone models that launched last fall and runs on iOS 16. You can pre-order one now, and they'll be in stores starting tomorrow, guys.
I don't even know what color my phone is because I always just put a cover on it.
I know. I forget. I always forget what color my phone is.
With the case, it can be whatever color you want, but it's nice yellow.
Exactly.
Thanks, Yvonne. I appreciate it. I'm sure someone appreciates the yellow color. All right. The brackets are set in just over 24 hours. March Madness will officially tip off, and we're all watching to see whether the top seeds are going to go all the way or maybe someone else.
But it is always the unlikely Cinderella stories that create excitement and help define what this tournament is really all about. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Florida Atlantic University with more. Hi, Sam.
Allison, Joe, good morning. Anybody can pick the top seed, right? We're joining you live this morning from Baldwin Arena, a.k.a. the Borough, where the FAU Owls have already made history for the first time in 20-plus years, guys. They ended up making the NCAA tournament. They won their conference championship, one of the dark horses for making a deep run in the tournament. And there are so many storylines from Mike Krzyzewski's retirement and what Duke might do this year to Kansas looking to defend its national title. Right now, hoop dreams are dominating the sports landscape.
If it's the second week of March, it must be time for a little college basketball madness. On the men's side, Alabama is the #1 overall team, with Houston, Kansas, and Purdue earning the other top seeds. The Jayhawks are defending their national title, while head coach Bill Self was discharged from the hospital Sunday and ready to rejoin his team. If you're searching for this year's possible Cinderella squad, how about letting the FAU Owls burrow deep into your bracket? They just received their first tournament bid in more than 20 years. Reeling off an epic 20-game win streak under Coach Dusty May.
In terms of just the dynamic of this team, how would you characterize this squad? What defines them?
A true team. These guys really, really care, support each other, 100% selflessness.
May's first recruit, guard Michael Forrest, the only senior on the team.
Just for us to come be here now, like it's such a dream come true.
Forrest is from nearby Lauderhill, where he says many of his friends needed to support family members instead of attending college. The mechanical engineer major now getting his shot on the sport's biggest stage.
When you first walking out there, you'll look around and be like, dang, I'm really here. But then like, all right, now we got to handle business.
The feelings amped up around Baldwin Arena.
Every time I go to these games, they would be the best games I've ever been to in my life.
On the women's side, the South Carolina Gamecocks looking to repeat as champions, while Indiana, Virginia Tech, and Stanford captured the other top seeds. Now it's almost time for tip-off, and that means it's still anyone's game. So let the madness begin.
And Joe Ellison, as we talk right now about the fact that a lot of schools are getting to the tournament with very little experience, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my Northwestern Wildcats. Joe, I think that's your alma mater as well.
I was about
they just
to
made their
say,
second
Sam.
NCAA tournament. You knew I was not going to forget that, Joe. So their second time in the school's history, they're going to the dance. Also, as it concerns FAU, they're going to be playing Memphis. Ironically, that was their first college football bowl game about 15 years ago against Memphis. Now they're squaring off again. And how about a round of applause for the Spirit team here at FAU? It is spring break last week. They got up at 5 and 6 in the morning to come out here and show their energy. Big round of applause for these guys. Let me send it back to you.
Huge round.
Sam has set a dangerous precedent. Our next live shot. Anybody else doing a report on March Madness has to have an owl mascot somewhere.
We appreciate them for getting up this early.
Our
And
thanks
Sam,
to
you
all
were
of
forgiven
you.
for wearing that red shirt and not the purple one. All right. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks,
Coming
guys.
up, it was a historic night in Hollywood with the highly acclaimed sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once nabbing some of the night's top awards at the Oscars.
Of course, we've got a full recap of the big winners, the surprises, and the stunners, all right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at the many memorable moments from the 95th Academy Awards. Hollywood's biggest stars celebrated this year's top movies and made history while doing it. So make sure you got your tissues ready. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung takes a look back at the best moments from last night's Oscars.
Hey there, the 95th Academy Awards had it all. Fame, fashion, and those up-all-night parties. There were also some historic firsts. I bet even Jamie Lee Curtis stayed up past her bedtime, as the biggest winner of the night was unquestionably the film Everything Everywhere All at Once, that not only won Best Picture, but swept most of the major acting categories too.
Hollywood's biggest night did not disappoint. From the fashion to the musical performances. To host Jimmy Kimmel crash landing onto the stage. But the biggest winner of the night, the quirky sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which took home 7 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Director. The inspirational Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian to win Best Actress in a leading role.
For all the little boys and girls who look like me watching tonight, this is a beacon of hope and possibilities.
Her co-stars Kiwi Kwan and Jamie Lee Curtis sweeping the Best Supporting Actor category.
I spent a year in a refugee camp, and somehow I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream.
I know it looks like I'm standing up here by myself, but I am not. I am hundreds of people. We just won an Oscar together. My mother and my father were both nominated for Oscars in different categories. I just won an Oscar.
Who would want me to be a part of their life?
An emotional Brendan Fraser hooking the Best Actor Oscar for his role in The Whale.
I started in this business 30 years ago, and things, they didn't come easily to me. I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement.
Also making history, the song Natu Natu from the movie RRR, which became the first Indian film song to win an Oscar. It beat out Super Bowl halftime star Rihanna, who was nominated for her first Oscar for the hit Lift Me Up from the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack. John Travolta also getting emotional as he paid tribute to his friend and late Grease co-star Olivia Newton-John while honoring those who died in the past year.
They've touched our hearts, they've made us smile, and became dear friends, who we will always remain hopelessly devoted to.
Oh, wow! As for last year's shocking Oscar slap involving Will Smith and Chris Rock, Oscar host Jimmy Kimmel made sure to put out a fair warning.
We have strict policies in place. If anyone in this theater commits an act of violence at any point during the show, you will be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and permitted to give a 19-minute long speech.
And another beautifully emotional moment came at the very end of the show as Harrison Ford presented the Best Picture award and reunited with his Indiana Jones co-star Kiwi Kwan on stage. As you might remember, Ki played Short Round in Temple of Doom. It was his very first movie role, so this was really a full circle moment for him. And that interaction pointed to the main message of the night, the power of the comeback story. All 4 winners in the acting categories have said at some point they thought they were at the ends of their careers, only to come out with the biggest award in Hollywood last night. So clearly, they are just getting started.
All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. And Yahoo Entertainment senior writer Ethan Alter is here to talk more about the Oscars. I like that point about the comeback story because I think that was really the theme that came through. But also the theme was really everything, everywhere, all at once, winning almost everything, everywhere. And really, I mean, important because of who it represents, too, in so many ways, right? I mean, talk about just the significance of this win.
Yeah, no, I mean, certainly it won 7 Oscars, which is a huge number for any one film, especially a film like Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is an indie production. No one expected to go this far, and it did. And Michelle Yeoh became the first Asian actress ever to win the Best Actress statue, which is a huge moment. And then Ke Huy Quan became the second Asian actor to win the Best Supporting Actor trophy. So a really great win for both of them, and a really meaningful win for this movie that did so much for diversity and representation.
Let's talk a little more about this idea of the comeback night. Walk us through those 4 actors who, first time in decades in their career, winning an award. Walk us through who they are, what was said in their speeches, and how did others respond to that?
Absolutely. Well, Michelle Yeoh, obviously, she's been a martial arts icon since the early 90s in Hong Kong. She started her career there. Never been nominated for an Oscar before. First time ever. First time playing a really dramatic role in a long time, too. She did action roles for a long time, and she's spoken about how meaningful it was for her to play this part that people wouldn't normally see her as. And she really mentioned that in her speech, too, that if you look at her performance in this, people can dream big. Women, girls can dream big about the kinds of roles they can play. They don't have to be typecast as one thing. Ke Huy Quan was a child star in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. He'd also never been nominated for an acting award before. First time ever on an acting stage, Oscar stage this way. And it was just different. He returned after being away from the spotlight for years, always wanted to come back, never was able to find that role, and he found it. And look where he ended up, on the Oscar stage. So again, it really speaks to the multiverse of possibilities, just like the movie. If you could all things are possible in a multiverse, and this happened to be this one in this universe.
I thought hugging Harrison Ford just made it all full circle there at the end when they won Best Picture.
Yeah.
This is interesting. A win that was really historic last night that maybe not getting as much attention is Ruth Carter, who again won for Best Costume Design. I did not realize this. Does this make her the first black woman to ever win 2 Oscars?
It is,
that correct?
Yes. But believe it or not, she's the first black woman to win 2 Oscars, and for the same franchise as well, Black Panther and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So it's a rare feat and very well deserved. Those costumes are next level. They're some of the most fantastic ones you'll see in a Marvel movie or any movie, really.
And it was so powerful because she said she just lost her mother days before, who was 101. So being able to dedicate this to her and reference Chadwick Boseman, that was just such a powerful moment.
Absolutely. No, that was a really great moment on camera. And also just thinking, because it was hard, as great as it was to see Jamie Lee Curtis win Best Supporting Actress, unfortunately Angela Bassett won, and people were really rooting for her for Wakanda Forever. And it hurt. There was the image of her losing went viral, and people really felt for her in that moment, I think. And so this at least got the film recognition, well deserved.
Let's end on a good note. What was your favorite moment of the night? And as someone who's watched this over the years, how has this ceremony changed compared to years, decades past?
Right. Well, certainly the Indy reunion was great. And now I'm putting money on the fact that Short Round will be in Indiana Jones 5. There's no way. They can't not do that. They're going to go back and reshoot that. He's going to be in there. And then my other favorite moment, I was a big fan of Sarah Polley's Woman Talking, which is a terrific film. And she also is a child star. She started off as a child actress in a lot of Canadian TV productions, and she just won an Oscar for writing Women Talking. So that's wonderful to see, again, the kind of journey she went on. So that was a really wonderful moment. And then just in terms of the ceremony, it really put I think Jimmy Kimmel did a great job sort of putting the slap in the rear view. And this one really focused on the people and the talent and giving them the chance to really speak their hearts and their minds. And I think that's what I'll take away from last night.
It was normal, which everyone wanted.
Exactly.
And I love that little moment. If you stuck to the very end, Jimmy Kimmel walked off stage and there was a sign that said number of Oscars without a major incident. And he flipped the sign from 0 to 1.
Yep,
so
exactly.
Mission accomplished there. So.
And he had Spider-Man backing him up in the audience.
There you go.
Yeah, he had protection.
All right, Ethan Alter, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thanks so much.
it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, failure and fallout. New developments following the historic collapse of one of the tech industry's top banks. This morning, an international banking giant announcing a rescue deal for part of Silicon Valley Bank as U.S. regulators work to protect deposits and put an end to the panic.
Not a giant tech startup. You're not investing millions. This is your livelihood. It is, and it affects, like I said, it affects us putting food on our tables next week.
We'll break down the latest and what it could all mean from Silicon Valley to Wall Street and beyond. Also this morning, 1-2 punch, millions of Californians bracing for another major storm in areas still recovering from heavy rain and flooding. More on the evacuations and rescue efforts underway. And back.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Craig Melvin.
We've got some breaking news at the White House right now. President Biden talking about the historic collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Let's listen in.
And their hardworking employees can breathe easier as well. Last week, when we learned of the problems of the banks and the impact they could have on jobs of small businesses and banking system overall, I instructed my team to act quickly to protect these interests. They've done that. They've done that. On Friday, the government regulator in charge, the FDIC, took control of Silicon Valley Bank's assets. And over the weekend, it took control of Signature Bank's assets. Treasury Secretary Yellen and a team of banking regulators have taken action, immediate action. And here are the highlights. First, all customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured, rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business. No losses will be, and this is an important point, no losses will be borne by the taxpayers. Let me repeat that. No losses will be borne by the taxpayers. Instead, the money will come from the fees that banks pay into the Deposit Insurance Fund. Because of the actions that our regulators have already taken, every American should feel confident that their deposits will be there if and when they need them. Second, the management of these banks will be fired. If the bank is taken over by FDIC, the people running the bank should not work there anymore. Third, investors in the banks will not be protected. They knowingly took a risk, and when the risk didn't pay off, investors lose their money. That's how capitalism works. And fourth, there are important questions of how these banks got into the circumstance in the first place. We must get the full accounting of what happened and why those responsible can be held accountable. In my administration, no one is above the law. And finally, we must reduce the risk of this happening again. During the Obama-Biden administration, we put in place tough requirements on banks like Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, including the Dodd-Frank law to make sure that the crisis we saw in 2008 would not happen again. Unfortunately, the last administration rolled back some of these requirements. I'm going to ask Congress and the banking regulators to strengthen the rules for banks to make it less likely this kind of bank failure would happen again, and to protect American jobs and small businesses. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans can rest assured that our banking system is safe. Your deposits are safe. Let me also assure you we will not stop at this. We'll do whatever is needed. On top of all of it, let's also take a look at a moment to put the situation in a broader context. We've made strong economic progress in the past 2 years. We've created more than 12 million new jobs, more jobs in 2 years than any president has ever created in a single 4-year term. Unemployment is below 4% for 14 straight months. Take-home pay for workers is going up, especially for lower and middle-income workers. And we've seen record numbers of people apply to start new businesses, more than 10 million of them, more than 10 million applications over the last 2 years starting businesses. Now we need to keep this progress going. That's what swift action that my administration over the past few years is all about. Protecting depositors, protecting the banking system, protecting the economic gains we've made together for the American people. Thank you, and God bless you, and may God protect our troops. See you in California.
Mr. President, what do you know right now about why this happened? And can you assure Americans that there won't be a ripple effect?
Do you expect other banks to fail, Mr. President?
Should all depositors be protected at all banks?
All right, there you have it, President Biden speaking for almost 5 minutes there about the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank specifically, one of the 20 largest banks in the United States of America, of course, collapsing late last week. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell joins us from the White House now. And Kelly, it sounded like the president was basically trying to make sure that Americans still have confidence in our banking system.
Confidence is the key word, and certainly this president lived through what was happening in 2008, where there were enormous ripple effects from the financial crisis of that time that led to recession, wanting to send a different message now, saying that action has been swift, work done over the weekend with the top economic minds of this administration and regulators, and key steps to try to allow for depositors to get access to their money and to shore up these the confidence of these banks so it doesn't spread beyond that. So these are important steps. They say taxpayers will not be affected, and they're trying to make certain that this does not go beyond these two institutions that have had trouble in recent days. Craig?
All right, Kelly O there at the White House, NBC business reporter Brian Chung with me here now. Brian, the president just said he also wants to reduce the risk of something like this happening again. How do we do that?
Yeah, well, one concern is that it's not just Silicon Valley Bank. When they made the announcement of how to protect these depositors, they also announced that Signature Bank out of New York, which is about half the size of Silicon Valley, was also going to be taken over. We're seeing pressures at another bank as well. So they're worried about the contagion here. But what the federal government is trying to do is create that insurance net, essentially by insuring the deposits even beyond what was promised of that $250,000 for those that were at Silicon Valley and also at Signature. We'll have to see if these measures can stop any sort of contagion from here.
Yes, we will. Markets set to open here about 23 minutes from now. We'll have much more throughout the day on MSNBC, CNBC, and streaming on NBC News Now as well. And, of course, Lester Holt will have a full recap of the day on Nightly News tonight. I'm Craig Melvin here in New York, and this has been an NBC News Special Report.
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with the forecast. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Niala Charles, live in Pajaro, California. Morning to you there. Tell us what is happening. What are you seeing where you are? This is the scene of a massive flooding this morning after a levee broke. How bad is it?
Ellison, the entire town of 1,700 people here in Pajaro have been evacuated under evacuated orders, with the last people being rescued and evacuated last night. The people who live here received that evacuation order Friday around midnight as the atmospheric river passed through and the levee broke. Since then, in the last couple of days, the water has been rising. It's up to 3 feet of standing water in places. That means people had to leave their homes and lives behind quickly, and it could take months for the homes to be repaired in this migrant community. Ellison?
So, Niala, this is a community that's under mandatory evacuation orders. What else can you tell us about that and how the community is preparing for potentially another round of storms in this area on Tuesday?
The people who live here have been evacuated to evacuation centers across the county. All they can do at this point is hope and wait for the best as officials try to repair that dam, as another atmospheric river is expected to pass through this evening. And if with that comes several inches of rain, that could be detrimental given the existing damage. Ellison?
What sort of resources are available for people who are having to flee or who just need some sort of time to get back on their feet?
There's things like mental health support. As you can imagine, this is a very difficult time for families. Their situation changed very quickly, and they've already had been recovering from a last wave of atmospheric rivers just months ago. Ellison?
All right, Niala Charles, thank you so much for that.
All right, Michelle Grossman is here now with more on the situation in California and the forecast for the rest of the country.
Yeah, good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And unfortunately, we're watching another atmospheric river event setting up really tomorrow. So starting later today into tomorrow. Then on the East Coast, we're watching that developing nor'easter. Same story. It's sort of the calm before the storm this morning. And then we'll see it develop later on tonight and tomorrow. We're going to see really strong winds, some snow, and also some rain. So this morning, 25 million Americans under winter alerts. You can see them stretching throughout the West into the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, into portions of the Northeast as well. We have look outside because because it's a gloomy start to the day. This is what we're looking at right now. Wait till tomorrow morning. We could see some snow at this hour tomorrow, but it's foggy. We have low clouds. We have drizzle. This is the calm before the storm, but not a great morning commute either in New York City. Not a great commute tonight, and then especially not tomorrow morning. So there are 25 million Americans under winter alerts, where you see the alerts in pink. That's your winter storm warning. Winter storm watch is in blue, and a winter storm advisory is in white. So certainly plenty of weather to start out this work week. And this is going to be going until Wednesday, both these storms. Let's start with the nor'easter, because we're looking at heavy rain, some snow spreading across the Northeast, a cold rain throughout the day for the I-95 corridor. We could see that already starting at this hour. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. So this area of low pressure is going to develop off the coast. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at really heavy snow bands. We could see 1, 2, 3 inches per hour developing over portions of the Northeast. That would be interior parts of the Northeast. And then the winds are going to be howling as well. Strong winds gusting up to 40 to 60 miles per hour along the coast. That's going to cause some power outages. It's going to be cold with temperatures at or below freezing in many spots. So certainly power outages could cause some problems. Then by Wednesday, we just see it sitting and spinning along the coast there. It's not going very far, so we're looking at still that system stalling off the New England coast. We're going to see snow, some strong winds lingering across New England. That could lead to more potential power outages. So this is a 3-day event, really ramping up tonight into tomorrow. So in terms of your impacts, we're looking at snow, we're looking at rain, and we're also looking at some really gusty winds. Localized amounts up to 2 feet of snow through Wednesday. Again, seeing snowfall rates 1, 2, 3 inches per hour. This is going to make travel very difficult, if not impossible, in some spots. Where you see those brighter colors, the pinks and purples, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of snow. We'll go over those amounts in just a bit. Damaging winds, too, especially along the coast, with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Strongest during the day on Tuesday, but still whipping on Wednesday throughout parts of New England. Snowfall totals is March 13th. Doesn't this really just make sense, right, for this winter, because it's been so strange? Of course, we're talking about a nor'easter on March 13th. So we're looking at, did I say March 1st, March 13th? Not to confuse people. Augusta, Maine, we're looking at 8 to 12 inches. Boston, you could see 4 to 8 inches. 1 to 3 in New York. That's going to be a slushy snow. The other snow is going to be that heavy, wet snow, so really difficult to shovel, and that creates some health problems, so be careful as you're shoveling tomorrow. Albany, 2 feet of snow in some spots. Syracuse, 12 to 18 inches. Scranton, you're looking a lot too. A half a foot of snow, even up to 8 inches in some spots. Also looking at a lot of rain, because we have a lot of moisture with this system. We have a lot of cold air in place, too, in many spots. So 1 to 3 inches of rain may cause some flooding. Where you see those brighter colors, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're expecting the highest amounts of rain along the coast, especially with those winds too. Let's talk about the West, because we're looking at many flood alerts, 17 million people impacted throughout Oregon, the Pacific Northwest, into California. That includes Eureka, into Lake Tahoe, Fresno, also Bakersfield. And we certainly could see some flooding once again, even some flash flooding. This is the risk for today, where you see the pink, that's your moderate risk. That's going to be the highest threat. And then a slight risk is in the blue, and that includes most of California, at least the northern parts. And we're going to extend that into Southern California tomorrow. So again, where you see that reddish blue, reddish pink color, we're looking at moderate risk through Yosemite into portions of Southern California, just north of Los Angeles. Once again, we don't need the rain here. We don't need the snow, but we're going to be measuring the snow in feet once again, and many inches of rain. Some spots could see 7 inches of rain. This is what it looks like for the West, a deluge of moisture. The atmospheric river setting up later on today. Heavy rain, strong winds increase tonight, especially into Tuesday. Again, Northern California, that's where we're seeing the highest amounts of rain today. And then it expands into Southern California tomorrow. Winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Could see some power outages there as well. Plenty of brighter colors, so oranges and reds and yellows in the state of California tomorrow. That means we're going to see a lot of rain, and that's why we have the potential for some flooding and some flash flooding. And Wednesday, we'll see it move off to the east as we clear through the Rockies, and we'll see the rain and snow showers slowly coming to an end. So guys, lots going on. We'll talk more about it in the next hour, but we're looking at 2 storm systems on either coast.
Wow, yeah, wet weekend on both coasts. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
Turning now to San Diego, and a tragedy there. 2 suspected smuggling boats crashed off the California coast this weekend, killing at least 8 people. The crash marks one of the deadliest migrant smuggling incidents to ever occur in the area. The search is now underway for at least 7 other people involved in the crash. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
At least 8 people are dead in San Diego, and possibly more than a dozen are unaccounted for after authorities say a pair of suspected smuggling boats capsized. Some of the victims were Mexican, according to the consulate.
This is the one of the worst maritime smuggling tragedies that I can think of in California, certainly here in the city of San Diego.
Officials say a Spanish speaker called 911.
What's coming in as a rescue call? That person reported that there were approximately 15 people and 8 people on 2 vessels that had overturned.
Officials say high tide made it harder for lifeguards to reach the victims, with low visibility limiting overnight searches by air. Eventually, first responders discovering 2 overturned boats, finding adult bodies on the beach and in the water.
There's long inshore holes. So if you step into those holes, those rip currents will pull you along the shore and then back out to sea.
With conditions improving, the search expanding.
Sadly, this tragedy continues and has been happening for quite some time.
Officials did not say where the boats came from, but suspect this was human trafficking, a crime they say has skyrocketed in the area recently, with 23 people being killed at sea in Southern California since 2021 alone.
This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked.
Lives perhaps already under duress, now cut short. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
This morning, former Vice President Mike Pence is blasting his former boss for his role in the January 6th insurrection. On Saturday, Pence said he had no right to overturn the 2020 election and that former President Donald Trump's, quote, reckless words endangered his family and everyone at the U.S. Capitol. He went on to say he expects history will hold the former president accountable for the riots. The remarks were Pence's sharpest condemnation yet, and they come amid speculation he may enter the 2024 race for president against former President Donald Trump.
New York prosecutors could soon decide whether former President Trump should face charges in connection to hush money paid to adult performer Stormy Daniels back in 2016. It would be the first criminal case ever brought against an ex-president. This weekend, Trump released a statement on his Truth social media platform. It says, in part, they fall back on the old and rebuke case, which has been rejected by every prosecutor's office that has looked at this, where I relied on counsel in order to resolve this extortion of me, which took place a long time ago. NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner joins us now. So the question we all want to know, in your opinion, what's the likelihood of a grand jury indicting the former president this week?
Well, you know, Joe, I don't know about this week, but the likelihood that Donald Trump will finally be criminally indicted, I think, has gone way up once we heard that Alvin Bragg's prosecutors had invited Donald Trump to appear before the grand jury. What I can tell you is in these long, involved, often white-collar criminal investigations before a grand jury, the last thing prosecutors will do is invite the target of the investigation, that is, the person they're intending to indict, to appear before the grand jury, because it's at that point that the prosecutors have all of the evidence in hand. They've heard from the other witnesses, they've subpoenaed all of the other documents and records, and they are prepared to question the target of the investigation if the target takes them up on the invitation to testify. And prosecutors do that because we want to give the target of the investigation the opportunity to perhaps explain that he's done nothing wrong, committed no crimes. Now, I will say, Joe, rarely do targets take us up on that invitation because they have a privilege against self-incrimination, and they would rather save whatever evidence they have to try to defend themselves at trial.
So, Glenn, the prosecutor here, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, was on MSNBC's Politics Nation with Al Sharpton over the weekend. He's received some criticism for why it's taken so long for this investigation to take off. Let's listen to what he had to say about that.
We have an active investigation. Many observed last year the trial of the Trump Organization. And so what I would say is the same team is working with the same type of professionalism and rigor. I'm constrained from saying anything more than that because I don't want to prejudice any investigation. We follow the facts. Doesn't matter what party you are. Doesn't matter your background. What did you do and what does the law say?
So, Glenn, amid this criticism, what do you make of his comments there?
I think the criticism is well placed, Joe, because this is, I would call this a lesser charge. These hush money payments, they're serious. They appear to be criminal. But let's remember, Alvin Bragg's prosecutors brought charges against the Trump Organization, the organization that bears his name, for a 15-year-long criminal scheme to defraud in the first degree, a massive tax fraud scheme. And the Trump Organization was convicted Of course, the prosecutors who were working that investigation recommended to Bragg that Donald Trump should be sitting at defense table charged in that case, and Bragg killed that investigation at that time for reasons that are entirely unclear. So I'm not going to say this is too little too late. I'm glad Bragg is moving forward on at least some charges against Donald Trump, but I think we're going to have to see how this trial plays out and then assess whether the criticism of Bragg's decisions is fair or unfair.
A key player in all this is Trump's former attorney lawyer Michael Cohen. He did meet with the DA on Friday. He's expected to testify before a grand jury today. He spoke with our cameras as he headed into court on Friday. Let's listen to that.
I have to applaud District Attorney Bragg for giving Donald the opportunity to come in and to tell his story. Now, knowing Donald as well as I do, understand that he doesn't tell the truth. It's one thing to turn around and to lie on your untruth social. It's another thing to turn around and lie before a grand jury. So I don't suspect that he's going to be coming.
Quickly, Glenn, your thoughts on Michael Cohen's comments?
You know, I think it's finally time for Michael Cohen to appear before the grand jury. The prosecutors in New York have met with him reportedly 20 times. He can be a challenging witness because he committed crimes himself. And now the prosecutors are going to ultimately present him to a jury and ask a jury to credit him. But when he says, look, I committed crimes, some of them were at the direction of and for the benefit of Donald Trump, that's the kind of thing that usually resonates with a trial jury.
All right, Glenn Kirshner, thank you for your analysis this morning. We appreciate it.
Coming up on Morning News Now, spring breakers beware. This morning, state officials in Texas warning travelers to avoid going to Mexico. More on the warning after a kidnapping that left 2 Americans dead.
And developing overnight, tensions rising as the U.S. and South Korea kick off their biggest joint military drill in years. We'll bring you the latest after the break.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Millions of Americans are gearing up for spring break. But if your plans include a trip to Mexico, Texas state officials say you should reconsider. They are now asking Americans to avoid traveling to the country because of recent violence. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the story.
As spring breakers flood popular tourist destinations in Mexico,
it's vacation, it's beautiful, it's paradise.
Texas state officials urging residents to avoid travel to the country. The Department of Public Safety saying drug cartel violence and other criminal activity represent a significant threat.
Obviously, the border is a very different place than Cancun. It's much more tourist-based, so it feels a lot more homey and a lot more safer here.
The advisory coming after 4 Americans were kidnapped and 2 of them killed in Mexico.
Mexico, here we come.
This video showing the group while on their journey before the attack. Yet, the U.S. Department of State's latest guidance only lists 6 Mexican states under a do not travel advisory. Destinations like Cabo and Cancun remain in a level 2 advisory, warning visitors to exercise increased caution.
For someone that has already planned their travel, would you advise them to reconsider or cancel their travel later this month?
Take everything on a case-by-case basis. This is an individual decision that has to be made based on what you learn about the resort area you're going to. Stay away from level 4 State Department do not travel states. Reconsider any travel to the level 3 category states from the State Department.
Back in Texas, the FBI is also investigating the disappearance of 3 U.S. residents who crossed into Mexico 3 weeks ago and never returned.
They were going towards to a flea market to sell some clothing articles. One of the lady's husbands was in constant communication. Then all of a sudden lost contact.
Yet thousands of Americans are expected to arrive at Mexican hotspot destinations.
And for those that do decide to make the trip into Mexico, it's recommended to turn on location services on cell phones and share that with someone in the U.S. Also, communicate with the resort or hotel where you're staying. Find out if there's any airport transports to get to and from the airport safely, and register with the nearest consulate if possible. Back to you.
Guad Venegas, thank you so much.
U.S. officials are denying allegations by Iran's top diplomat that both countries have reached an agreement over a prisoner swap. Iran's foreign minister made the claim in an interview with state TV yesterday without offering any evidence or specific details. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with more on this. Ali, good to have you with us. So we know indirect talks over a prisoner exchange have been ongoing, as NBC News reported a month ago. Walk us through what exactly Iran's foreign minister has alleged here.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Yesterday, Iran's foreign minister, Amir Abdollahian, said that Tehran is in the final stages, on the cusp of finalizing a prisoner swap with the U.S., claiming that progress on a highly sensitive and significant issue had been made. He added that they have reached an agreement and that if everything goes well on the American side, an exchange could be done in very short order. Speaking on state TV, he added that Iran was ready while the U.S. was still working on what he said was the final technical coordination. Now, Iran has long said that it's ready for a prisoner swap as long as the deal releases Iranian funds held in South Korea. More than $7 billion of Iranian oil revenue is frozen in 2 South Korean banks because of American sanctions. But state media last week, interestingly, Joe, said that the release of the funds had been agreed and that the prisoner exchange was imminent. Clearly, that doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Yeah, Ali, so we mentioned that U.S. officials are denying Iran's claims. What exactly is the State Department saying here? And then what is Tehran's reaction to that denial?
Sure. Well, within hours of Iran issuing that statement, it was refuted by U.S. officials. They say that Iran was simply lying, that they didn't hesitate to make things up, and that this was just another especially cruel lie that only adds to the suffering of the families. Whilst insisting this was a false claim, the State Department also reiterated that Washington was committed to securing the release of Americans held in Iran. Ned Price was saying that they're going to be working very hard on getting all of these Americans held in Iran back to the U.S. He even named them by name. But the spokesman for the Iranian Foreign Ministry weighed in again today after the U.S. denied the deal was on the cards, saying that since last March, an agreement had been signed between the two sides through an intermediary regarding the exchange for prisoners. Look, Iran is prone to making these statements that don't hold much water. They've made various claims over the last year over the economy, nuclear deal, foreign relations that just haven't rung true, and that's mostly for domestic consumption. The economy, the social situation, especially after the protests, is in a terrible situation, and they want to try and revive that a little bit, especially as Iran heads into Persian New Year, the most important holiday of the year for Iranians at the end of April.
And Ali, very quickly, let's talk about the humans here, the citizens who are being held in Iran. What do we know about them?
Well, the Islamic Republic is holding at least 3 Iranian-American dual nationals in its prisons: Siamak Namazi, Ahmad Sharghi, and Morad Tabaz. They've all been charged with espionage, endangering national security, and have been given lengthy jail sentences. They all say that they are innocent of these charges, but Siamak Namazi has recently issued a statement saying that their situation is very desperate.
All right, Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you as always for your reporting.
Thanks.
The United States and South Korea have begun their biggest joint military drills in 5 years. It comes one day after North Korea test-fired 2 cruise missiles, seemingly in response to the exercises. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from the South Korean capital of Seoul. So, Josh, tell us a little bit about what these drills involve, how long are they expected to last, and why are they taking place now?
Well, they're 11 days long with no breaks. They involve things, Ellison, like live artillery fire exercises, amphibious landings, and computerized simulations of defending against an attack from North Korea. And they're happening now because they have really been scaled back over the last 5 years or so. First, when former President Trump was pursuing diplomacy with Kim Jong-un, and the South Korean government at the time was very pro-engagement with the North. And then, of course, there was the COVID-19 pandemic. But last year, North Korea fired more missiles than any year before, and the tensions really have been rising here on the Korean Peninsula. That's one reason the U.S. and South Korea are working now to demonstrate their joint ability to defend against a potential North Korean attack.
You mentioned that North Korea fired more missile tests last year than they have any other year. What do you make of the missiles that they have most recently fired? What do we know about those tests, and has there been any sort of reaction from other nations in the region?
So we know that yesterday, just as these exercises were about to kick off, North Korea launched 2 submarine-based missiles, cruise missiles, from a sub off the coast of North Korea. According to state media in Pyongyang, they flew for about 2 hours, making figure-8 circles before eventually reaching their target. South Korea's military has confirmed at least one of those launches. They say they are working closely with the U.S. and with intelligence agencies both in Seoul and in Washington to figure out exactly what was launched and to make sure that they are ready to defend against that and any other threat.
Talk to us a little bit about North Korea and the possibility of nuclear test. What is the likelihood that we could see something like that soon?
Yeah, that is really the scenario that this region is bracing for right now. And just last week, the United States, in its annual U.S. intelligence community threat assessment, said that it's likely that North Korea may be planning what would be a 7th nuclear test. And U.S. intelligence says that North Korea is working at this point to try to get the U.S. to accept it as a de facto member of the international nuclear community. Because remember, North Korea already has nuclear warheads. What they have not yet done is demonstrate the ability to put them onto a weapon that would be capable of carrying them to the United States. But North Korea apparently trying to gain more acceptance as part of that nuclear club, something the U.S. says, of course, that it will not accept, Ellison.
Okay. Josh Letterman, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. About 5 months after taking his historic seat in office as Britain's first Asian prime minister, Rishi Sunak sat down with nightly news anchor Lester Holt. It is the UK leader's first U.S. interview since assuming his new role. He discussed the threat from China. Take a listen.
Prime Minister, the U.S. is concerned that China may provide weapons to Russia with regard to the Ukraine war. If that were to happen, what should the response be?
That would be a very worrying and dangerous development. And I think the strong message that the UK, the US, and all countries have said to China, but to any country, is not to support Russia in this conflict. They are clearly an aggressor. They have broken the law. What they're doing is appalling, and no other countries should be trying to support them.
Would you support sanctions against China?
Yeah, I think with sanctions, it's always something that is best done coordinated with allies, because for sanctions to be effective, we have to do them together. The strong message I'd say to the international community is continue to isolate Russia, because what they're doing is illegal, it's wrong, and provide support to Ukraine quickly, because with that they can really make a breakthrough in this war and bring this conflict to an end.
And you can catch more of Lester's exclusive interview tonight on NBC Nightly News.
All right, coming up, let the madness begin. We are talking about March Madness, of course.
But before you fill out those brackets, we're going to break down some of the biggest contenders in college hoops, plus the teams you don't want to sleep on. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It is time to get your brackets ready. March Madness is officially here.
Selection Sunday is now in the rearview mirror, with Alabama getting the overall #1 seed and Houston, Kansas, and Purdue rounding out the other #1 seeds for the men. And while the odds of a perfect bracket are 1 in 9 quintillion, give or take, we can dream, can't we? So for more on this, we are joined by NBC Sports host Corey Robinson. Corey, thank you so much for being here. First of all, for those of us who are about to fill out their bracket, who are your top picks? What's your advice? Where do we go?
I mean, first of all, it's funny.
there's, like you said, there's no chance that you're probably going to get everything correct.
Really? I've never seen that many digits on a screen before.
Big numbers, didn't know I didn't pronounce it. So I was like, I just gave up after a while. The key is to have fun with your friends, right? Like me and my family, normally we do like a bracket, you put it on the fridge, right? And it's like, okay, maybe, if I can beat you, then I win,
Right, yeah.
So, the problem, though, is when you go for your alma maters, like I'm a Notre Dame fan, it's unlikely. so you have to play a little smart. So the way to do it is think about the number 1 seeds. Basketball and men's basketball, generally speaking, the upsets happen early on. But Kansas is going to get there to the Final Four. Alabama's going to get there. I do think Purdue will not. I do think they'll get upset. And I do think Duke is going to end up winning their quadrant. There are a couple areas where you think, okay, well, maybe there's some room for upsets later on. But for the most part, Blue Bloods will get there.
Okay, so talk to us about underdogs. I went to Wofford College, and I love the underdogs. I mean, it was a huge year. I was in school the first time we ever made it to the big dance. Huge thing, tiny school, not supposed to happen. What underdogs are you watching?
I think you might have to go to the women's side to find the underdogs, and they're UCLA and Tennessee. They did really nice in the tournament. They upset Stanford and LSU, respectively. And that's a big deal. Stanford is, I think they're going to get to the Final Four again. So I think if you're looking for an underdog, UCLA and Tennessee are your best bets. But for the most part, it's like South Carolina's going to win. It's going to be very difficult to beat South Carolina. They haven't lost in over a year. They're just unbelievable. Don Staley coaches the Olympic team. Aaliyah Boston's the best player in the country. No one's going to beat South Carolina, most likely.
All right, so if you have your bracket there, that's something to keep in mind. All right, so we're rounding out Oscar season here, so I like to use the word snub all the time. So let's use the word snub here. Was there anyone who should have made it into the brackets and didn't?
Well, I would say there's a notable absence, and that notable absence is North Carolina. I mean, Kansas and North Carolina playing in the national championship on the men's side last year. Kansas is still, locked up the number 1 seed. I think they're going to go back to the Final Four, perhaps repeat. I mean, it's going to be pretty tough. But North Carolina is nowhere to be found. They actually turned down the invitation to the NIT tournament. They're just like, we're done. And think about what that, how do you have 2 different paths like that, right? National championship to then not even in the tournament. And that's kind of, that was very shocking for a lot of people.
Yeah. So you touched on this a little bit earlier, but talk to us about who you are watching in terms of women's teams. Is there any standout player we should be keeping an eye on? Who's your top pick?
Well, like I said, Aaliyah Boston, you have no idea how amazing she is. The South Carolina team, they just they're the new UConn. It's that level. I do think, speaking of UConn, they were injury-riddled last year. Somehow, despite all odds, they end up going to the national championship game and losing against South Carolina. They're also in the same kind of situation right now. So I do think, despite their injuries, they could still go far. But the one that I'm looking for on the women's side is Iowa. Caitlin Clark is sensational. She had a 30-point triple-double in the championship game, in the conference championship game. I mean, she's unbelievable. So I think they can actually upset Stanford and win that quadrant, and I think they could actually perhaps beat South Carolina.
And on the men's side, do you have a pick? Who's going to win it all? Who's cutting down the net?
It's so tough. For me, I do think it's going to come down to, I think it's going to be Alabama, and I think it's going to be Kansas. So I think Kansas is going to repeat, but I do have my eyes on Duke. I think they're going to upset and win their quadrant. And it's funny because they beat Miami, who was the regular season ACC champs. They won the ACC tournament, and they're peaking at the right time. And Kyle Filipowski is like a real, legit 7-foot superstar. I think they can go to the Final Four this year. And I think they might upset some people.
All right.
So I wrote it down so I can hopefully upset in my house.
I was just going to say, put on the fridge and be like, you've got a bunch of basketball fans watching, you have a bunch of people who haven't watched a single game this year who are like, oh, I want to be an expert in this now.
I wrote it down. I got it. Alabama, Kansas.
All right. Corey Robinson, as always, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, an added struggle for breast cancer survivors.
Yeah, up next here on Morning News Now, why some patients are facing pushback from insurance companies over a popular reconstructive surgery.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's estimated that every year in this country, 100,000 people get mastectomies.
Many of them are done because the person is at high risk or already has breast cancer. But now some insurance companies are making it harder for people who are already going through so much to get a popular type of reconstructive breast surgery. NBC News correspondent Emilia Queta has more.
Jessica Hezekiah found out she had breast cancer back in October of 2020.
You're stunned to know that at 34, I've got left breast cancer. So that started my journey.
After getting a mastectomy, removing her left breast, going through chemo and 33 rounds of radiation, she decided to get reconstructive surgery.
This was absolutely necessary for me. I kept my right one because there's nothing wrong with it. So when you have that unilateral appearance, it does something to you.
She opted for something called deep flap surgery, where a doctor uses the patient's blood vessels, fat, and skin from their stomach to reconstruct the breast without damaging their abdominal muscle. And for Jessica, the surgery was life-changing.
This is me again. I'm living, right? I'm no longer just going to my treatments. I'm a person again. I'm myself. I'm beautiful, right? This is my new mold.
Now, more breast cancer patients are choosing to get reconstructive breast surgeries. In 2020, about 17% were deep flap. Dr. Elizabeth Potter calls it the gold standard.
It's really the culmination of many years of refinement of surgical techniques, and it creates a lifelong reconstruction for a patient with living tissue that does not involve an implant.
A few years ago, Dr. Potter says the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services changed the billing code for the procedure, prompting some insurance companies to drastically slash reimbursements for deep flap surgery, making it really tough for the average person to afford.
We live in the best country to have great physicians learn their craft, to be good at it, to provide you with the best outcome, least complications, to then say, but how much money do you have?
And paying out of pocket can be expensive. It can cost upwards of $50,000, according to medical experts.
Wealthy women around the country will always have access to reconstruction using their own tissue. Make no mistake about that. This insurance change is challenging the access of women who need care through insurance. And honestly, that's most patients.
Nearly half of people with breast cancer in a new survey called out-of-pocket costs a significant or catastrophic burden.
We didn't ask to get cancer, so I feel like the insurance company is taking away an option that we could have that would help us be more normal.
It's a little alarming and concerning. I've never faced something like this before where it was covered and now it's not.
The Women's Health and Cancer Rights Act from 1998 says insurance group plans that cover mastectomies must also cover all stages of reconstruction of the breast. So how did we get here? Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a breast cancer survivor herself, says a lot of finger pointing.
For this bureaucracy to have blown up the opportunity in many cases for women to have a less impactful, physically less impactful surgery that is going to use their natural tissue is just unacceptable, and they have to work it out.
We need to ensure that women around the country don't just have coverage, but have access to reconstruction. And we need to ensure that women around the country are fully informed of their options at the time of diagnosis.
Our thanks to Emilia Cato for that report. When it comes to why this is happening, the answer is a little bit murky. The Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services says the American Association of Plastic Surgeons actually requested the change, but that group blames insurers for limiting patients' access. Meanwhile, several insurance companies we reached out to maintain the change in code does not change patients' out-of-pocket costs. We'll keep an eye on it.
Time now for a look at what else is making financial headlines this morning, starting with more possible layoffs at Meta.
Yes, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Meta Platforms is planning additional layoffs to be announced in multiple rounds in the coming months. The Wall Street Journal reports they would roughly be the same magnitude as the 13% cuts Meta made last year. The new rounds will likely hit non-engineering roles, and Meta is expected to shut down some projects and teams, including some wearable devices that were in the works. General Motors is exploring uses for ChatGPT as part of a broader collaboration with Microsoft. A GM executive telling Reuters last week, ChatGPT could be used to access information on how to use the features of your car or truck that are normally found in an owner's manual. It could also program functions such as a garage door code or integrate schedules from a calendar. Reports say GM is working on a virtual personal assistant that uses AI technology behind ChatGPT. And we all scream for more Scream at the box office. The 6th installment of the long-running slasher series, scaring up more than $44 million in its opening weekend, according to ComScore, and that's enough to top the competition. It's also the best opening for any of the Scream movies in the franchise, guys.
Who needs Halloween to have a scary movie?
I was going to confess, I've never seen
Any of them?
Any of them?
Oh my
I'm so
God.
ashamed.
You have to go
There's
back to the-
6.
I've seen at least 2.
Okay, all right. Well, we can watch the new one together, Silvana. Thank
There
you
you go.
so
Perfect.
much.
We'll watch you watching it.
Yeah.
You scream. All right.
Thanks, Silvana.
Coming up on Morning News Now, let's keep the Hollywood theme going. History in Hollywood.
After the break, we'll bring you the highlights from this year's Academy Awards, from the standout winners to some significant shutouts. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with a full circle moment at the Oscars as Ke Huy Quan and Harrison Ford shared an emotional hug. It has been 39 years since they starred together in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Well, last night the actors were reunited on stage during the show's biggest moment. Ford was presenting the Best Picture Oscar Award to Quan's movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, and they recreated that same hug they gave each other all those years ago. Just one of many amazing moments surrounding that movie in particular.
Believe it or not, that was just one incredible moment from what was an incredible night in Hollywood as movie stars came together to celebrate some of the top movies of the year. You stayed up for it.
I did stay up for it. From historic wins to powerhouse performances, no shortage of entertainment at the Oscars this year. Here to highlight some of the big Oscar moments is Vanity Fair staff writer Aaron Vanderhoof. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's walk through basically the big winners. Everything Everywhere came out huge last night. What were the most notable wins?
So Everything Everywhere All at Once, it is actually it's the first movie since Network in 1976 to get 3 Oscar categories. to get 3 acting categories. Yeah. Biggest winner
ever. It's been that long.
Ever.
Wow, my goodness.
And I think that hug between Ke Huy Quan and Harrison Ford underlines, I think, exactly how unexpected it was that it premiered a year ago at South by Southwest. It's a genre film. It doesn't have the big, names in the middle, but it got so much love. It got so much support from A24, and it really just, it was the internet's, most argued about movie of the year, which I think is a good sign. You got Brendan Fraser, who won for The Whale, another win for A24. I think that they're a smaller film studio that they have just really put themselves out there as we're trying to do unusual films and good actors.
It's really a year of the comeback, really, when you look at that between Ke Huy Quan, a child star coming back from 2 decades away, Brendan Fraser having this great moment, too.
I think I went to bed early, as I confessed here, and did not watch all of it. But the first thing I did when I got up was go back and watch Ke Huy Quan's speech. And I think we have a little bit of that we can play because it was one of quite a few very emotional speeches. Let's listen.
My journey started on a boat. I spent a year in a refugee camp. And somehow, I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. They say stories like this only happen in the movies. I cannot believe it's happening to me. This is the American dream.
I have chills again just listening to that bit. What speeches stood out to you? Did any make you feel emotional?
Oh, it was the night of the moms. I feel like almost every single mother got a shout out, which made sense as Everything Everywhere All at Once is a movie about motherhood and about the relationship between moms and kids. But Ruth E. Carter, she won again for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Her mother died just about a week ago. She was 101, and she ended her speech with just the most touching moment. She says, "Watch out for Chadwick, honor honoring Chadwick Boseman, the late star of the first Black Panther, and that was such a poignant moment. And along with performances like Rihanna's to honor Chadwick, I think that good to feel his energy in there.
Another wonderful moment was when Jamie Lee Curtis, who's had this incredible long career, wins for Best Supporting Actress. I think it was the expected win, but still, there's always talk on social media where people say, "Hey, why not Angela Bassett? It would have won hers," or the younger Stephanie Hsu, who was in Everything Everywhere All at Once with Jamie Lee Curtis, got the Oscar so white hashtag going a little bit. I mean, we should keep in mind 2 of the 4 actors who won were actors of color. Still, there was some controversy there, right?
I think that in the movie, the Stephanie Hsu's role in it is just so fundamental and was so viral that I think it is kind of hard to imagine if you're putting those 2 people together. But at Vanity Fair, we predicted it because Jamie Lee Curtis took home the SAG a couple weeks ago, and that's if you're going to get the SAG, you're going to get the Oscar usually. And so part of the issue, though, is that Angela Bassett, first person to ever get an acting nomination for a Marvel film, and so I think that there's feelings around that. But I think in Jamie Lee Curtis's sense, she's been saying she's the original Nepo baby. Her father, Tony Curtis, her mother, Janet Leigh, both nominees who never won. And she also used her speech to talk about the importance of genre film. And I think that Everything Everywhere All at Once is just such a fun mashup of genres. Giving it to Hollywood history, who also has a history in, as a scream queen, I think is it's a narrative that really makes sense to the Oscars.
Talk to us about the musical performance. What stood out to you?
Very quickly here, by the way.
Yes.
I mean, 2 of the biggest pop stars, Rihanna, Lady Gaga took off all of her makeup. You got 14-time nominee Diane Warren. You got David Byrne. But at the end of the day, Natu, amazing performance. It's very obvious why this, Southern Indian film, the song from it, you can tell why that took home their Best Original Song Oscar.
The film was called RRR. You can check it out on Netflix, too, so if you want to see it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, picking up the pieces. It is the largest bank to fail since the 2008 financial crisis. This morning, federal regulators are taking some extraordinary steps to ensure those with funds in Silicon Valley Bank have access to, quote, all of their money. The joint statement from the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and the Treasury Department aimed at keeping the crisis from spreading. Plus, we have expert analysis from our own Stephanie Rule on what the bank's collapse means for America's broader economy. State of emergency this morning across California. Even more severe weather impacting millions. Heavy rain and dangerous flooding breaching a levee in the northern part of the state, prompting the evacuations of thousands. We've got the latest forecast as another atmospheric river slams the region and a nor'easter sets its sights on the opposite coast. Also this morning, hoop dreams are about to play out across the country. March Madness is set to tip off tomorrow night. We've got the lowdown on this year's top teams. The usual suspects, of course, Bama, Houston, Kansas. And there's one Cinderella story that you won't want to take your eyes off of. And the Oscar goes to Everything Everywhere All at Once. A lot of Oscars, actually. 7 in all, including one historic win for actress Michelle Yeoh. We've got a full recap coming up later in the hour. So many historic moments to talk about, memorable speeches. We walked away from the Oscars feeling good this year. Perhaps unlike last year.
We'll take that. That sounds like a win. It makes it more fun for someone like me who didn't watch it last night to go back and catch up, because it's oh, this is nice, this is nice, this is nice.
Very good. We will catch you up in a little bit. We begin this morning with some good news for customers after the massive collapse of Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah, the federal government has unveiled a rescue plan to ensure the bank's customers will have full access to their money starting today. President Biden making these remarks earlier this morning.
Treasury Secretary Yellen and a team of banking regulators have taken action, immediate action. And here are the highlights. First, all customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business. No losses will be, and this is an important point, no losses will be borne by the taxpayers. Let me repeat that. No losses will be borne by the taxpayers.
All of this happening while this morning we're learning depositors at another troubled bank are also included in the plan. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. In addition to saving Silicon Valley Bank, the federal plan will also support depositors at New York-based Signature Bank, which the government says has also been closed. It's a major step by the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and FDIC aimed at shoring up the nation's banking system and preventing a possible financial panic.
This morning, the federal government taking extraordinary new steps to avert a major banking crisis following the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. The government stating that it will ensure all of the California bank's customers will have full access to their deposits today. That includes 87% of deposits that are uninsured because they are above $250,000, the federal insurance limit. The government is also shoring up a second institution, New York-based Signature Bank, which has been closed, guaranteeing its customers will have access to their money. Signature is one of the leading banks for cryptocurrency companies. In a joint statement, the heads of the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and FDIC say the move is designed to protect the U.S. economy by strengthening public confidence in our banking system. The government says no losses will be borne by the taxpayer. President Biden tweeting overnight saying he's firmly committed to holding those responsible for this mess fully accountable.
We want to make sure that the troubles that exist at one bank don't create contagion to others.
SVB was the nation's 16th biggest bank and the largest bank to fail since the financial crisis 15 years ago. Unlike 2008, when the government bailed out big banks to avert an economic meltdown, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is ruling out a federal bailout of SVB. Why did Silicon Valley Bank fail? As a top lender to many startup companies like Airbnb and Pinterest, the bank was hit hard by the recent downturn in tech stocks, with higher interest rates causing the bank's investments to lose value. As some clients began to withdraw deposits, SVB stunned investors last Wednesday, announcing it needed to raise more than $2 billion to shore up its balance sheet. That triggered a run on the bank, with customers withdrawing a staggering $42 billion in just 48 hours before regulators took control of SVB Friday. Among the bank's customers, small business owner Amanda Babcock, who says her livelihood is at stake.
This is everything that we have saved.
Overnight, the largest bank in Europe, HSBC, announced it is rescuing the UK subsidiary of Silicon Valley Bank, which comes as a relief to many tech companies abroad. The British government confirmed it helped the purchase go forward, adding that no British taxpayer money was involved and all customer deposits were protected. That's the key there, the guarantee that deposits are protected both overseas and here, of course.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For more on the fallout from SVB's collapse, we're joined by small business owner and the CEO of Strong Suit, Lindsay Michaelides. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. I mean, SVB has been associated with tech giants, but in a tweet thread of yours that's now been viewed more than 15 million times, you discuss the impact of its failure on small businesses. You say it's not just a 1% problem. So for those who haven't read it, quickly tell us what the collapse has meant for your business and your family.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Joe Nelson, for having me on. I think your story did a good job of highlighting some of the challenges that SVB was facing and called out companies like Airbnb and Pinterest, who are big names that everybody knows. But I think what the public doesn't often know is that there's thousands of entrepreneurs, like the one that you featured at the end of that segment, and myself, who have teams of folks that we're trying to pay payroll for. And as of Friday, all of our funds were locked up in Silicon Valley Bank due to their collapse. And so for me, I started my company Strong Suit to meet the needs of working families. And the Silicon Valley Bank issue really put the livelihoods of families at risk and prevented entrepreneurs and small business owners like myself from being able to make payroll for our teams.
And you point out, you drive a used Honda Odyssey, your husband works in manufacturing, you live in Ohio, you're a mother of 4, and this is key, you employ a team of 15 people, you have 15 employees. What are the biggest problems, the biggest worries that your business does face right now?
Given the news that we got last night, right now we're feeling relieved, grateful, a little exhausted. And so for us, fortunately, I'm so grateful and thankful to say, like, well, we'll go back to business as usual today. For us, I was most concerned about my employees and, being able to ensure that they had a paycheck, not just, at the end of this month, but next month and into the future. And so I feel thrilled that we're able to continue that commitment to them. And so now for us, it's getting back to building, getting back to growing, getting back to adding more jobs to our team, which was already in our plans this year. We added one job last week. Thrilled that I'm not going to have to tell that person that sorry they no longer have a job. So we're gonna get back to what we do, which is build products and create jobs.
This is, quite the scare. Do you walk away from this with any sort of lesson or advice that you give other small business owners?
I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, despite the relief, for exactly that reason, Joe. So I think lots of lessons to be learned here for myself, for small business owners, for us as a nation, for our banking system. I think personally, I'm still working through a lot of those, but I look forward to sharing those with everyone as I process. But yeah, definitely a lot of lessons to be learned, and just grateful that our government acted swiftly, and we're able to come to a great resolution where depositors could be made whole and taxpayer dollars were not impacted in the least.
I can feel the relief for you, Lindsay Michaelides. So thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we're glad to see that things are better for you right now.
Thank you so much. Thrilled to be here.
All right, let's talk a little more about this with NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, this is the most extensive government intervention in the banking system since the 2008 financial crisis. How do yesterday's actions by the government compare to what was done back in 2008?
You are 100% right. We have not seen a bank collapse and a rescue like this since 2008, but it's very different. 2008 was a contagion for real. It was about an entire industry. It was about the mortgage industry. It was about the banking industry in total being overexposed. This is very unique. And Stephanie Gosk mentioned it before. Silicon Valley Bank was sort of different from anyone else. It was the premier bank that funded the startup community, the tech community. In large part, if you were a startup, you had to do business with them. They were the cool kids. It was not cool to be doing your banking with a big bulge bracket bank. Now, unfortunately, this massive concentration wasn't caught by regulators, and it was allowed, right? It shouldn't be that one institution has that kind of exposure to one industry, right? But COVID happens. We know there's huge investment in startups. This bank has ballooning numbers in terms of deposits. They went from $40 billion to almost $200 billion. And what do they do with that money? They made a horrible move, and they invested it in long-term treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. Now, don't let your eyes glaze over. Why does this matter? It was a terrible move because this happened when interest rates were really low. So interest rates move up with Jay Powell trying to lower inflation. What does that do? That makes the value of all those investments plummet. The bank then had this shortfall. Last week, they decided we're going to go out and raise money. It spooks the market. And as Stephanie said, they saw all these depositors pull huge amounts of money out. That caused a run on the bank. It is a unique situation, different from 2008, but one that, as you can tell by the government's actions, needed a rescue.
So Stephanie, U.S. government steps in, launches these emergency measures, allowing customers to have access to their deposits, giving banks access to emergency funds. So in response to this, how are the financial markets looking? Is this going to be enough to put them at ease, do you think?
Well, we'll soon find out. Listen, those involved in SVB and other smaller banks, especially depositors, were absolutely panicked this weekend. You had companies across the country, as you just heard from that small business owner, that didn't know if they'd be able to operate or make payroll. That has been solved. However, when you look at some other smaller regional banks this morning, their shares are in the pre-market down. People are concerned that there will be contagion. There shouldn't be that concern because the government has made it really clear. If you're a depositor, your money is safe. We have your back. You saw them do it with SVB. You saw the FDIC take over that other bank Stephanie mentioned, Signature Bank. So things are still looking shaky in the markets, but that might just be short term.
So, Stephanie, later this month, the Federal Reserve is supposed to have another interest rate meeting. What do you think, if any, impact this will have on the Fed's decision in terms of rate hikes? And just big picture for people who are in that category of eyes glazing over, what should they know about all of this if you're just kind of the average person taking in the news with your coffee?
Okay, if you're just the average person taking in the news, you should feel safe with your money. Remember, even if the government didn't bail out, didn't come in and step in, up to $250,000 is protected by the FDIC. So not many people have more than 250 grand sitting in a bank. That's step one. Step two, is the Fed going to raise rates? Listen, we know we're still in an inflationary environment, but Goldman put out a note last night saying they most likely won't raise as much or as quickly as you were thinking. What just happened to SVB is a big warning to Jay Powell. Remember, you raise rates quickly, there are consequences. I'm not saying SVB did the right thing. They absolutely did the wrong thing, but this is a consequence of rates going up quickly.
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Turning now to the weather this morning, we are tracking extreme conditions on both ends of the country. In California, a community in Monterey County is underwater after a levee broke caused by another round of heavy rain. Thousands living near the Pajaro River have been forced and ordered to evacuate. Those who haven't been told to leave are being told not to drink the water. In the upper Midwest, a different scene. Blizzard conditions blew through over the weekend, and this morning, millions in the Northeast are bracing for a nor'easter in what has been a relatively snowless season.
Let's go now to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the forecast.
Yeah, she's tracking it all for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, it's going to be a tough couple of days on the West Coast. Also on the East Coast, we have another atmospheric river event setting up in the West Coast. That's going to bring feet of snow once again. It's going to bring inches of rain, over 7 inches in some spots. That's going to cause flooding and the potential for some flash flooding. On the East Coast, we're watching a developing nor'easter. That's going to start later on tonight. Into tomorrow, we're going to see winds howling up to 60 miles per hour in some spots and measuring feet of snow in portions of the interior parts of the Northeast. So let's take a look at the maps here, because this is what we're looking at for today. More rain and snow in the west. Chilly temperatures throughout the middle of the country, although quiet in the middle of the country. Temperatures cool in the southern plains, only in the 40s and 50s. Oklahoma City, just 48 degrees today. And then there's that nor'easter developing along the East Coast. We're looking at rain mainly for New York City, mainly for Philly and D.C. Could see a little snow on the backside of this tomorrow, where we could measure a couple inches there. But some spots going to see up to 2 feet of snow in the interior parts of the Northeast. By Wednesday, we're looking at lingering flurries still in the Northeast, and that's because we're looking at that area of low pressure kind of spinning off the coast there. Most of that would be confined at that point into portions of New England. Spring warm up in the southern plains back into the mid 70s in some spots, and unfortunately staying soggy throughout the west, portions of Southern California, Northern California, the Pacific Northwest, into the Rockies, also the Intermountain West, and that stretches into the northern plains as well. Friday, another active day. We're looking at snow returning in portions of the upper Midwest. The Great Lakes could see some rain, maybe a snow mix, depending on where you are. Strong storms in the southern plains along the Gulf Coast as well. It's going to be warm too in the southern plains, and then once again, no relief in the west. It still will be wet for many along portions of the West Coast once again. We're looking at 25 million Americans under winter alerts. That includes the West, the Intermountain West, into the Great Lakes, also the Northeast. And we're going to see these storms continuing not only today, tomorrow, also Wednesday on both coasts. So first, the March nor'easter, we're looking at the area of low pressure really taking hold tonight, with heavy rain, some snow spreading across the Northeast. It's going to be a cold rain throughout the day for the I-95 corridor, so kind of a gloomy day with clouds and that rain falling, and then it really gets heavy overnight. So by tomorrow, we're looking at the heaviest bands of snow developing. We could see 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour in some spots. Winds will be howling 40 to 60 miles per hour. That's going to lead to some power outages. And still Wednesday, that system stalling off the New England coast, so we're going to bring even more snow into parts of New England and wind as well. This is what we're looking in terms of the heavy snow. Snowfall rates 1, 2, 3 inches per hour, localized amounts up to 2 feet. And we're looking at a lot of rain as well. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially along the coast, and anywhere from, let's say, 1 to 3 inches in New York City. But once you go further into the interior parts of Pennsylvania, also New England, portions of New York, we're looking at Albany, 18 to 24 inches, 4 to 8 for Boston, and 1 to 3 inches in New York City. And that's going to be a slushy snow in New York City. Back to you guys.
Okay, we want to continue our coverage of the serious weather situation in California and that levee breach in Monterey County. Nearly 2,000 people have been ordered to evacuate. Joining us now is Monterey County Communications Director Nicholas Pasculi. Nicholas, thank you for joining us. The video that we have seen from the flooding flooding related to that levee breach is absolutely devastating. How serious is the situation on the ground?
It is a very serious situation, without a doubt. I just returned from the field with the sheriff's office and also our county administrative officer, and had a personal survey of the Pajaro area. And the pictures you're seeing, it tells 1,000 words. I mean, it's devastating, and the people of Pajaro are definitely, suffering from this tragic event.
We know that people have been told to evacuate this area. Does it seem like people are heeding those orders, and what resources are available to help them find other places to stay, to get out of their homes?
Yes, and just going through the town of Pajaro just a few hours ago, we didn't see any people in the town. People have either gone to the shelter, which we have set up in the city of Watsonville, which is right across the river at the Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds, or they're staying at one of our other 4 shelters. We have a total of 5 shelters set up in the county, and possibly some of them may be staying with friends and relatives. And we do have social services, mental health services, and a whole host of other nonprofit organizations helping our victims, manage this situation that they're in.
We just heard from our meteorologist that more rain is expected to come for this area. With that, of course, you imagine the risk of more flooding, making a bad situation even worse. Is the county prepared to handle more rain? And if more rain comes, how is that going to impact the rescue and cleanup efforts that are already underway?
The county is very prepared. We have assets and personnel staged throughout the county. We have high water rescue vehicles in areas that we know are going to be problematic within the coming hours. We also have search and rescue teams and swift water rescue teams staged throughout the county. And also our county partners, including fire and EMS and Sheriff's Department, of course. And we also are using mutual aid. We have getting the assistance of other agencies in other cities in California to help us support the people of our community and our county.
All right, Nicholas, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and we wish the best for you and your community as you go through all of this. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
Staying in California, at least 8 people are dead after 2 suspected smuggling boats capsized off the coast of San Diego this weekend. Search missions are now underway for at least 7 other victims who went missing after the incident. The crash comes amid a growing number of fatal migrant crossings since 2021. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with more on this. So Dana, first of all, walk us through some of the details here. What do we know about these boats that were discovered, and what were the conditions that rescue teams faced once they did arrive on the scene?
So, Joe, San Diego police received a 911 call from a woman on one of those panga boats around midnight Sunday. She said there was a crash and that her boat carrying about 8 people made it to shore, but a second one carrying 15 capsized in the water. At least 8 adult bodies have been found. 7 people remain missing. Now, this sparked a dangerous rescue attempt that lasted about an hour yesterday, and they then transitioned to a recovery mission that lasted about 5 hours. Joe, crews, however, found no additional survivors.
So, Dana, I mean, officials are warning these kinds of incidents are happening more often in the area. So, first of all, why are there more migrants coming by boat? And just how dangerous, how deadly has this journey been in the past?
So according to the U.S. Coast Guard, since 2017, there's been a 771% increase in human trafficking in the Southern California coastal region. Now, officials explained more. Listen.
Since 2021, we've had 23 lives lost at sea. This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. This is part of a transnational criminal organization effort to smuggle people into the United States. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive.
Now, the head of the San Diego Lifeguard Division said that they tried everything they could to recover more people. Joe?
And Dana, do we have any updates on how the search is going for those remaining potential victims? We mentioned at least 7 still missing, and do officials have any idea of what could have happened to them?
Well, Joe, the search has since been suspended. Officials say for those missing, it's unclear if they made it to land or if they died. Joe?
Right. Dana Griffin, thank you for your reporting from California. Appreciate it.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, new developments in the horrific murders of 4 University of Idaho students late last year. The search warrants now out to dozens of companies and their connection to the suspected killer.
Plus, a war of words is now heating back up between former President Trump and his former Vice President Mike Pence. We'll bring you Pence's searing new comments on the insurrection as Trump heads to Iowa with 2024 on his mind. Stick around.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11. Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back with new developments in the investigation into the murder of 4 University of Idaho students as new search warrants reveal new information about the suspect. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has the latest.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Ellison. New court documents obtained by NBC News show warrants were served to dozens of companies in connection to the Idaho murder case, including Apple, Google, Verizon, even Tinder. And for now, the content of those warrants is being redacted or sealed, but it is clear that investigators are trying to find out exactly where Kohlberger went and what he was doing.
New search warrants revealing dozens of major companies are being forced to turn over information in connection with the murder case against Brian Kohlberger.
All right.
Among those served, tech names like Apple, Amazon, Google, and DoorDash, social media companies Meta, Snapchat, and Tinder, and retailers Walmart and K-Bar Knives, the brand of knife sheath found at the crime scene with a single source of male DNA linked to Kohlberger. But not all the warrants are focused on the suspect. Some are requesting bank and social media information about the victims.
They're trying to find out if there is a hidden link that could explain a motive.
They will never be forgotten.
The 4 college students were found stabbed to death in an off-campus home last November. Authorities still haven't publicly released a motive, but alleged cell phone data shows Kohlberger stalked their house at least a dozen times before the killings and even went back to the crime scene hours after the murders. Experts say data from these warrants may help investigators piece together an even stronger digital footprint.
They are going all in, if you will, gathering every single conceivable piece of evidence so that if any doubt is raised, they will be ready.
Meanwhile, we're also learning new details about what officials say Kohberger was doing the moment he was arrested at his parents' house across the country in Pennsylvania.
Brian, what are you doing?
The 28-year-old wearing gloves while separating his trash.
Mr. Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The Monroe County 1st District Attorney calling that behavior significant for the investigation.
To me, that's incredibly damning. It shows a consciousness of guilt, that he was making sure that his DNA did not end up in the trash.
Other newly unsealed search warrants show what police did seize in Pennsylvania, including a gun and knife, black face masks and gloves, a cell phone, multiple laptops, and a book with underlining on page 118. Investigators also say they found a shovel in Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra and seized parts from the car itself, from the headrests and the seatbelt to brake and gas pedals.
Now, when it comes to these new documents, the judge ordered them to stay sealed and redacted, saying they contain highly intimate facts or statements or information that might threaten the safety or endanger the life or safety of individuals. Now, experts say that is likely to protect the prosecution's case and prevent tainting a potential jury pool, given the whole national attention that this case has received. Meanwhile, Brian Kohberger's preliminary hearing is set for June. That could last an entire week, and so far he hasn't yet entered a plea, but Kohberger's attorney said that he was eager to be exonerated. Back to you guys.
All right, NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz, thank you. And be sure to tune in to the premiere of Stay Tuned Now tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time here on News Now, where Gotti will bring you everything from the latest breaking news to what's on the horizon.
Today, former President Trump is expected to hit the campaign trail yet again. This time, he's in Iowa. His speech comes on the heels of scathing comments made by former Vice President Mike Pence over the weekend about the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. Pence said in part, quote, "Make no mistake about it, what happened that day was a disgrace, and it mocks decency to portray it any other way." NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Davenport, Iowa. Good morning, Vaughn. Vaughn, let's talk about the former vice president's comments this weekend. I'll read to you a little more of what he had to say. Quote, "President Trump was wrong. I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day, and I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable." Do you think Donald Trump will talk about this today? What do you make of it?
You know, he has oddly sort of defended Mike Pence over the last year and a half, especially Ellison. He has acknowledged that Mike Pence may be a fellow presidential contender, but he does not see him as a political risk. And in the game of politics, especially when you're running against other Republicans, you don't want to alienate other voters. At the same time, those were Mike Pence's harshest words about Donald Trump since the two of them left the White House. Now, to note, those remarks were made off camera at a dinner of journalists and politicians in Washington, D.C., and notably, he hasn't really come out swinging on camera in a very forceful way against Donald Trump. So for now, Donald Trump is looking at pollings. He's consistently holding anywhere from 20, 30, 40-point leads, and Mike Pence, frankly, is only in the lower single digits, at least according to polling among Republican voters. So the question here is, at what time does Donald Trump feel or want to try to undercut individuals, including his former vice president?
You talked about how he doesn't really seem to see Pence as a political risk or threat. One person he does seem to see as that is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We have heard Donald Trump talk about the Florida governor quite a bit. He has his own nickname. That being said, DeSantis has not announced a presidential run. He was in Iowa on Friday. What do you make of that trip? Do you expect Donald Trump to talk about DeSantis at his rally later today?
Right. I think, Ellison, if I may, even Iowans would tell you right now, it's not necessarily pretty out here in the heart of the Midwest right now. And so clearly when a governor of Florida is coming to Iowa, there's clearly political motives involved here. And he joined the likes of Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, and he made some exacting remarks suggesting that his office in Florida is not full of palace intrigue or leaks, without naming Donald Trump a clear inference to the former president in his 4 years in Washington, D.C. But, you know, in the words of Yahoo reporter Tom LoBianco, a friend of ours, he noted yesterday that these potential Republican rivals like Mike Pence and Ron DeSantis, they're more coming out, not with knives, but more like, you know, butter knives against Donald Trump here. Even Mike Pence says that, you know, history will hold Donald Trump accountable, but he's been subpoenaed by the Department of Justice special counsel to sit before and talk about the events surrounding Donald Trump in the effort to overturn the 2020 election, but he hasn't agreed to do that. So really, everybody is still quite hesitant to really take Donald Trump head on as we approach an Iowa caucus at the beginning of 2024.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard already on the trail for us. You might be cold, but always informative. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Coming up, a new travel warning for all you spring breakers out there.
Yeah, what you should know about heading down to Mexico on the heels of that tragic and deadly kidnapping of 4 Americans earlier this month. Stick around. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at a new warning for people traveling for spring break.
The authorities now urging Americans not to travel to Mexico amid ongoing threats of violence in the country. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Miami with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe Ellison, good morning. And it's that time of year where beaches everywhere are in high demand, but especially in Mexico, where the nightlife and the cities have combined to draw travelers now for decades. But with this new travel warning from officials citing rising crime and kidnapping, many travelers are forced to rethink their fun in the sun entirely.
This morning as spring break heats up and crowds start to head out for that idyllic beach getaway. Texas authorities are issuing an urgent warning against travel to Mexico.
Because right now it is too dangerous.
The latest State Department advisory also covering much of the country. Officials urging Americans to exercise increased caution in hotspots like Cancun and Cabo and reconsider travel in popular cities like Puerto Vallarta. A strict do not travel alert posted to 6 additional Mexican states, all due to an increased risk of crime and kidnapping, including a high level of drug cartel violence.
Nancy called. Here we come.
The warning comes after a deadly incident earlier this month when authorities say 4 Americans driving from South Carolina into northeast Mexico were mistakenly targeted by cartel gunmen. Video showing their violent abduction after authorities say the cartel members opened fire. 2 of the 4 longtime friends were killed. The remaining 2 survivors returning home just last week. Currently, more than 550 Americans are reported missing in Mexico. Authorities say 2 sisters and their friend are still nowhere to be found after they crossed the border more than 2 weeks ago from the small city of Pinitas, Texas, into northeast Mexico. Police say the 3 women were last headed to a flea market in a green pickup truck. Their family now suspects they were kidnapped.
This is basically the first time I hear of regular citizens going missing. Like I said, we've never had this issue before that I can remember.
With so many increased safety risks in the area, authorities say it's important to be prepared and remain vigilant. If you do have plans to visit Mexico this spring break, experts suggest staying in a resort for added security. Share your mobile phone location with somebody at home and consider getting travel insurance in case of an emergency. Plus, make sure to sign up for the State Department's Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, which will keep you connected with the local embassy and up to date with the latest advisories.
Now, experts say you likely can't rebook strictly because of a change in travel advisories, but a lot of local carriers, guys, have banded together in recent years to do away with change fees for all tickets with the exception of those most basic economy fares. So if you would like to cancel now, you still have a shot to get travel credit. In the meantime, experts say if you're looking for a domestic alternative to Mexico, the beaches here in Florida and all along the Gulf Coast are most definitely open. Guys?
Good to know, Morgan. He'll check them out for us, just to make sure. All right, thank you, Morgan.
More international headlines, starting with the latest updates from the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joined us from Tel Aviv with that and other world headlines. Raf, good morning.
Joe, Ellison, good morning. In eastern Ukraine, the fighting continues to rage as the world watches the latest developments in the relationship between Russia and China. Chinese President Xi Jinping was sworn in for an unprecedented 3rd term this week and could be heading to Moscow as early as next week. The visit would be a major symbol of Xi's support for Putin, even as Russian forces struggle on the battlefield. The East African nation of Mozambique is being battered for a 2nd time by Cyclone Freddy. Hundreds of people have been displaced, and electricity and communication lines have been torn down by the overwhelming winds. At least 1 person is confirmed to have been killed this weekend, but the death toll is expected to rise. And finally, Sir David Attenborough, the planet's favorite nature documentary maker, needed a little help from some friends while making a film about orca whales. Wildlife enthusiasts on Britain's Shetland Islands kept Attenborough's crew up to date on whale sightings so they could get their cameras to the right place. The series took 3 years to make. And guys, I hope those Shetland Islanders get a film credit at the end. Who knows? Maybe one day there'll be an Oscar for best whale watching.
Yes. Exactly. If nothing else, we are giving them recognition right now.
Good
so
job,
there you
Raf.
go. All right. Thank you, Raf.
There you go.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, you better slap those dancing shoes on because March Madness is about to tip off.
Yeah, we're going to give you the full rundown on all of the season's top teams at the big dance. And, of course, a Cinderella story that you won't want to take your eyes off of. It's coming up next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with financial headlines. Etsy is warning its sellers that payments may take, well, a little longer than usual.
Yeah, Silvana Hanau joins us now with more on that and some other money headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Ellis and Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so Etsy is warning sellers it could take longer than usual to process some payments due to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Now, Etsy used the bank to facilitate payments to some merchants. It's working with other payment partners to process deposits and expects to pay the affected sellers within the next several business days. More than 7.5 million merchants use Etsy to sell their goods online. Cryptocurrencies are rallying today as the U.S. government moves to protect the depositors of Silicon Valley Bank, and HSBC bought the bank's UK operations. Bitcoin jumping as much as 10% before pulling back. Crypto markets were under pressure last week following the collapse of SVB and Silvergate Capital, one of the biggest lenders to the industry. And Apple is reminding us spring is just around the corner. It's unveiled a new color for the iPhone 14 and 14 Plus, yellow. It's identical to the iPhone models that launched last fall and runs on iOS 16. You can pre-order one now, and they'll be in stores starting tomorrow, guys.
I don't even know what color my phone is because I always just put a color on it.
I forget. I always forget what color my phone is.
With the case, it can be whatever color you want, but it's nice yellow.
Exactly.
Thanks, Yvonne. I appreciate it. I'm sure someone appreciates the yellow color. All right. The brackets are set in just over 24 hours. March Madness will officially tip off, and we're all watching to see whether the top seeds are going to go all the way or maybe someone else.
But it is always the unlikely Cinderella stories that create excitement and help define what this tournament is really all about. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Florida Atlantic University with more. Hi, Sam.
Allison, Joe, good morning. Anybody can pick the top seed, right? We're joining you live this morning from Baldwin Arena, a.k.a. the Borough, where the FAU Owls have already made history for the first time in 20-plus years, guys. They ended up making the NCAA tournament. They won their conference championship, one of the dark horses for making a deep run in the tournament. And there are so many storylines from Mike Krzyzewski's retirement and what Duke might do this year to Kansas looking to defend its national title. Right now, hoop dreams are dominating the sports landscape.
If it's the second week of March, it must be time for a little college basketball madness. On the men's side, Alabama is the #1 overall team, with Houston, Kansas, and Purdue earning the other top seeds. The Jayhawks are defending their national title, while head coach Bill Self was discharged from the hospital Sunday and ready to rejoin his team. If you're searching for this year's possible Cinderella squad, How about letting the FAU Owls burrow deep into your bracket? They just received their first tournament bid in more than 20 years. Reeling off an epic 20-game win streak under Coach Dusty May.
In terms of just the dynamic of this team, how would you characterize this squad? What defines them?
A true team. These guys really, really care, support each other, 100% selflessness.
May's first recruit, guard Michael Forrest, the only senior on the team.
Just for us to come be here now, like it's such a dream come true.
Forrest is from nearby Lauderhill, where he says many of his friends needed to support family members instead of attending college. The mechanical engineer major now getting his shot on the sport's biggest stage.
When you first walking out there, you'll look around and be like, dang, I'm really here. But then like, all right, now we got to handle business.
The feelings amped up around Baldwin Arena.
Every time I go to these games, they would be the best games I've ever been to in my life.
On the women's side, the South Carolina Gamecocks looking to repeat as champions, while Indiana, Virginia Tech, and Stanford captured the other top seeds. Now it's almost time for tip-off, and that means it's still anyone's game. So let the madness begin.
And Joe Ellison, as we talk right now about the fact that a lot of schools are getting to the tournament with very little experience, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my Northwestern Wildcats. Joe, I think that's your alma mater as well.
I was about
they just
to
made their
say,
second
Sam.
NCAA tournament. You knew I was not going to forget that, Joe. So their second time in the school's history, they're going to the dance. Also, as it concerns FAU, they're going to be playing Memphis. Ironically, that was their first college football bowl game about 15 years ago against Memphis. Now they're squaring off again. And how about a round of applause for the Spirit team here at FAU? It is spring break last week. They got up at 5 and 6 in the morning to come out here and show their energy. Big round of applause for these guys. Let me send it back to you.
Huge round.
Sam has set a dangerous precedent. Our next live shot. Anybody else doing a report on March Madness has to have an owl mascot somewhere.
We appreciate them for getting up this early.
Our
And
thanks
Sam,
to
you
all
were
of
forgiven
you.
for wearing that red shirt and not the purple one. All right. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks,
Coming
guys.
up, it was a historic night in Hollywood with the highly acclaimed sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once, nabbing some of the night's top awards at the Oscars.
Of course, we've got a full recap of the big winners, the surprises, and the stunners, all right after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
The latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with a look at the many memorable moments from the 95th Academy Awards. Hollywood's biggest stars celebrated this year's top movies and made history while doing it. So make sure you got your tissues ready. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung takes a look back at the best moments from last night's Oscars.
Hey there, the 95th Academy Awards had it all. Fame, fashion, and those up-all-night parties. There were also some historic firsts. I bet even Jamie Lee Curtis stayed up past her bedtime, as the biggest winner of the night was unquestionably the film Everything Everywhere All at Once, that not only won Best Picture, but swept most of the major acting categories too.
Hollywood's biggest night did not disappoint. From the fashion to the musical performances. To host Jimmy Kimmel crash landing onto the stage. But the biggest winner of the night, the quirky sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which took home 7 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Director. The inspirational Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian to win Best Actress in a leading role.
For all the little boys and girls who look like me watching tonight, this is a beacon of hope and possibilities.
Her co-stars Kiwi Kwan and Jamie Lee Curtis sweeping the Best Supporting Actor category.
I spent a year in a refugee camp, and somehow I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream.
I know it looks like I'm standing up here by myself, but I am not. I am hundreds of people. We just won an Oscar together. My mother and my father were both nominated for Oscars in different categories. I just won an Oscar.
Who would want me to be a part of their life?
An emotional Brendan Fraser hooking the Best Actor Oscar for his role in The Whale.
I started in this business 30 years ago, and things, they didn't come easily to me. I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement.
Also making history, the song Natu Natu from the movie RRR, which became the first Indian film song to win an Oscar. It beat out Super Bowl halftime star Rihanna, who was nominated for her first Oscar for the hit Lift Me Up from the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack. John Travolta also getting emotional as he paid tribute to his friend and late Grease co-star Olivia Newton-John while honoring those who died in the past year.
They've touched our hearts, they've made us smile, and became dear friends, who we will always remain hopelessly devoted to.
Oh, wow! As for last year's shocking Oscar slap involving Will Smith and Chris Rock, Oscar host Jimmy Kimmel made sure to put out a fair warning.
We have strict policies in place. If anyone in this theater commits an act of violence at any point during the show, you will be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and permitted to give a 19-minute long speech.
And another beautifully emotional moment came at the very end of the show as Harrison Ford presented the Best Picture award and reunited with his Indiana Jones co-star Kiwi Kwan on stage. As you might remember, Ki played Short Round in Temple of Doom. It was his very first movie role, so this was really a full circle moment for him. And that interaction pointed to the main message of the night, the power of the comeback story. All 4 winners in the acting categories have said at some point they thought they were at the ends of their careers, only to come out with the biggest award in Hollywood last night. So clearly, they are just getting started.
All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. And Yahoo Entertainment senior writer Ethan Alter is here to talk more about the Oscars. I like that point about the comeback story because I think that was really the theme that came through. But also the theme was really everything everywhere all at once, winning almost everything everywhere. And really, I mean, important because of who it represents, too, in so many ways, right? I mean, talk about just the significance of this win.
Yeah, no, I mean, certainly it won 7 Oscars, which is a huge number for any one film, especially a film like Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is an indie production. No one expected to go this far, and it did. And Michelle Yeoh became the first Asian actress ever to win the Best Actress statue, which is a huge moment. And then Kiwi Kwan became the second Asian actor to win the Best Supporting Actor trophy. So a really great win for both of them, and a really meaningful win for this movie that did so much for diversity and representation.
Let's talk a little more about this idea of the comeback night. Walk us through those 4 actors who, first time in decades in their career, winning an award. Walk us through who they are, what was said in their speeches, and how did others respond to that?
Absolutely. Well, Michelle Yeoh, obviously, she's been a martial arts icon since the early 90s in Hong Kong. She started her career there. Never been nominated for an Oscar before. First time ever. First time playing a really dramatic role in a long time, too. She did action roles for a long time, and she's spoken about how meaningful it was for her to play this part that people wouldn't normally see her as. And she really mentioned that in her speech, too, that if you look at her performance in this, people can dream big. Women, girls can dream big about the kinds of roles they can play. They don't have to be typecast as one thing. Ke Huy Quan was a child star in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. He'd also never been nominated for an acting award before. First time ever on an acting stage, Oscar stage this way. And it was just different. He returned after being away from the spotlight for years, always wanted to come back, never was able to find that role, and he found it. And look where he ended up, on the Oscar stage. So again, it really speaks to the multiverse of possibilities, just like the movie. If you could, all things are possible in a multiverse, and this happened to be this one in this universe.
I thought hugging Harrison Ford just made it all full circle there at the end when they won Best Picture.
Yeah.
This is interesting. A win that was really historic last night that maybe not getting as much attention is Ruth Carter, who again won for Best Costume Design. I did not realize this. Does this make her the first black woman to ever win 2 Oscars?
It is,
that correct?
Yes. But believe it or not, yeah, she's the first black woman to win two Oscars, and for the same franchise as well, Black Panther and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So it's a rare feat and very well deserved. Those costumes are next level. They're some of the most fantastic ones you'll see in a Marvel movie or any movie, really.
And it was so powerful because she said she just lost her mother days before, who was 101. So being able to dedicate this to her and reference Chadwick Boseman, that was just such a powerful moment.
Absolutely. No, that was a really great moment on camera. And also just thinking, because it was hard, as great as it was to see Jamie Lee Curtis win Best Supporting Actress, unfortunately Angela Bassett won, and people were really rooting for her for Wakanda Forever. And it hurt. There was the image of her losing went viral, and people really felt for her in that moment, I think. And so this at least got the film recognition, well-deserved.
Let's end on a good note. What was your favorite moment of the night? And as someone who's watched this over the years, how has this ceremony changed compared to years, decades past?
Right. Well, certainly the Indy reunion was great. And now I'm putting money on the fact that Short Round will be in Indiana Jones 5. There's no way. They can't not do that. They're going to go back and reshoot that. He's going to be in there. And then my other favorite moment, I was a big fan of Sarah Polley's Woman Talking, which is a terrific film. And she also is a child star. She started off as a child actress in a lot of Canadian TV productions, and she just won an Oscar for writing Women Talking. So that's wonderful to see, again, the kind of journey she went on. So that was a really wonderful moment. And then just in terms of the ceremony, it really put I think Jimmy Kimmel did a great job sort of putting the slap in the rear view, and this one really focused on the people and the talent and giving them the chance to really speak their hearts and their minds. And I think that's what I'll take away from last night.
It was normal, which everyone wanted.
Exactly.
And I love that little moment. If you stuck to the very end, Jimmy Kimmel walked off stage and there was a sign that said number of Oscars without a major incident. And he flipped the sign from 0 to 1.
Yep,
so
exactly.
mission accomplished there.
So. Right. And he had Spider-Man backing him up in the audience.
There you go.
Yeah, he had protection.
All right, Ethan Alter, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thanks so much.
it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, picking up the pieces. It is the largest bank to fail since the 2008 financial crisis. This morning, federal regulators are taking some extraordinary steps to ensure those with funds in Silicon Valley Bank have access to, quote, all of their money. The joint statement from the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and the Treasury Department aimed at keeping the crisis from spreading. Plus, we have expert analysis from our own Stephanie Rule on what the bank's collapse means for America's broader economy. State of emergency this morning across California. Even more severe weather impacting millions. Heavy rain and dangerous flooding breaching a levee in the northern part of the state, prompting the evacuations of thousands. We've got the latest forecast as another atmospheric river slams the region and a nor'easter sets its sights on the opposite coast. Also this morning, hoop dreams are about to play out across the country. March Madness is set to tip off tomorrow night. We've got the lowdown on this year's top teams. The usual suspects, of course, Bama, Houston, Kansas. And there's one Cinderella story that you won't want to take your eyes off of. And the Oscar goes to Everything Everywhere All at Once. A lot of Oscars, actually. 7 in all, including one historic win for actress Michelle Yeoh. We've got a full recap coming up later in the hour. So many historic moments to talk about, memorable speeches. We walked away from the Oscars feeling good this year. perhaps unlike last year.
We'll take that. That sounds like a win. It makes it more fun for someone like me who didn't watch it last night to go back and catch up, because it's like, oh, this is nice, this is nice, this is nice.
Very good. We will catch you up in a little bit. We begin this morning with some good news for customers after the massive collapse of Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah, the federal government has unveiled a rescue plan to ensure the bank's customers will have full access to their money starting today. President Biden making these remarks earlier this morning.
Treasury Secretary Yellen and a team of banking regulators have taken action, immediate action. And here are the highlights. First, all customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured, rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business. No losses will be, and this is an important point, no losses will be borne by the taxpayers. Let me repeat that. No losses will be borne by the taxpayers.
All of this happening while this morning we're learning depositors at another troubled bank are also included in the plan. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. In addition to saving Silicon Valley Bank, the federal plan will also support depositors at New York-based Signature Bank, which the government says has also been closed. It's a major step by the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and FDIC aimed at shoring up the nation's banking system and preventing a possible financial panic.
This morning, the federal government taking extraordinary new steps to avert a major banking crisis following the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. The government stating that it will ensure all of the California bank's customers will have full access to their deposits today. That includes 87% of deposits that are uninsured because they are above $250,000, the federal insurance limit. The government is also shoring up a second institution, New York-based Signature Bank, which has been closed, guaranteeing its customers will have access to their money. Signature is one of the leading banks for cryptocurrency companies. In a joint statement, the heads of the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and FDIC say the move is designed to protect the U.S. economy by strengthening public confidence in our banking system. The government says no losses will be borne by the taxpayer. President Biden tweeting overnight saying he's firmly committed to holding those responsible for this mess fully accountable.
We want to make sure that the troubles that exist at one bank don't create contagion to others.
SVB was the nation's 16th biggest bank and the largest bank to fail since the financial crisis 15 years ago. Unlike 2008, when the government bailed out big banks to avert an economic meltdown, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is ruling out a federal bailout of SVB. Why did Silicon Valley Bank fail? As a top lender to many startup companies like Airbnb and Pinterest, the bank was hit hard by the recent downturn in tech stocks, with higher interest rates causing the bank's investments to lose value. As some clients began to withdraw deposits, SVB stunned investors last Wednesday, announcing it needed to raise more than $2 billion to shore up its balance sheet. That triggered a run on the bank, with customers withdrawing a staggering $42 billion in just 48 hours before regulators took control of SVB Friday. Among the bank's customers, small business owner Amanda Babcock, who says her livelihood is at stake.
This is everything that we have saved.
Overnight, the largest bank in Europe, HSBC, announced it is rescuing the UK subsidiary of Silicon Valley Bank, which comes as a relief to many tech companies abroad. The British government confirmed it helped the purchase go forward, adding that no British taxpayer money was involved and all customer deposits were protected. That's the key there, the guarantee that deposits are protected both overseas and here, of course.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For more on the fallout from SVB's collapse, we're joined by small business owner and the CEO of Strong Suit, Lindsay Michaelides. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. I mean, SVB has been associated with tech giants, but in a tweet thread of yours that's now been viewed more than 15 million times, you discuss the impact of its failure on small businesses. You say it's not just a 1% problem. So for those who haven't read it, quickly tell us what the collapse has meant for your business and your family.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Joe Nelson, for having me on. And I think your story did a good job of highlighting some of the challenges that SVB was facing and called out companies like Airbnb and Pinterest, who are big names that everybody knows. But I think what the public doesn't often know is that there's thousands of entrepreneurs, like the one that you featured at the end of that segment, and myself, who have teams of folks that we're trying to pay payroll for. And as of Friday, all of our funds were locked up in Silicon Valley banks, at Silicon Valley Bank, due to their collapse. And so for me, I started my company Strong Suit to meet the needs of working families, and the Silicon Valley Bank issue really put the livelihoods of families at risk and prevented entrepreneurs and small business owners like myself from being able to make payroll for our teams.
And you point out, you drive a used Honda Odyssey, your husband works in manufacturing, you live in Ohio, you're a mother of 4, and this is key, you employ a team of 15 people, you have 15 employees. What are the biggest problems, the biggest worries that your business does face right now?
Given the news that we got last night, right now we're feeling relieved, grateful, a little exhausted. And so for us, fortunately, I'm so grateful and thankful to say, we'll go back to business as usual today. For us, I was most concerned about my employees and being able to ensure that they had a paycheck, not just at the end of this month, but next month and into the future. And so I feel thrilled that we're able to continue that commitment to them. And so now for us, it's getting back to building, getting back to growing, getting back to adding more jobs to our team, which was already in our plans this year. We added 1 job last week. Thrilled that I'm not going to have to tell that person that sorry they no longer have a job. So we're gonna get back to what we do, which is build products and create jobs.
This is, quite the scare. Do you walk away from this with any sort of lesson or advice that you give other small business owners?
I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night, despite the relief, for exactly that reason, Joe. So I think lots of lessons to be learned here for myself, for small business owners, for us as a nation, for our banking system. I think personally, I'm still working through a lot of those, but I look forward to sharing those with everyone as I process. But yeah, definitely a lot of lessons to be learned, and just grateful that our government acted swiftly, and we're able to come to a great resolution where depositors could be made whole and taxpayer dollars were not impacted in the least.
I can feel the relief for you, Lindsay Michaelides. So thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we're glad to see that things are better for you right now.
Thank you so much. Thrilled to be here.
All right, let's talk a little more about this with NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, this is the most extensive government intervention in the banking system since the 2008 financial crisis. How do yesterday's actions by the government compare to what was done back in 2008?
You are 100% right. We have not seen a bank collapse and a rescue like this since 2008, but it's very different. 2008 was a contagion for real. It was about an entire industry. It was about the mortgage industry. It was about the banking industry in total being overexposed. This is very unique. And Stephanie Gosk mentioned it before. Silicon Valley Bank was sort of different from anyone else. It was the premier bank that funded the startup community, the tech community. In large part, if you were a startup, you had to do business with them. They were the cool kids. It was not cool to be doing your banking with a big bulge bracket bank. Now, unfortunately, this massive concentration wasn't caught by regulators, and it was allowed, right? It shouldn't be that one institution has that kind of exposure to one industry, right? But COVID happens. We know there's huge investment in startups. This bank has ballooning numbers in terms of deposits. They went from $40 billion to almost $200 billion. And what do they do with that money? They made a horrible move, and they invested it in long-term treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. Now, don't let your eyes glaze over. Why does this matter? It was a terrible move because this happened when interest rates were really low. So interest rates move up with Jay Powell trying to lower inflation. What does that do? That makes the value of all those investments plummet. The bank then had this shortfall. Last week, they decided we're going to go out and raise money. It spooks the market. And as Stephanie said, they saw all these depositors pull huge amounts of money out. That caused a run on the bank. It is a unique situation, different from 2008, but one that, as you can tell by the government's actions, needed a rescue.
So Stephanie, U.S. government steps in, launches these emergency measures, allowing customers to have access to their deposits, giving banks access to emergency funds. So in response to this, how are the financial markets looking? Is this going to be enough to put them at ease, do you think?
Well, we'll soon find out. Listen, those involved in SVB and other smaller banks, especially depositors, were absolutely panicked this weekend. You had companies across the country, as you just heard from that small business owner, that didn't know if they'd be able to operate or make payroll. That has been solved. However, when you look at some other smaller regional banks this morning, their shares are in the pre-market down. People are concerned that there will be contagion. There shouldn't be that concern because the government has made it really clear. If you're a depositor, your money is safe. We have your back. You saw them do it with SVB. You saw the FDIC take over that other bank Stephanie mentioned, Signature Bank. So things are still looking shaky in the markets, but that might just be short term.
So, Stephanie, later this month, the Federal Reserve is supposed to have another interest rate meeting. What do you think, if any, impact this will have on the Fed's decision in terms of rate hikes? And just big picture for people who are in that category of eyes glazing over, what should they know about all of this if you're just kind of the average person taking in the news with your coffee?
Okay, if you're just the average person taking in the news, you should feel safe with your money. Remember, even if the government didn't bail out, didn't come in and step in, up to $250,000 is protected by the FDIC. So not many people have more than 250 grand sitting in a bank. That's step one. Step two, is the Fed going to raise rates? Listen, we know we're still in an inflationary environment, but Goldman put out a note last night saying they most likely won't raise as much or as quickly as you were thinking. What just happened to SVB is a big warning to Jay Powell. Remember, you raise rates quickly, there are consequences. I'm not saying SVB did the right thing. They absolutely did the wrong thing, but this is a consequence of rates going up quickly.
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Turning now to the weather this morning, we are tracking extreme conditions on both ends of the country. In California, a community in Monterey County is underwater after a levee broke caused by another round of heavy rain. Thousands living near the Pajaro River have been forced and ordered to evacuate. Those who haven't been told to leave are being told not to drink the water. In the upper Midwest, a different scene. Blizzard conditions blew through over the weekend, and this morning, millions in the Northeast are bracing for a nor'easter in what has been a relatively snowless season.
Let's go now to NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the forecast.
Yeah, she's tracking it all for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, it's going to be a tough couple of days on the West Coast. Also on the East Coast, we have another atmospheric river event setting up in the West Coast. That's going to bring feet of snow once again. It's going to bring inches of rain, over 7 inches in some spots. That's going to cause flooding and the potential for some flash flooding. On the East Coast, we're watching a developing nor'easter. That's going to start later on tonight into tomorrow. We're going to see winds howling up to 60 miles per hour in some spots and measuring feet of snow in portions of the interior parts of the Northeast. So let's take a look at the maps here, because this is what we're looking at for today. More rain and snow in the west. Chilly temperatures throughout the middle of the country, although quiet in the middle of the country. Temperatures cool in the southern plains, only in the 40s and 50s. Oklahoma City, just 48 degrees today. And then there's that nor'easter developing along the East Coast. We're looking at rain mainly for New York City, mainly for Philly and D.C. Could see a little snow on the backside of this tomorrow, where we could measure a couple inches there. But some spots going to see up to 2 feet of snow in the interior parts of the Northeast. By Wednesday, we're looking at lingering flurries still in the Northeast, and that's because we're looking at that area of low pressure kind of spinning off the coast there. Most of that would be confined at that point into portions of New England. Spring warm up in the southern plains back into the mid 70s in some spots, and unfortunately staying soggy throughout the west, portions of Southern California, Northern California, the Pacific Northwest, into the Rockies, also the Intermountain West, and that stretches into the northern plains as well. Friday, another active day. We're looking at snow returning in portions of the upper Midwest. The Great Lakes could see some rain, maybe a snow mix, depending on where you are. Strong storms in the southern plains along the Gulf Coast as well. It's going to be warm too in the southern plains, and then once again, no relief in the west. It still will be wet for many along portions of the West Coast once again. We're looking at 25 million Americans under winter alerts. That includes the West, the Intermountain West, into the Great Lakes, also the Northeast. And we're going to see these storms continuing not only today, tomorrow, also Wednesday on both coasts. So first, the March nor'easter. We're looking at the area of low pressure really taking hold tonight, with heavy rain, some snow spreading across the Northeast. It's going to be a cold rain throughout the day for the I-95 corridor, so kind of a gloomy day with clouds and that rain falling, and then it really gets heavy overnight. So by tomorrow, we're looking at the heaviest bands of snow developing. We could see 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour in some spots. Winds will be howling 40 to 60 miles per hour. That's going to lead to some power outages. And still Wednesday, that system stalling off the New England coast, so we're going to bring even more snow into parts of New England and wind as well. This is what we're looking in terms
terms of the heavy snow, snowfall rates 1, 2, 3 inches per hour, localized amounts up to 2 feet. We're looking at a lot of rain as well. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially along the coast, and anywhere from, let's say, 1 to 3 inches in New York City. But once you go further into the interior parts of Pennsylvania, also New England, portions of New York, we're looking at Albany, 18 to 24 inches, 4 to 8 for Boston, and 1 to 3 inches in New York City. And that's going to be a slushy snow in New York City. Back to you guys.
Okay, we want to continue our coverage of the serious weather situation in California and that levee breach in Monterey County. Nearly 2,000 people have been ordered to evacuate. Joining us now is Monterey County Communications Director Nicholas Pasquale. Nicholas, thank you for joining us. The video that we have seen from the flooding related to that levee breach is absolutely devastating. How serious is the situation on the ground?
It is a very serious situation, without a doubt. I just returned from the field with the sheriff's office and also our county administrative officer, and had a personal survey of the Pajaro area. And the pictures you're seeing, it tells 1,000 words. I mean, it's devastating, and the people of Pajaro are definitely, suffering from this tragic event.
We know that people have been told to evacuate this area. Does it seem like people are heeding those orders, and what resources are available to help them find other places to stay, to get out of their homes?
Yes, and just going through the town of Pajaro just a few hours ago, we didn't see any people in the town. People have either gone to the shelter, which we have set up in the city of Watsonville, which is right across the river at the Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds, or they're staying at one of our other 4 shelters. We have a total of 5 shelters set up in the county, and possibly some of them may be staying with friends and relatives. And we do have social services, mental health services, and a whole host of other nonprofit organizations helping our victims, manage this situation that they're in.
We just heard from our meteorologist that more rain is expected to come for this area. With that, of course, you imagine the risk of more flooding, making a bad situation even worse. Is the county prepared to handle more rain? And if more rain comes, how is that going to impact the rescue and cleanup efforts that are already underway?
The county is very prepared. We have assets and personnel staged throughout the county. We have high water rescue vehicles in areas that we know are going to be problematic within the coming hours. We also have search and rescue teams and swift water rescue teams staged throughout the county. And also our county partners, including fire and EMS and Sheriff's Department, of course. And we also are using mutual aid. We have getting the assistance of other agencies in other cities in California to help us support the people of our community and our county.
All right, Nicholas, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and we wish the best for you and your community as you go through all of this. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
Staying in California, at least 8 people are dead after 2 suspected smuggling boats capsized off the coast of San Diego this weekend. Search missions are now underway for at least 7 other victims who went missing after the incident. The crash comes amid a growing number of fatal migrant crossings since 2021. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with more on this. So, Dana, first of all, walk us through some of the details here. What do we know about these boats that were discovered, and what were the conditions that rescue teams faced once they did arrive on the scene?
So, Joe, San Diego police received a 911 call from a woman on one of those panga boats around midnight Sunday. She said there was a crash and that her boat carrying about 8 people made it to shore, but a second one carrying 15 capsized in the water. At least 8 adult bodies have been found. 7 people remain missing. Now, this sparked a dangerous rescue attempt that lasted about an hour yesterday, and they then transitioned to a recovery mission that lasted about 5 hours. Joe, crews, however, found no additional survivors.
So, Dana, I mean, officials are warning these kinds of incidents are happening more often in the area. So, first of all, why are there more migrants coming by boat? And just how dangerous, how deadly has this journey been in the past?
So according to the U.S. Coast Guard, since 2017, there's been a 771% increase in human trafficking in the Southern California coastal region. Now, officials explained more. Listen.
Since 2021, we've had 23 lives lost at sea. This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. This is part of a transnational criminal organization effort to smuggle people into the United States. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive.
Now, the head of the San Diego Lifeguard Division said that they tried everything they could to recover more people. Joe?
And Dana, do we have any updates on how the search is going for those remaining potential victims? We mentioned at least 7 still missing, and do officials have any idea of what could have happened to them?
Well, Joe, the search has since been suspended. Officials say for those missing, it's unclear if they made it to land or if they died. Joe?
Right. Dana Griffin, thank you for your reporting from California. Appreciate it.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, new developments in the horrific murders of 4 University of Idaho students late last year. The search warrants now out to dozens of companies and their connection to the suspected killer.
Plus, a war of words is now heating back up between former President Trump and his former Vice President Mike Pence. We'll bring you Pence's searing new comments on the insurrection as Trump heads to Iowa with 2024 on his mind. Stick around.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with new developments in the investigation into the murder of 4 University of Idaho students as new search warrants reveal new information about the suspect. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has the latest.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Ellison. New court documents obtained by NBC News show warrants were served to dozens of companies in connection to the Idaho murder case, including Apple, Google, Verizon, even Tinder. And for now, the content of those warrants is being redacted or sealed, but it is clear that investigators are trying to find out exactly where Kohlberger went and what he was doing.
New search warrants revealing dozens of major companies are being forced to turn over information in connection with the murder case against Bryan Kohberger.
All right.
Among those served, tech names like Apple, Amazon, Google, and DoorDash, social media companies Meta, Snapchat, and Tinder, and retailers Walmart and K-Bar Knives, the brand of knife sheath found at the crime scene with a single source of male DNA linked to Kohberger. But not all the warrants are focused on the suspect. Some are requesting bank and social media information about the victims.
They're trying to find out if there is a hidden link that could explain a motive.
They will never be forgotten.
The 4 college students were found stabbed to death in an off-campus home last November. Authorities still haven't publicly released a motive, but alleged cell phone data shows Kohberger stalked their house at least a dozen times before the killings and even went back to the crime scene hours after the murders. Experts say data from these warrants may help investigators piece together an even stronger digital footprint.
They are going all in, if you will, gathering every single conceivable piece of evidence so that if any doubt is raised, they will be ready.
Meanwhile, we're also learning new details about what officials say Kohberger was doing the moment he was arrested at his parents' house across the country in Pennsylvania.
Brian, what are you doing?
The 28-year-old wearing gloves while separating his trash.
Mr. Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The Monroe County 1st District Attorney calling that behavior significant for the investigation.
To me, that's incredibly damning. It shows a consciousness of guilt, that he was making sure that his DNA did not end up in the trash.
Other newly unsealed search warrants show what police did seize in Pennsylvania, including a gun and knife, black face masks and gloves, a cell phone, multiple laptops, and a book with underlining on page 118. Investigators also say they found a shovel in Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra and seized parts from the car itself, from the headrests and the seatbelt to brake and gas pedals.
Now, when it comes to these new documents, the judge ordered them to stay sealed and redacted, saying they contain highly intimate facts or statements or information that might threaten the safety or endanger the life or safety of individuals. Now, experts say that is likely to protect the prosecution's case and prevent tainting a potential jury pool, given the whole national attention that this case has received. Meanwhile, Bryan Kohberger's preliminary hearing is set for June. That could last an entire week, and so far he hasn't yet entered a plea, but Kohberger's attorney said that he was eager to be exonerated. Back to you guys.
All right, NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz, thank you. And be sure to tune in to the premiere of Stay Tuned Now tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time here on News Now, where Gotti will bring you everything from the latest breaking news to what's on the horizon.
Today, former President Trump is expected to hit the campaign trail yet again. This time, he's in Iowa. His speech comes on the heels of scathing comments made by former Vice President Mike Pence over the weekend about the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. Pence said in part, quote, "Make no mistake about it, what happened that day was a disgrace, and it mocks decency to portray it any other way." NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Davenport, Iowa. Good morning, Vaughn. Vaughn, let's talk about the former vice president's comments this weekend. I'll read to you a little more of what he had to say. Quote, "President Trump was wrong. I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day, and I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable." Do you think Donald Trump will talk about this today? What do you make of it?
You know, he has oddly sort of defended Mike Pence over the last year and a half, especially Ellison. He has acknowledged that Mike Pence may be a fellow presidential contender, but he does not see him as a political risk. And in the game of politics, especially when you're running against other Republicans, you don't want to alienate other voters. At the same time, those were Mike Pence's harshest words about Donald Trump since the two of them left the White House. Now, to note, those remarks were made off camera at a dinner of journalists and politicians in Washington, D.C., and notably, he hasn't really come out swinging on camera in a very forceful way against Donald Trump. So for now, Donald Trump is looking at pollings. He's consistently holding anywhere from 20, 30, 40-point leads, and Mike Pence, frankly, is only in the lower single digits, at least according to polling among Republican voters. So the question here is, at what time does Donald Trump feel or want to try to undercut individuals, including his former vice president?
You talked about how he doesn't really seem to see Pence as a political risk or threat. One person he does seem to see as that is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We have heard Donald Trump talk about the Florida governor quite a bit. He has his own nickname. That being said, DeSantis has not announced a presidential run. He was in Iowa on Friday. What do you make of that trip? Do you expect Donald Trump to talk about DeSantis at his rally later today?
Right. I think, Ellison, if I may, even Iowans would tell you right now, it's not necessarily pretty out here in the heart of the Midwest right now. And so clearly when a governor of Florida is coming to Iowa, there's clearly political motives involved here. And he joined the likes of Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, and he made some exacting remarks suggesting that his office in Florida is not full of palace intrigue or leaks, without naming Donald Trump a clear inference to the former president in his 4 years in Washington, D.C. But, you know, in the words of Yahoo reporter Tom LoBianco, a friend of ours, he noted yesterday that these potential Republican rivals like Mike Pence and Ron DeSantis, they're more coming out, not with knives, but more like, butter knives against Donald Trump here. Even Mike Pence says that, history will hold Donald Trump accountable, but he's been subpoenaed by the Department of Justice special counsel to sit before and talk about the events surrounding Donald Trump in the effort to overturn the 2020 election, but he hasn't agreed to do that. So really, everybody is still quite hesitant to really take Donald Trump head on as we approach an Iowa caucus at the beginning of 2024.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard already on the trail for us. You might be cold, but always informative. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Coming up, a new travel warning for all you spring breakers out there.
Yeah, what you should know about heading down to Mexico on the heels of that tragic and deadly kidnapping of 4 Americans earlier this month. Stick around. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with a look at a new warning for people traveling for spring break.
The authorities now urging Americans not to travel to Mexico amid ongoing threats of violence in the country. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Miami with the latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe Ellison, good morning. And it's that time of year where beaches everywhere are in high demand, but especially in Mexico, where the nightlife and the cities have combined to draw travelers now for decades. But with this new travel warning from officials citing rising crime and kidnapping, many travelers are forced to rethink their fun in the sun entirely.
This morning as spring break heats up and crowds start to head out for that idyllic beach getaway. Texas authorities are issuing an urgent warning against travel to Mexico.
Because right now it is too dangerous.
The latest State Department advisory also covering much of the country. Officials urging Americans to exercise increased caution in hotspots like Cancun and Cabo and reconsider travel in popular cities like Puerto Vallarta. A strict do not travel alert posted to 6 additional Mexican states, all due to an increased risk of crime and kidnapping, including a high level of drug cartel violence.
Nancy called. Here we come.
The warning comes after a deadly incident earlier this month when authorities say 4 Americans driving from South Carolina into northeast Mexico were mistakenly targeted by cartel gunmen. Video showing their violent abduction after authorities say the cartel members opened fire. 2 of the 4 longtime friends were killed. The remaining 2 survivors returning home just last week. Currently, more than 550 Americans are reported missing in Mexico. Authorities say 2 sisters and their friend are still nowhere to be found after they crossed the border more than 2 weeks ago from the small city of Pinitas, Texas, into northeast Mexico. Police say the 3 women were last headed to a flea market in a green pickup truck. Their family now suspects they were kidnapped.
This is basically the first time I hear of regular citizens going missing. Like I said, we've never had this issue before that I can remember.
With so many increased safety risks in the area, authorities say it's important to be prepared and remain vigilant. If you do have plans to visit Mexico this spring break, experts suggest staying in a resort for added security. Share your mobile phone location with somebody at home and consider getting travel insurance in case of an emergency. Plus, make sure to sign up for the State Department's Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, which will keep you connected with the local embassy and up to date with the latest advisories. Now, experts say you likely can't rebook strictly because of a change in travel advisories, but a lot of local carriers, guys, have banded together in recent years to do away with change fees for all tickets with the exception of those most basic economy fares. So if you would like to cancel now, you still have a shot to get travel credit. In the meantime, experts say if you're looking for a domestic alternative to Mexico, the beaches here in Florida and all along the Gulf Coast are most definitely open. Guys?
Good to know, Morgan. He'll check them out for us, just to make sure. All right, thank you, Morgan.
More international headlines, starting with the latest updates from the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joined us from Tel Aviv with that and other world headlines. Raf, good morning.
Joe, Ellison, good morning. In eastern Ukraine, the fighting continues to rage as the world watches the latest developments in the relationship between Russia and China. Chinese President Xi Jinping was sworn in for an unprecedented 3rd term this week and could be heading to Moscow as early as next week. The visit would be a major symbol of Xi's support for Putin, even as Russian forces struggle on the battlefield. The East African nation of Mozambique is being battered for a 2nd time by Cyclone Freddy. Hundreds of people have been displaced, and electricity and communication lines have been torn down by the overwhelming winds. At least 1 person is confirmed to have been killed this weekend, but the death toll is expected to rise. And finally, Sir David Attenborough, the planet's favorite nature documentary maker, needed a little help from some friends while making a film about orca whales. Wildlife enthusiasts on Britain's Shetland Islands kept Attenborough's crew up to date on whale sightings so they could get their cameras to the right place. The series took 3 years to make. And guys, I hope those Shetland Islanders get a film credit at the end. Who knows, maybe one day there'll be an Oscar for best whale watching.
Yes. Exactly. If nothing else, we are giving them recognition right now.
Good
so
job,
there you
Raf.
go. All right. Thank you, Raf.
There you go.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, you better slap those dancing shoes on because March Madness is about to tip off.
Yeah, we're going to give you the full rundown on all of the season's top teams at the big dance. And, of course, a Cinderella story that you won't want to take your eyes off of. It's coming up next.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Ellis. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with financial headlines. Etsy is warning its sellers that payments may take, well, a little longer than usual.
Yeah, Silvana Hanau joins us now with more on that and some other money headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Ellis and Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so Etsy is warning sellers it could take longer than usual to process some payments due to the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Now, Etsy used the bank to facilitate payments to some merchants. It's working with other payment partners to process deposits and expects to pay the affected sellers within the next several business days. More than 7.5 million merchants use Etsy to sell their goods online. Cryptocurrencies are rallying today as the U.S. government moves to protect the depositors of Silicon Valley Bank, and HSBC bought the bank's UK operations. Bitcoin jumping as much as 10% before pulling back. Crypto markets were under pressure last week following the collapse of SVB and Silvergate Capital, one of the biggest lenders to the industry. And Apple is reminding us spring is just around the corner. It's unveiled a new color for the iPhone 14 and 14 Plus, yellow. It's identical to the iPhone models that launched last fall and runs on iOS 16. You can pre-order one now, and they'll be in stores starting tomorrow, guys.
I don't even know what color my phone is because I always just put a cover on it.
I forget. I always forget what color my phone is.
With the case, it can be whatever color you want, but it's nice yellow.
Exactly.
Thanks, Yvonne. I appreciate it. I'm sure someone appreciates the yellow color. All right. The brackets are set in just over 24 hours. March Madness will officially tip off, and we're all watching to see whether the top seeds are going to go all the way or maybe someone else.
But it is always the unlikely Cinderella stories that create excitement and help define what this tournament is really all about. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Florida Atlantic University with more. Hi, Sam.
Alice and Joe, good morning. Anybody can pick the top seed, right? We're joining you live this morning from Baldwin Arena, a.k.a. the Borough, where the FAU Owls have already made history for the first time in 20-plus years, guys. They ended up making the NCAA tournament. They won their conference championship, one of the dark horses for making a deep run in the tournament. And there are so many storylines from Mike Krzyzewski's retirement and what Duke might do this year to Kansas looking to defend its national title. Right now, hoop dreams are dominating the sports landscape.
If it's the second week of March,
It must be time for a little college basketball madness. On the men's side, Alabama is the #1 overall team, with Houston, Kansas, and Purdue earning the other top seeds. The Jayhawks are defending their national title, while head coach Bill Self was discharged from the hospital Sunday and ready to rejoin his team. If you're searching for this year's possible Cinderella squad, how about letting the FAU Owls burrow deep into your bracket? They just received their first tournament bid in more than 20 years. Reeling off an epic 20-game win streak under Coach Dusty May.
In terms of just the dynamic of this team, how would you characterize this squad? What defines them?
A true team. These guys really, really care, support each other, 100% selflessness.
May's first recruit, guard Michael Forrest, the only senior on the team.
Just for us to come be here now, like it's such a dream come true.
Forrest is from nearby Lauderhill, where he says many of his friends needed to support family members instead of attending college. The mechanical engineer major now getting his shot on the sport's biggest stage.
When you first walking out there, you'll look around and be like, dang, I'm really here. But then like, all right, now we got to handle business.
The feelings amped up around Baldwin Arena.
Every time I go to these games, they would be the best games I've ever been to in my life.
On the women's side, the South Carolina Gamecocks looking to repeat as champions, while Indiana, Virginia Tech, and Stanford captured the other top seeds. Now it's almost time for tip-off, and that means it's still anyone's game. So let the madness begin.
And Joe Ellison, as we talk right now about the fact that a lot of schools are getting to the tournament with very little experience, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my Northwestern Wildcats. Joe, I think that's your alma mater as well.
I was about
they just
to
made their
say,
second
Sam.
NCAA tournament. You knew I was not going to forget that, Joe. So that second time in the school's history, they're going to the dance. Also, as it concerns FAU, they're going to be playing Memphis. Ironically, that was their first college football bowl game about 15 years ago against Memphis. Now they're squaring off again. And how about a round of applause for the Spirit team here at FAU? It is spring break last week. They got up at 5 and 6 in the morning to come out here and show their energy. Big round of applause for these guys. Let me send it back to you.
Huge round.
Sam has set a dangerous precedent. Our next live shot. Anybody else doing a report on March Madness has to have an owl mascot somewhere.
We appreciate them for getting up this early.
Our
And
thanks
Sam,
to
you
all
were
of
forgiven
you.
for wearing that red shirt and not the purple one. All right. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks,
Coming
guys.
up, it was a historic night in Hollywood with the highly acclaimed sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once nabbing some of the night's top awards at the Oscars.
Of course, we've got a full recap of the big winners, the surprises, and the stunners, all right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with a look at the many memorable moments from the 95th Academy Awards. Hollywood's biggest stars celebrated this year's top movies and made history while doing it. So make sure you got your tissues ready. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung takes a look back at the best moments from last night's Oscars.
Hey there, the 95th Academy Awards had it all. Fame, fashion, and those up-all-night parties. There were also some historic firsts. I bet even Jamie Lee Curtis stayed up past her bedtime, as the biggest winner of the night was unquestionably the film Everything Everywhere All at Once, that not only won Best Picture, but swept most of the major acting categories too.
Hollywood's biggest night did not disappoint. From the fashion to the musical performances. To host Jimmy Kimmel crash landing onto the stage. But the biggest winner of the night, the quirky sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which took home 7 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Director. The inspirational Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian to win Best Actress in a leading role.
For all the little boys and girls who look like me watching tonight, this is a beacon of hope and possibilities.
Her co-stars Kiwi Kwan and Jamie Lee Curtis sweeping the Best Supporting Actor category.
I spent a year in a refugee camp, and somehow I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream.
I know it looks like I'm standing up here by myself, but I am not. I am hundreds of people. We just won an Oscar together. My mother and my father were both nominated for Oscars in different categories. I just won an Oscar.
Who would want me to be a part of their life?
An emotional Brendan Fraser hooking the Best Actor Oscar for his role in The Whale.
I started in this business 30 years ago, and things, they didn't come easily to me. I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement.
Also making history, the song Natu Natu from the movie RRR, which became the first Indian film song to win an Oscar. It beat out Super Bowl halftime star Rihanna, who was nominated for her first Oscar for the hit Lift Me Up from the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack. John Travolta also getting emotional as he paid tribute to his friend and late Grease co-star Olivia Newton-John while honoring those who died in the past year.
They've touched our hearts, they've made us smile, and became dear friends, who we will always remain hopelessly devoted to.
Oh, wow!
As for last year's shocking Oscar slap involving Will Smith and Chris Rock, Oscar host Jimmy Kimmel made sure to put out a fair warning.
We have strict policies in place. If anyone in this theater commits an act of violence at any point during the show, you will be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and permitted to give a 19-minute long speech.
And another beautifully emotional moment came at the very end of the show as Harrison Ford presented the Best Picture award and reunited with his Indiana Jones co-star Kiwi Kwan on stage. As you might remember, Ki played Short Round in Temple of Doom. It was his very first movie role, so this was really a full circle moment for him. And that interaction pointed to the main message of the night, the power of the comeback story. All 4 winners in the acting categories have said at some point they thought they were at the ends of their careers, only to come out with the biggest award in Hollywood last night. So clearly, they are just getting started.
All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. And Yahoo Entertainment senior writer Ethan Alter is here to talk more about the Oscars. I like that point about the comeback story because I think that was really the theme that came through. But also the theme was really everything everywhere all at once, winning almost everything everywhere. And really, I mean, absolutely important because of who it represents, too, in so many ways, right? I mean, talk about just the significance of this win.
Yeah, no, I mean, certainly it won 7 Oscars, which is a huge number for any one film, especially a film like Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is an indie production. No one expected to go this far, and it did. And Michelle Yeoh became the first Asian actress ever to win the Best Actress statue, which is a huge moment. And then Kiwi Kwan became the second Asian actor to win the Best Supporting Actor trophy. So a really great win for both of them, and a really meaningful win for this movie that did so much for diversity and representation.
Let's talk a little more about this idea of the comeback night. Walk us through those 4 actors who first time in decades in their career winning an award. Walk us through who they are, what was said in their speeches, and how did others respond to that?
Absolutely. Well, Michelle Yeoh, obviously, she's been a martial arts icon since the early 90s in Hong Kong. She started her career there. Never been nominated for an Oscar before. First time ever. First time playing a really dramatic role in a long time, too. She did action roles for a long time, and she's spoken about how meaningful it was for her to play this part that people wouldn't normally see her as. And she really mentioned that in her speech, too, that if you look at her performance in this, people can dream big. Women, girls can dream big about the kinds of roles they can play. They don't have to be typecast as one thing. Ke Huy Quan was a child star in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. He'd also never been nominated for an acting award before. First time ever on an acting stage, Oscar stage this way. And it was just different. He returned after being away from the spotlight for years, always wanted to come back, never was able to find that role, and he found it. And look where he ended up, on the Oscar stage. So again, it really speaks to the multiverse of possibilities, just like the movie. If you could, all things are possible in a multiverse, and this happened to be this one in this universe.
I thought hugging Harrison Ford just made it all full circle there at the end when they won Best Picture.
Yeah.
This is interesting. A win that was really historic last night that maybe not getting as much attention is Ruth Carter, who again won for Best Costume Design. I did not realize this. Does this make her the first black woman to ever win 2 Oscars?
It is,
that correct?
Yes. But believe it or not, yeah, she's the first black woman to win two Oscars, and for the same franchise as well, Black Panther and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. So it's a rare feat and very well deserved. Those costumes are next level. They're some of the most fantastic ones you'll see in a Marvel movie or any movie, really.
And it was so powerful because she said she just lost her mother days before, who was 101. So being able to dedicate this to her and reference Chadwick Boseman, that was just such a powerful moment.
Absolutely. No, that was a really great moment on camera. And also just thinking, because it was hard, as great as it was to see Jamie Lee Curtis win Best Supporting Actress, unfortunately Angela Bassett won, and people were really rooting for her for Wakanda Forever. And it hurt. There was the image of her losing went viral, and people really felt for her in that moment, I think. And so this at least got the film recognition, well deserved.
Let's end on a good note. What was your favorite moment of the night? And as someone who's watched this over the years, how has this ceremony changed compared to years, decades past?
Right. Well, certainly the Indy reunion was great. And now I'm putting money on the fact that Short Round will be in Indiana Jones 5. There's no way. They can't not do that. They're going to go back and reshoot that. He's going to be in there. And then my other favorite moment, I was a big fan of Sarah Polley's Woman Talking, which is a terrific film. And she also is a child star. She started off as a child actress in a lot of Canadian TV productions, and she just won an Oscar for writing Women Talking. So that's wonderful to see, again, the kind of journey she went on. So that was a really wonderful moment. And then just in terms of the ceremony, it really put I think Jimmy Kimmel did a great job sort of putting the slap in the rear view, and this one really focused on the people and the talent and giving them the chance to really speak their hearts and their minds. And I think that's what I'll take away from last night.
It was normal, which everyone wanted.
Exactly.
And I love that little moment. If you stuck to the very end, Jimmy Kimmel walked off stage and there was a sign that said number of Oscars without a major incident. And he flipped the sign from 0 to 1.
Yep,
so
exactly.
mission accomplished there.
So, right. And he had Spider-Man backing him up in the audience.
There you go.
Yeah, he had protection.
All right, Ethan Alter, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thanks so much.
it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Monday to you. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, March 13th, Silicon shockwaves. Financial regulators are dealing with the fallout of the collapse of 2 major regional banks, how the stock market is reacting to the biggest bank failures since 2008, and whether we could see a domino effect.
Frightful forecast. Millions of people across New England are under winter storm warnings. More on the nor'easter that's threatening some areas with more than a foot of snow.
Banking basics. With interest rates high and a potential economic meltdown looming, Americans are worried about the safety of their money. Our personal finance expert is here with what you need to know to keep your cash secure.
Everything, everywhere, every award. We're looking back at last night's star-studded Oscars, from the fame to the fashion to the fiery acceptance speeches, and of course, how a quirky sci-fi indie film scored the biggest awards of the night.
Did you stay up late to watch?
I did. Did you?
So did I. Yeah, I know. I'm feeling it with
Just
daylight
kept going
saving
and
time.
going too. I was like, I guess I'm just in it now.
It was fun. We're going to get to it all in a bit. But first, we're going to start with Silicon Valley Bank reopening today with growing fears of spreading fallout from its collapse.
Yeah, federal banking regulators announced all deposits at the bank will be guaranteed, allowing depositors to get full access to their funds. Shareholders and some creditors, however, will not be protected.
And Silicon Valley Bank not the only one. On Sunday, New York regulators took over Signature Bank, citing systemic risk. The bank has been a major lender to the crypto industry.
President Joe Biden addressed the financial concerns today, telling Americans to have confidence in the banking system. Listen.
Americans can rest assured that our banking system is safe. Your deposits are safe. Let me also assure you, we will not stop at this. We'll do whatever is needed.
The Federal Reserve says it's creating a new banking program to safeguard other institutions impacted by the collapses. The regulators say there will be no bailouts, and the new programs come at no cost to the taxpayer.
So how is this all going to happen? No better person to answer our questions. And NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Rule, who is with us now.
But I definitely cannot answer the how, because nobody has that answer.
No, we don't know yet exactly how the government's going to work through this, but you can tell us how this happened, because the first question is, who is to blame? You've got Silicon Valley Bank, huge. They have like clients like Pinterest, Airbnb. You think that's about as safe as your money's going to get. And now this other bank linked to the crypto, Signature Bank. So who's to blame here?
Okay, so let's make it clear. In the case of Silicon Valley Bank, who's to blame? Silicon Valley Bank, right? So this is the preeminent bank in the tech world, in the startup world. Every startup out there, this is who you wanted your bank to be. This is where the cool kids rolled. Right. They didn't want to put their money with a Bank of America or JP Morgan. They went and they got amazing terms with Silicon Valley Bank. Now, because of that, you saw their deposits balloon during COVID. Remember all that investment in tech, the tech boom during COVID. They went from having $40 billion to almost 200. So what did they do with that money? Made a horrific move. They invested over $80 billion worth of it in treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. Here's why that's a problem. Because they did that when interest rates were really low. Remember, rates were really low for most likely way too long. Well, then interest rates go up, and the value of that investment plummets. So now the bank's got a hole. What are they going to do with it? Well, they communicated very poorly, and they were public. They said, you know what, we're going to go out and raise some money, and they were willing to raise money at a loss. That absolutely spooked the markets. That had the markets panicked. Then a lot of those big VC firms that work with SVB told all those startups, you better pull your money. And then overnight, $42 billion gets pulled, and then the government has to step in. That's how this thing happened. Now, could this happen to other banks? The concern has been, well, for all these other small regional banks, are people going to start to panic and say, I can't really trust my money there, I'm going to move it? And so one of the reasons you saw the government step in last night and say, we're going to backstop this, is because they wanted to stop the contagion. They didn't want to walk in today and have everybody who has any of their money in smaller banks running for the hills.
So for people at home right now, the consumer who wakes up and sees the market, as you said, spooked, freaking out. We have these banks. Also, First Republic Bank receives money from JP Morgan. Some of those stocks have been halted today. What does somebody at home need to know right now if they're worried about their money?
Okay, so always remember, up to $250,000 is insured by the FDIC, whether or not Joe Biden does a single thing. However, you saw the president just a moment ago. He said, we're here for you. Your money is safe. So on one hand, people should be like, okay, the president's saying that. But it's not an explicit guarantee, right? He hasn't said it for all banks out there. That's one of the reasons you are seeing some of those other smaller bank stocks down today, because the average American is watching and saying, well, I hear the president saying that, but there hasn't been a policy change. Nothing's official. And that's why things are still a bit rocky.
So keep the money in the bank?
Listen, there's no reason at this point, especially if you have less than $250,000, there's no reason for you to have to move it. Okay. And the government is saying we're working beyond that. But from official capacity, 250 grand or less, you are guaranteed by the FDIC.
All right. What would we do without you on a day like this? Steph Rule, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steph. All right, well, across the nation, 22 million people are under winter alerts as a major nor'easter is making its way up the coast. The area will see heavy rain today, but starting tomorrow, that storm could dump between 4 and 16 inches of snow across Massachusetts and upstate New York. With us now is NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa. She is live from Troy, New York, which borders Albany along the Hudson River. Em, good to see you. So we've been waiting for this. It's taken until March for the East Coast to see its first major storm. What are the conditions like where you are now? And also, if you're traveling, what do you need to know?
Hey there, Vicki. Well, we're at the front end of this storm, and so right now we're seeing some on and off rain, but conditions are expected to deteriorate throughout the day with every hour that passes, and as you mentioned, turn into snow later hours in the day, overnight into tomorrow, and that is a dangerous combination according to officials. You've got this rain, then you've got this snow, and that makes for a wet, heavy snow. What happens with that is it puts the tree branches at risk of breaking and causing more power outages. The governor is speaking right now saying, you know, it's not a question of will we see power outages. She says we will see widespread power outages. And the other thing to know is this isn't just a matter of hours. This is a multi-day storm event. And so that could make travel conditions treacherous for the next several days. Not just the slippery surfaces or roadway conditions, but also there's going to be low visibility because we'll see these 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts paired with snow that could turn into blizzard conditions, Vicki.
Emily, tomorrow projected to be a really brutal day with possible snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches an hour. As you said, brutal conditions, difficult to see. Wind gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour. How are people getting ready? And are you hearing anything about school closures? Are those a possibility at this point?
So the governor is, again, addressing the media right now in a news conference saying that it will be an epic storm and it could be a potentially deadly one. So really underscoring taking precautions in these hours right now. She says that they have generators, they have snow plows, they have all sorts of supplies at the ready stations throughout the state. And I mentioned those power outages. A few quick things you want to keep in mind at your fingertips: batteries, make sure your devices are charged, blankets, and bottled water, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa for us. Thank you, Em.
Now, Mexico is home to many spring break hotspots, of course, but this year, authorities are urging Americans to rethink their travel plans in some cases because of the threat of crime and kidnappings. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains what you need to know.
As spring break heats up and crowds start to head out for that idyllic beach getaway, Texas authorities are issuing an urgent warning against travel to Mexico.
Because right now it is too dangerous.
The latest State Department advisory also covering much of the country. Officials urging Americans to exercise increased caution in hotspots like Cancun and Cabo and reconsider travel in popular cities like Puerto Vallarta. A strict do not travel alert posted to 6 additional Mexican states, all due to an increased risk of crime and kidnapping, including a high level of drug cartel violence.
Mexico, here we come.
The warning comes after a deadly incident earlier this month when authorities say 4 Americans driving from South Carolina into northeast Mexico were mistakenly targeted by cartel gunmen. Video showing their violent abduction after authorities say the cartel members opened fire. 2 of the 4 longtime friends were killed. The remaining 2 survivors returning home just last week. Currently, more than 550 Americans are reported missing in Mexico. Authorities say 2 sisters and their friend are still nowhere to be found after they crossed the border more than 2 weeks ago from the small city of Penitas, Texas, into northeast Mexico. Police say the 3 women were last headed to a flea market in a green pickup truck. Their family now suspects they were kidnapped.
This is basically the first time I hear of regular citizens going missing. Like I said, we've never had this issue before that I can remember.
With so many increased safety risks in the area, authorities say it's important to be prepared and remain vigilant. If you do have plans to visit Mexico this spring break, experts suggest staying in a resort for added security. Share your mobile phone location with somebody at home and consider getting travel insurance in case of an emergency. Plus, make sure to sign up for the State Department's Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, which will keep you connected with the local embassy and up to date with the latest advisories. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
All right, we want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Pfizer is deepening its reach into treating cancer. It has agreed to pay $43 billion for biotech drug developer Seagen. That deal will add 4 approved cancer therapies to Pfizer's list of treatments.
Yeah, joining us now on this is CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Hey, Deirdre, so this news comes as Pfizer braces for a fall in COVID product sales, of course. So how will this deal help the drug maker bounce back?
So Pfizer says Seagen could bring $10 billion in revenue by 2030, which would offset its expected losses in sales. The New York drug maker will pay $229 per share in cash in a deal that is expected to close late in 2023 or early 2024. Seagen's novel cancer drugs are able to target tumors and hit them with toxic agents, a development which will add to Pfizer's current portfolio of 24 oncology therapies. The acquisition expected to face scrutiny from antitrust regulators. Back over to you, Teo.
All right, CNBC's Deirdre Bosa with that news. Thank you so much.
Idaho investigators closing on possible new clues in the college murders case. The dozens of tech companies being hit with search warrants, that's ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. There are new details in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Court documents obtained by NBC News. So search warrants, were served to dozens of companies in connection to the case.
NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz explains what exactly investigators are looking for.
New search warrants revealing dozens of major companies are being forced to turn over information in connection with the murder case against Bryan Kohberger.
All right.
Among those served, tech names like Apple, Amazon, Google, and DoorDash, social media companies Meta, Snapchat, and Tinder, and retailers Walmart and K-Bar Knives, the brand of knife sheath found at the crime scene with a single source of male DNA linked to Kohberger. But not all the warrants are focused on the suspect. Some are requesting bank and social media information about the victims.
They're trying to find out if there is a hidden link that could explain a motive.
They will never be forgotten.
The 4 college students were found stabbed to death in an off-campus home last November. Authorities still haven't publicly released a motive, but alleged cell phone data shows Kohberger stalked their house at least a dozen times before the killings and even went back to the crime scene hours after the murders. Experts say data from these warrants may help investigators piece together an even stronger digital footprint.
They are going all in, if you will, gathering every single conceivable piece of evidence so that if any doubt is raised, they will be ready.
Meanwhile, we're also learning new details about what officials say Kohberger was doing the moment he was arrested at his parents' house across the country in Pennsylvania.
Brian, what are you doing?
The 28-year-old wearing gloves while separating his trash.
Mr. Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical-type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The Monroe County 1st District Attorney calling that behavior significant for the investigation.
To me, that's incredibly damning. It shows a consciousness of guilt, that he was making sure that his DNA did not end up in the trash.
Other newly unsealed search warrants show what police did seize in Pennsylvania, including a gun and knife, black face masks and gloves, a cell phone, multiple laptops, and a book with underlining on page 118. Investigators also say they found a shovel in Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra and seized parts from the car itself, from the headrests and the seatbelt to brake and gas pedals. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, changing gears now, endometriosis, it's a painful chronic disease where the tissue that typically lines the inside of a woman's uterus forms on the outside of it. About 190 million women and girls of reproductive age globally are affected by endometriosis, but there's still little research on how to cure or manage it.
One survey by the Alliance for Endometriosis found that nearly 90% of patients are dismissed, overlooked, or misdiagnosed altogether when telling their doctors about these symptoms that they're having. Here with us to break down the stigma on this is NBC News medical contributor and NYU Langone Center rheumatologist, Dr. Natalie Azar, of course, a friend of our show. Doctor, always good to see you. So can you tell us just a little bit more about this disease and explain how it presents itself for people who don't know what this is?
Sure. So as we described in the lead, endometriosis refers to uterine tissue that is outside of the uterus. So the endometrium is actually the lining of the uterus, and that's where it's supposed to belong. Typically, you'll find these little endometrial deposits in other reproductive organs, so fallopian tube, ovary, the ovaries, in the vagina, in the rectum, so in the pelvic area, but sometimes even it can extend past that or beyond that. So you can imagine some of the most common symptoms will be worsening menstrual periods, right? You have pelvic pain during your period, you're going to have even more so of that, but even nausea, vague abdominal pain, back pain, and extreme fatigue really can be difficult to diagnose. You would imagine that you just do an ultrasound and boom, there it is. I have had so many patients who've had to have numerous MRIs, for example, to make a diagnosis. And sometimes they only make a diagnosis when they go in and do an exploratory lap and take a look and they see these endometrial deposits in other visceral organs.
A big reason we're talking about this, on top of the fact that it affects 190 million women and girls around the world, is Bindi Irwin. She's Steve Irwin's daughter, a renowned animal welfare activist herself. Take a look at this Instagram post that she just put up about her own struggle. In part, she said, a doctor told me it was simply something you deal with as a woman, and I gave up entirely trying to function through the pain. So why is it that it's so hard to get a diagnosis for this, and what should you do if you feel like your doctor isn't listening to your symptoms or giving you options for treatment?
So endometriosis is one of many chronic pain conditions that predominantly affect women that are really not so recognized, well understood, or that we are educated about in mainstream medical systems, including ours in the U.S. We are guilty, just like many others. These other conditions include fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, irritable bowel syndrome. These are what we call pain amplification syndromes. What do they all have in common? Predominantly affect women, and they are pain conditions. And many of them, you are not able to just make a quick diagnosis. So this is what I say to women. Trust your gut. You know what's wrong with your body. Bring an advocate. Unfortunately, bringing a boyfriend or a husband often helps. Join support groups, do your own research, and search until you find a doctor who will listen. We are out there. You just need to find us.
Important advice. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And we'll have more on that financial fallout from the Silicon Valley Bank collapse right after this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We have a warning for parents. There is an affordable game console that's on sale right now with some retailers, but it has some disturbing images and content.
Yeah, shocked shoppers have found racist and sexual content buried in some of the games. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo got his hands on one of these consoles and checked it out for himself.
It seems like a normal gaming system, but it's far from it. The Super Mini SN02, preloaded with 800 games, looks nearly identical to the original Nintendo SNES. Even the packaging is nearly a perfect copy. But it's not created by, sold by, or affiliated with Nintendo in any way.
It looks exactly like a miniature version of the old Super Nintendo.
Taylor Turley's 5-year-old son was gifted the console for Christmas, and she was ready to share some gaming nostalgia with him.
I was raised in the 90s. A lot of these games are very familiar with me. I honestly wanted to play the game before I gave it to him.
But she quickly realized some of the preloaded games included offensive or racist language and pornographic material, like this image of what appears to be 2 naked children in a tent. The book there labeled porn, and one with a sexually explicit character that looks like Ronald McDonald, along with an email account.
You can only imagine the type of person that's posting their email on pedophilic games.
She says she was also shocked to find a game with racist characters.
There's another game that is supposed to be like Mario 2, I believe. And it's called Black Man 2 once you get into the game, and I don't know how to describe it. It's pretty racist.
The gaming system, which doesn't list a manufacturer on the box, but says it's made in China, is sold by multiple third parties on major retailers like Walmart or Amazon. And we found it being sold in person at an electronics store in Corona, Queens, displayed right here on a table outside the store, along with what appears to be a knockoff Nintendo Switch. Here is the loading screen, and we see Luigi here, like a cartoon version of Luigi, very familiar. Looks like a fun game so far. Everything looks pretty normal. But as we kept scrolling, we're deep into the games now. It's 111 is the number of games that we've gotten to get to this screen. And on the same page, we have Mickey Mouse 3, which sounds like a game. Sure, you let your kids play that. That's fine. But on the same page, we have one that sounds much more explicit and questionable. And then as we hit play, we were even more shocked. Okay, right off the bat, that's not the Mowgli I remember. It would just be a normal game if it weren't for Mowgli being naked. We've reached out to Disney for comment on this, but have not heard back.
I was fuming.
Kyla Knight has been trying to warn other parents about the system on TikTok and tells us she bought it for her kid when it was listed here as a bestseller on Amazon.
My husband went ahead and bought it. It was like, hey, this is only $50. We're going to go ahead and get this.
After Kyla reached out to Amazon, the company told her they were investigating. And in a statement to NBC News, said the product was, quote, investigated and removed. But as of today, it's now listed on the site by another third-party seller. Walmart also telling NBC News the game will be removed because it does not comply with our prohibited products policy. But we found one that appears to be the same system by a third-party seller today. The online posts selling the systems do not mention anything about inappropriate content. They even received some 5-star reviews.
If you go into the descriptions of these consoles, they are marketed to children. They're marketed to give to your friends' children.
However, now Kyla and Taylor joining dozens of other customers, leaving reviews to warn other parents and to get the word out.
That's all I wanted to do with this whole topic was just make sure that parents knew what could potentially be on presents that they're buying for their kids.
My warning would just be to make sure that you go through the console yourself and test out these games. Even if you're not interested in playing it, just be aware of what your child is taking in all accounts.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
A very good warning. It is always something when content like that has to be blurred.
No kidding.
You know?
No kidding.
Wow.
All right, well, a historic sweep at the Oscars. A little later, the emotional moments from Hollywood's biggest night. We're going to have it all for you. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us anytime for free on our streaming network, NBC News Now, at all the places you see there on your screen. The news continues after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back on this Monday. We're glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Here's what's making news right now. The legal team for former President Trump says he will not appear before the Manhattan grand jury that's looking into a hush money payment. Adult film actress Stormy Daniels alleges she slept with Trump before his presidency and received money to stay quiet during his 2016 campaign.
Stanford University is investigating an anti-Semitic incident where swastikas and an image of Adolf Hitler were left on the door of a Jewish student's dorm room. In a letter to students, the school describes the images left on a whiteboard attached to the door as a, quote, brazen threat to an individual student. Stanford. The incident is now being investigated as a hate crime.
And the brackets are set for this year's March Madness, with top seeds going to Alabama, Houston, Kansas, and Purdue. The NCAA tournament kicks off tomorrow night with the first two games of what they call the first four in Dayton, Ohio. Southeast Missouri State will face off against Texas A&M Corpus Christi, with Pittsburgh playing Mississippi State later in the evening.
Time to fill out our bracket, Savannah.
Yeah, with all my knowledge.
Two big banks have been shut down and required government intervention in the past few days. That has a lot of folks worried about their money and the possibility that this crisis gets bigger.
That's right. Regulators say people who use those two banks can still access their money. But what if you use a different bank? Is your money safe? We're going to hear about more of this. Well, here to break this all down for us is our friend, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Sharon, so good to see you. Let's jump right in here. Should people be worried about the security of their money? A consumer watching this morning, what do they need to know given this current situation?
Do not panic. Do not worry about your money, because your money is safe in the bank, particularly if you have less than $250,000 in that bank. The FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Company, insures your money up to $250,000 for each depositor. So that's money in your name. And it can be in a checking account, savings account, money market account. It can be in certificates of deposit or CDs. And the thing to know, though, if you have stocks, bonds, mutual funds, exchange traded funds, crypto, that is not backed by the government through the FDIC. But the regular bank accounts, they are.
So that's $250,000 per person.
Yeah, per person. Yes, so
Per
you could
bank?
have $250,000. Yes, per bank. And your spouse could have $250,000 at the same bank. Your business could have $250,000 all at the same bank.
Got
but if it's in your name, you can have up to $250,000 in one bank and then $250,000 in another bank.
Okay,
or several
that's
banks.
good. So if you're lucky enough to have that problem where you have more than $250,000, how do you get the rest of it insured or protected?
Well, the one thing, you can do it yourself by putting your money in various banks. Just make sure that you divvy it up no more than $250,000 in an account at certain bank.
Okay.
The other thing you can do is ask if the bank is part of a bank network, something like the IntraFi network deposit program, some type of bank network that will do it for you, that will place your money in several different banks. So if you go to the bank and say, I have $1 million, I want to make sure it's safe, I want to make sure it's FDIC insured, how can you help me make that happen? If they have a relationship with a bank network like IntraFi, they can make that happen for you, but you got to ask.
Ah, very good.
And a lot of people who use other banks, you know, like JP Morgan Chase, we know people have been calling saying, is my money safe? What do I do about this? Should I look at moving it to other places? Then, though, there's the concern about these smaller regional banks, credit unions, things like that, that a lot of people have their money in. Is there a concern there for a smaller bank with less money in it?
Yeah. So if you're in a smaller bank, if you're in an online bank, a community bank, a regional bank, as long as it's FDIC insured, you are okay.
What about
you
those
gotta
internet
make
banks?
sure
Same?
internet banks, same thing. You want to look for one that's FDIC insured. Make sure you see that on the website before you put any money in there to make sure that that happens. But a lot of the places that we've talked about, like Bankrate, that look at online banks, they only show FDIC insured banks, but you still want to double check. You always want to double check.
That's so good, because I think people's inclination right now is to grab their money and stuff it under their mattress. But you're saying don't panic, don't do
panic, don't make any rash decisions. And with your portfolio either, the money that's supposed to be in something that's safer, some type of cash type product, it likely is not FDIC insured, but it's something that you just don't want to take your money out with an emotional reaction.
That's it. That's why you're here, for us to keep our emotions in check. Sharon Epperson, thank you so much. And for more tips to be smarter with your money, you can check out cnbc.com/personalfinance.
Well, at least 8 people are dead in what U.S. Border Patrol are calling one of the deadliest migrant smuggling accidents ever. Authorities say 2 boats crashed off the San Diego coast late Saturday night. They believe 7 additional victims are still out there. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now on this. Hey, Dana, so tell us about this crash and why authorities are convinced that the boats were involved in smuggling. What details do they have at this point?
Yeah, hi, Savannah. So San Diego police received that 911 call from a woman in one of those panga boats around midnight Sunday. She said that there was a crash and that her boat carrying about 8 people made it to shore, but a second one carrying 15 capsized in the water. At least 8 adult bodies have been found. 7 people remain missing. Now, according to the U.S. Coast Guard, since 2017, there has been a 771% increase in human trafficking in the Southern California coastal region. Now, since 2021, 23 lives have been lost at sea. And here's the explanation officials gave about why these human smuggling attempts are happening.
This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. This is part of a transnational criminal organization effort to smuggle people into the United States. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive.
And Savannah, that search has since been suspended.
And Dana, what does the Coast Guard think happened to the migrants that are missing? And also, why did they call off the search if there's still those 7 out there?
So this sparked a very dangerous rescue attempt that lasted about an hour yesterday. Lifeguards were battling rip currents and thick fog. They then transitioned to a recovery mission that lasted about 5 hours, but determined the risk exceeded their ability to do a rescue safely. Now, crews found no additional survivors and say for those missing, Savannah, it's unclear if they made it to land or if they died.
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, heartbreaking here. Thank you so much for your reporting.
Well, Well, tonight, NBC's Lester Holt has an exclusive interview with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. It is his first U.S. interview since taking office late last year. Sunak talks about several major issues, including the growing tensions with China.
Is China a threat? You know, China represents the biggest state threat to our economic interests, for sure, and is a systemic challenge for the world order. Now, that's why it's important that we take steps to protect ourselves against that. So in the UK, we've recently blocked hostile investment in sensitive sectors like semiconductors. That's an important thing to be doing, and we will continue to do what is necessary to keep our country safe.
And you can watch Lester Holt's full interview with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak tonight on NBC Nightly News at 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
All right, it is time to talk Oscars, of course, and Everything Everywhere All at Once dominated Hollywood's big night. The zany, captivating indie film took home 7 Oscars, including Best Picture.
Zany, that's a good word to describe it, really. A night also marked with a comeback and historic wins, all while avoiding the drama of last year's slap scene around the world. Who better? We got NBC News Now host Joe Fryer joining us to break this all down. So, Joe, let's talk about the 7 wins that capped off such an incredible night for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Yeah, exactly, including the big prizes, Best Picture, Best Director for the Daniels, they're known as, the 2 directors who also won for Best Screenplay, and then winning 3 of the 4 acting crowns, which is really huge. So the big win, of course, is Michelle Yeoh, who made history, the first Asian woman to win for Best Lead Actress, only the 2nd woman of color to win in that category. Here's what was notable. Halle Berry was the first. It was more than 20 years ago for Monsters Ball. Well, who gave Michelle Yeoh that Oscar? Halle Berry was one of the 2 presenters who presented that trophy. So that, I think, made that moment even more meaningful. You got Ke Huy Quan, who just won everyone's heart. He was the child star. He was in the Goonies and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. And then he says the work dried up. He said there were just no roles for Asian actors. Now he's back. A huge comeback for the child star. From the child star to the children of stars, Jamie Lee Curtis winning Best Supporting Actress. She thanking or acknowledging her parents, Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, both nominees but never won Oscars. Well, now she's won an Oscar.
The speeches were really good last night. They really were.
Oh my gosh, they're so amazing. Tell us about some other historic firsts. I know we had quite a few last night.
Yeah, we had it. And here's one that I think is really important, and it's at the costume design category. Ruth E. Carter, and you might have remembered 5 years ago, she made history when she became the first black woman to win in that category for costume design for Black Panther, the original. Well, now she won again last night for Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. She is the first black woman to ever win 2 Oscars.
Oh, wow.
Which was stunning when I read that.
Years.
It's incredible.
In
and
any
on top
category,
of that,
right,
yes, ever. And on top of that, in the last week, she said she lost her mother, her 101-year-old mother. And she talked about that, and she referenced Chadwick Boseman, of course, the star of Black Panther, who passed away. And she said, Chadwick, take care of my mom. That was just a moment right there. Also, then, history in the Best Song category, you had Natu Natu from RRR. Kind of a surprise. It is the first song from an Indian movie to win the Best Original Song category.
That performance of that song was great, by the way. Oh my gosh, so
good. The dancing is incredible. Really quickly before you go, any other real memorable moments people might want to go and look up?
There were so many memorable moments, but I think we're going to talk about the performances here, which was that Natu Natu beat Lady Gaga, who gave this sort of stripped-down version of Hold My Hand from the Top Gun song. And then you had Rihanna performing. I've had that song in my head all day. It is so touching. A tribute to Chadwick Boseman. I think people thought one of those 2 was going to win. In the end, it ended up being Natu Natu, but it was just incredible to see those 2 perform.
Yeah, it really was. And Lady Gaga in ripped jeans and a T-shirt at the Oscars.
Right. Which she had been on the red carpet already
with
the makeup on and the beautiful outfit.
And it wasn't streaked all over her face, which was amazing.
I know. It was really good. It just all went together. Tell us about Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, and that it was the year of the comeback. So with Brendan Fraser, I mean, that really kind of fit with the theme of Key winning his, and then Brendan Fraser, who had kind of had so much success when he was younger. Not so much a child star, but we knew him from, George of the Jungle and Encino Man and things like that, and Advantage. You could just tell he was just moved by the moment. You could see the audience was totally behind him, thanking his family. The movie The Whale, where he had this incredible transformation. It was really just a touching moment. And real quick, my other favorite moment, we go back to Ke Huy Quan, was when they won for Best Picture. He has this reunited exciting with Harrison Ford. This hug on stage that we were kind of wondering if it was going to happen and waiting to see if it would happen. They have this embrace. It kind of mirrored what happened with Indiana Jones. And now the question is, will they somehow figure out how to get him in the Indiana Jones franchise?
Yeah,
maybe not
exactly.
this movie that's coming out, but maybe something down the road here.
That's so good. I think we said it good in headlines when we said everything, everywhere, every award.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it really was. And we knew it kind of going in, and it proved to be true.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
It was a feel-good night all around, I think. And it was really nice to see these actors who've been in the business for decades and decades and decades, at some point, all of them thinking, maybe my career is done. And here they are, standing tall with Oscars.
Never let anyone tell you you're past your prime.
Amen,
that was the theme with
Amen,
all
sister.
four winners, which was amazing.
Yeah.
That was really like the thread, and I think that gave us the inspiration we needed this year.
Yeah. It was a good Oscars after last year, for sure. All right, NBC News Now host Joe Fryer. As always, thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Well, debilitating diagnosis is life-changing. Straight ahead, expert advice on living your best life while living with a chronic condition. There is more NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Almost 133 million Americans currently live with a chronic illness. That is nearly half of the entire United States population.
That's right. And the American Hospital Association classifies a chronic illness as a condition that is generally not curable, like hypertension, heart disease, arthritis, things like that. These debilitating conditions can be challenging to live with, but there are some ways to try to make it more manageable. Well, Emmy award-winning TV host Jeannie Mae Jenkins joins us right now on set. Thank you so much for being here. It is great to have you with us. And I know you played a big role when your aunt was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and then you actually even got involved with a campaign called Express for MS that tries to shed a light on what it's like to live with this disease. But talk to us about getting involved in speaking up about having a chronic illness and how you navigate that.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me on. The first biggest lesson I learned when my aunt was going through getting diagnosed, that in it of itself was a huge eye-opening experience, because anybody who is diagnosed with MS knows that a lot of changes happen that are not consistent. Everybody has a different journey. Everybody has different symptoms. Everybody has a different stage in their life. And so for my aunt, there was a lot of miscommunication, especially because of our culture. I noticed that from her not being able to find the right help, to be able to relay what it was that was happening, to be able to own some of the things without feeling shame, and even in our family, giving her space, a safe space for her to be able to talk about things without making jokes or making her feel different or making things, amplifying these things when she wasn't ready to on her own. This was such a huge moment to understand that people need to feel really comfortable with what's going on with themselves, and they need to feel safe to be intimate. Families cannot be intimate if you're not giving them the room to be that. So that was the first lesson I had. The second was being able to understand what is MS and how does it affect everybody differently. And knowing that it changes every day. Even when you think you've gotten it, it could be something different. So making the changes around your life to live life differently is the biggest goal, so that you don't have to feel apologetic about the things that you have to do.
Jeannie Mai, and congratulations on becoming Mrs. Jenkins and your baby, and thank you for coming on the show. You know, everybody knows you as this glam person who knows a lot about fashion and pop culture, but when I saw that you became really an advocate for your aunt and then taking this on for so many other Americans too, walk us through what that's like as a family member who's adjacent to someone who's living with a chronic illness or a disability. What are some of the do's and don'ts?
The best part is that fashion doesn't leave the conversation, ladies. It actually continues. Doing really smart swaps for my aunt with her clothing, we noticed that it was hard for her to handle like buttons or any, you know, fasteners. And so doing things like taking out the buttons and affixing them with magnets so that she could, you know, close her tops easily, or even Velcro, replacing. I actually started doing that myself because I with my nails, I can't get those things done in the morning. So that, and also jumpsuits, she started falling in love with jumpsuits, things that were really easy. Yes, things that were just easy to throw on, not having to think very often. Blazers actually became something that she loved too, because it just was a one and done for business, and you can just interchange them with different outfits. So my love for fashion became hers when she started to see that it fits her too. If fashion can be a conversation for her, as long as you fit it in the means that make her feel welcome and comfortable.
And when you look good, you feel good.
Oh,
absolutely.
No question. Oh, that is so special to hear, and just those little tweaks that make such a big difference in that outlook on everything. Also, okay, as Vicki just mentioned, you're a fairly new mom.
Yes.
Congratulations. And how do you plan to talk to your daughter about living with a chronic illness, to teach her about this and kind of the most important way to approach this with children?
Absolutely. Being straight up.
Yeah.
I think beating around the bush or being, you know, making it feel like a weird thing. Sometimes I've heard people, when we talk about MS, they'll whisper it like, she has MS. I was like, she has MS. What multiple sclerosis is a condition that affects everybody differently. Sometimes it's something you can see, sometimes it's not. But just to be really sensitive with people with what they're going through. If they need help, always checking in, watching people. If they look like they're, you know, maybe need assistance with something, switch it out and do something else. My aunt, for every holiday, she would be the one chopping vegetables. And for a while, we saw it took her a little bit longer. And we're like, forget the vegetables. Just go and play with the kids. We need somebody to go, you know, entertain them. And she still felt a part of the party.
Jeannie, what a great conversation. And thank you for sharing your experience with your family with us. We appreciate your time today.
Loved being able to, ladies.
Jeannie Mai Jenkins, thank you. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Two-time Olympic gold medal winning alpine skier Mikaela Shiffrin, well, she is sealing her spot in the history books as one of the greatest athletes of all time. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald takes a look at Shiffrin's latest big win in Sweden.
Skiing into alpine immortality.
A moment in alpine skiing history we may never see again. Mikaela Shiffrin clinching her 87th World Cup title.
To the whole team, and especially all the people who have helped me this whole season and my whole career. And I just want to say thank you for that.
Shattering the record held by Ingemar Stenmark for the last 34 years.
This race is going to be imprinted on my mind and my heart for the rest of my life.
We caught up with her moments after the big win.
Mikaela, how does it feel to be the greatest of all time?
That's such a wild thing to say or to hear.
A moment celebrated on the same hill Shiffrin won her first World Cup title 11 years ago. Once again, she was surrounded by family.
The first people I saw were my family. That's what makes it memorable and more special, far more than the numbers do.
It's her 13th win this season alone.
A decade of dominance.
Shiffrin holding 17 global medals overall, including 2 Olympic golds, but fell short at the Beijing Games last year.
That is heartbreaking.
Competing not long after her father passed away unexpectedly. Today, his absence was felt.
That's definitely difficult, though. I mean, it's the most important person in your life. You never know what they're going to say again.
With a proud nation behind her.
Enjoy every second of it.
Congratulations, Mikaela!
You are the true definition of a winner, inside and out.
A winner, but so humble in victory.
And you just do the best you can every single day. And that's the most courageous thing you can do.
But with just 2 days shy of her 28th birthday, Mikaela Shiffrin is just getting started.
So I have to ask you, what's next? 100 World Cups?
That feels like a very long ways away. My goodness.
Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News.
So cool to see that. Well, move over. Cocaine Bear, a real-life cocaine cat, is on the prowl. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch with the latest.
Amory might look like many other big cats, but this African serval's having a year that's far from typical. First, he wound up in a Cincinnati tree, and then
the toxicology came back positive for cocaine.
That drug test making Amory an internet star known as Cocaine Cat.
A bear did cocaine.
The hashtag, a spin on the new comedy Cocaine Bear, made by NBC's parent company.
Please, by all means, have a good time with it. But the thing that we want to make sure that gets across from our perspective is our officers take cases like this very seriously.
Cincinnati Animal Care's Ray Anderson says this bizarre saga began with a January traffic stop. Police taking the owner out of a vehicle, the serval escaping, climbing a tree, then breaking a leg as animal control tried to get him down.
Very scared, very agitated.
Thankfully, Amory's now resting at the Cincinnati Zoo, which says he's making great signs of progress. This isn't the first time Cincinnati's seen a drugged animal. Cincinnati Animal Care says it previously found methamphetamine in a monkey system.
We take these cases very seriously, and we want to get as much evidence as possible in the event that if these cases go to court, that we have as much of an open and shut case as we can.
The Ohio Department of Agriculture says it's not investigating, but adds people generally cannot own servals in the state thanks to a law that took effect in 2012, though there are some exceptions. Still, Anderson points to the big cat's social media prowess as a reason people want them as pets, with servals being overbred as a result.
There will be millions of animals in shelters nationwide this year that don't get a percent of the publicity that this cat will, but they need your help too.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
All right, well, NBC News Now continues to grow, and starting today, we're going to bring you even more live coverage. Our colleague Hallie Jackson will now anchor 2 live hours of her show, Hallie Jackson Now, which you can watch today starting at 5 p.m. Eastern.
And don't miss the premiere of Stay Tuned Now. It's a new show hosted by our colleague Gotti Schwartz. You can watch that weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern or 5 p.m. Pacific, streaming right here on NBC News Now. We're so excited for him.
Yes, for both of them.
I know, absolutely. Well, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily. And by the way, look, these are all the places you can watch us 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. The news continues right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us this Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, March 13th. Financial panic. The federal government is unveiling a rescue plan to help Americans affected by the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. How several agencies are working to get customers access to their money.
Building a case, investigators for the killings of 4 University of Idaho students are looking for new details about suspect Brian Kohberger. The digital evidence they are now asking dozens of tech companies to share.
Urgent warning. Authorities are now saying Americans should avoid travel to Mexico due to the ongoing threat of violence. Why many travelers are now rethinking their spring break plans.
You stole my life. That from a New York woman who says she was scammed by a man she met online. How she was lured into sending him nearly $500,000, and her warning now to other women looking for love.
Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. We've got a lot of news today, starting with those rising fears around the nation's banking industry.
Silicon Valley Bank is reopening today, just days after regulators took it over, and that fallout has spread to Signature Bank, which is now also under the control of the government.
Yeah, federal regulators announced all deposits at the banks will be guaranteed. They say the banks, though, will receive no bailouts, and their rescue plan will not cost taxpayers a dime.
President Joe Biden today addressed rising concerns, telling Americans the banking system is secure.
Americans can have confidence that the banking system is safe. Your deposits will be there when you need them. Small businesses across the country, the deposit accounts at these banks can breathe easier knowing they'll be able to pay their workers and pay their bills.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now on this. Hi, Brian. Always good to see you. So, while Silicon Valley Bank is one of the 20 largest in the U.S., it's unlikely a lot of regular people listening to this right now maybe had money there, unless you're in the tech, finance industry, things like that. So tell us, though, it is shaking up Wall Street, though, no matter if your money was there or not. So what are you learning about what led up to all this? How did this happen?
Yeah, well, there's a lot to unpack here, but essentially this was the top 20 bank that essentially went bust. They made a big bet on kind of their securities portfolio. They were betting that interest rates wouldn't rise as fast as they did. When the Federal Reserve ultimately did that, they sold the portfolio at a loss, and then the people that had deposits at this bank said, am I going to start to, be worried about whether or not I can have that money accessible to me? So they started to pull the money out. Enough people started to do that, and then the bank went bust on Friday afternoon. Now, what we do know so far is that essentially the speed of what happened there appears to be tied to the types of customers that they have. It's not the same bank that you and I have our savings deposits at, right? These are a lot of small businesses, VC firms, private equity firms, large tech companies. So if you think of It's a Wonderful Life, right? The whole village was coming in to ask for $17, $20. This is a smaller amount of people asking for a lot more money each. It means fewer people need to withdraw their money to ultimately drain the whole firm.
Now, we know that if you are a regular person with money in a bank, you are insured up to $250,000. So that should give people a bit of, calm and assurance that they shouldn't maybe run and go get their money out right now. But what about the concern this is a contagion? I keep hearing that word, that this is going to happen to Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, other banks. Is that going to happen to our regional banks, our credit unions?
Well, and the actions that we saw from the government yesterday evening were designed to stop the contagion. Now, it doesn't mean that we've been essentially over all this drama yet. We've seen some selling pressure in the stock market for some other banks. Now, the action in the stock market doesn't have anything to do necessarily with what's happening liquidity-wise in these banks. But the federal government is saying, look, we insured these deposits beyond what was already federally promised before yesterday, which was up to $250,000 per depositor. Now they're going to guarantee all the deposits at those two failed banks that failed over the weekend. So maybe that gives other depositors at other banks the same type of comfort.
Confidence. Good.
Brian Chung, as always, thank you so much. This is one of those days we are very grateful to have you walk us through this. Good to see you.
Thank you, Brian. We want to bring in Vanessa Pham now. She is the co-founder of Asian food company Omsom. That is one of the many companies who are customers at Silicon Valley Bank. Vanessa, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here with us. So you wrote an open letter with your sister about how all of this has impacted your company and other small businesses. I want to show a little bit of it. You say, to the other small brands impacted, we see you. Plus the difficult times ahead, we see you trying to navigate this with urgency, prudence, plus integrity, and we will get through this. So the president obviously making an announcement this morning. Hopefully that gives you some comfort, some confidence. But walk us through what this last 48 hours has been like for you and how it's impacted your business.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for having me. It's been a time of a lot of uncertainty and having to make really challenging decisions with not a lot of information. I think we did our best to move quickly to come to solutions and also plan for every scenario. Ultimately, we felt that the best way to navigate through this was to return to our values, to be transparent, to turn to community, and rely on our customers, our investors, our partners around the table to rally around us and other small businesses. And building in the light, even through dark times, has been the only way forward for us. So we're really grateful to see how the community showed up.
Vanessa, I got to think it was scary as a small business owner, as an entrepreneur, to not have access to your funds, to be locked out of your accounts. And what we're hearing now is, according to the SEC, the CEO of that bank, Silicon Valley Bank, sold millions of dollars worth of stock in the weeks ahead of this collapse, and that employees received bonuses just hours before the government took over. On a basic level, how does that make you feel when you're trying to keep your business open, pay your workers, pay your bills?
Yeah, I can't imagine what must have been going on behind the scenes. I'm not sure if, they had full visibility into what was going on, especially considering how quickly things moved. Like the definition of a bank run is the actual bankers driving a lot of the change, right? The depositors driving a lot of the change in the state of the bank. So, my experience was that Thursday morning, we started to hear some inklings of things evolving, and then by Friday, everything had changed. So I would say, I personally am trying to navigate this, not focused on the actual people working for the bank. I'm much more focused on what can we do as a company, our community, our investors, and the people that support us to navigate these really hard times.
And Vanessa, that leads me to my third question, which is what can people do if they are supporting a small business that's involved in this, or small businesses in general, but what kinds of actions can consumers take at this point to help these small businesses?
Yeah, so it's certainly very unclear times for us, and I really just appreciated how the community has stepped up to amplify what we're building, share our mission with the world, buy our products, buy gift cards. We're still waiting to see the funds hit, and we really hope that they do. But in the meantime, any kind of support in terms of buying our products is really the best way. And small businesses across the country are really hoping to see consumers turn up and vote with their dollars, in a sense.
Vote with your dollars. Vanessa Pham, thank you so much for your time joining us, co-founder of UmSum. It was a pleasure talking with you, Vanessa. Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
Great conversation, Vicki. Now let's get to new details in the killings of 4 University of Idaho students. New search warrants show the digital evidence investigators are looking for as they build their case against suspect Bryan Kohberger. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has more on the investigation.
New search warrants revealing dozens of major companies are being forced to turn over information in connection with the murder case against Bryan Kohberger.
All right.
Among those served, tech names like Apple, Amazon, Google, and DoorDash, social media companies Meta, Snapchat, and Tinder, and retailers Walmart and K-Bar Knives, the brand of knife sheath found at the crime scene with a single source of male DNA linked to Kohberger. But not all the warrants are focused on the suspect. Some are requesting bank and social media information about the victims.
They're trying to find out if there is a hidden link that could explain a motive.
They will never be forgotten.
The 4 college students were found stabbed to death in an off-campus home last November. Authorities still haven't publicly released a motive, but alleged cell phone data shows Kohberger stalked their house at least a dozen times before the killings and even went back to the crime scene hours after the murders. Experts say data from these warrants may help investigators piece together an even stronger digital footprint.
They are going all in, if you will, gathering every single conceivable piece of evidence so that if any doubt is raised, they will be ready.
Meanwhile, we're also learning new details about what officials say Kohberger was doing the moment he was arrested at his parents' house across the country in Pennsylvania.
Brian, what you doing?
The 28-year-old wearing gloves while separating his trash.
Mr. Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical-type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The Monroe County 1st District Attorney calling that behavior significant for the investigation.
To me, that's incredibly damning. It shows a consciousness of guilt, that he was making sure that his DNA did not end up in the trash.
Other newly unsealed search warrants show what police did seize in Pennsylvania, including a gun and knife, black face masks and gloves, a cell phone, multiple laptops, and a book with underlining on page 118. Investigators also say they found a shovel in Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra and seized parts from the car itself, from the headrests and the seatbelt to brake and gas pedals. Gadi Schwartz, NBC News.
All right, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. More U.S. families are choosing to rent right now. The number of renter households making $150,000 a year or more, that increased 87% between 2016 and 2021, according to data from the U.S. Census Bureau.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now on this. Dom, always good to see you. So what's forcing so many more Americans to rent rather than buy? What's behind these numbers?
So simply put, Savannah, Vicki, it's higher mortgage rates and steeper home prices. They're making it harder for people to actually purchase homes. Now, despite the fact that the number of Americans making more than, as Vicki points out, $150,000 a year has been rising, you've got limited housing supply, also making it more difficult for prospective buyers to find homes that meet their expectations. And many Americans simply prefer the flexibility of renting rather than committing to home ownership itself. Now, in 2021, about 44 million households were renting their homes, with Austin, Texas, guys, seeing the biggest increase in higher earning renters. Back over to you.
All right.
Very interesting.
It is interesting, and that analysis makes sense. Dom Chu, as always, thank you.
Well, U.S. officials are now sounding the alarm ahead of spring break. What you need to know if you have a trip to Mexico planned and how you can stay safe when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels. From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
If you're one of millions of people planning to head to Mexico for spring break, well, you should be prepared. U.S. officials are now urging Americans to steer clear of many popular beaches and cities there. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains what you need to know and do before traveling.
As spring break heats up and crowds start to head out for that idyllic beach getaway, Texas authorities are issuing an urgent warning against travel to Mexico.
Because right now it is too dangerous.
The latest State Department advisory also covering much of the country. Officials urging Americans to exercise increased caution in hotspots like Cancun and Cabo and reconsider travel in popular cities like Puerto Vallarta. A strict do not travel alert posted to 6 additional Mexican states, all due to an increased risk of crime and kidnapping, including a high level of drug cartel violence.
Mexico, here we come.
The warning comes after a deadly incident earlier this month when authorities say 4 Americans driving from South Carolina into northeast Mexico were mistakenly targeted by cartel gunmen. Video showing their violent abduction after authorities say the cartel members opened fire. 2 of the 4 longtime friends were killed. The remaining 2 survivors returning home just last week. Currently, more than 550 Americans are reported missing in Mexico. Authorities say 2 sisters and their friend are still nowhere to be found after they crossed the border more than 2 weeks ago from the small city of Pinitas, Texas, into northeast Mexico. Police say the 3 women were last headed to a flea market in a green pickup truck. Their family now suspects they were kidnapped.
This is basically the first time I hear of regular citizens going missing. Like I said, we've never had this issue before that I can remember.
With so many increased safety risks in the area, authorities say it's important to be prepared and remain vigilant. If you do have plans to visit Mexico this spring break, experts suggest staying in a resort for added security. Share your mobile phone location with somebody at home and consider getting travel insurance in case of an emergency.
Plus, make sure to sign up for the State Department's Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, which will keep you connected with the local embassy and up to date with the latest advisories. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
One New York woman says the man who she thought was stealing her heart was actually stealing her money, nearly $500,000 of it. WNBC's Greg Sergel has the details of how she fell for him and his online dating scam.
Here's the police. I called him.
The pile of papers on Connie Rotolo's table is evidence, she says, of the mess her life has become since falling prey to a dating scam.
I knew nothing about so many scammers out there. I knew nothing. Call me naive, call me stupid.
It began, Rotolo says, after losing her husband of 45 years in 2019.
Come on.
Beset by grief and under a lonely COVID lockdown, the then 67-year-old joined this dating website. A man responded, sending photos like this, claiming to be a fellow Long Islander who was working overseas.
They're sending you love stories, poems.
The two never met in person, but over 3 months of text messages, Rotolo says they grew close.
You took it and ran with it and thought this was going to be the love of your life now. But it turned out to be the hell of my life.
That hell began with pleas for money, cash the man said he needed to escape financial trouble. Rotolo wired him about $475,000, money her husband had left her.
When you think of that kind of money that you worked for, or, all your life, and you expect to live on it, you took it from me, you stole my life.
Eventually, Rotolo began checking on the man she thought she knew and realized he wasn't who he said he was. She went to Nassau police, who now confirm they're investigating her case.
Another one. I'll give you all I owe you.
And Connie Rotolo continues to receive text messages promising to make all this right.
You broke me. You really broke me. You made me into a broken person.
Connie Rotolo now monitors social media sites, trying to advise other women on how to avoid becoming victims. It is, she says, the least she can do.
I learned from that lesson, a hard one. It was a tough but hard one, but I learned.
And a lesson she hopes others will use to escape a similar fate. In Oceanside, Greg Sergel.
And kudos to her for speaking out, sharing that story, and not being embarrassed. She's the victim here.
Absolutely, and can definitely help other people who might be victim to one of these scams. Look for those warning signs.
100%. All right, with 2 banks unexpectedly shut down, we're going to have a lot more on what you should do with your money coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We have a warning for parents. There is an affordable game console that's on sale right now with some retailers, but it has some disturbing images and content.
Yeah, shocked shoppers have found racist and sexual content buried in some of the games. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo got his hands on one of these consoles and checked it out for himself.
It seems like a normal gaming system, but it's far from it. The Super Mini SN02 preloaded with 800 games looks nearly identical to the original Nintendo SNES. Even the packaging is nearly a perfect copy. But it's not created by, sold by, or affiliated with Nintendo in any way.
It looks exactly like a miniature version of the old Super Nintendo.
Taylor Turley's 5-year-old son was gifted the console for Christmas, and she was ready to share some gaming nostalgia with him.
I was raised in the 90s. A lot of these games are very familiar with me. I honestly wanted to play the game before I gave it to him.
But she quickly realized some of the preloaded games included offensive or racist language and pornographic material, like this image of what appears to be 2 naked children in a tent. The book there labeled porn, and one with a sexually explicit character that looks like Ronald McDonald, along with an email account.
You can only imagine the type of person that's posting their email on pedophilic games.
She says she was also shocked to find a game with racist characters.
There's another game that is supposed to be like Mario 2, I believe. And it's called Black Man 2 once you get into the game, and I don't know how to describe it. It's pretty racist.
The gaming system, which doesn't list a manufacturer on the box, but says it's made in China, is sold by multiple third parties on major retailers like Walmart or Amazon. And we found it being sold in person at an electronics store in Corona, Queens, displayed right here on a table outside the store, along with what appears to be a knockoff Nintendo Switch.
Here is the loading screen, and we see Luigi here, like a cartoon version of Luigi, very familiar. Looks like a fun game so far. Everything looks pretty normal.
But as we kept scrolling,
we're deep into the games now. It's 111 is the number of games that we've gotten to get to this screen. And on the same page, we have Mickey Mouse 3, which sounds like a game. Sure, you let your kids play that. That's fine. But on the same page, we have one that sounds much more explicit and questionable.
And then as we hit play, we were even more shocked.
Okay, right off the bat, that's not the Mowgli I remember. It would just be a normal game if it weren't for Mowgli being naked.
We've reached out to Disney for comment on this, but have not heard back.
I was fuming.
Kyla Knight has been trying to warn other parents about the system on TikTok and tells us she bought it for her kid when it was listed here as a bestseller on Amazon.
My husband went ahead and bought it. It was like, hey, this is only $50. You know, we're going to go ahead and get this.
After Kyla reached out to Amazon, the company told her they were investigating. And in a statement to NBC News, said the product was, quote, investigated and removed. But as of today, it's now listed on the site by another third-party seller. Walmart also telling NBC News the game will be removed because it does not comply with our prohibited products policy. But we found one that appears to be the same system by a third-party seller today. The online posts selling the systems do not mention anything about inappropriate content. They even receive some 5-star reviews.
If you go into the descriptions of these consoles, They are marketed to children. They're marketed to give to your friends' children.
However, now Kyla and Taylor joining dozens of other customers, leaving reviews to warn other parents and to get the word out.
That's all I wanted to do with this whole topic, was just make sure that parents knew what could potentially be on presents that they're buying for their kids.
My warning would just be to make sure that you go through the console yourself and test out these games. Even if you're not interested in playing it, just be aware of what your child is taking in all accounts.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Quite the report there. Well, emergency car repairs can ruin your budget for the month or even the year. Up next, how one organization is actually now offering to fix your car for free. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch our streaming network anytime, all the time. NBC News Now, anywhere that you stream. The news continues right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. Starting today, South Korea and the U.S. are launching the biggest joint military exercise both countries have performed in years. Officials say the drills will run for 11 days and include several field training exercises. This all comes as North Korea conducted another missile test on Sunday.
Take a look at this dramatic video. You can see a large group of migrants clash with federal agents at the southern border on Sunday. Look at this. Texas officials say they stopped hundreds from entering the country after the migrants broke through Mexican barriers to demand asylum in the U.S.
And the brackets are set for this year's March Madness. The NCAA tournament officially tips off tomorrow night in Dayton, Ohio. 4 teams are battling for one final chance to make the big dance. Southeast Missouri State will face off against Texas A&M Corpus Christi, with Pittsburgh playing Mississippi State later in the evening. The first round set to begin on Thursday. Savannah, it's going to be Two big banks have been shut down and required government intervention in the past few days. That has a lot of folks worried about their money and the possibility that this crisis gets bigger.
That's right. Regulators say people who use those two banks can still access their money. But what if you use a different bank? Is your money safe? Are we going to hear about more of this? Well, here to break this all down for us is our friend, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Sharon, so good to see you. Let's jump right in here. Should people be worried about the security of their money? A consumer watching this morning, what do they need to know given this current situation?
Do not panic. Do not worry about your money because your money is safe in the bank, particularly if you have less than $250,000 in that bank. The FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Company, insures your money up to $250,000 for each depositor. So that's money in your name. And it can be in a checking account, savings account, money market account. It can be in certificates of deposit or CDs. And the thing to know, though, if you have stocks, bonds, mutual funds, exchange-traded funds, crypto, that is not backed by the government through the FDIC. But the regular bank accounts, they are.
So that's $250,000 per person.
Per person. Yes. So
Per
you can
bank?
have $250,000. Yes, per bank. And your spouse could have $250,000 at the same bank. Your business could have $250,000 all at the same bank. But if it's in your name, you can have up to $250,000 in one bank and then $250,000 in another bank.
Okay, that's good. So if you're lucky enough to have that problem where you have more than $250,000, how do you get the rest of it insured or protected?
Well, the one thing, you can do it yourself by putting your money in various banks. Just make sure that you divvy it up no more than $250,000 in an account at certain banks. Okay. The other thing you can do is ask if the bank is part of a bank network, something like the IntraFi network deposit program, some type of bank network that will do it for you, that will place your money in several different banks. So if you go to the bank and say, I have $1 million, I want to make sure it's safe, I want to make sure it's FDIC insured, how can you help me make that happen? If they have a relationship with a bank network like IntraFi, they can make that happen for you, but you got to ask.
Very good.
And a lot of people who use other banks, you know, like JP Morgan Chase, we know people have been calling saying, is my money safe? What do I do about this? Should I look at moving it to other places? Then, though, there's the concern about these smaller regional banks, credit unions, things like that, that a lot of people have their money in. Is there a concern there for a smaller bank with less money in it?
Yeah. So if you're in a smaller bank, if you're in an online bank, a community bank, a regional bank, as long as it's FDIC insured, you are okay.
What about
you
those
got to
internet
make
banks?
sure internet banks, same thing. You want to look for one that's FDIC insured. Make sure you see that on the website before you put any money in there to make sure that that happens. But a lot of the places that we've talked about, like Bankrate, that look at online banks, they only show FDIC insured banks, but you still want to double check. You always want to double check.
That's so good, because I think people's inclination right now is to grab their money and stuff it under their mattress. But you're saying don't panic, don't do
panic, don't make any rash decisions. And with your portfolio either, the money that's supposed to be in something that's safer, some type of cash type product, it likely is not FDIC insured, but it's something that you just don't want to take your money out with an emotional reaction.
That's it. That's why you're here for us, to keep our emotions in check. Sharon Epperson, thank you so much. And for more tips to be smarter with your money, you can check out cnbc.com/personalfinance. We are learning more about a deadly boat crash off the California coast. Officials say at least 8 people were killed. 7 more are now missing after 2 boats capsized late Saturday night. The boats are suspected to have been involved in human smuggling. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, what more do we know about the missing migrants at this point, and why these boats were out in such dangerous conditions overnight?
Hi, Vicki. So the search has been suspended, officials say, for these missing. It's unclear if they made it to land or if they died. Now, usually these smuggling attempts happen overnight to avoid detection. In this case, San Diego police received a 911 call from a woman in one of those boats around midnight Sunday. She said that her boat was carrying about 8 people, made it to shore, but a second one carrying 15 capsized in the water. At least 8 adult bodies have been found. 7 remain missing. Vicki?
Dana, you said the search has been suspended. Do we know anything in terms of the captain of that boat or who these victims were? We know that there was a similar incident in San Diego back in 2021, and in that case, the smuggling captain was convicted.
Yeah, no information about the captain of this particular boat, but it is definitely a reminder of the dangers of putting your life in the hands of smugglers, or coyotes as they're often called. In that deadly May 2021 case, there was this dramatic video showing a capsized boat carrying about 34 migrants, some of the passengers struggling in the water to safety. 3 people died. Now, officials said in that case, the migrants paid at least $15,000 to be smuggled into the U.S. Now, the captain of that boat was recently sentenced to 18 years in prison, but smugglers aren't always caught, Vicki.
And Dana, some of the numbers are really staggering. The U.S. Coast Guard says that since 2017, we've had almost an 800% increase in human trafficking just in the Southern California coastal region. What are they trying to do to prevent people from risking their lives in this way?
Yeah, and even on top of that, according to the U.S. Coast Guard, since 2021, 23 lives have been lost at sea. And officials believe that this is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. They say this is part of a transnational criminal organization smuggling people into the U.S. Now, these people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive, according to officials. Vicki?
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you.
Tonight, NBC's Lester Holt has an exclusive interview with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. It's his first U.S. interview since taking office late last year. In it, he talks about several major issues, including the growing tensions with China.
Prime Minister, the U.S. is concerned that China may provide weapons to Russia with regard to the Ukraine war. If that were to happen, what should the response be?
That would be a very worrying and dangerous development. And I think the strong message that the UK, the US, and all countries have said to China, but to any country, is not to support Russia in this conflict. They are clearly an aggressor. They have broken the law. What they're doing is appalling, and no other countries should be trying to support them.
Would you support sanctions against China?
Yeah, I think with sanctions, it's always something that is best done coordinated with allies, because for sanctions to be effective, we have to do them together. The strong message I'd say to the international community is continue to isolate Russia, because what they're doing is illegal, it's wrong, and provide support to Ukraine quickly, because with that they can really make a breakthrough in this war and bring this conflict to an end.
You can watch Lester's full interview tonight on NBC Nightly News.
Well, 1 in 3 drivers is unable to afford an emergency car repair. That's according to AAA. But now a Dallas charity is working to change all that.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett shows us how Auto Care Haven is giving low-income families a chance at avoiding financial ruin.
So what's going on with your car is you have a real bad leak on your valve covers, and you're losing a lot of oil.
Okay.
So we're going to fix that leak today.
Carmen Rosa's car is essentially her lifeline. I'm a single mom with 4 boys, so I use it to take them to school, groceries. About Auto Care Haven, a local organization that fixes cars for free, she was overjoyed. I was really happy when I got the message that they were going to fix my car. I prayed, and I was like, I find myself really blessed. So with the initial and then this job, what would you estimate everything would cost?
A shop would probably charge us like $3,000, $2,500.
And she pays nothing for this?
No.
Manuel Tellez founded Auto Care Haven in 2018 after he had to take out a payday loan to pay for a repair of his own.
There's a lot of people that are just one blown tire away from financial disaster.
Tellez soon realized state and federal programs offering support for car repairs are scarce. Relying on mostly small donations and corporate grants, the organization has already fixed 20 people's cars this year.
If we're going to have a society that's centered around the automobile, then we also need, good support, or a support system to help folks that, are not able to leverage that.
According to the Federal Reserve, more than 30% of Americans cannot afford an emergency $400 expense.
It is a hole in our social safety net. If you can't drive, we tell people that they should just take transit, but the transit isn't a very good substitute for many. We shouldn't punish people for not being able to access the economy simply because that's the way our cities are built.
96% of the U.S. population lives in places that are car dependent. In metros like Dallas, underbuilt transit systems, especially buses, with often infrequent service and limited reach, can add hours onto commutes. Is public transportation an option at all for you?
No, not really. I'd probably have to wake up like an hour, 2 hours early to be able to catch the bus and go to work and take my kids to school.
Experts point out lack of access to a car only further drives inequality in society.
The people who have access to private vehicles, their wages on average are much, much higher than the people who don't.
But thanks to Auto Care Haven, Carmen is back on the road today without having to miss a day at work. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Dallas, Texas.
Well, it turns out Donald Trump will not testify before a New York grand jury. That's new today from the former president's attorney. It's part of a broad investigation into hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels.
However, Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, is expected to appear before the grand jury this afternoon. He claims Trump ordered him to make the payments to sway the 2016 presidential election.
Making history, all the biggest moments from the Oscars that has everyone talking. That's when we come back. There's more NBC News Daily right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, Everything Everywhere All at Once dominated the Oscars, winning seven awards, including Best Picture.
7 out of 11, pretty good track record. While this year's ceremony avoided drama, there were plenty of historic and first-time winners to make it a really memorable night. And here to break it all down, NBC News entertainment contributor and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon, friend of the show. All right.
Hey,
it's
I'm
great
back, ladies.
to see you. I know, we're a little bleary-eyed because we stayed
After
up late.
Super Bowl, as we were calling
it.
It was a lot.
Indeed.
It was a lot.
Indeed. A late night, plus daylight saving time didn't help. But okay, so let's talk about some of the most memorable moments and start us off with Kei Kwan and that speech. I felt he spoke for all of us refugees, I feel, about just what you can experience in a generation and to be there on the stage. And he felt like it was the American dream. I think it touched a lot of people.
Yeah, that speech was so beautiful. And Kei Kwan, who won Best Supporting Actor for Everything Everywhere All at Once, it kind of kicked the night off. It was that moment where everyone's makeup is did. But like, we were crying. I was sobbing.
I was crying.
Even Ariana DeBose, she gave the speech or gave the awards to him. She started crying.
Yes.
It was so amazing. I think we have a clip of that to show really fast.
My journey started on a boat. I spent a year in a refugee camp. And somehow, I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream. Dreams are something you have to believe in. I almost gave up on mine. To all of you out there, please keep your dreams alive.
We really just have to give all the speeches moving forward. All the speeches I want him to do it.
Well, yeah.
And I keep thinking of him as the 12-year-old boy from Indiana Jones who's now 51 years old and didn't give up on his dream, which is so beautiful. Also, Lady Gaga.
Yeah,
she was not supposed to perform, you guys.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
here
What's
last
that
week.
about? She wasn't supposed to.
She's right now filming the Joker sequel out
Everyone
in LA.
said she wasn't going to be there.
Yeah. But she shocked us. She was there, and she really made history as the first woman to be on that stage without makeup on. She gave a no makeup performance of her song "Hold My Hand." It was so beautiful, and I thought it was wonderful how she gave that little moment beforehand where she talked about being broken and finding yourself.
Yes.
Also, Rihanna came through, Super Bowl Part 2 for us, where she gave us Lift Me Up from Wakanda Forever. Denai Guerrero introduced her, called her royalty in her own right, and she really is that. She wore how do you say this? Maison Margiela, showcasing her baby bump, like this beautiful custom Maison Margiela, but so fabulous.
Also, it's like, Rihanna, we need you out here for us. Like, come on, the new music, we like you performing. Ugh, it's so good.
She had a standing ovation. Folks were really here for her.
She was so good. All right, let's also talk about history being made. There was a few instances of this last night, including somebody becoming the first black woman to win 2 Academy Awards.
Yes,
that was pretty amazing.
One of the first historic moments was Michelle Yeoh.
Yeah.
Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian woman to win Best Actress, very overdue for Everything Everywhere All at Once, only the second woman of color. And it was so cool to see Halle Berry out there giving her the award. She's the first woman of color to win that award. But also you mentioned Ruth E. Carter. She made history as the first black woman to hold 2 Oscars. She won for Best Costume for Wakanda Forever. That was an amazing moment. And then Natu Natu, Best Original Song for the movie RRR. Ain't gonna lie, I wanted Rihanna or Lady Gaga to win that award, but their performance was so amazing. I almost threw my back out trying to recreate the performance. The song is called Natu Natu.
It was fun
from
to
the
film
film RRR.
It was so fun.
Savannah and I are going to practice those moves later, get some cardio in. Yeah, that kicking. Yeah,
yes.
that's why I wore pants. Chris, before you go, let's talk about the big shutout of the night, the Banshees of Inisherin. You were supposed to say that. No. Somehow that question got changed.
That came up last night, that was funny about pronouncing it right. That was great.
Well, they were nominated for 9 awards going into the awards show, but I think a lot of folks just didn't watch that one. Everything Everywhere just came up as the huge winner. It's the first time also that A24, they swept the major acting categories.
Oh, wow.
Brendan Fraser's film The Well is also A24. So Banshees got shut out. Also Elvis and Fabelmans had 21 noms combined going in. They walked away empty-handed. Everyone thought Steven Spielberg might win that big award for Best Director, but it went to the Daniels. They got all the major awards that night.
The Daniels. I know. I also like how that's what we just call them.
Yeah, well, they were great, and they were so lovely. They snuck up on Michelle Yeoh during the red carpet, and just kind of, it was just a lot of love on that stage, and to see all those 4 acting categories with people who were basically like, we thought about leaving at one point in this industry. A good thing they stuck with it, right?
Right.
And Jamie Lee Curtis also, it's kind of incredible when you think about her coming from the parents that are legends in Hollywood, Tony Curtis and Janet Leigh, but never nominated for an Oscar. 64 years old, got her first Oscar award, and went on that stage and thanked her parents who are up in heaven now and said, we finally have our Oscar now. But I was a little bit sad because a lot of folks wanted Angela Bassett to win that award. Internet exploded over that, but I think she has great things coming her way because now there's so much exposure from this Oscars campaign.
Absolutely, and she looked incredible. Oh my gosh, that was one of my favorite looks, the purple dress. Yeah, it was so great. It was so great. You mentioned something just a second ago about with Banshees of Inisherin. Maybe it was one a lot of people didn't see. We talked last week about how there was one voter who said, you know, I actually haven't seen one of those movies. How do you think we fared in that way in terms of how, you know, was it fair, sort of, do you feel now that the show's over?
Yeah,
what do you think about that and any controversy?
Well, I thought a lot about that whenever Angela Bassett didn't win. And also, we haven't seen that type of win with one film getting all the major categories. And I kept thinking, I think voters maybe haven't watched all the movies.
Witherspoon, thank you.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, Idris Elba's career as an actor has taken off since his role as Stringer Bell in the hit HBO series The Wire.
Well, now he's celebrating the release of his new Netflix film, Luther, a spin-off of the popular BBC hit show. Elba sat down with Today co-host Willie Geist to look back on a career that started when he needed it most.
Elba was born and raised in London's working-class Canning Town, the son of African immigrants.
When was the seed to become an actor planted?
I knew that at the age of 16 that this was sort of my career path. It was right there when I sort of got introduced to method acting and Robert De Niro. I just became fixated. By the time I was 19, after 2 years college, I saved enough money and I was like, I'm going to New York.
So what were those early years in America like for a young, struggling actor?
I was broke and I was not booking jobs.
And so is it true that when the script for The Wire came your way, you were in the Astro van? Is there any truth to that?
Yeah. I was married at the time, and my wife and I were going through a very bad time. You know, she was pregnant. It was just a rough time. And I had this van. I lived in the van for a little bit. And quite frankly, it was the moment that my daughter was born, I literally got the phone call that, hey, you know, we want to offer you the role of Stringer Bell. Yeah, exactly the same day. Yeah, it was a really special time. Changed my life. I'm still dining off that life-changing moment.
We got the best goddamn product, so we're going to sell no matter where we are, right?
The Wire was the spark that finally lit the fuse on Elba's career.
Right. I mean, why work harder than you should?
No, whether you're talking about The Office or Mandela.
A just share in the whole of South Africa.
Luther, of course, and all these amazing series and going into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's got to be sort of a head trip to say I can sort of have my choice now of things that I want to do.
Someone asked me the other day, like, do you still audition? And I was like, no. Like, it wasn't like an arrogant moment. I was just like, no, I don't audition. It's a very, very different scenario now.
Have you ever had a chance to tell De Niro how he inspired you?
You know what? No. He had an office down in
Tribeca.
Tribeca.
Yeah.
I literally fanboyed out one day and just went to his office. And I think I had read in the stage newspaper that he was holding auditions for a Bronx Tale. It was his film he was directing.
Yeah,
and I was like, I got to be in this. So I show up, and I said, oh, I've got an audition at the front desk. And they're like, yeah, go up to the next floor. So now I know I'm blagging this, right? I'm like, wow, I'm going up to the next floor. This must be where Bob De Niro is. I get up, and this woman comes out. And she's like, hi, who are you? I said, oh, my name's Idris. Here's my resume. She's like, how did you get in this building? I said, oh, I'm auditioning for a Bronx Tale. She's like, honey, we already did the auditions. I'm just curious to know how you got in here. Ooh. I was like, well, I just did some research and I hustled it. She was like, wow, you got some nuts on you, boy. I tell you, I have to. Okay, I'll take your resume, but we don't have any more auditions. Wow. See you later. True story.
Elba also is an accomplished DJ who has booked Coachella twice and one royal wedding. His other passion started as a side hustle, long before acting paid the bills.
You play a song and there's 5,000 people, hands in the air. That energy, you can't get that in films. You can get that maybe in theater, but it's not as reactive. And when it's working, it's incredible.
Is there like nothing he can do?
I know. I'm sorry, a DJ at Coachella twice? I didn't know that part.
Might I reveal I met him once in the green room over at Today Show.
And?
So kind, looked you right in the eye. He's the real deal.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you're a fan,
Sounds like you are.
Oh, for sure.
Of course,
for sure.
you all are. Amazing.
Our thanks to Willie Geist as well for that.
A great interview. Coming up across NBC, we're bringing you more live coverage. Our colleague Hallie Jackson will now anchor 2 live hours of her show here on NBC News Now called Hallie Jackson Now. You can watch at 5 p.m. Eastern, streaming right here.
And don't miss the premiere of Stay Tuned Now, a new show hosted by our colleague Gadi Schwartz. You can watch weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern, also on News Now.
That's right. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Joe Fryer, in for Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, March 13th, 2023. Rest assured, President Biden vowing America's banking system is safe after the shutdown of 2 banks, what it means for anxious investors worried about accessing their money, and who the president says will be held responsible.
Here it comes. Tens of millions bracing for a new blast of winter weather, the biggest threats and where this powerful storm system is right now.
Risky whiskey, a black fungus growing in Tennessee in a community there. Why a plant that makes Jack Daniels is being blamed.
And thanks for not sharing. Netflix set to begin its crackdown on sharing passwords. That'll impact millions of streamers.
It is 11 a.m. in Portland, 1 p.m. in Mobile, 2 p.m. here in New York.
We're going to begin this hour with the federal aid government's urgent efforts to calm those who are panicked after the failure of 2 major banks. The collapse of both Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank marks the biggest bank failure since the 2008 financial crisis. Now, the government is taking action to protect the bank's customers and prevent more financial damage. President Biden spoke today telling the nation there's nothing to worry about.
Americans can rest assured that our banking system is safe. Your deposits are safe. Let me also assure you we will not stop at this. We'll do whatever is needed.
Here's the bottom line, according to the president. No customers will lose access to money they've deposited at those two banks. No taxpayer dollars will be used to cover the cost of fixing the collapse of those banks. No bank executive responsible for what happened will be shielded from responsibility. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Jake Ward and NBC business and data reporter Brian Chung are both with us. Jake, I'll start with you. There's been a ton of movement on this story in the last 36 hours. How did we get here? And is there a risk of this spreading to other banks, despite what the president's trying to tell us?
Well, Kate, certainly officials are working hard at this hour to stem that sort of panic. Behind me, you're seeing this Menlo Park branch of Silicon Valley Bank where depositors are still lining up and FDIC personnel are on the ground. The thing to remember here is that this particular bank is a very special creature. It is for the tech community. It basically held sometimes millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars for individual companies. That's very different than the banking that you and I do. And so officials are quick to point out that anyone with up to $250,000 in any bank in the United States that has FDIC insurance, that is absolutely safe. This was a very different creature. The question, of course, is whether people will listen. The concern at this hour is that Americans across this country may decide that they feel nervous about it and begin pulling money out of whatever bank they go to. That, of course, is why the steps that the government took to act so quickly in this case were so important in trying to stem that kind of panic. Again, officials saying that this hour, although the troubles at this bank and at Signature Bank were very specific and very bad, it has not spread to other banks and will only do so if you and I were to panic. Hopefully that panic doesn't come to pass, Kate.
So, Brian, let's bring you in here because the vast majority of Americans don't have anything to do with either of these banks. So why does this matter to them?
Yeah, well, when it comes to kind of the story here for Americans, right, the big takeaway is that, as Jake was saying, your deposits, the ones that you're familiar with in a savings or a checking account, are not going to be at the likes of the banks that failed over the weekend. Those banks were more business facing in specifically the tech sector and also in crypto businesses. So you also have to remember there's that federal line for $250,000 per depositor. That's going to be at most of the banks that you bank at, which means that unless you have more than that in there, even if there were to be some sort of stress event in some unusual situation, your deposits will be insured up to that amount. Now, for what it's worth, this doesn't mean that the failure of those two banks hasn't had any consequence. I've been talking with sources over the weekend inside and outside the bank. Silicon Valley specifically was very much tied to the startup community. They were all small businesses that employ many other people. One banker that I spoke to inside SVB said that if they didn't get the uninsured deposits covered, it could have led to tens of thousands of workers losing their jobs.
All right, Brian Chung, Jake Ward, thank you both. Appreciate it.
The first legitimate nor'easter of 2023 about to hit the East Coast. Winter alerts are in effect for more than 10 million people across the Northeast. The system could bring heavy snow to some areas, strong winds and rain, with the worst effects expected tonight into tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in upstate New York. Also with us, meteorologist Bill Cairns as well. Emily, this is expected to be the biggest winter storm of the season so far. What preps are you seeing up where you are?
Hey there, Kate. Well, right now you're seeing the calm before the storm. We've seen some rain off and on throughout the morning, but the conditions are going to deteriorate throughout the day. Governor Hochul just addressing the news media, warning the public to brace and bear down ahead of this storm, saying she could describe it as an epic, potentially deadly storm. She also said that she's going to be declaring a state of emergency starting at 8 p.m. tonight, which will help free up resources in the response to that. I mentioned the rain that we've seen earlier in the day. It will transition overnight into snow, and that's a really dangerous combination according to officials, because what happens is it becomes very heavy, and that will break tree branches, causes trees to topple onto power lines. So widespread power outages is a major concern right now, and so authorities are urging people to take preparatory steps ahead of the storm moving in, including stocking up on water bottles, batteries, flashlights. More than 8,000 utility workers are pre-positioned across the state, plus 100 National Guardsmen. Here's more from the governor earlier today.
There's no reason in the world to have plans to be out tomorrow. Today is the day you get ready. It's going to be one where we're going to see serious loss of power. This is one we're cautioning people that this could be deadly.
Okay, so this may be the final official week of winter Cape, but boy, is it packing a punch. Back to you.
Yeah, and Bill, you and I both know folks in the Capital District near where Emily is right now, they're pretty tough. We're kind of used to this. Bill and I are both from up there. Okay, so Bill, take it from here. What do we see coming with this first nor'easter in March?
Yeah, we're worried about the power outages, the trees coming down, and the biggest effects will be at the high elevation. So here's the nor'easter forming off the Outer Banks. It's going to be just almost over the top of Boston this time tomorrow. So the winter storm warning spread through much of New York State, the little portion there of Pennsylvania, only a sliver of northern New Jersey. It's really central New England that's going to get it the worst. The Berkshires, the southern portions here, heading down through the Green and the White Mountains, also the Adirondacks, the southern Adirondacks and the Catskills. That's where we're going to have someone getting 2 feet of snow out of this. I was in the Catskills this weekend, and everyone was filling their gas cans. They're all prepared for power outages and making sure that they have gas for their generators because they know that the heavy, wet snow with 40-mile-per-hour winds is a really nasty combination, and that's what can happen. And you can see the pink shows you where a foot of snow is going to be. That's the Catskills, that's the Adirondacks, that's the Berkshires here, and the Green and the White Mountains here in areas of Vermont and New Hampshire. So literally the highest totals will be in the mountains. Messy weather from Albany down the Hudson Valley. It'll vary depending on the terrain. We'll also have those 65-mile-per-hour winds possible north of Boston here on the coast. That could cause some power outage problems out of this. And as far as the timing goes, tonight is when we'll see the storm moving in. That's when we'll see that transition in the high elevations, the heavy snow early tomorrow.
All right, Bill Cairns, Emily Ikeda, thanks so much.
8 people are dead. 7 others are believed to be missing after 2 boats crashed off the coast of San Diego. Fire and rescue officials say they suspect the boats were involved in a smuggling operation. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin's following this story. So, Dana, how did this all unfold, and where do those search efforts stand for those still missing?
Good afternoon, Joe. So the search has since been suspended. Officials say for the 7 who remain missing, it's unclear if they made it to land or if they died. Now, usually these smuggling attempts happen overnight to avoid detection. In this case, San Diego police received a 911 call around midnight Sunday from a woman in one of those boats. Now, she said that her boat was carrying 8 people and made it to shore, but a second one carrying 15 capsized in the water. And this sparked a dangerous rescue attempt that lasted about an hour yesterday as crews dealt with rip currents and heavy fog. After an additional 5 hours of searching, crews found no additional survivors. Now, according to the U.S. Coast Guard, since 2021, 23 lives have been lost at sea, and they've seen a more than 700% increase in these illegal smuggling attempts in the Southern California coastal region. Now, officials believe this is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. They say this is a part of a transnational criminal organization smuggling people into the U.S. And officials say these people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive. So it's definitely a reminder of the dangers of putting your life in the hands of smugglers, or coyotes, as they're often called. Joe?
All right, Dana Griffin reporting from California. Dana, thank you.
Well, Hollywood's biggest stars were shining pretty bright last night at the 95th Academy Awards.
Yeah, by far the biggest winner of the night was the film Everything Everywhere All at Once. It not only swept Best Picture, it swept most of the major acting categories, too. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has the highlights.
Hollywood's biggest night did not disappoint. From the fashion to the musical performances. To host Jimmy Kimmel crash landing onto the stage. But the biggest winner of the night, the quirky sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which took home 7 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Director. The inspirational Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian to win Best Actress in a leading role.
For all the little boys and girls who look like me watching tonight, this is a beacon of hope and possibilities.
Her co-stars Kiwi Kwan and Jamie Lee Curtis sweeping the Best Supporting Actor category.
I spent a year in a refugee camp, and somehow I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream.
I know it looks like I'm standing up here by myself, but I am not. I am hundreds of people. We just won an Oscar together. My mother and my father were both nominated for Oscars in different categories. I just won an Oscar.
Who would want me to be a part of their life?
An emotional Brendan Fraser hooking the Best Actor Oscar for his role in The Whale.
I started in this business 30 years ago, and things, they didn't come easily to me. I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement.
Also making history, the song Natu Natu from the movie RRR, which became the first Indian film song to win an Oscar. It beat out Super Bowl halftime star Rihanna, who was nominated for her first Oscar for the hit Lift Me Up from the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack. John Travolta also getting emotional as he paid tribute to his friend and late Grease co-star Olivia Newton-John while honoring those who died in the past year.
They've touched our hearts, they've made us smile, and became dear friends, who we will always remain hopelessly devoted to.
Oh, wow! As for last year's shocking Oscar slap involving Will Smith and Chris Rock, Oscar host Jimmy Kimmel made sure to put out a fair warning.
We have strict policies in place. If anyone in this theater commits an act of violence at any point during the show, you will be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and permitted to give a 19-minute-long speech.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
It was so much fun.
It was. Coming up, why a Tennessee town wants to cut off Jack Daniels ahead of the whiskey maker's expansion plans. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In Lincoln County, Tennessee, where Jack Daniels ages some of its popular whiskey, there's this black fungus that's causing a lot of concern.
The fumes from the alcohol aging process is fueling the fungus, which is coating everything from homes to fences and more. And folks living nearby there say they are fed up. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now with more on this. Kathy, good day.
Hey, Joe. Good afternoon to you. Yeah, some whiskey makers actually call this type of fungus angel share, but many residents we spoke with say that this is a growing nuisance. And right now, there is no proof that this is actually harmful or dangerous to humans, but regardless, it is an eyesore, and homeowners say they shouldn't be forced to live with it.
In this small Tennessee town, a layer of thick, black residue is covering up street signs, clinging onto roofs and trees.
Look, that is fungus that is growing on the side of this branch. See?
It's called whiskey fungus.
Like on these branches, you see for sure that's definitely whiskey fungus.
And it's being fueled by one of the most popular whiskey brands in the world, Jack Daniel's, which operates 6 barrel houses here in Lincoln County. Those alcohol vapors released during the aging process of whiskey can travel hundreds of yards, fueling fungal growth, spreading on many surfaces.
And so this is harder on the metal. But look.
Tracy and Warren Ferry purchased their house right before these facilities went up, next door to their property.
I saw a little slice of heaven.
3 years later, do you feel the same way?
No.
Why?
Because I have a huge monster in my backyard that's gonna hold it's gonna ruin everything.
Jack Daniel's says that this type of microflora is not uncommon around distilleries and that they appreciate that some may not like how it looks and the inconvenience it may present. Based on the information available, we believe it is not harmful to individuals or their property. Vanderbilt University professor Antonis Rakas is an expert on fungi.
So we don't know of any patients that have ever acquired an infection with the whiskey fungus. I would add to that no clinical studies have been done.
And some now are suing. Patrick and Christy Long are arguing Jack Daniel's didn't have the required permits for its expansion. Currently, there are 6 operational barrel houses, with 8 more in the works. But Jack Daniel's tells NBC News about plans to push ahead with their expansion, which they say will bring $1 million in annual tax revenue to the county.
We'll be looking at somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000 a year to clean the mess they're creating.
Problems pouring over from one of the state's most famous products.
And we should point out that Jack Daniel's is a major economic driver in the community, and residents say, look, we don't want Jack Daniel's to shut down its operations. We just want them to be good neighbors. So what does the solution look like? Residents are suggesting that Jack Daniel's actually put some sort of filtration device around these barrel houses, but Jack Daniel's tells us that if right now there is no technology on the market that would do just that, and also something that would not impact their aging whiskey. Guys, back to you.
All right, Kathy Park, thank you so much.
We're learning new details today about the investigation into the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. New search warrants were served to dozens of companies in connection to that case. That includes Apple, Google, and the knife company K-Bar. Not all of the warrants are focused on the suspect, Brian Koberger. Some of them request bank and social media information about the victims.
Coming up, the new warning for Americans who are heading to Mexico ahead of spring break. You're watching NBC News Daily.
top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tensions are higher than usual on the Korean peninsula today, I should say. The South Korean and U.S. militaries launched their biggest joint exercises in years, and now North Korea is responding. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Seoul. Josh, tell us more about what these drills are and how are they different this year?
Well, they're the largest in about 5 years, Kate, because the former Trump administration had scaled back military exercises with South Korea as former President Trump was working on diplomacy with Kim Jong-un, and the South Korean government at the time was very pro-engagement. But now these exercises are back in full force, involving amphibious landings, live artillery fire, as well as computerized simulations of defense against an attack from North Korea. All of this part of the effort by the U.S. and its treaty ally, South Korea, to make sure they are ready for any threat from North Korea.
And how is North Korea reacting to the exercises?
Well, it has been long anticipated that the North Koreans would retaliate for these exercises in some fashion, but in fact, they didn't even wait for the exercises to begin. Yesterday, on the eve of these exercises, the North Koreans launched 2 submarine-fired cruise missiles from a sub off of their coast into the Sea of Japan. According to state-run media there, the cruise missiles flew for about 2 hours, making figure-8 formations before reaching their targets. And the South Koreans say they're working with U.S. intelligence to assess exactly what happened in those launches, but there are concerns that this is not going to be the end. This region really is on edge over the next week and a half or so for additional retaliation from North Korea, potentially including a 7th nuclear test, something that the U.S. intelligence community warned just last week could be coming soon, Kate.
All right, Josh Letterman for us. Josh, thank you.
U.S. officials are pushing back hard after an Iranian diplomat created some confusion over the weekend. The Iranian foreign minister claimed on state TV that the country had reached an agreement with the U.S. on a prisoner swap. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now. Ali, so first of all, what exactly did this Iranian official say about the supposed prison swap negotiation?
Hey, Joe. Well, as you mentioned, yesterday, Iran's foreign minister Hossein Amir-Abdollahian was speaking on state TV, and he said that Tehran is in the final stages, on the cusp of finalizing a prisoner swap with the U.S., claiming that tangible progress on a highly sensitive and significant deal had been made. He'd added that they've reached an agreement, and if everything goes well, on the American side, an exchange could be done in fairly short order. The foreign minister added that Iran was ready while the U.S. was working on what he called final technical coordination. Now, Iran for some time has said that it's ready for a prisoner swap as long as the deal releases Iranian funds held in South Korea. More than $7 billion worth of Iranian oil revenue is frozen in South Korea because of American sanctions. But interestingly, Joe, state media last week in Iran said that the release of those funds had been agreed and the prisoner exchange was imminent. Clearly, that's no longer the case.
Yeah, so the U.S. was quick to deny this claim. What is the State Department saying about this right now?
That's right. The State Department said within hours of Iran issuing that statement, it was refuted by U.S. officials who said that Iran is simply lying, that they don't hesitate to make things up. I think we have a statement to put on screen from State Department spokesman Ned Price. He said statements from Iranian officials regarding a deal of a prisoner swap have not been reached and are especially a cruel lie that only adds to the suffering of their families. While insisting the claim was false, he also said that Washington was committed to securing the release of Americans held in Iran, naming Siamak Namazi, Emad Sharghi, and Morad Tabrizi, who've all been charged with espionage and endangering national security, and have all been given lengthy jail sentences. And now they're basically languishing in an Iranian jail in limbo, not knowing whether they're going to be set free or serve much more time in Iran. Joe?
All right. Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you for your reporting.
Coming up, what you need to know about Netflix's password sharing crackdown and how soon it could go into effect.
But first, two big programming notes about our streaming platform, NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson now expands to 2 hours starting today. Catch Hallie live from 5 to 7 Eastern.
Then, after Top Story with Tom Yamas, stay tuned for Stay Tuned Now. Gotti Schwartz brings you all the day's news live from Los Angeles. That's at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Iran's judiciary chief says the country has pardoned 22,000 anti-government protesters. You remember protests swept through Iran last fall, sparked by the death of a young woman who was in the custody of the country's morality police. Those pardoned were among the thousands initially arrested in those protests.
Japan has dropped mask guidance for its citizens for the first time in 3 years. However, many are choosing to keep their masks on. Masking up is a long-held tradition in Japan even before the days of the COVID-19 pandemic. But now many are staying masked to protect themselves from hay fever as pollen levels increase.
Bruce Springsteen is postponing his third concert in a row. The rock star was supposed to perform in Ohio and Connecticut last week and then in New York this week. A tweet by Springsteen on Sunday explained the shows were canceled due to illness. One of Springsteen's band members tweeted that the illness is temporary and nothing serious.
Authorities in Mexico are searching for 3 American citizens who vanished more than 2 weeks ago. The group includes 2 sisters as well as their friend. They apparently crossed the border looking to sell items at a flea market. The group was last seen driving in a green mid-1990s Chevy Silverado. The FBI is assisting in the investigation.
Well, spring break is here, and that means thousands of people are getting ready for trips to popular tourist destinations, including Mexico. But there are new warnings about traveling to that country following the kidnapping of 4 Americans across the border on March 3rd. Law enforcement officials in one state advising people to avoid Mexico altogether. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now with a closer look at the threat. Guad?
Kate, this warning coming out of Texas after these 4 individuals were kidnapped, 2 of them killed. And of course, the 3 residents of Texas that you just mentioned on the show are still missing in Mexico. Now the state of Texas asking people, right as many get their spring break on the way, asking them to not travel to the neighboring country.
As spring breakers flood popular tourist destinations in Mexico,
it's vacation, it's beautiful, it's paradise.
Texas state officials urging residents to avoid travel to the country. The Department of Public Safety saying drug cartel violence and other criminal activity represent a significant threat.
Obviously, the border is a very different place than Cancun. It's much more tourist-based, so it feels a lot more homey and a lot more safer here.
The advisory coming after 4 Americans were kidnapped and 2 of them killed in Mexico.
Mexico, here we come.
This video showing the group while on their journey before the attack. Yet, the U.S. Department of State's latest guidance only lists 6 Mexican states under a do not travel advisory. Destinations like Cabo and Cancun remain in a level 2 advisory, warning visitors to exercise increased caution.
For someone that has already planned their travel, would you advise them to reconsider or cancel their travel later this month?
Take everything on a case-by-case basis. This is an individual decision that has to be made based on what you learn about the resort area you're going to. Stay away from level 4 State Department do not travel states. Reconsider any travel to the level 3 category states from the State Department.
Back in Texas, the FBI is also investigating the disappearance of 3 U.S. residents who crossed into Mexico 3 weeks ago and never returned.
They were going towards to a flea market to sell some clothing articles. One of the lady's husband was in constant communication. Then all of a sudden lost contact.
Yet thousands of Americans are expected to arrive at Mexican hotspot destinations.
And for those that are going to be traveling to Mexico, there is some tips that could make your trip safer. One is to make sure that you turn on location services on your cell phone. Share that with someone in the U.S. so they know where you're at all times. Another tip is talk to the hotel or resort where you're staying. Find out if they can recommend a safer way to get to and from the airport. Also register with the nearest consulate. And of course, check that Department of State website. It basically gives you details for any country in the world. If you're going to Mexico, you can click on the state, even the city, the region, and it'll give you details as to the dangers that might exist in the area where you are traveling to. All of this information can be very important when someone has to make a decision before going on that trip.
Yeah, definitely worth checking. Guad Venegas, thank you.
A new oil drilling project in Alaska has the green light from the Biden administration. Climate activists fought hard to stop this initiative called the Willow Master Development Plan. It's a reversal for the White House and the president, who, as a candidate, promised to move the country away from fossil fuels. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now with more on this. So, Carol, first of all, what do we know about the scope of this project and why the administration ultimately decided to approve it? And how are some Democrats reacting to this?
Well, it's a very large project. It's a multi-billion-dollar project, Joe, and it's on the 23 acres expanse that's in Alaska's northern scope. So it's a very significant project. Now, what the White House is saying in the administration is that there was initially 5 sites that would be drilled upon, and the original proposal for this, they've cut that back to 3, denying 2 of those sites, in which the administration says will reduce the impact on the environment and endangered species that are protected. Now, they're also saying that this is something that they had little choice to do, making the case that there was potential legal challenges coming, and that the president didn't really have a choice here. And as for Democrats, you're seeing some criticism from Democrats. Environmentalists are outraged by this, saying that this is a reversal by President Biden in terms of his commitments to addressing climate change. And one Democrat, Senator Markey of Massachusetts, said that this is something that the Biden administration's decision to move forward with one of the largest oil development projects in decades sends the wrong message. So a lot of criticism here, and the administration a little bit on the defensive.
All right, Carol Lee reporting from Washington. Carol, thank you.
Former President Trump is speaking in Iowa tonight. It's his first visit to the key early state since announcing his White House bid last year. His visit comes as Trump's attorney told NBC News this morning the former president will not appear before a grand jury in New York this week. The Manhattan district attorney is investigating hush money paid to adult actress Stormy Daniels. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Davenport, Iowa for us. Also with us is NBC's Ron Allen. Vaughn, I'll start with you. What is the former president trying to accomplish with this visit to Iowa?
Right, Kate. These investigations are running parallel to what is his third presidential campaign here. This is his first stop to Iowa. He will be holding an event here later today in Davenport, in which the intended goal from his campaign was to address his education policy proposals. But it is difficult when these investigations, his former attorney and fixer, are happening at the same exact time in New York City. For Donald Trump, this event also comes after the trip to Iowa by the likes of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who on Friday here in Davenport as well made reference to the palace intrigue and leaks of other types of administration without saying Donald Trump's name. A clear inference, though, to the former president, and contrasted that with his own Florida governor's executive office, saying that they execute day by day. And this event here is Donald Trump's effort to try to counter the likes of the policy successes that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, if he were to mount a presidential run in the months ahead, is going to try to use to capitalize from his time here in Florida this spring.
All right, Vaughn, thank you. Let me go over to Ron Allen, who's been following what's happening in New York. So former Trump fixer Michael Cohen is testifying before a grand jury right now, right, in Manhattan. Do we know why or what he's there to discuss?
Well, we believe this case relates to the payments to Stormy Daniels back in 2016. Now, it's been a long time that President Trump allegedly made through Michael Cohen to help his campaign or to have his campaign not harmed. Michael Cohen has been very consistent for the last number of years, saying that former President Trump instructed him to do this and that he did it acting on the former president's behalf. The president has pushed back very hard at this, saying that all of this is a mockery, that it's an injustice, that it's a scam, so on and so forth. Here's some of what Michael Cohen had to say as he was entering the courthouse today. Take a listen.
My goal, this is not revenge. This is all about accountability. He needs to be held accountable for his dirty deeds.
The reference to revenge is the fact that Cohen has served time himself after pleading guilty to numerous counts in federal court of tax evasion, campaign finance violations, which relate to this particular matter of Stormy Daniels, that case. So his critics would say that he's a problematic witness, and you have to wonder why now, after 7 years, this is finally coming to this point where it's his first time before a grand jury, though he's talked to prosecutors as many as 20 different times in meetings. Kate?
Ron Allen, Vaughn Hilliard, thanks to you both.
In less than 2 hours, President Biden will arrive in San Diego for a critical meeting with the leaders of Great Britain and Australia. He's set to make a major announcement as the three countries look to strengthen their bond to face a growing threat from China. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in San Diego for us. So, Mike, first of all, what can we expect the president to announce here?
Well, Joe, as China has been trying to expand its influence beyond its borders, President Biden has also tried to make clear, as he puts it, that the United States is also a Pacific power. And one of the ways we demonstrate that is by building on and strengthening our alliances with key countries in the region, including Australia. Now, in September of 2021, the White House announced with Australia as well as the United Kingdom what's known as AUKUS, a security relationship between the three countries on things like artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. But number one at the top of the list of that cooperation is what they call undersea capabilities. Behind me, you'll see the USS Missouri is a Virginia-class submarine. So what we expect the key announcement to be today will be about a deal finally on paper to help Australia, with the help of the U.S. and the U.K., build nuclear-powered submarines. Now, ahead of this visit, Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, sat down with Lester Holt, where he talked about China as one of the reasons we're in this relationship. He talked about it as the biggest state threat to our economic interests. Joe.
And Mike, real quickly, President Biden then will head to Monterey Park, California tomorrow. What is expected there?
Of course, as you know, Joe, the Monterey Park, the site of a horrific mass shooting late last year. President Biden is going to be meeting with some of the victims and some of the heroes of that day. There was also some expectation he might be ready to announce some new actions his administration is going to be taking to combat this threat of gun violence in this country. We expect some more details from the White House later today ahead of that trip to Los Angeles tomorrow, Joe.
All right, a busy West Coast trip for the president. Mike Memoli in San Diego. Mike, thank you.
Coming up, a new way to treat one of the most common cancers found in men. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
In today's Daily Health, prostate cancer is the most common cancer for men in the U.S. A groundbreaking new study could change now how the disease is treated. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Hey there, Dr. John.
Hey, Joe, and for decades, prostate cancer has been treated with surgery or radiation. It has side effects, and recently, though, doctors have been using active surveillance or active monitoring, but the question has been, how effective is that? Well, this new study helps answer that question.
67-year-old Randy Mish was diagnosed with prostate cancer earlier this year.
They found 2 lesions, one very small, but one about a ½ an inch in size.
But he's chosen not to get surgery or any radiation treatments.
The idea that it was early was like, okay, that gives us more of a chance to deal with it in a different way than in surgery. I guess I look at surgery as invasive.
Opting instead for active monitoring, regular blood tests, imaging, and biopsies.
Active surveillance is not doing nothing. Active surveillance is a treatment.
Now, a game changer from the New England Journal of Medicine. Researchers found that men with localized prostate cancer who underwent active monitoring had the same survival rates as those that opted for radiotherapy or surgery. 97% survived 15 years after being diagnosed, though importantly, the study did not examine cancer spread.
I think people might look at this and go, wait a minute, you want to tell me I have prostate cancer, but you don't want to do anything about it.
We must be very selective and understand the risks and benefits associated with treatments. And in those men in which there are subtle changes, we can still do treatments and cure those men.
Treatments that could lead to long-term side effects like urinary and sexual dysfunction. Prostate cancer is the leading form of cancer among men, but for those considered lower risk, delaying aggressive treatment is now a viable option.
This gives me a great option, especially with the reports that's showing that it's as effective as surgery would be. So why not?
Dr. John Torres, NBC News.
And Joe's, those diagnosed with prostate cancer should talk to their doctor. If they're in the low to intermediate risk category, this might be the thing for them, realizing that if it does advance, they might need the surgery or radiation eventually.
All right, some important research. Dr. John Torres, thank you.
In today's Consumer Confidential, major streaming services are cracking down on password sharing. Earlier this year, Netflix announced a plan to stop users from sharing passwords with people outside of their households. It's expected to take effect at the end of this month. So NBC News Daily's Vicki Nguyen is here to break it down for us. Vicki, this is such a huge thing for so many of us.
So many of us.
What's the deal with what Netflix is doing, first off?
Okay, so if you are sharing a password right now, you are far from alone. Netflix said in its last shareholder meeting about 100 million users share passwords outside their household. That's about 40% of the users in the United States. All good things must come to an end, Kate. They started in Latin America, and now Canada has had this. Basically, what it means is, let's say you're the primary Netflix account holder.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, all hypothetical. And you've said, okay, yeah, you can share your password. There's me. I could become a sub-account of yours. You would pay, we don't know exactly, but maybe $7 to $8 is what experts are predicting. $7 to $8 a month, then I get to share, but I only get to stream one thing at a time. I won't have a kids account. I can set maturity levels, but that's it. But that's less than the $15 or more a month to be a full subscriber. Let's say I don't want to be on your account anymore and I want my own. I can transfer my profile over to my own account. They're trying to make this as easy for users as possible, not to lose the privileges they're used to separate, or just to pay an additional fee.
And this doesn't apply to kids, like college kids, or
it applies to everybody. Yes. So you only have the certain number of users that are allowed in your household geographically, and they will have ways to track that using your IP address.
Okay.
We think maybe March 31st or April 1st. They haven't said the exact
date. That's the cutoff, maybe? Okay.
Maybe.
All right. So other streaming services, are they following suit? Are they also going to crack down on passwords?
You know, right now, not so much. It looks like no one else is going this far, but you remember in the beginning, Netflix used to say sharing passwords is caring. So you've got right now HBO Max. You can share if they discourage the sharing of passwords, but they're not cracking down on Hulu, 2 live streamers at a time. Prime Video is probably one of the most generous. You can have 2 adults, 4 teenagers, and 4 children's profiles, all using the Prime household video. Apple TV Plus and Disney Plus, 6 users. Peacock, which owns NBC Universal, 3. So, and same for Paramount Plus. So at this point, enjoy, and just know that eventually they're going to come for the subscribers to pay for each of their accounts.
Yeah, you would think they eventually, business-wise, they're going to have to follow suit.
Netflix says they want to pay for better content, better programming. That's where the money's going to go.
Vicki Nguyen, thank you. Always great to have you.
Enjoy some very good advice. I will do that as best as I can. There's much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You know, when you lose someone you love, sometimes it's the things that they leave behind that hold the strongest memories.
Yeah, well, now one growing group of knitters is working to complete unfinished projects left behind by those we've lost.
Loving memories are still woven into Robin McLean's mind 9 months after losing her mother, Barbara.
She took really, really good care of all of us.
Turns out her broken heart wasn't the only thing that needed mending.
When she passed away, we were clearing her closet out, and there was a knitting bag. Oh, goodness.
Inside that bag, an unfinished sweater that Barbara was knitting for her great-grandson, Ethan, a loose end that needed to be tied up.
I love knitting.
By the hands of Bettina Knowles.
It just felt really, really good to show kindness to a stranger.
They were connected through Loose Ends, a group stitched together last September by Jen Simonik and Macy Kaplan to finish craft projects by loved ones who've passed away.
It's a great way to be able to help somebody get through a grieving process.
These projects, whether it's a sweater or mittens or a scarf, these are things that are just really just filled with love, aren't they?
It's a tangible gesture of love. And wearing something that someone made for you special feels good.
They've got more than 7,000 volunteers known as finishers, with 300 projects in the works and 30 now complete, including that sailboat sweater.
And she handed it to me. Oh my goodness. I was already emotional. And, started to cry. She goes, "Stop, you're gonna make me cry."
Inside the knitting bag, Bettina also found mittens, which she finished too, adding a heart.
For me, what it symbolized was, this is Mom with you, and that she would always remember that Mom has her hand.
As for the sweater, Ethan is already wearing great-grandma's final gift, the yarn binding together strangers for life.
I didn't know Bettina, but she's a special person in my heart forever.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes, isn't it a great organization
Yeah.
and growing so quickly? Now, that was some good news. We've actually got some good news to share coming from the world of social media.
Yes, not a lot of good news from the world of social media, but thanks to a viral TikTok, musicians around the world are transforming one little girl's sheet music into a global phenomenon. 10-year-old Olive Wallace loves music.
Change your bow there.
The fifth grader from Avon Grove Intermediate School near Philadelphia plays violin, clarinet, and sings. She wanted to write some moody music for a virtual world she created, so she wrote a staff and hand-wrote the notes.
I thought it would be fun surprise if a couple of musicians played it.
Her mom, Mimi, found it and posted on TikTok.
So my 10-year-old daughter wrote this. Could somebody play this? I need to know. I need to know if it's any good, if it makes any sense.
So I wrote it out.
The response was overwhelming. From the piano to the guitar, even the harp. Musicians from around the world created and shared their own versions of Olive's song. Seattle Pacific University music professor Christopher Hansen was one of them.
You see this video on TikTok, right?
Yeah. It just kind of kept coming back in my head of, it would be really cool to respond to this. Like, I want to be a part of this conversation.
Hansen happened to be at a conference for music educators and turned Olive's melody into a composition for strings. Days later, middle school kids performed it. For Olive, Mom Mimi, and Dad Adam, it meant the world.
He made it sound beautiful. He gave it life and really was a huge part of making this go to so many people.
The gift of music, bringing joy to a new generation.
What do you hope happens to your composition?
I really hope that it just inspires more music making, specifically with music students in public schools. I want them to see all students have the opportunity to make music and to share it with other people.
5 seconds. 4, 3.
A beautiful gift there. Very cool. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Joe Fryer, in for Aaron Gilchrist. Good to have you with us on this Monday. NBC News Daily starts right now.
It is March 13th, 2023. Breaking news: storm threat. After days of relentless rain, thousands are without power as flash floods ravage California, and it's not over yet. With the storm set to intensify into Tuesday, we have the latest forecast.
Account closed. President Biden tries to calm Americans' fears after two of the country's largest banks shut down, but he says those responsible will not be protected. What this all means for your money.
Do not enter. Texas authorities issue an urgent warning telling people it is not safe to travel to Mexico. Why they're raising the alarm.
And crashing the party after last night's Oscars, we're taking you behind the scenes of one of the most exclusive parties in Hollywood, what you didn't see on stage.
We begin this hour with breaking news. California bracing for more flooding. Flood watches are in effect across the northern and central part of the state today.
The National Weather Service says this next round of rain could make the already severe flooding even worse. In Monterey County, which is just outside of San Jose, thousands were forced out of their homes after the unrelenting rain caused a levee to breach. You are looking at a bird's eye view of the area, which is now underwater.
The floodwater is moving through the community of Pajaro. That's where we find NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles. Meteorologist Bill Cairns also standing by for us. Nayela, I'll start with you. We understand high water vehicles, dive and search and rescue teams are all continuing to work in that area. Can you give us a sense of what's going on?
Right, Kate, we've seen some high water vehicles drive past us and go behind me into Pajaro, which is now covered with water. The residents have been evacuated since Friday when the levee broke and that first atmospheric river came through. I want to give you a look at just a small part of what we're seeing here at the beginning. So look at this car. Meanwhile, officials tell us that they haven't even been able to fully assess the damage to the homes, but we have seen from the videos that people who live here have shared with us that the damage is bad. Take a look at this video from someone who lives behind me here, and you can see just the amount of water within that home. And still, officials say they don't know when residents will be able to go back home. Because of that, some residents have taken upon themselves to get through to these communities any way they can to get a look at the damage themselves. We did speak to someone who went on a boat to go check out his parents' property. This is what he had to tell us.
House is flooded. My parents' neighbor's house is up almost to the second story, flooded, and just there's stuff's floating all over the place. You can see furniture floating. You go by some of these people's houses in town here, their cars are flooded.
With the next atmospheric river expected tonight, with possibly more water on the way, officials tell us their biggest concern is that more rivers will crest and that there will be more flooding. The National Guard is actually on standby in front of me, waiting just in case they have to do more rescues. Kate, Joe?
All right, now let's talk about the forecast. Bring Bill in here. Walk us through this new flood threat and the timing.
Yeah, often it's the second storm that makes the most, damage because everything's already soggy. The levees are already filled, and the longer the water is high in the levees, the better chance of levee break. So here comes all the tropical moisture once again. Here's California. This is our enhanced satellite. Just shows you where all the tropical moisture is. So we have 17 million people that are under flood watches from Northern California just to areas outside of Santa Barbara and a good section of Nevada too, which also is going to get drenched by this storm. So we've never really saw the rain completely end. We already have some steadier rains in Northern California, but the bulk of the heavy stuff comes in late tonight and then all day tomorrow. We're talking in the mountains an additional 3 to 7 inches of rain. Now, that's where it is in snow. In the valleys, 1 to 3 inches likely for a lot of the cities, locally up to 4 inches. That'll cause some flash flooding, mudslides all by itself. And some of those foothills, and we were hit hard in this area here south of San Luis Obispo with the last storm. We could get an additional 3 to 6 inches. And as far as the snow goes, it's pretty high up there, but we could get as much as 1 to 3 feet above 6,500 feet up where the ski resorts are on some of the higher passes. Another 5 feet of snow. Water everywhere and snow on top.
Man, all right. Bill Cairns, Naila Charles, thank you.
Another big story right now, the federal government trying to calm Americans who might be panicked after the failure of 2 major banks.
The collapse of both Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, marking the biggest bank failures since the 2008 financial crisis. The government is now taking emergency action to protect the bank's customers and prevent more financial damage. President Biden spoke today, telling the nation essentially not to worry.
Americans can rest assured that our banking system is safe. Your deposits are safe. Let me also assure you, we will not stop at this. We'll do whatever is needed.
So here's the bottom line, according to the president. No customers will lose access to money they've deposited in those 2 banks. No taxpayer dollars will be used to cover the cost of fixing the collapse of these banks. No bank executive responsible for what happened will be shielded from responsibility.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward and also NBC senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle, who's with us. Jake, I'll start with you. How did this move so quickly in such a short period of time?
Well, it really, Kate, has to do with the specific characteristics of this bank. I'm in front of the Menlo Park branch here where customers have been lined up all day meeting with FDIC officials to try to get their money presumably out. And this bank, had a relatively small number of customers who in the per account basis had incredible amounts of money. This is where the tech sector does its banking. When you get funding from a venture capitalist, it comes into a bank like this, and then you use it to fund your business. And that is why it took only a small number of customers panicking and coming for their money from this bank to set off this bank run and precipitate the collapse. That is why officials at this hour are so clear in their statements that the rest of us who presumably do not have more than $250,000 in any one account are fully covered by FDIC insurance. Of course, at this hour, it is the question of whether people will take that to heart or whether we could see further panic that might lead to other regional banks like this one being affected by that kind of panic, customers coming from their deposits and the bank not being able to cover it. But at this hour, it seems as if this particular circumstance was very specific to this kind of bank case.
Yeah, so I mean, Stephanie, the vast majority of Americans have nothing to do with either of these banks. So why does this matter to most folks?
Because panic begets panic. Right? So Jake just laid it out right there. It's just specific to these specific banks that had concentrations with the tech sector, with startups. But now you've got all sorts of community banks, regional banks around the country. So remember, there's two different places. There's Wall Street and there's Main Street. So let's say it's Main Street, and I have my money at a community bank, and chances are it's less than $250,000, but still, I'm like, I don't feel good about this. If this could happen over there, what if it happened to me? And while the president said, rest assured, we've got your back, he didn't give specifics. So it's understandable that people might be skittish, and in a world of digital banking, swipe, 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 you can move your money elsewhere, and you're starting to people do that. Now, the government is trying to calm the masses and say you don't need to do that. But on the other side of the table is Wall Street, who's saying, hold on a minute. Silicon Valley Bank depositors got rescued, but their shareholders didn't. They got zero. And so if you're an investor in the markets, you might say, I want to dump out of that sector. And so that's where the vicious cycle becomes. If depositors start pulling and then investors start backing out, the stock goes down, panic begets panic. And that's what they're trying to stop from happening. That's the contagion effect, and it doesn't need to happen because there is not some big, horrible underlying issue.
And just in a word, how's Wall Street doing today?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You like that word?
Yeah, I like
Use
that
it in
word.
Scrabble.
Spell that for us.
Use it in Scrabble,
Spell it for
baby.
us, Stephanie.
Yes.
All right. Stephanie Rule, Jake Ward, thank you both. Appreciate it. Some of Hollywood's biggest stars are still celebrating today after the 95th Annual Academy Awards last night, and it wouldn't be Oscar night without Oscar parties. NBC's Jacob Soboroff and Kaylee Hartung scored an invite to some of the hottest parties in town.
If you're not at the awards show, this is the party you want to be at.
This is where you want to be. This is the Elton John AIDS Foundation Annual Academy Awards Party, and the man himself sat down to talk to us. First of all, you weren't here last year. How's it feel to be back?
It's good. It's always nice to be here because people expect me to be here. It's never gotten old with me. I've never felt tired of doing it.
What are people going to be talking about in terms of what happened at this party?
I just want them to have fun, and that's the essence of this party too. It's serious stuff, but it's fun, and I want people to have fun.
In that spirit of having fun, Sir Elton, how they look?
They look great. You look cool. Hey.
What makes this party so special?
The thing that makes this party so special, it's the party to be at, but it's also the party that does the most good.
Always just such a fun time inside.
It's a good time, and it's also obviously for a really great cause.
No one in the room at this party is worried about winning or losing.
What would it take to get you up on stage tonight?
Just for Elton to say, hey man, I want you to come up on stage.
Tell us what you're wearing.
I'm wearing Givenchy, but listen, it's one of 3 looks tonight.
One of 3 looks tonight?
One of 3 looks.
I have this in my pajamas. Do you like our tasseled microphones?
Sounding very Elton. A little bit of drama. It's fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Super chic.
What happened to red carpets? There's no more red carpets. They're white carpets. They're champagne carpets.
I miss the red carpet.
That's what I'm saying, Donatella.
Don't we all?
We don't need to be related to relate. We don't need to share jeans or a city.
Well, Elton John knows how to throw an A-list party.
Vanity Fair's up next, so that one's pretty epic too. See ya.
Jennifer, to the right!
And who did we run into at the Vanity Fair party? Our very own star, Savannah, and her husband, Mike.
I can't believe I'm here at all. You know, I always feel like an imposter. Like, how did I even get in here? And it's just fun, you know. It's fun to watch the Oscars. It's fun to get to meet people that you admire and whose movies you love. Just excited to be here.
Hello, Today Show. How are you?
It was a good night, a calm night, a Hollywood night.
You are probably the favorite Today Show guest of all time.
I'm on there a bit too much. I'm just going to end up being a presenter, I tell you. I love it. I love it.
We'll welcome you.
Thank you.
Wait, that might be news. Idris Elba said he might be the next presenter on the Today Show. What does it feel like to hold that thing?
This is the proud moment in my life. This is the great moment in my life. Going to go have a good time, a drink.
This party is going to go all night long, and I already took my shoes off.
She did take her shoes off. And I go to bed at 7:30 when Jamie Lee Curtis and my children go to sleep. So we got to get back to our day jobs. Later.
Oh, that looks so much fun. Coming up, why investigators in the Idaho student murder case are serving warrants to dozens of major tech companies. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
8 people are dead, 7 others believed to be missing after 2 boats crashed off the coast of San Diego. Fire and rescue officials say they suspect the boats were involved in a smuggling operation. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin's following the story for us from California. So, Dana, how did all this unfold, and where do those search efforts stand right now for those who are still missing?
Yeah, good afternoon, Joe. So San Diego police received a 911 call around midnight Sunday from a woman in one of those boats. She said that her boat was carrying 8 people and made it to shore, but a second one carrying 15 capsized in the water. Now, this sparked a dangerous rescue attempt that lasted about an hour yesterday as crews dealt with rip currents and heavy fog. After an additional 5 hours of searching, crews found no additional survivors. Now, the search has since been suspended. Officials say for the 7 who remain missing, it's unclear if they made it to land or if they died. Now, according to the U.S. Coast Guard, since 2021, 23 lives have been lost at sea, and they've seen a more than 700 100% increase in these illegal smuggling attempts in Southern California, and this specifically along the coastal region. Now, officials believe this is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. They say this is part of a transnational criminal organization smuggling people into the U.S. Officials say these people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive. Now, it's definitely a reminder of the dangers of putting your life in the hands of smugglers, or coyotes as they're often called. And in May 2021, a smuggling attempt in San Diego forced a boat that was carrying 32 migrants to crash, killing 3 people. Now, officials said in that case, the migrants paid at least $15,000 to be smuggled into the U.S., and the captain of that boat recently was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Joe?
All right, Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you.
We're learning new details today in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. New search warrants reveal the digital evidence investigators are looking for as they shore up their case against suspect Bryan Kohberger. Here's NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz.
New search warrants revealing dozens of major companies are being forced to turn over information in connection with the murder case against Bryan Kohberger.
All right.
Among those served, tech names like Apple, Amazon, Google, and DoorDash, social media companies Meta, Snapchat, and Tinder, and retailers Walmart and K-Bar Knives, the brand of knife sheath found at the crime scene with a single source of male DNA linked to Kohberger. But not all the warrants are focused on the suspect. Some are requesting bank and social media information about the victims.
They're trying to find out if there is a hidden link that could explain a motive.
They will never be forgotten.
The 4 college students were found stabbed to death in an off-campus home last November. Authorities still haven't publicly released a motive, but alleged cell phone data shows Kohberger stalked their house at least a dozen times before the killings and even went back to the crime scene hours after the murders. Experts say data from these warrants may help investigators piece together an even stronger digital footprint.
They are going all in, if you will, gathering every single conceivable piece of evidence so that if any doubt is raised, they will be ready.
Meanwhile, we're also learning new details about what officials say Kohberger was doing the moment he was arrested at his parents' house across the country in Pennsylvania.
Brian, what you doing?
The 28-year-old wearing gloves while separating his trash.
Mr. Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical-type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The Monroe County 1st District Attorney calling that behavior significant for the investigation.
To me, that's incredibly damning. It shows a consciousness of guilt, that he was making sure that his DNA did not end up in the trash.
Other newly unsealed search warrants show what police did seize in Pennsylvania, including a gun and knife, black face masks and gloves, a cell phone, multiple laptops, and a book with underlining on page 118. Investigators also say they found a shovel in Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra and seized parts from the car itself, from the headrests and the seatbelt to brake and gas pedals.
And Gotti joins me now. Gotti, Kohberger's preliminary hearing, we understand, is set for June. How do these new warrants impact what we might learn then?
Well, Kate, the judge has ordered that those warrants stay sealed and redacted, saying that they contained highly intimate facts or statements. And experts are saying that it's likely that will protect the prosecution's case and prevent tainting a potential jury pool, given all of the national attention that this whole case has received. Meanwhile, Bryan Kohberger's preliminary hearing is set for June. That could last an entire week. And so far, he has not yet entered a plea, but Kohberger's former attorney said that he was eager to be exonerated. Kate?
All right, Gotti Schwartz for us. Gotti, thank you.
Coming up, the urgent new warning for people heading to Mexico ahead of spring break. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
First matchups for this year's NCAA tournament are now set.
College basketball fans and those who aren't are keeping an eye on everything from the top teams to another possible Cinderella story. Here's NBC correspondent Sam Brock.
If it's the second week of March.
Welcome to the NCAA Men's Basketball Championship Selection Show.
It must be time for a little college basketball madness. On the men's side, Alabama is the #1 overall team, with Houston, Kansas, and Purdue earning the other top seeds. The Jayhawks are defending their national title, while head coach Bill Self was discharged from the hospital Sunday and ready to rejoin his team. If you're searching for this year's possible Cinderella squad, how about letting the FAU Owls burrow deep into your bracket? They just received their first tournament bid in more than 20 years. Reeling off an epic 20-game win streak under Coach Dusty May.
In terms of just the dynamic of this team, how would you characterize this squad? What defines them?
A true team. These guys really care, support each other, 100% selflessness.
May's first recruit, guard Michael Forrest, the only senior on the team.
Just for us to come be here now, it's a dream come true.
Forrest is from nearby Lauderhill, where he says many of his friends needed to support family members instead of attending college. The mechanical engineer major now getting his shot on the sport's biggest stage.
When you first walking out there, you'll look around and be like, dang, I'm really here. But then all right, now we got to handle business.
The feelings amped up around Baldwin Arena.
Every time I go to these games, they would be the best games I've ever been to in my life.
On the women's side,
I think we all knew we were going to land here. Your #1 overall seed.
The South Carolina Gamecocks looking to repeat as champions, while Indiana, Virginia Tech, and Stanford captured the other top seeds. Now it's almost time for tip-off, and that means it's still anyone's game. So let the madness begin.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, so now that the brackets are set, you actually have to fill them out.
Right. So if you're participating in a, I don't know, family office pool, there are some things that could help you and give you an edge. And no better person for this than Steve Kornacki, who's usually at the big board for election night. Well, he's going to talk basketball. Steve, help me. What should people watch out for when they create their brackets?
Yeah, usually when I give out picks in March Madness, they call it the kiss of death. But let's see what happens here as we take a look at this field of 68. They'll have a couple of basically play-in games early this week. On Thursday, then, the 64-team bracket you're so familiar with will kick in, and all the fun will really begin. So, 4 #1 seeds here in the men's tournament. Alabama, the top overall seed. The first time ever the Crimson Tide have been a #1 seed. Houston, another #1 seed. 40 years ago, Phi Slamma Jamma, they called it. Houston was dominant in the sport. They've been revived. If they can make the Final Four this year, it will be in Houston. Another 1 seed is Kansas. They're trying to defend the national championship, and the final #1 seed is Purdue. So those are the heavy hitters. How about some tips, some pointers on filling out the bracket? Well, if you're looking at those 16 seeds playing the 1 seeds, it's not impossible, but it's almost impossible. The 16 seeds against the 1s, their record all-time in the modern era, 1-147. The only 16 team to pull off a win over a 1 seed, University of Maryland, Baltimore County. They did that 5 years ago. Another tip, keep an eye on the #12 seeds. In 12 of the last 14 tournaments, at least one 12 seed has beaten a 5 seed. Sometimes it's been more, but usually you see a 12 knocking off a 5. So give those ones a close look here. When you're thinking of your national champion, since 1985, basically 2/3 of all champions have been #1 seeds. So ultimately the cream does tend to rise to the top. But cautionary note here, don't be too chalky, because also since 1985, only one Final Four has been 4 #1 seeds. So usually someone does sneak in, there's not a 1, and it is hard to repeat as the national champion. That's what Kansas is trying to do. Only 2 teams in the last 50 years, Duke and Florida, have managed to pull that off.
Wow. I didn't know it's been that long since we've had a repeat.
I love these tips, and lucky number 12. I'm going to remember that, right? Number 12
Kids can have 12s
lucky.
all over
all
the
over
bracket.
the
Just 12s everywhere. 12, 12, 12, 12.
Because really, usually I just go for like the names I like. So, Steve, this is a much better.
That works well too, actually.
I don't do so well.
You don't do so well. All right.
Steve Kornacki, great to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. Coming up, the memorable moments from last night's Oscars, the ones you may have missed. You're watching NBC News Daily.
First, a quick big programming note about our streaming platform, NBC News Now, starting tonight. Stay tuned now after Tom Yamas. Gotti Schwartz brings you all the day's news from L.A., 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A stepmother from Long Island, New York, has been found guilty in the murder of her 8-year-old stepson. 45-year-old Angela Polina was convicted after she forced the young boy to sleep in the family garage where temperatures went lower than 20 degrees. The boy died the day after, and the medical examiner concluded that hypothermia was a major contributing factor to his death. Polina will be back in court in April for sentencing when she faces 25 to life in prison.
A standoff is underway right now between Missouri police and a suspect who they believe killed one officer and injured another at a gas station Sunday night. Police are trying to apprehend 35-year-old Kenneth Lee Simpson. They say he is armed and dangerous. Missouri police have surrounded a home they believe Simpson has been hiding in since late last night.
Nobel laureate Kenzaburo Oe has died at 88 years old from old age, according to his publisher. The Japanese author won 2 Nobel Prizes for literature, writing stories born out of personal traumas from World War II and characters inspired by his disabled son. Later in life, Oe gained prominence as an advocate for peace and anti-nuclear causes, especially after the 2011 Fukushima crisis.
A desperate search is underway in Mexico after 3 Americans went missing more than 2 weeks ago. The group includes 2 sisters as well as their friend. They apparently crossed the border looking to sell some items at a flea market. The FBI is assisting in that investigation. And with word of those 3 missing Americans in Mexico and the kidnapping of 4 Americans just last week, there are new warnings about traveling to the country of Mexico. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now. Guad, this new warning coming from law law enforcement in Texas, what are they saying now?
Kate, it's very unusual to see state officials issue an advisory for Americans that want to travel abroad. Now, Texas state officials are asking all Texans they're urging them to avoid traveling to all of Mexico for spring break and after. This, of course, comes after those incidents. We know the 4 that were kidnapped in Mexico, 2 being killed, and also the 3 women residents of Texas that disappeared in Mexico. So we now have this advisory. Now, when we look at the Department of State, we're looking at the map that comes from the Department of State. Their advisory lists 6 states in Mexico as the ones that Americans should not travel to. They have a rating that goes from 1 to 4. Essentially, a number 4 is the do not travel. Now, the states we're seeing on this map are not areas that include the hotspot destinations for people that go to places like Cancun, which is in Quintana Roo, or in Baja California Sur, and that's where Cabo's located, or even Puerto Vallarta in the state of Jalisco. They have different travel advisories. The advice for people when it comes to traveling abroad to places like Mexico is to look at the Department of State's website and look at the details of the trip you're taking and the area you're going to, Kate.
Yeah, well, that leads to this next question. So if people have already booked spring break travel, what can they do to keep themselves safe when they're traveling to Mexico or elsewhere, for that matter?
Kate, there are some tips for the people that are making these trips to Mexico. One of the things that we can all do now is turn on location services on our cell phones and share those with someone in the U.S. That way somebody in the U.S. knows where the person is located at all times in Mexico. Then, of course, speak to the hotel or the resort where you're staying. Ask if there's a safer mode of transportation from and to the airport. Register with a U.S. consulate. That always helps so they know that you are in Mexico. And again, go back to this website and check the travel advisories. The Department of State does a really good job organizing each state, cities, and it even informs of the type of dangers that can exist, not just in Mexico, but in other parts of the world when it comes to Americans traveling abroad, Kate.
All right, Guad Venegas for us. Guad, thank you.
It was a chaotic scene at the southern border yesterday. Take a look at this video. Hundreds of migrants battling with Border Patrol agents at a bridge crossing near El Paso. Agents used barbed wire, barriers, and riot gear to stop the migrants from going into Texas. I want to bring in NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney now. So, Ken, what else do we know about this incident?
Joe, these were largely Venezuelan migrants, and officials are saying there was a rumor, there was misinformation circulating through that crowd that somehow there was an amnesty and that they could get into the country on that particular day. So they essentially rushed the border. They got through the Mexican side, and then border officials on the U.S. side had to take stringent measures to protect the border using barbed wire and officers in riot gear. So a frustrating and chaotic situation that got a lot of attention. It really underscores the kind of demand that there is right now for migrants to get into the U.S. There were more than 2.7 million encounters with migrants in the last fiscal year. So a really frustrating situation, Joe.
And speaking of frustration, Ken, I know there's some frustration about the customs app that asylum seekers have to use in order to get into the U.S. What are we hearing from some migrants about that process?
So this app was designed to allow people to make an appointment electronically to seek asylum, to cut down on in-person appointments and paperwork. But what folks are saying is that often it doesn't work. And often the migrants don't have access to smartphones or don't have the right technology to be able to access it. There's also this factor that privacy advocates are worried that it's capturing people's images and biometrics, and that Customs and Border Protection officials could use those in a nefarious way against migrants. Now, they dispute that they would be doing that. But so there are some issues with this app, Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney. And Ken, thank you so much.
You bet.
Former President Trump is in Iowa tonight, his first visit to the early nominating state since announcing his White House bid last year. Trump's trip comes after his possible rivals for the nomination were active on the campaign trail this past weekend, including former Vice President Mike Pence, who issued his sharpest rebuke of the former President Trump to date. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Davenport, Iowa for us. Also with us is NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Vaughn, I'll start with you. What can we expect to hear from the former president tonight? Why is he there?
Right, and it's also notable, Kate, that Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida and potential Republican candidate for president himself, was in this very city of Davenport, Iowa, just 3 days ago. And while DeSantis made no direct mention by name of Donald Trump, he did give an inference to other types of administrations that have leaking and focus on palace intrigue, saying that that's not how his Florida administration works. Well, who is here today? It's Donald Trump. And at the same time in which these multiple investigations, including the Manhattan District Attorney's one, is unfolding parallel to the presidential campaign trail for Donald Trump, that's what leads him here today. This is his first trip to Iowa as part of this presidential run, and his campaign team intended for this to be focused on Donald Trump's education proposals, several of which include the likes of cutting federal funding to schools that teach, in the words of the Trump administration and Donald Trump, gender ideology or critical race theory, ending tenure for K-12 teachers, allowing parents to elect the principals of their students' schools at public schools. The question here is, to what extent does Donald Trump here this evening focus on those education proposals that his campaign has outlined, or does knowing that his former fixer and lawyer, Michael Cohen, is actively testifying against him today in New York in front of a grand jury, does that rise to the stage in front of what we expect to be about 2,500 Iowans that will be out here this evening to hear him speak?
All right, thanks so much. Let me move over to Hallie. Hallie, former Vice President Mike Pence, we mentioned, appeared at a dinner in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. He spoke very bluntly about the former president. What did he say?
Well, it's not just that he was blunt, Kate. It's that he was really sharp in condemning former President Trump for what happened on and around January 6th. And listen, it's not like Mike Pence hasn't talked about January 6th before, but this really is kind of the toughest condemnation we heard. As you point out, it wasn't like it was in front of cameras or in front of a public audience. This was at an event called The Gridiron, this private dinner for like high-profile politicians and journalists here in Washington. And let me tell you specifically what the former vice president said. I'm quoting here. He said, President Trump was wrong. He said, I had no right to overturn the election, adding, Mike Pence did, that Donald Trump's reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day, and I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable. You also heard former Vice President Mike Pence kind of take a swipe at some conservatives who are trying to downplay the attack, saying, make no mistake about it. He said what happened that day was a disgrace, and it mocks decency to portray it any other way. It is interesting because, as Von Hilliard well knows from his time covering Mike Pence, too, you know, Pence was a loyal number two for most of the Trump administration. He's now walking this line ahead of what is almost certainly going to be his own 2024 run, to be announced sometime probably in the next few months. He's walking this line between kind of embracing Trump policies that Pence helped to implement, while at the same time distancing himself from the former president's actions or maybe inactions on January 6th and in the days after the 2020 election, Kate.
Hallie Jackson, great to have you. Von Hilliard, thanks to you both. And a quick programming note about Hallie. Actually, our streaming platform, NBC News Now, is expanding. Hallie Jackson Now expands to 2 hours. That starts today. She's going to be really busy. You've got to catch it. Hallie is live from 5 to 7 Eastern.
This afternoon, President Biden is in San Diego for a critical meeting with the leaders of Great Britain and Australia. He's set to make a major announcement as the three countries look to strengthen their bond to face a growing threat from China. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in San Diego for us. So, Mike, what can we expect the president to announce here today?
Well, Joe, as we have seen China over the past decade, especially trying to grow its power and its influence throughout the world, President Biden has talked about the need for the U.S., for our allies, to keep up the pace, to make it unclear that we are also a Pacific power. And we're doing that primarily through the strength of our alliances, especially those with key partners in the region like Australia. So in September 2021, the U.S., the U.K., Australia announced this so-called AUKUS partnership. And today, the three leaders are going to be announcing a major development as part of that alliance. In the coming rest of this decade, the U.S. and the U.K. will deploy some of our own nuclear-powered submarines into Australian waters to kind of keep eyes on the region, especially with an eye towards China. And starting in the decade ahead, in 2030s, the U.S. and the U.K. will be helping Australia to develop its own fleet of nuclear-powered submarines. This is a major development for Australia to build on its own military capabilities, with an eye, of course, towards promoting what they call the Pacific Power, the AUKUS partnership that these three leaders are going to be discussing today.
All right, Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you so much.
And as Mike just mentioned, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is in San Diego with President Biden and the Australian Prime Minister. And tonight on NBC Nightly News, Lester Holt has an exclusive interview with Sunak. It is his first interview with an American news network since taking office last October. And in that interview, he expresses concerns over the growing threat China poses to the global order.
China represents the biggest state threat to our economic interests, for sure, and is a systemic challenge for the world order. Now, that's why it's important that we take steps to protect ourselves against that.
Sunak also touched on the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You can see all of that in the interview tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Coming up, how you can protect your money after the shutdown of those two big banks. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In Consumer Confidential, we're staying on top of today's big news. Two big banks have been shut down, and that is raising concerns about the possibility of a widening crisis. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson has tips on how to protect your money.
To protect yourself, you want to make sure you understand where you're keeping your cash. You want to have your cash at an FDIC-approved bank that's FDIC insured for your accounts. What does that mean? The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation will protect your money, keep your money safe up to $250,000. That's per depositor and per bank. So you want to make sure that whether it's a savings account, a checking account, CD, certificates of deposit, or money market account, that you don't have more than $250,000, all accounts combined, at that one bank. You do not want to have stocks, bonds, mutual funds, exchange-traded funds, crypto in an account and expect that to be FDIC insured, because they don't cover that. But again, there's no need to worry.
We don't want to panic. We want to give depositors ample time to sort out their situation and figure out how it is best to address their situation.
And then if you have more than $250,000, you can put it into multiple accounts. You may have $1 million. You put $250,000 in the first bank and then divide it equally among several other banks, no more than $250,000. You can do that yourself. Or you can ask your bank if they work with a bank network like IntraFi Network Deposit Program, where the bank will put it into multiple accounts for you, but you have to ask. Keep in mind also, if you have a joint account, again, it's $250,000 per depositor. So if you have a joint account with another person, you could deposit up to $500,000. Back to you.
All right, in today's Daily Health, a new study revealing a disturbing trend.
It found an unexpected jump in unexplained deaths among Black infants in 2020. According to data from the CDC, the rate of sudden infant death syndrome, also known as SIDS, increased by 15% in a single year. Joining us now is NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. So, Erica, walk us through the findings of this study. Do researchers have an explanation for this sudden jump?
Well, the short answer is no. This was a surprise to investigators, but it's another example of the disparities that Black Americans face. This is a group that was disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, not only because of the illness, but also the economic stresses that came with it.
And so what can parents do just in general, to reduce sudden infant death syndrome? What do we do?
Sure. Well, first of all, smoking during pregnancy and after the baby's born increases the risk. Breastfeeding reduces it. Otherwise, it's all about safe sleep practices. That means moving any soft bedding out of the crib. No pillows, no blankets, no cute stuffed animals, just the baby in the bed. And start tummy time soon after you bring the baby home from the hospitals to start strengthening the muscles that they'll need to someday move their bodies away from those hazards.
I was thinking, is there something that changed, in practice in terms of the way parents are putting kids to bed, or something that might explain these numbers, or
Not that they've seen just so far, but again, it's a good reminder that, and this started in the 90s, to always put your newborn babies on their backs to sleep. Eventually, they'll start rolling over, but for right now, it's just the baby in the bed, nothing more than just a flat, fitted sheet on a firm surface.
I know you speak with the experts when you're looking at these numbers. Is there anything that they said to you that stood out? How surprised are they by these numbers?
Well, they were surprised because for decades, the ethnic breakdown in these groups have always been pretty standard. They're really not sure what happened for Black Americans during this time. It may just be a statistical anomaly. This may have just been a blip on the radar, but they're going to have to track it in the coming years to see if that increase holds.
So a year from now, we'll see if the numbers stay the same, continue to go up, or if it was an anomaly, and maybe be back down. Okay.
All right, Erica, thank you so much. Appreciate you being with us, as always.
There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. You can always stream us wherever you stream your news on NBC News Now. I think we have a graphic where we can show you all of the places that you can stream NBC News Daily on NBC News Now. There it is. And we've got new programming being added today, actually. Extra shows.
Jackson expands 5 to 7 p.m. And stay tuned now with Gotti Schwartz debuting at 8 p.m. Eastern today on NBC News Now.
tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For all the little boys and girls who look like me watching tonight, this is a beacon of hope and possibilities. This is proof that dreams dream big and dreams do come true. And ladies, don't let anybody tell you you are ever past your prime. Never give up.
Who sent a strong message last night during her Oscars acceptance speech. That was just one memorable moment.
And I love that one, but there were a lot more things you might have missed, both on stage and off stage.
Yeah, of course, we knew that there would be jokes coming when it comes to what happened last year. Oscars host Jimmy Kimmel wasted no time poking fun at last year's infamous Will Smith-Chris Rock slap in his opening monologue.
We want you to have fun. We want you to feel safe. And most importantly, we want me to feel safe. So we have strict policies in place. If anyone in this theater commits an act of violence at any point during the show, you will be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and permitted to give a 19-minute long speech.
Of course, after that, Will Smith banned from attending the Oscars for the next decade after slapping Chris Rock at last year's awards. My favorite moment from Jimmy Kimmel, you had to stick around to the very, very, very end when the show was over and he walked off stage and it said number of Oscars without a major incident. It said 0 and he flipped it to 1, sort of to celebrate.
No major incidents. My husband actually called me back into the room to see that last night. He was like, wait, come back, there's more. Okay, so after decades in Hollywood, right, Jamie Lee Curtis, she finally wins her very first Oscar. She took it home for Best Supporting Actress in her role in, of course, Everything Everywhere All at Once, which swept everything last night. She thanked her parents, who were both Oscar nominees. Take a listen.
And my mother and my father were both nominated for Oscars in different categories. I just won an Oscar.
I have always been a super fan of hers, but I got to tell you a quick story. Last fall, I met her in the Today Show green room, and we had a lot of time to talk. Look she's the nicest, most down-to-earth Hollywood star. Like, she asked me all kinds of questions about my family. And last night, you heard her hooting and howling for the other cast members. I feel like she's incredibly, it seems to me, incredibly supportive.
And people like her. And she has that early bedtime that we're all very jealous of, going to bed at 7:30.
You and I need to do that, right?
I know, I try, but I can't live up to it. So this is one of my favorite stories of the night. Ruth E. Carter made history last night. She became the first black woman to win 2 Oscars. She took home the statue for costume design for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever.
Thank you to the Academy for recognizing the superhero that is a black woman. She endures, she loves, she overcomes. She is every woman in this film.
Now, she won her first Oscar for her work on the original Black Panther back in 2018. Adding to the power of the moment, she said within the last week, she lost her mother, her 101-year-old mother. And she gave a message to the late Chadwick Boseman, who, of course, was in the original Black Panther, saying, Chadwick, take good care of my mom.
Oh, I know. It was so touching. There were so many emotional moments. This one, too. Indiana Jones co-stars Harrison Ford and Ke Huy Quan. They shared this heartwarming hug because, remember, they were both in Indiana Jones, and now there they were up on stage when Ford presented Everything Everywhere All at Once with Best Picture. You almost missed it if you were watching live. I had to back up the TV and look again to see them embrace. Of course, he also took home the statue for Best Supporting Actor, and he delivered this really powerful acceptance speech.
My journey started on a boat. I spent a year in a refugee camp, and somehow I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream. Dreams are something you have to believe in. I almost gave up on mine. To all of you out there, please keep your dreams alive.
It makes me tear up just hearing it again.
It really does. I mean, he was in Goonies, he was in Indiana Jones, and then he says basically for 2 decades the phone didn't ring anymore.
Right.
There were
He was
no
doing
roles for him.
stunts, right?
Stunt
But not acting.
choreography, and now he is back, and he is back with it.
That's a lesson for all of us, right?
Exactly.
Don't give up on your dreams. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The deposit accounts at these banks can breathe easier knowing they'll be able to pay their workers.
If it's Monday, a volatile day on Wall Street comes to a close after dual bank failures roil parts of the U.S. banking system and stir up fears of a full-blown financial crisis. Plus, President Biden tries to reassure the public that his administration will do, quote, whatever is needed to protect the economy as policymakers and Congress weigh their next move. And former President Trump campaigns in Iowa for the first time since announcing his bid for president as a legal case in Manhattan moves towards a potential criminal indictment. And welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles, in today for Kristen Welker on one of the more tumultuous days for our banking system in more than a decade, as the federal government seeks to limit the fallout from back-to-back collapses of two major banks, the second and third largest bank failures in U.S. history. After a volatile day of trading, stocks on Wall Street did end the day largely where they started. The close comes less than 24 hours after the Federal Reserve, the Treasury, and the FDIC announced that the government was taking emergency action to shore up the U.S. banking system, setting up an emergency lending facility, while also guaranteeing that all deposits at Silicon Valley Bank, which regulators shut down on Friday, and all deposits at Signature Bank, which failed over the weekend. Now, those actions taken together are some of the most sweeping government backstops for the U.S. banking system since the 2008 financial crisis.
This morning, before the markets open, President Biden addressed the fears of a broader contagion, assuring all Americans that the nation's banking system was sound. The president says he's also prepared to take further actions if necessary.
Today, thanks to the quick action of my administration over the past few days, Americans can have confidence that the banking system is safe. Your deposits will be there when you need them. Small businesses across the country, the deposit accounts at these banks can breathe easier knowing they'll be able to pay their workers and pay their bills. And their hardworking employees can breathe easier as well. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans can rest assured that our banking system is safe. Your deposits are safe. Let me also assure you, we will not stop at this. We'll do whatever is needed.
And in a sign of continued instability, a number of regional banks sustained heavy losses in trading today, including First Republic Bank, which is even larger than Silicon Valley Bank. Its stocks plummeted by as much as 75% during trading. Now, the whirlwind of the last few days raises so many questions about what happens now for the U.S. economy, for the Federal Reserve, for regulators, for policymakers, for consumers, and of course, for our politics. So let's dive right in. CNBC's global markets reporter Seema Modi is at the CNBC Global headquarters. CNBC's senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche is here on set with me, and NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has the latest from San Francisco, as well as NBC News senior Capitol Hill reporter Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. Seema, let's start with you. Now, how did these markets, and more importantly, the banks, react to the president's comments and the actions of regulators?
Well, it was a volatile day on Wall Street. We started the day sharply lower. By midday, we were higher across the board to only end lower for the Dow and S&P 500, with the exception of the NASDAQ. But a very different story for the banks, which all saw their share prices turn lower as investors now try to gauge whether another regional bank could be next to experience a bank run, and how the onset of new regulation that President Biden alluded to could impact their growth and profitability.
So tell me now, what does this mean for what do markets think, I should say, this means for the Federal Reserve and for interest rates?
Well, you know, the Federal Reserve is typically focused on jobs and inflation. That is their mandate. But with that said, the stress that we're seeing in the financial system tied to Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, that is expected to be factored into this decision. It really will come down, though, to tomorrow's CPI report, the gauge we use for inflation. If it shows that inflation is still running hot, economists say it does leave the room open for another rate hike at that March 22nd meeting.
Yeah, and we're probably seeing a lot of how the economy is so intertwined, Seema. So take us through the evolution of the bank collapses we saw over the weekend, and what kind of ripple effect did we see after Silicon Valley Bank shut down?
Well, it was an emotional weekend for many, and I think we sort of saw it play out today, despite the government backstop that was unveiled overnight, as well as the Fed revealing that emergency lending facility. The small and mid-sized banks trading sharply lower, which does suggest the market doesn't see the government announcement being enough. And for customers in Silicon Valley Bank, a sigh of relief, though clearly some concerns about the fundraising environment for startups across this nation. That is still weighing on sentiment.
All right, Kayla, let's turn to you now and talk a little bit about the politics of this. Talk about the Biden administration's response over the weekend and what's going to happen now.
Well, we saw the FDIC take control of the bank on Friday. They began a frenzied search for a buyer. By Saturday afternoon, it became pretty clear that that deal was not going to materialize, or at least in time to shore up confidence in the markets. We know that President Biden was on the phone with his top advisors, the Treasury Secretary, his NEC director, his chief of staff throughout the weekend, and even on Saturday spoke with the California governor to assess the situation and what needed to be done. Ultimately, the Federal Reserve and the FDIC brought this proposal to the Treasury Secretary. She and the president had to green light it by yesterday night, and they ended up including a Signature Bank, a second bank in their policies, needing to close that bank because of those very real contagion fears. And certainly they tried to shore up confidence in the market. We heard President Biden say again today that that was what he aimed to do. But as Seema was just noting, the market isn't there yet.
Yeah, and the president, I'm sure from a political perspective, trying to convince us that there's going to be no cost to taxpayers. And maybe, you know, when you look at it literally, that's the case. But there could be a cost to consumers by this action by the White House, right?
There could be some different impacts to consumers. If you're an employee of one of these medium to small size to, in some cases, larger startups that bank with Silicon Valley Bank, it could take a little bit longer for your paycheck to clear. If you're an investor in a 401k or in the stock market broadly, then you could see some balances lower for the foreseeable future as the market tries to digest this. And then there's the impact on interest rates. We're seeing interest rates lower today, and the Federal Reserve at its next meeting could forego another interest rate hike. Certainly for people taking out a mortgage or holding balances on their credit card, that could be positive news, although interest rates are still much higher than they were a year ago.
And then, Kayla, the other thing this morning, the president said that his administration will keep the banking system safe and afloat. He said doing whatever is necessary, but his Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen seemed to have a bit of a different take on this. She said there'd be no government bailouts. Define for me what a bailout is and how that's different from what they're talking about.
Well, perhaps to the American public, it's a little bit like splitting hairs, but the technicals of this, what the government is doing now, is they're using money from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve makes its own money that's not appropriated by Congress by its own investing activities. And it's essentially looking at the money it has on hand and saying, how much do we have to inject into the banking system to keep it afloat, to instill some of that confidence? That's where the money is coming from. It's not coming from taxpayers, and it's not coming from Congress. And then there's the Deposit Insurance Fund, where about $100 billion is sitting that the FDIC has collected in bank fees. And they're going to be using that to backstop the Silicon Valley Bank depositors, those companies who held cash in accounts that they're now going to be made whole for. So it is right technically that it's not coming from taxpayers, although I think the public is seeing a couple $100 billion being injected from Washington. Tell me that's not called a bailout.
Right, exactly. A distinction without a difference. The other thing that I thought was struck by with what the president said this morning is that he wants Congress and regulators to strengthen the rules for banks. Those are two different things, right? I mean, Congress makes the laws that the regulators then implement. What exactly could happen in that space?
Well, I think there's a lot of focus on 2018 and some loosening of the post-financial crisis Dodd-Frank law. But when I talk to banking executives, the one thing that I'm hearing first and foremost is potential changes to stress tests. After the financial crisis, banks every year, couple times a year, they have to show the Federal Reserve everything that they're investing in, every single thing that they have at their company. The Fed looks under the hood and said either you're safe or you're not safe. Banks like Silicon Valley Bank didn't have to participate in those tests in a really fulsome way. And there was also no test on interest rates and what happens if interest rates move as high as they have recently, because we're always fighting the last war, and those stress tests really focused on what happened back in 2008. And now they're going to have to be adjusted to what's just happened in the last week.
I know. I think we were kind of living high on these low interest rates, right? We thought they would always stay low, and then the pandemic happened and everything that happened as a result of that. Let's get back to this idea of a buyer for SVB. Is that something the FDIC is still looking for? Is that realistic? And what happens if they can't find one?
Well, when I've talked to sources who are close to this situation, they say with every passing day, it becomes less and less likely that there is a buyer for Silicon Valley Bank. And to be sure, now the company has been broken in two. You have the core bank, which is those customer deposits that I was just talking about, the companies and the individuals who have cash in their traditional bank accounts. But then you have other businesses like investment banking, asset management for more wealthier corporate clients. Those businesses are still being run in a different sales process. That could turn out differently. But so far, we've learned that the FDIC has not been able to find a buyer for the core Silicon Valley Bank. So at some point, once those assets are returned to their customers, it will simply cease to exist.
So maybe there's somebody out there looking for a bargain on a bank. That's probably not something that I'm thinking.
Well, if a company wants a bargain on a bank, they also want a guarantee from the government that if they find something they didn't know was there, that the government's not going to hang them out to dry. And so far, that hasn't been the case.
Not that simple. Kayla, amazing. Thank you for making us all a little bit smarter about this issue. Let's turn to Jake now, who is out there on the West Coast. What kind of reaction are you seeing from Silicon Valley? Depositor money is secure. Are things starting to calm down there right now?
Well, Ryan, at this hour, we've been standing in front of the Menlo Park branch of Silicon Valley Bank, and there are customers in line as they have been all day. They arrive in Ubers and oftentimes emerge from the car with their laptops open, literally wearing the jackets that have the logo of the company they represent coming across. So it's literally been a parade of the people who had the greatest to lose here. They do, at this hour, seem to be able to line up and apply through the FDIC personnel that are here on site for whatever they need. They have liquidity. We've been speaking to people across the tech sector, founders, startup CEOs, and people in charge of payroll who say, you know what, the money is moving again, but it is the ongoing reputational harm that is the problem. I was speaking to a venture capitalist earlier who deals in emerging markets, and he was telling me that, you know, clients of his who are in faraway countries that do not enjoy the same banking protections that we do are suddenly finding themselves wondering, why did I even bring my money to the United States if it was not going to be safe? Of course, those fears have been allayed, but there is this ongoing reputational worry. As one CEO put it to me, it is hard enough to run a startup. Now I suddenly have to worry about macroeconomics and where I park my money. It's something I've never really had to think about before.
Yeah, let's expand on that, Jake, because as you point out, the actual physical money in the bank is secure. People who have deposits there are okay, but the bank investors are not going to be protected. And so much of the Silicon Valley economy is this startup economy, venture capitalists pouring money into industries that are somewhat speculative. How could that impact everything, the collapse of this bank?
Well, what's so interesting is that this bank is a very peculiar and particular creature. It was evolved specifically for the needs of startups, and that means that it was good at, or I guess one might argue at this late date, maybe not as good as we thought, but its skill, its promise was, in theory, about finding companies that could not yet show a return on investment, but would down the line, and then offering them all the banking services that a traditional bank would not give that person. And that extended all the way to, giving the founder a mortgage or offering a short-term line of credit for a company that otherwise has no assets to show for itself. And being able to do that is part of what makes Silicon Valley possible, right? The big gambles that it takes to get the next Google off the ground had to do with the business model of something like this. But this is also a bank that, in exchange for a line of credit, would require, for instance, that the company keep all of its money inside this bank. So there were some mixed incentives here that it's not entirely clear were the prudent thing to do. So the question now is, can this economy here, this startup ecosystem that has been one of the greatest drivers of productivity and wealth in human history, can it adapt? Can it find the sorts of services that it came to rely on this bank for in the more traditional banks, which are absolutely going to be learning from this, that perhaps they shouldn't be taking the kinds of risks that Silicon Valley Bank did? So the ongoing effects here, I think, are yet to be determined here, Ryan.
Jake Ward, what could be described maybe as ground zero in this crisis. Jake, thanks for that. Let's go up now the road to Capitol Hill, where Sahil Kapoor is standing by. Sahil, give us the reaction that we're seeing from lawmakers on the Hill today. I know both the House and Senate are not in session, but is there any agreement between the lawmakers up there as to what led to this and what they could do to fix it?
Ryan, there is one area of agreement between lawmakers here, and that is that there should not be a special taxpayer bailout to address this situation, at least in the 2008 sense of the word. President Biden doesn't want that. Democrats certainly don't want that. And we are hearing from Republicans as well who don't want that. But beyond that, there's a lot of disagreement as to how we got here, as to what led to this situation. And as a result, what should happen next? You have some right-wing populists like Josh Hawley blaming this on wokeness and woke investments in things like clean energy and climate change. You've got progressives like Elizabeth Warren saying this is a direct result of financial deregulation, specifically that 2018 law that undid major parts of the Dodd-Frank financial regulatory regime for mid-sized banks between $50 billion and $250 billion, which, by the way, includes Silicon Valley Bank. And then you've got some moderates like Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. He's a Democrat who voted for that 2018 law, saying this is about mismanagement, saying it's about banking 101, and that this bank in particular, Silicon Valley Bank, made a big mistake in not hedging against the likelihood of rising interest rates.
So a lot of finger pointing, a lot of what they won't do. But Sahil, is there any new legislation in the works? I mean, it did seem like the president was kind of calling on Congress to do something this morning when he talked about strengthening the rules for banks. I mean, you and I both know there isn't a lot of room for much bipartisan progress up there. Is there any chance that we actually see a policy prescription for this?
There are several new legislative efforts just today, Ryan, to address this from different members of Congress. There is Elizabeth Warren, as I mentioned, introducing a bill to roll back that rollback of Dodd-Frank to basically undo that 2018 law, which he had fought vehemently against, got overruled by a group of 17 Senate Democrats who partnered with Republicans to break a filibuster. It eventually got signed into law by President Trump. Warren now wants to roll that back. And Katie Porter, her close ally in this space, the area of financial regulation, is introducing something of a companion bill in the House. And then there's Senator Josh Hawley, the Missouri Republican, who says he's introducing a bill to make sure that banks don't pass any potential special assessment onto taxpayers, because there is this pot of money that is funded by fees on banks that the government intends to use to protect the depositors at Silicon Valley Bank that Josh Hawley says must not be passed on to consumers in any form or fashion. Now, will any of these bills actually make it to President Biden's desk and become law? It's far from clear, Ryan. This it ends up becoming a question of, is this going to be a one-week story that gets resolved and prevents further damage, or does this spiral into a much worse economic situation?
Right. A lot of ideas. Will they ever actually become laws? We have every right to be skeptical. Sahil Kapoor, live on Capitol Hill. We appreciate it. Coming up, what's next for the U.S. banking system and the backbone of the economy? We'll speak with a former Treasury official who helped lead the government's response to the 2008 financial crisis. That's next. Plus, former President Pence delivers his strongest rebuke yet of his former boss's actions on January 6th. But how far is Pence actually willing to go in his calls for accountability? You're watching Meet the Press now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. As we mentioned at the top of the show, President Biden has assured the public that the federal government is prepared to do whatever is needed to prevent a potential banking crisis. But Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is insisting that a bailout is not an option.
During the financial crisis, there were investors and owners of systemic large banks that were bailed out, and we're certainly not looking, and the reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again, but we are concerned about depositors and are focused on trying to meet their needs.
And I'm joined now by senior fellow at the Brookings Institute, Aaron Klein. He's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Economic Policy at the U.S. Treasury Department. So, Aaron, first, your reaction to the federal actions taken this weekend to backstop customer money from banking shutdowns. Have they made the right call so far?
Well, look, I was hoping that this morning they were going to be able to announce a purchase, that they'd sold the banking business to another bank and avoid having to bail out the uninsured deposits. And that's what they did. Secretary Yellen was spot on that they are not bailing out the equity holders or the debt holders in the bank, which happened, unfortunately, during TARP. But there is a bailout here involving the uninsured depositors, large corporations, big tech like Roku, Roblox, Circle, the big stablecoin issuer. Those folks got a pretty big bailout this morning. And that was unfortunate, in my opinion.
So expand on that a little bit, because Secretary Yellen's saying that there would be no federal bailout. How would you define what she's not calling a bailout versus what you think happened for some of these companies?
So what she said is that they're not bailing out the equity or debt holders in the bank, and that is correct. What they are doing is bailing out the uninsured depositors. That are the large corporations. Like 97% of Silicon Valley Bank were uninsured deposits. So these were big companies with lots of money, often who had other relationships with venture capitalists that could have involved different aspects of Silicon Valley Bank's financial holding company. And those folks are getting bailed out. They're getting 100 cents of their uninsured deposit back. And who's going to pay that? All of us. All of us are going to pay that in the form of higher bank fees. So she's right that one group of people aren't getting bailed out, but another are. Right. And look, this continues. The Federal Reserve has been bailing out money market mutual funds and even junk bond holders under the auspices of COVID relief. So there's been a long pattern here of bailouts for big wealthy corporations and very wealthy investors.
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems like you don't think that this is a good precedent to set. What other option did the Fed have to try and prevent a mass problem here in the economic sector?
So the first thing the Federal Reserve could have done is supervise this bank. The Fed regulated Silicon Valley Bank from head to toe. Look, in the 2008 financial crisis with these giant banks with tons of different regulators and lots of different tentacles, the regulators all did this to each other about who was in charge. And part of what Dodd-Frank did was really put the Fed in charge. And ironically, Silicon Valley Bank was head to toe regulated by the Fed. And what in the world was the Fed doing as the supervisor and regulator of this entity over the past few years when it quadrupled in size, right? Classic red flag, relied heavily on uninsured deposits, 97% hot money uninsured deposits who could leave far more easily. This isn't like a regular bank. And then bet heavy in interest rate, in mortgages, that they didn't hedge their interest rate risk. I'm kind of running out of red flags to put up as a warning sign. And the Federal Reserve seemed to keep giving this bank a clean bill of health. So that's the first thing they could have done differently. The second thing
Can I just follow up on that, though? So was the issue here that the regulations were too lax, or that the Fed didn't do a good enough job of enforcing those regulations?
So the first issue is the Fed didn't do enough good job. There's in banking, there are these two terms, regulation and supervision, and they're often used interchangeably, but they're different concepts. Regulation are the rules. Supervision is the application of those rules. The Federal Reserve in Washington, D.C. writes the regs. The Federal Reserve in San Francisco supervises the institution. And right now, fingers should be pointed at both of those entities because, number one, the supervision was clearly deeply lacking. And number two, the regulation had some issues, too. In part of this regulatory rollback that you were just describing, where some numbers got changed about what banks were subject to what, particularly raising the threshold from $50 to $250 billion. What you saw there was the Fed said, oh, no, but we're going to maintain in this system the authority to do things for banks less than 250. Just trust us. If we see a problem, if we see a systemic institution, we're on it. Now, today, we're waking up being told, oh, oops, not only were we not on it, but this entity we didn't think was systemic, so we didn't pay that type of attention. Turns out it is. Oops, sorry, America.
Yeah. So as a result, does that mean we need reforms to the regulatory system? Is this just an issue of trying to reform the way these regulations are enforced? You know, how do we prevent this from happening again?
Right. So look, there are a couple of things. Number one, we absolutely need to hold the people accountable here, both at the bank. It was a huge failure of management and a huge failure of supervision throughout the Federal Reserve System. People have to be held accountable. I think some of the rules have to change. The other problem is you write rules predicated on the quality of the judgment of the people who enforce them. And when the people who enforce them keep getting it wrong, maybe you need a very different set of rules. More broadly speaking, I'm very concerned about the constant precedence of bailouts. One of the things that's possibly making the system less safe today is money is being moved by corporations out of banks and into money market mutual funds. Why money market mutual funds? Well, the Federal Reserve has bailed them out in 2008 and again in 2020 under COVID. While money market mutual funds were designed not to be insured by taxpayers, repeated bailouts by the Fed every time one of them has broken the buck have created an assumption among people that it's as safe as a bank deposit.
Right.
And so you have greater contagion and the potential for more money. So this culture of bailouts to prevent a little bit of pain today, or maybe a lot of pain today, we continue to hollow out and make ourselves less safe for the future.
Okay. Aaron Klein, you gave us a lot of really good information there, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
And up next, President Biden heads to California to address gun violence in Monterey Park after a mass shooting killed 11 at a Lunar New Year's celebration earlier this year. California Congresswoman Judy Chu, who represents the area, joins me next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. President Biden has arrived in California after remarks this morning in Washington on the safety of the U.S. banking system following the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. Yesterday, the FDIC and officials from the Treasury Department briefed California's congressional delegation on the bank's collapse. The upheaval comes as the president meets with the prime ministers of the UK and Australia in San Diego. And then tomorrow, the president will discuss gun violence prevention in Monterey Park, where 11 people were killed in a Lunar New Year mass shooting in January. Joining me now to talk more about this is Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu, whose district includes Monterey Park. And we'll get to that in a second, Congresswoman. But I first want to ask you about this news roiling the bank industry right now. You're part of the California delegation. I'm sure you have constituents that are impacted by this. You sit on the Small Business Committee. What's your reaction to the collapse of these two banks and how the administration has responded?
It's really shocking that this happened. Silicon Valley Bank was the second largest bank failure in history ever since the 2008 Washington Mutual Bank collapse. And so it is so important to make sure that the depositors are made whole and that also there is no taxpayer liability, that there isn't, in fact, a bailout. So that's why yesterday I was on a Treasury briefing with members of Congress. They assured us that taxpayers would not bear the burden, and in fact, that they were going to make sure that all the depositors were made whole. They are also going to have a liquidity fund so that they can also take care of other banks that could possibly be in the same situation. They also said that the Silicon Valley Bank was a regional bank catering to high-risk tech startups, and they were reliant on low-interest rate lending to stay in business. So they were a somewhat isolated example. Nonetheless, they are keeping a close eye on the other banks so that we can make sure that our financial system is as strong as it can be.
Is there anything else you'd like to see the administration do at this point, or do you think these short-term decisions will be enough?
Well, I would like to see the Dodd-Frank bill reinstated to what it was in its entirety at the beginning after the bank failures of 2008. The initial Dodd-Frank bill would have included banks like the Silicon Valley Bank. It would have subjected them to the stress tests that would ensure that the bank is whole and could withstand financial pressure. But in 2018, the Trump administration lobbied to change this so that banks like Silicon Valley were actually exempted. And that's why we're in the situation that we're in now. This bank must be made to be included in the Dodd-Frank reforms.
Okay, let's turn now to the issue of gun violence, something I know you've been working on. You and Congresswoman Issue, who represents Half Moon Bay, introduced a resolution honoring the lives lost in those two shootings. Why was it important to you, and how is your community healing 7 weeks later?
It was beyond shocking to wake up during the beginning of our Lunar New Year to the fact that a gunman had gone into a dance studio, shooting 11 people and wounding 9 others. And as a result, the whole community is shattered. I have been meeting with the victims' families, and they are still recovering from this. The wounded are still prevented from going back to work, and in fact, really wonder about whether they can go back to work eventually. So there is so much recovery that needs to happen, and that's why President Biden's visit is so important. The whole community is still stunned, and we need the leader of the United States to come and help in the healing process of this community, which for so many decades was considered a very peaceful community, but that peace has been shattered. And now we need to have the top leader to console these folks so that we can indeed begin the process of healing.
Yeah, and I understand the benefit of having the president there for the healing process, to show that he cares and he's connected to the community. But what more do you think President Biden can do to prevent an awful tragedy like this happening in the future? He's called for an assault weapons ban. That seems unrealistic in this Congress. Is there anything specific that you'd like to see the president do to try and rein in this crisis we have of mass shootings in the United States?
Well, he has called for the assault weapons ban, and I just have to emphasize how strongly we need it. Regardless of whether it can be done today or tomorrow, we have to keep on calling for it. Look, this shooter went into the dance studio with a semi-automatic pistol, but he had a high-capacity magazine, which allowed him to shoot 42 times in a matter of minutes. That's why 11 people were killed. This was an assault weapon, and that is why we have to stop this. And in fact, there have been 107 mass shootings since the beginning of the year. Enough is enough. And so President Biden's voice is very important in this, but also in many other kinds of things that we can do. For instance, red flag laws could have alerted us to the mental deterioration of this shooter. But I would say that many communities don't know of its existence, especially immigrant communities like this one. And so actually, I'm working on a bill to make sure that there is actual outreach to all kinds of communities to let them know about the red flag laws, but also that it's done in language so that we can have more people reporting on these folks.
All right, Congresswoman Judy Chu, a busy couple of days for you with the president in your district. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And after the break, former President Trump is about to address Iowa voters for the first time as a 2024 presidential candidate, but he also facing a potential criminal indictment in New York. We're live on the campaign trail next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're turning now to the 2024 presidential campaign trail, and former President Trump will be speaking to voters in Iowa tonight. This for the first time since he announced his candidacy 4 months ago. It comes after Florida governor and expected 2024 candidate Ron DeSantis held events of his own in the Hawkeye state on Friday. The former president's visit to Iowa comes amid his former lawyer Michael Cohen's testimony before a Manhattan grand jury this afternoon as prosecutors consider indicting Mr. Trump tied to hush money payments he made during the 2016 campaign. Now, the former president's lawyers told NBC News that he has declined an invitation to appear before the panel. The former president, of course, has denied any allegation of wrongdoing. Joining me now on the ground in Davenport, Iowa, ahead of President Trump's appearance, is NBC News 2024 road warrior, Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, Donald Trump in Iowa tonight, not for one of his mega rallies, but this is what they're calling a more focused conversation on education. A little out of the box for Donald Trump. What should we expect?
Right, and all of this is happening perpendicular to these investigations, and his former lawyer, as you said, Michael Cohen, literally testifying against him in front of that grand jury in Manhattan here today. This event is being marketed by the Trump campaign as a focus on his latest education proposal. To note, we saw something similar last year. I was actually at an event in Las Vegas where they promoted that particular event as sort of a law enforcement and criminal justice focused smaller event with a couple hundred people, and that's what they're doing here in Davenport, Iowa. But of course, this event is more than a policy outlining. This is his first trip here to the caucus state. Next February, it is going to be Iowa Republicans who come out to the caucus who get the first stab at selecting whether they want Donald Trump to represent them as their nominee in 2024 again. And for Donald Trump, this trip comes just 3 days after Ron DeSantis, who did not name him by name, but made a clear inference to Donald Trump, suggesting that, by contrast, his Florida governor's administration isn't a place of palace intrigue and leaks. And that is where, for Donald Trump, he's understanding that these investigations are going to continue to be swirling around him. He's trying to counter the likes of a DeSantis, who has the ability of a legislative session ahead for him, Ryan, in which he's able to pass with a Republican majority in the Florida legislature what he's going to determine to be Republican legislative victories. And this is, for Donald Trump, an opportunity to sort of a counterpunch and try to focus on his own policy proposals, at least in front of this very Trump-friendly crowd.
And, of course, there's another 2024 potential candidate out there in the form of Trump's former running mate, Mike Pence, who had some sharp words about Trump and January 6th behind closed doors over the weekend at the Gridiron dinner. What can you tell us about that? And was this a case of talking to a very specific audience for the former vice president?
Right. It's interesting that his harshest criticism of Donald Trump in the form of verbal words came in the form of a private closed-door dinner with prominent politicians, journalists, and others in Washington, D.C., off camera. Mike Pence, of course, who is still deciding whether to wade into the 2024 bid himself, said that history will hold Donald Trump accountable for the actions of January 6th. Yet, right at this very time, Mike Pence is the one fighting the own subpoena of himself from the special counsel in the Department of Justice to go testify about the events around January 6th. So one could argue that Mike Pence could also hold Donald Trump accountable for the events around January 6th in this moment, but is declining to do so, Ryan.
Yeah, very good point, Vaughn. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Let's talk now with our panel. Joining me is Meredith McGraw, a national political correspondent for Politico, Naveen Nayak, who's a Democratic strategist and the president of the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and the former governor of North Carolina, Governor Pat McCrory. Thank you guys all for being here. Meredith, I want to read what Mike Pence said at the Gridiron dinner. I wasn't there. I haven't gotten my invitation to the Gridiron Club yet because it's hard to believe he said it. But let me read it. President Trump was wrong. I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day. And I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable. I mean, he's been asked about this countless times. Our own Ali Vitale asked him about it about a month ago. And he's never been this strong with this kind of denunciation of Trump's actions. What do you make of it?
No, this is as pointed as Mike Pence has been so far. I was in the room. I was able to snag a ticket
So you
with
got the invite. All right.
And, you know, the gridiron dinner, it's a lot of laughs, it's a lot of jokes, people poking fun at Democrats and Republicans, and Mike Pence was doing just that and then made this sudden pivot to really taking on Trump in really critical ways. Afterwards, he was swarmed by reporters, including myself, and it really seemed that some of the motivation for this was the Tucker Carlson January 6th special. He mentioned that in his speech there at the Gridiron, but he's really showing that he's willing to take on Trump. But as Vaughn smartly pointed out, this was in a room with lawmakers and politicians, D.C. insiders, who I think are some of the most skeptical of a Pence run and figuring out what his lane might be for Republicans. So I'm going to be curious to see if he continues this same strong line of attack on Trump out on the trail.
You doubt he's going to lead with this in his first trip to Iowa, is what you're saying. That's probably not.
That could be politically risky.
Yeah, very good. So, Naveen, if Mike Pence really feels this way, if he really feels Donald Trump should be held accountable, he has an opportunity here, right? He could be a fact witness in a number of these pending investigations, but he's actually standing in the way of a subpoena. Isn't there an opportunity for him to play a role in having Donald Trump be held accountable?
Yeah, I think Vaughn was exactly right. And it's not just Mike Pence. This is actually a question every Republican, or an opportunity every Republican has over and over. I mean, Mitch McConnell, you know, squashed a bipartisan investigation into January 6th or nonpartisan commission. I think you're seeing Republicans over and over saying they don't support what Donald Trump did that day. They don't support the words. But then when it comes time for them to actually hold him accountable, they all sort of walk away and don't want to be involved in that. And it sort of shows the limits of their courage, really.
Yeah, so let's talk about the politics of a governor, because I feel you, more than anyone, would understand what, if any, lane exists for Mike Pence. How does he make this work? How does he become a realistic candidate for a Republican presidential nomination in a year like 2024?
I think what he's trying to do is find the lane where I agree with Trump's policies, but his character has to be challenged.
I know somebody else that tried to find that lane, right?
A lot of people are going to be trying to find that lane. But
yeah.
One thing you can say about Mike Pence, and I knew we were elected at the same time as governor, is he is a very straight guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's straight arrowed. He doesn't just talk the game. That's the way he lives his life. So it'd be tough to challenge him in that area. Now, whether the constituency cares or not is going to be another issue. I also want to say, regarding Trump's visit to Iowa, the game of big retail rallies, I think, has ended. Trump will be the last of the big rallies, and even he can't draw big crowds like he used to. He'll plant his flag there, and it's mainly to talk to the media, to talk to the people of Iowa under a much more controlled environment. They'll make the room look like there's a bigger crowd. I mean, this is the game. We've all played it. And that's what the big change you're going to see, even in New Hampshire. I don't think you'll see as many people walking Main Street. If they do, it's going to be for 5 minutes to get their 6 o'clock news bite, and then they're out of there to raise money, most likely for a super PAC. That's how much retail politics has been pushed out of the game in both the Republican and Democratic Party.
So, Meredith, let's now shift to President Trump's role in all of this. You know, and he's heading to Iowa tonight with this cloud of potential indictments hanging over him in all kinds of different areas, but most specifically in New York City, where a grand jury is reviewing the Stormy Daniels case. Is there maybe a part? I mean, you understand the Trump campaign, Trump world as much as anybody. Is there anybody maybe thinking an indictment could be helpful to his campaign in terms of how it would rally his base, or are the legal worries a big problem for him right now?
I think it's both. I think the legal worries are there, even though Trump has publicly said that even if he's indicted, he's going to keep on going, keep on campaigning. That's not going to stop him. And even his allies and people on his team say that if he is formally charged, they could see this just hardening his base and people who believe him when he says that he's the victim of this ongoing witch hunt that has been dogging him for years now.
Is that the problem with our politics right now, Naveen? That we would even consider that an indictment could be helpful to a candidate for president of the United States?
Well, I'll be honest. I think this is a problem on the Republican side. I think the fact that to this day, you cannot get a Republican to come out and say they will not support him. Even Mitch McConnell, Mike Pence, I mean, Paul Ryan. You know, denounced a lot of what happened around January 6th, and the president still won't say, I will not support him if he's not the nominee. And I actually think that's true. I do think that if he is indicted, I think he will use it to rally his base and create an us versus them dynamic. And I think MAGA will rally around him. And I think the failure for Republican leadership at any point in the last several years to draw any line, including, you know, an insurrection being sufficient to say we're done with him in our party. You know, Kevin McCarthy had a moment on January 7th, and even Kevin McCarthy is like, yeah, we're fine with Donald Trump as our nominee.
There's a reason for this among my party, and that is, first of all, Pennsylvania and Ohio and North Carolina Senate race. Whoever Trump supported got the one.
Yeah.
And they
At least they won in the primary.
They won in the primary, but that's all they think about right now. Just like the left is worried about their left, the right is worried about the right in the primaries, and that's where the game's being played right now.
So let me explain.
And also, a lot of the state parties raised money off of Trump's name.
Right.
So you've got a lot of state party chairmen who are afraid to state the obvious, that they're worried about the general, because they did raise a lot of grassroots money using Trump's name. I saw it firsthand.
So to Naveen's point, right now you have these kind of establishment Republican leaders not saying that they're going to support Trump's candidacy. But, Governor, if he wins the nomination again, are they all going to fall in line again? I mean, how do you see that shaping up over the next year?
Well, it's going to be a Texas two-step dance here. I mean, it's going to not happen once the nomination's made, and Super Tuesday is going to be the big day. But if Trump is the nominee in Super Tuesday, as I said a week or two ago on Meet the Press, I think we'll have a third-party candidate.
Really?
Through no labels. I've been to some of their meetings, and I think if both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party majorities are dissatisfied with the choices, that this will be the year, 2024, of a third-party candidate. But in the meantime, I think you're going to see a lot of maneuvering to see if they can get DeSantis in, or Scott out of South Carolina now is probably going to announce. It's going to be some warfare on who is in second place to challenge Trump.
Okay. Here's the challenge, I think, though, is that the reality is the Republican base is MAGA. Whether Trump is the nominee or not, and I think that's what this primary is going to be about. Ron DeSantis, Tim Scott, if they want to be the nominee, they're going to have to cater to the MAGA base, and the nominee that emerges will...
But it's going to be an interesting messaging signal, too, because a lot of MAGA people know this deep down. And you see this with even Biden, with all due respect. People are going behind the scenes, God, I wish Biden would have run again. You're seeing the same thing even among MAGA going, I really like him, but I really think it's time to move on.
All right, we're going to have to keep it there. Terrific conversation, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And we're turning now to California, where communities are dealing with another atmospheric river event following a catastrophic 3-week span of rain in the end of December into January. The governor's office is preparing flood-fighting personnel to deploy in more than a dozen counties, as heavy snow and rainfall today and tomorrow could bring more widespread flooding. The state already reeling from severe storms from over the weekend. More than 10,000 people in Central and Southern California around the Salinas and Parero rivers are under evacuation warnings or orders. In fact, first responders and the California National Guard rescued more than 50 people trapped in floodwaters in Monterey County. To the north, the UC Berkeley Central Sierra Snow Lab recorded over 13 inches of snow in the last 24 hours, which has brought the area to its third snowiest winter to date. And still to come, the latest action by the Biden administration to counter China's growing influence as the U.S. and its allies ink a key deal to develop a new fleet of nuclear-powered attack submarines, which President Biden has just announced in San Diego. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. You are looking at live pictures now of President Biden alongside the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in San Diego. President Biden announcing a major submarine deal that would provide Australia with up to 5 nuclear-powered submarines under this security pact. And the U.S., UK, and Australia will also work on developing a next-generation nuclear-powered sub, marking the first time in over 60 years that the U.S. shares some of its most sensitive technologies. Of course, this announcement comes as the U.S. and the West look to counter a more aggressive China as Beijing builds up its own military and amid growing concerns over the political conflict over Taiwan. Joining me now is Carol Lee. She's outside the White House. So, Carol, the 3 leaders speaking now. What more do we know about this new plan?
Well, we know that the president is casting this as a new strategic partnership in the region. As you just noted, Ryan, countering China is a top priority for the Biden administration, and this is a key plank of that. So this is a big deal that the U.S. is having with the Australians and the United Kingdom. It came at a little bit of a cost in terms of some diplomatic discord between the U.S. and France when it was announced 18 months ago. But the president is saying that this is something that they've expedited, that is a priority for the United States. And not only that, not only saying that it is designed to facilitate deterrence and enhance security in the Indo-Pacific, but he's also making the case in his remarks that this is something that will benefit the American people in the sense that it will bring more jobs to the United States and will sort of spur the U.S. economy as well. So the president is casting this as sort of a win-win all around. But it has been a bit of a bumpy road to get here, particularly when it comes to U.S. relations with France.
So, Carol, how does this announcement today fit in with the administration's strategy towards China?
Well, it's one of the ways, if you look at what the administration has tried to do, it's setting up within the region, one, to just have its influence in the region more and more acutely, but also, shoring up some of the U.S. bases that are in the region, really trying to outfit U.S. allies in the region with not only attention, but military aid and exercises and cooperation. And this is another way that they're trying to do that. This is not something that Australia is going to get immediately, so it's a little bit of a longer-term play, but it sends a message, and the message that the administration wants to send to China is that the U.S. isn't going anywhere, and they have their views of how the Indo-Pacific should be, how countries should conduct themselves in the Indo-Pacific, and they're showing it rather than just saying it in this instance.
All right, Carol, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And thank you for joining us this hour. We're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But before we go, we do have some major programming news to announce. Today, my colleague Hallie Jackson launches a second hour of live coverage on her show, Hallie Jackson Now. You can now catch it every weekday from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern. And then don't miss the premiere of Stay Tuned Now, which is a new show hosted by my colleague Gadi Schwartz. They're covering everything from the latest breaking news to advancements in tech and science shaping the world. You can catch it tonight and every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson.
We're coming on the air with President Biden telling people, hey, rest assured, because so many families are asking the same question, right? Is my money safe? With kind of a wild ride just ending on Wall Street after 2 of the biggest bank collapses in U.S. history. We're going to break down what the feds want to see now, and we'll try to get you an answer to that question you might be asking. Is my bank next? Plus, we're on the ground with whole towns pretty much underwater after a ton of rain slams California. How people are getting ready with more storms on the way. And climate activists, they are very mad after what they see as a kind of broken promise by the president, giving a green light to this big oil drilling project that'll cut through the Alaskan wilderness. Why the White House says it had no choice. Plus, a new study shows a spike in the number of black babies dying suddenly. The new questions around why those families are being hit so hard in a way white families are not. And I sure hope you are not sick of bracket talk just yet, because it is only beginning. And if you're struggling as much as I am with who to rank where, we have a not-so-secret weapon. Steve Kornacki posted up at the big board for some March Madness math later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and listen, here is the big question that a lot of people are thinking about tonight. Is my money safe? Is my money okay? Given those two big bank collapses, President Biden says the answer to that question is yes. Yes, your money is okay. Start with the money that you might have invested. The Dow and the S&P you saw closing down a little bit, the NASDAQ up after a pretty roller coaster day with all sorts of government entities. The Treasury, FDIC, they're working together with two missions. Number one, they want to build back your confidence in the banking system. They want to make sure you feel okay after the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. In the last hour, the Fed is announcing a new review of SVB, Silicon Valley Bank leadership. Number two, here's the other mission that they have. Avoid those failures spreading like a financial contagion. That's their word, contagion. And that's a for real concern for the banks that are not your big name banks, right? Not the Bank of America's, the Wells Fargo's, the Chases. They all have a lot of federal oversight. The smaller regional banks, the First Republics, the PacWests, the Western Alliances, they do not have the same kind of regulation. So there's now a ton of pressure on them as people try to protect their money. You've got the president out in California, just wrapping up a speech there with the leaders of Australia and the UK. The topic, of course, a submarine deal. He hasn't yet touched on any of this financial drama, but he did earlier today, making it clear people will get their money. Right? People who had money in these banks that failed will get their money back. And he's also saying, hey, by the way, don't call it a bailout. Watch.
Americans can rest assured that our banking system is safe. Your deposits are safe. No losses will be, and this is an important point, no losses will be borne by the taxpayers.
Raise that camera. So what is next from a business perspective, right? First, can Silicon Valley Bank find somebody to buy it? That would be helpful because a buyer would help cover the costs to get customers their money back instead of using federal money, AKA your taxpayer dollars. Right now, the answer to this question, no buyer yet. We'll see. Second question, will things move fast enough to prevent tech-driven companies who used SVB from starting another round of layoffs? Third, what is the government going to do to try to stop this from happening again? And fourth, now that this did happen, now that the banks failed, does it mean interest rates are still going to get hiked up big time? These are the questions, right, that are going to drive today, drive beyond today, too. Brian Chung is looking at what this means for your money in a second. But I want to start near the White House with Carol Lee. So, Carol, you know, your team, your reporting team there at the White House unit has sources who say the president's been talking with all of his top advisors ahead of the speech earlier today. We know he's speaking now live out in California. I can't imagine he's getting into financial stuff when he's supposed to be talking subs, right, with the UK and Australian leaders. But bring us up to speed.
Sure. Well, this all started essentially, or really, the president really got involved on Friday, according to the White House. And that was, he was having conversations with Chief of Staff Jeffrey Zients, who's relatively new to the job, the chair of the National Economic Council, Lael Brainerd, and she was also kind of new to that job as well. And they were trying to figure out what was happening here, what steps might need to be taken following to the weekend. And on Saturday and Sunday, the concerns really ratcheted up. And so the president was in contact with Treasury Secretary Yellen. He actually had a conversation, a phone call with the governor of California. It was about the weather out there, but they also discussed this issue and then just kept in contact with those senior officials till he ultimately made that decision, greenlit that decision to intervene here late last night. And so that's the way the president has been kind of handling this for the past few days.
He also insists that there's not going to be any taxpayer money used here, right? That's been a key point. He's trying to protect people, but he's trying to say, hey, the dollars that you and I pay to the IRS are not going to go to this, so don't call it a bailout. He is not nearly as, like, magnanimous to the investors in SVB who seem to be carrying a lot of the blame here. Listen.
They knowingly took a risk, And when the risk didn't pay off, investors lose their money. That's how capitalism works.
So he wants accountability. What is accountability? We know the Fed is going to be doing, the Federal Reserve, this review of SVB. Is that enough? Is that where it ends?
Well, look, it's one of the questions that is still out there, what exactly the president means by that. His main goal here was to try to instill confidence, to contain this, so it doesn't spread. So he stepped out and he did that. But at the same time, as you said, hey, taxpayers, you're not going to be on the hook for this, number one. And also, there will be accountability. The president went so far as to say nobody is above the law. So we don't know exactly what they're going to do. The government could go back and look at, say, stock sales over the month before the banks collapse. And did executives sell stocks? Did somebody know something and were making moves in advance that others wouldn't have been privy to? Things like that. So when the president says that there's going to be accountability, he's meaning that they're going to look at what happened here and see if there's anybody who needs to pay a price for that. And at the same time, also, he's promising that there will be some new regulations. He'll ask Congress for that. The administration could take some steps. It just remains to be seen exactly what that's going to look like.
Carol Lee, live for us outside the White House. Carol, thank you very much. Let me bring in Brian Chung now, one of our data and business reporters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this, Brian, right? Like, is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to sort of prop up these banks.
Well, it's going to depend on who you're asking. And the press secretary at the White House was asked about this earlier this afternoon. She said it's not a bailout, that this is not 2008. And in some respects, that is true because the bailouts that we saw in 2008 ended up protecting the investors as well. They were able to at least have some shares outstanding at the end of all of that. But in this case, the deposit insurance, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, as well as the U.S. Treasury and the Fed, have made it very clear that who they're trying to save here are the depositors, those businesses that had money at Silicon Valley Bank and also at Signature Bank. It's not going to be the investors and also the bondholders that were supporting this business throughout its lifetime. So that might be some of the semantic differences between a bailout and a backstop. What's also important to remember is that the Federal Reserve set up a liquidity facility emergency last night that will allow banks that are actually outside of the world of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank to tap liquidity if they need it as well. That backstop is what the Biden administration, at least as of messaging, is leaning into to make it clear they want to stop the contagion here, but they're not calling it a bailout, at least for their part.
I mean, a contagion, right, sounds like an infection. And I think that people hear that and they think, my God, I sure hope my bank doesn't get infected next. Help people understand that, right? Because remember, SVB usually dealt with businesses and investors who had more than the $250,000 insurance limit the FDIC has in place, right? FDIC covers up to a certain amount, doesn't cover beyond that. So how do you answer that question for people who are like, okay, I'm looking at my checking account and my savings account or maybe my 401k.
Yeah,
is there a bank next?
And that $250,000 line, by the way, might be arbitrary because essentially what happened last night was the government said, well, we're going to guarantee everything beyond that limit for these two banks that failed. That has not happened in quite a while. So when we talk, though, about what the average American needs to know, mom and pop savings accounts, this is not happening with the banks that we saw fail over the last week. Because, again, these banks were primarily banking businesses, not households, people that just have a debit card with a bank, for example. These were companies that were banking and holding deposits for tech firms, for private equity firms, for venture capital funds. So they were holding a lot of money, millions of dollars in many cases, hundreds of millions of dollars in many cases. And by the way, that played into the bank run dynamics. If you think about It's a Wonderful Life, it wasn't the whole town of villagers coming in asking for $20 each. What they were asking, it was a smaller amount of people coming to the bank asking for a lot more money each. That means that fewer of those people need to be convinced that there's a problem at the bank to ultimately drain the whole thing.
Brian Chung, thank you very much for that breakdown. I know we are going to be watching and talking about that story for a while. Appreciate it. Let's talk about what's happening out west, unrelated to the banks, and that is the weather, because California is dealing with some really bad flooding. You've got some neighborhoods basically underwater, and the rain isn't even over yet. There's this new storm on the way that's fueled by what's known as an atmospheric river. Could drop up to 9 inches of rain. That looks like an actual river there, right? That is what it looks like. You can see it pouring into that house there out west. 19 million people in this state, in California, are under flood watches. Several people, because of stuff like what you're seeing, have said to folks either get out, evacuate, or shelter in place. It's all coming as Californians clean up after a weekend where highways and streets ended up flooded. It made it tough for people to get out. And on the other side of the country, if you're in the East Coast, you are not out of the woods yet. The forecast calls for a lot of rain, even some March snow. That's making some spots nervous about the potential for power outages or maybe things getting dangerous on the road. We have Bill Karen standing by with the forecast, but I want to go to Nyala Charles, who is out in Monterey County, California. It's already not a good situation in California, as you are seeing where you are. Now there is more rain on the way. What are people supposed to do?
Well, here, Hallie, you can see we're in Pajaro, and behind me, the town is covered with water. Because of that, those residents were ordered to evacuate on Friday, and we've seen flooding in areas throughout Central California. Because of that, there's evacuation centers throughout the region, and those that have been told to evacuate are evacuating, but then those who are choosing to stay are using sandbags to put those in front of the doors of their homes and businesses, and are beginning the process of moving their items to higher ground inside of their properties, because, like you said, another atmospheric river is expected tonight. And the first atmospheric river that passed through here on Friday is what caused the levee to break here. Hallie?
Talk about the levee breaking, because that's been, I mean, look, I'm looking at the live shot behind you there. Like, that looks better than it did, I'm sure, a day ago, but it's not ideal at the moment.
Right. Right, the water is really high. So take a look at this video that we got from one of the residents here, as well as one of the photos inside a home, to give you a chance to look at just how high that water is within the homes. Now, officials are telling us they still haven't been able to assess the full damage of all of the homes here, because they haven't been able to get through. But we have seen some tree service companies come through here beginning to take trees out, because the area is also under a high wind warning. So if another atmospheric river comes tonight, that is a potential danger there as well. And Hallie, it's important to mention the people who live here that I've spoken to are extremely frustrated, because the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers tells us they've known that the levees here had the potential to breach for decades now, since the 60s, but they deemed that the property here in this low-income area, a lot of farm workers, they say, wasn't worth the cost of those repairs. So the people we've spoken to here say it's possible that this could have been prevented if officials just cared more to fix the problem and prevent it.
Hallie? Charles, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Okay, Bill, separate storm. You've got 22 million people under winter alerts out east. This is coast to coast, this split screen here. What is the expectation?
Tomorrow is going to be a dangerous day. Not only are we going to have the California storm, a new storm, but we also at the same time are going to have the first nor'easter of the winter season. I just feel it's so cruel. You know, we're starting the spring sports season in the Northeast right now, like softball, outdoor baseball, lacrosse, and this forecast, it just figures, right? February was like beautiful, and now March is like the ugliest month ever. So it's raining in areas from New York into southern New England. We have areas of snow all the way back through the Ohio Valley, a little bit in the Catskills. Nothing horrible to be driving in right now. That starts later tonight. So everywhere that you see here in this orangish reddish color, winter storm warnings from Syracuse, just north of Boston, southern portions of Maine, Capital District, the Hudson Valley, back down through the Catskills, even the Poconos in northern New Jersey. And we're going to get a lot of snow, enough snow that yesterday when I was in the Catskills, people were filling their gas cans because they are worried about losing power. They know, and they need the gas for their generators. They know anywhere in pink here, that's a foot of snow. Heavy, wet snow and gusty winds are a miserable combination on the trees. Trees will come down, branches will come down, and of course that's going to mean power outages. It's primarily in areas of elevation that'll be the worst of it. A lot of the bigger cities, New York, zip. Scranton, 6 to 10. Hartford, 2 to 4. Boston, 2 to 4. That's all manageable. But when we get towards areas like Albany, Syracuse to Portland, central New England, that's where we're going to have the bigger issues. As far as the wind gusts go, sometimes with nor'easters, we can get ferocious winds. This one's kind of a medium type storm. We'll get some gusts, maybe 60 to 65. But you notice Portland to Boston, eastern New England, that's where the worst of it is. And the timing on this, Hallie, as we go through this evening, there's not a little bit of snow in the Catskills. Tomorrow morning when we wake up, that wind is howling in Boston with a driving rain. But once you get outside of Boston, that's where all the snow will be. And that'll continue right through the day tomorrow, just pinwheeling here off the coast. And as far as that atmospheric river goes, Hallie, this is just, it's just cruel, and it's often the second storm that's a lot worse than the first one. The first one kind of lays the groundwork down.
Yeah.
Levees are already filled. The water's already on the hillsides, and this is going to be miserable. We have a very serious flooding situation coming tomorrow.
That is what is so stressful about this, right, Bill, is communities that are already, taking as much as they possibly can are about to get dumped on even more. I know you're going to be on top of it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's talk about the super mixed reaction today after President Biden gave the green light to this big oil drilling project in Alaska, with critics saying, hey, it's a flip-flop on a campaign promise. It's this now approved Willow project. It's a plan to drill in some parts of the Alaskan wilderness. Environmentalists, they do not like this thing. They have concerns about wildlife, about clean drinking water, and then, of course, the impact this is going to have on our carbon output. Activists say when this thing gets up and running, this project, it would be like putting another 2 million cars on the road every year. Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts, who chairs a climate subcommittee, says the move is an environmental injustice. But supporters of the Willow Project say, hey, this is actually a good thing for the economy in Alaska. It is a good thing, they say, for our oil stockpiles, which could use some filling here, some topping off. The Interior Department estimates the project could produce 600 million barrels of oil over the next 30 years and create thousands of jobs along the way. NBC's Mike Memley is traveling with the president out in San Diego for us. I see that he has just wrapped up the speech that he was delivering, Mike. No comments on the financial drama. I have to assume no comments on this, the Willow project here. Talk about if the president ran on a platform saying no drilling on federal lands, why is the White House now saying they really had no other choice but to give this the green light?
Well, Hallie, sources with this decision are telling me that, listen, really, the president and Biden, these, as they call them, approval decisions, the regulatory process to get at a project like this online takes years. It predated President Biden's time in office. And so the lawyers in the White House and in the administration came to the conclusion that if the president were to seek to block this project outright, ConocoPhillips, which is the oil producer trying to get this approval, would likely take them to court and very likely would win in court. We've seen how the Biden administration has fared when it comes to lower court decisions. Think of the student loan decisions. Think of Title 42 and the immigration policy in this White House. So they didn't want to take a chance of losing in the end anyway. And so what the White House says they tried to do was to work with ConocoPhillips to reduce the footprint of the project that they were originally pitching. They took it down from what they call 5 drill pads, 5 different areas where they would conduct this kind of drilling in Alaska, down to 3. So they reduced the overall size of this. And then you have to take this into context as well, Hallie, with what the Biden administration, not a coincidence, announced the night before they made this decision official. Basically, the president ruling out any further new oil exploration, drilling, whatever you want to call it, in the Arctic Sea, as well as an additional 13 million acres of Alaska. So in total, 16 million acres that will now be protected. They're saying this will protect not just the natural habitats there for some endangered species, including polar bears, but also represents in sum total, with all the other actions the president is taking, the most ecological preservation of any president since JFK. So clearly trying to balance this out here against their critics.
Ma'am, you know that I never sound as old as I do when I talk about TikTok or the youths, right? But there seems to be, based on sort of what's been reported out there, this energy online coming from younger people who are really passionate about climate, who do feel and are putting out videos talking about the president they think crossed a red line here. When you look at the political overlay of this, when you look ahead to 2024, like, are we going to be hearing about this drilling project, the Willow project, on the campaign trail? Not so much. What's your sense?
Yeah, it's always hard to predict what's going to be an issue in the midterms, the general election here in a year and a half. I will say that one of the first press releases that showed up in my inbox, Hallie, was from a group called the Sunrise Movement. They are a group of environmental activists, and I remembered their role very clearly from the 2020 primaries, when then candidate Biden was being regularly heckled by members of the Sunrise Movement, trying to pose questions to him, thinking his environmental platform that he ran on didn't go far enough. So not necessarily a surprise there that there's been some criticism, but I think it's important as well to look at what is going to be key turnout engines for President Biden if and when he runs for re-election. They are so keen to keep his support high among young voters. Environmental issues are shown to be one of the real motivating issues for young voters, and so this will be a concern for the White House, and they're going to try to make the best case they can that the sum total of his actions, including that Inflation Reduction Act, represent real steps forward on dealing with climate prevention, climate change.
Mike Memley, ma'am, thank you very much. Live for us with the president out in San Diego. We've got some breaking news to get to now in just the last couple of minutes. You know how the top Republican in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, got a concussion after he tripped and fell last week. We have learned in just the last minute or two, he is now out of the hospital. NBC's Ryan Nobles is joining us now. He's been discharged, Ryan, but he's not headed home. He's actually headed to rehab for like physical therapy here.
Yeah, that's right. And we're learning a new level of treatment that he is in need of, a new injury, I guess, as you will, if you would describe it as a result of this fall. So his office is now saying that he's going to be transferred to an inpatient rehab facility before he's able to go home. And that is because he's also being treated for a minor rib fracture, which was discovered Wednesday after this fall.
So not just the concussion, but now we are learning that the same night that the concussion happened, that he tripped and fell, he also broke a rib.
Right. Which, if that's never happened to me, but I know people that it's happened to, that's a difficult recovery because you basically just have to be somewhat immobile just to allow the rib to heal. And it can also be extremely painful because every time you take a breath, you can often feel that injury. So he's, of course, an 81-year-old man. I'm sure that this is something that they want to be very cautious with. He was in the hospital for several days as a result of this injury that he suffered. The initial problem was, of course, the concussion. They wanted to monitor him overnight and through the next couple of days as a result of the concussion. But then he also now dealing with this rib fracture as well. So that means a period of time that he'll be in this inpatient rehab facility.
And we don't know how long, right? I mean, that's still a question mark.
Well, you know, and the one thing that the leader's office has decided to do is be very vague about the things that are happening with him from a health perspective. And that could just because they want to protect his privacy. It could be because they don't want to reveal too much. There could be any number of reasons for that. But this has been pretty consistent over the course of the time that we've covered Mitch McConnell. This isn't the first time he's dealt with a health problem before.
That's right.
He fractured his shoulder when he fell at a different time. He's had heart surgery before. They only tell us exactly what we need to know about a current situation, and that is appears to what's be happening right now.
Biggest priority, right, when there's any health issue for any member of Congress is the health of that member of Congress, in this case, Mitch McConnell, right? So we are learning more about that picture. There is a secondary question that comes in, which is the implications in the building that you cover, in the Capitol, just across the street from where we're sitting. And at this point, if McConnell is out for another week or two, likely to not have big impacts, right, on the business of the Senate. The question is if it becomes prolonged. Again, no indication that's going to happen. We just don't know.
Yeah, from the very beginning, I've thought of this as a short-term impact and a long-term impact. The short-term impact in terms of just the number of votes on either side is minimal, right? I mean, there are currently 2 Democratic senators who are not able to participate in the day-to-day workings of Congress, and that would be Dianne Feinstein of California, who's recovering from shingles, John Fetterman, who's still being hospitalized, being treated for clinical depression. So the margins are basically even as a result of that. The longer-term issue is that there's no one more important for Republicans than Mitch McConnell. He drives the conversation for the Republican caucus when it comes to a lot of these big-ticket things they're talking about. In just a couple of months, we're going to be dealing with the debt ceiling. There's, of course, a budget fight that's coming. No one's more important to that conversation on the Republican side than Mitch McConnell. So the longer he's out, the more difficult that becomes.
Significant news tonight, though. Some answers about Senator McConnell, rib fracture, concussion, out of the hospital, going to rehab. Still some questions unanswered.
And we should also point out that they're encouraged by his recovery is one of the things they say.
Which is significant, again, coming from his communications director, David Popp. Thank you, Ryan Nobles. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being on top of that. People in Iowa, as we talk about politics, they are seeing a lot of the potential 2024 presidential candidates these days, also on the Republican side. You've got former President Donald Trump in just about like 2 hours from now, set to be in front of voters in the town of Davenport, the city of Davenport, in a bit. And it's an interesting split screen because he's showing up there just a few days after Ron DeSantis, the Florida Republican governor, was there. He's not officially a candidate yet, sure looking like one, sure sounding like one at this point. That's not the only split screen, right? There's another split screen for former President Trump, and that is the grand jury hearing testimony about his possible illegal activities back in New York. It's all related to alleged hush money payments the former president made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. We have just learned in the last couple of minutes that related to this case, this guy, Michael Cohen, you see him on the right, Mr. Trump's former personal attorney, has now left the courtroom where that grand jury is meeting. He'd been speaking with them. Mr. Trump was invited to speak with them as well, to testify. His legal team earlier today said basically thanks, but no thanks. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is joining us now. So, Vaughn, you are there in the room where you will see now Donald Trump for the very first time in the key early nominating state, the key early caucusing state of Iowa. He's going there now, months after announcing his run for the presidency in the first place. What's the expectation?
Right, Hallie, you could say that these two things are happening parallel to each other, but maybe in the case of Donald Trump, it's more so happening perpendicular. When you're making your first trip to Iowa of a presidential campaign, you really want that to be the focal point. But instead, his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, appearing there for multiple hours before the grand jury, in which the district attorney there, Alvin Bragg, is looking to potentially bring charges related to the hush money payment made to Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 presidential campaign. But here for Iowa, this is not one of his typical mega rallies. It's inside of a theater here in Davenport. Apologies for the bad signal in here. There's quite a few hundred, at least if not thousands of folks who are still coming here to the event. This is a moment here for Donald Trump. He intends, his campaign says, to focus on his new education policy proposals. But when you look at who is going to be here with him, he released some new endorsements here today, including one former congressman, Rod Blum, from just north of here, his former acting attorney general, Matt Whitaker, as well as a multitude of other House and Senate members from the Iowa legislature, one of them being the son of the Iowa GOP chairman. And then just today on Truth Social, essentially giving a head nod to Iowa farmers, saying in part that, quote, nobody in history did more for the farmers of our country than I did. People couldn't believe it. Nobody's going to win with the farmers, but Donald J. Trump will be in Iowa on Monday. Big crowd. Of course, some of the numbers that he throws out there about the benefits to farmers that his administration got as a result of the trade war that he instigated with China are not full truths, to be very clear, without getting into the weeds of all this here. But yet Donald Trump is going to make the case to a great many of the Republican Iowa farmers here that give him another shot, that at least bet that he is willing to take on the fights for them. And that is the message that he's going to try to sell here in the months ahead. And again, as he said, this comes just 3 days after Ron DeSantis appeared in this very city and was trying to appeal to the very same crowd, Hallie.
A mightily pixelated Vaughn Hilliard, I assume coming to us from a typewriter out in Iowa there. But hey, we take what we can get when Vaughn is on the campaign trail, our road warrior friend. Thank you, sir. Coming up here on the show, a lot more to come, including people who are making good money are still deciding to rent their homes instead of buying. We're finding out more on that today. We'll explain why they think it's a better deal. Plus, somebody's got a bone to pick with Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll talk about the new class action suit they face in a minute.
Fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A brand new report shows that a rise in the number of babies dying is hitting Black families the hardest. We're talking about Black infants who had the highest rate of sudden unexplained deaths in 2020. Of course, the first year of the pandemic. Researchers found that those deaths went up for Black babies, but not for any other racial or ethnic group. They are dying at almost 3 times the rate of white babies. It's a stunning and horrifying statistic. And the question becomes why, right? Why is this happening? Experts don't know. They don't have an explanation. But we do know that Black families have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. I want to bring in Dr. John Torres now. And Dr. John, this is new data includes SIDS, right? Sudden infant death syndrome, and incidents of, for example, accidental suffocation. It brings us to the question, right? Why? Why is this happening to one subset of families more than others?
And, Hallie, that is the big question. And what happened here is they have made an umbrella term, this SUID or SUID, which is sudden unexpected infant death. Underneath that is SIDS, which I think most of us have heard before, and that's a sudden infant death syndrome where they unfortunately die during the night or while they're sleeping from no known cause. We can't quite figure out why that happened. Well, if you push it up down to that sudden unexplained infant death, then those are categories as well of deaths that we know why that happened. For instance, the baby unfortunately suffocated because of the bedding material or something like that. And what the data is showing is, especially since 2019, there are actually two ethnic groups that it went up in. Asian children, Asian American children, it went up a little bit, but it went up more significantly in Black American children. And they think part of the reason this is happening is because of some of the discrepancies that are happening in healthcare and in social situations for these groups. And particularly because some of the things we've seen during the pandemic happened. We've known over the last couple of decades, there have been these health disparities, there have been social disparities for some of these ethnic and minority groups, but these were highlighted during the pandemic, and they think because of that, because of having less health care, because of having inadequate health care, because of having less abilities to get healthy foods and those types of situations and living more in poverty, they think this rate might be being pushed up as well. And so they're trying to find out. They know these rates are high. They know these rates have gone up in these groups. They're trying to figure out exactly why that's happening so we can address it a little bit more.
Well, that's the point. You got to get these rates back, right? How do you get those rates back down? How do you get, how do you change the trajectory of those statistics there? One of the things that comes up, I think, when people are having this conversation is the idea of what does safe sleep look like? Because those recommendations have changed over the years. I remember when, like, my mom was raising me, it was, okay, sleep on your stomach for babies. Now, of course, the guidance is no, babies should absolutely be sleeping on their backs. Explain what people need to know.
And there are a couple of suggestions that are very important here. Number one is until the child's 6 months old, have them in the room with you, not in your bed, but in their own crib in the room, because that can cut down on the incidence of SIDS. Have them in a firm mattress with no other material around them other than maybe the pajamas they're wearing to keep them warm. You don't want any soft bedding around them. You don't want any soft toys or anything else like that around them because that can cause an issue as well. And so just make sure that the child is in that safe bedding environment, in a safe bed, and that can really cut down on the sudden infant death syndrome part of it. As far as the SUID, the sudden unexpected infant death, that can cut down on that as well, but we certainly need to address these racial disparities in the long term to make sure we get it under control, Hallie.
Dr. John Torres, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Islamic extremist who killed 8 people in a 2017 New York City bike path attack has been sentenced to life in prison today. Jurors were not able to get to the unanimous verdict that would have been required for the death penalty. Sayfullo Saipov was convicted after he hit on purpose more than a dozen people with a truck he rented. His execution would have been the first death penalty trial under the Biden administration, but of course it is life in prison now, we've just learned. Number 2, a federal judge in Texas has set a hearing now in this very closely watched lawsuit over an abortion drug this week. The suit was filed by anti-abortion advocates who want the judge to order the FDA to pull this drug off the market. That would be pretty significant. More than half of women who terminate pregnancies in the U.S. do so via medication abortion. We'll know more after Wednesday. Number 3, Iran's judiciary has pardoned more than 22,000 people who have been arrested for protesting the government, according to Iranian officials. This comes after state media reports that the Iranian supreme leader ordered tens of thousands of pardons last month. Iran has been rocked by a ton of protests ever since the death of a 22-year-old, Mahsa Amini, in custody of the country's morality police back in September. Number 4, the head of Germany is pretty excited about the success of the movie All Quiet on the Western Front at the Oscars. He tweeted out, "Congratulations on 4 Oscars," after the German anti-war film won awards for Best Cinematography, Production Design, Original Score, and Best International Film. Number 5, a guy in Chicago is suing Buffalo Wild Wings over what he calls false advertising about the chain's boneless wings. He says they're just chicken nuggets. You can't call them wings, so he's filing a class action lawsuit about it. Question is, of course, has anybody determined whether buffaloes actually have wings in the first place? to the housing market now, where today we are seeing mortgage rates finally starting to creep down a little bit, down 6.6%, down to that, I should say, after they got to like a recent high just last week. It comes as people are having a tough time buying a house, especially people who are trying to buy a house for the very first time. That's forcing more people to push off buying a home and keep renting, including people who make a lot of money. The number of renters who make more than $150,000 a year went up by nearly 90% from 2016 to 2021. I want to bring in Sam Brock to break it down for us. What's interesting is, like, these are people who are probably considered high earners in many of the cities where they live. They're not buying. They've determined, hey, that's not a good use of my money. I'm going to keep renting. And mortgage rates aren't really making the case compelling for them.
Yeah, Hallie, I found it shocking when I talked to a family in that very situation where they made almost $200,000 a year. And it's not like the calculation was, this isn't a good use of our money. They couldn't afford what was on the market at the time. Mortgage rates, you know, you think, Hallie, obviously it makes a difference, but just how much? Incredibly exemplary here. As you mentioned, the mortgage rates for a 30-year fix right now at about 6.6%. A week ago, they were at 7.05%, which is to say, over the course of 1 week, if you're buying a $500,000 house with a 20% down payment, 30-year fixed income, or excuse me, 30-year fixed mortgage, it is now $128 cheaper per month today, Hallie, than it was 1 week ago, which is, you know, a couple of meals potentially for your family, could be a gym membership, part of a mortgage, part of a, I should say, a lease for a car. There's all these different ways to calculate it, but the reality is that's one factor. Home prices have also exploded in so many cities like Miami, which were prohibitively expensive to begin with, and now all these people come moving down to the south, Texas, Florida, Atlanta, Georgia. There's so many cities that have been impacted by this, and then just the lack of affordable housing makes it a massive crunch.
You're right. I mean, you've just laid out all the reasons why this is so tough, Sam. And I know you're going to be joining us next hour to talk more about this and introduce us to some of those families. Sam Brock, we'll be seeing you again in just a little bit with that in-depth look at the struggles that first-time homebuyers are facing in the start of our new series here on this show called The American Dream. That's coming up in just a bit. Also coming up here in this hour, it looks like China is trying to take on a new role in the war in Ukraine. What we're learning about Beijing maybe trying to play peacemaker. Could it actually work or no? That's next.
This is what it looks and feels. From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
So this camera with radioactive material in it is missing in Texas. The search is on. We've got more on that in the local. But first, China is now stepping up its push to kind of play peacemaker in Ukraine. The Chinese president, Xi Jinping, reportedly planning to head to Moscow as soon as next week for a sit-down with the Russian president. Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, is also said to be planning a virtual meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So he's trying to meet with each of these leaders, perhaps to negotiate peace in Ukraine. And there's a lot of skepticism around that because it's not like China is an unbiased participant in this whole thing. Remember, Beijing came to help Russia, basically ramping up trade with Russia after the invasion of Ukraine, even as the rest of the Western world, we should say, as the Western world, put in place pretty tough economic sanctions. Keir Simmons is joining us now. What's up with this new diplomatic surge by China? What's the goal here that we may not see right at first blush?
Well, you know, Hallie, you set it out pretty well there. If you're into your geopolitics and judging by the intelligence of your viewers, I'm betting many of them are, then there is a lot to get into here. Look, China is already a diplomatic power in the world. Just last week, it mediated a deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Now, clearly, it doesn't have the same power as the U.S. Just look at the number of military bases the U.S. has around the world. But just last month, China's top diplomat, Wang Yi, toured Europe before seeing President Putin. So, yeah, you could say that China is kind of throwing its weight around. By the way, that visit to President Putin was a victory for him. And when he was sitting there with Wang Yi, he made it really clear that he was looking forward to seeing President Xi of China in Moscow. So now it looks like that's going to happen. At the same time, President Xi will speak, as you mentioned, with President Zelensky, we think. What does this come down to? There is competition for global support between the US and China, and that really, I think, is the big picture, if you like, the meta picture about the geopolitics that we're watching.
I mean, it's fascinating stuff here. Real quick here, the incentive that Zelensky has to speak with Xi, meaning the Ukrainian leader to the Chinese leader, would he do it? Do we think he would?
Oh, yeah, I think he will. He's asked for it. I think, to be honest, his main incentive will be to persuade the Chinese not to send weapons to Russia.
That's right.
The China put out a 12-point peace plan last month, but, you know, that included, while it included respect for sovereignty, it also had veiled attacks on NATO and attacks on US sanctions, and it didn't directly call for Russia to withdraw. So, you know, I think that there will be talks, but I'd be surprised if China is able to mediate some kind of an armistice or even a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine at this point.
There is a question of reputational rehab here, right? Because our Lester Holt sat down exclusively with the UK Prime Minister, who is obviously in the United States, as we talked about earlier in the show, to meet with President Biden. I want to play for you what Rishi Sunak and Lester had to say, part of this conversation. Watch.
Is China a threat?
You know, China represents the biggest state threat to our economic interests, for sure, and is a systemic challenge for the world order. Now, that's why it's important that we take steps to protect ourselves against that. So in the UK, we've recently blocked hostile investment in sensitive sectors like semiconductors. That's an important thing to be doing, and we will continue to do what is necessary to keep our country safe.
What's interesting here is that the Biden administration has tried to frame it as like, hey, we want to compete with China, sort of constructive competition. We don't want conflict with China. And here you have China coming in trying to, like, negotiate some kind of a peace deal, despite the, as you point out, clear skepticism from a lot of parties on this.
Yeah, but not necessarily skepticism from the global south, Hallie. And that's, I think, one of many points you can make here. One of the things China is doing is trying to message to those countries, South America, Africa, those increasingly important countries, hey, we're good guys, we're mediating, despite the fact that clearly China is on Russia's side in all but name. That message, I think, is being heard by some countries. So that's just another piece of the picture. Look, I think one of the questions here, and we could talk for hours on this, but one of the questions here is, if Ukraine makes big gains on the battlefield this spring, what will China do then? If Russia is really under threat, because it does want Russia to stay powerful, while at the same time it would like to see, I think, some kind of a deal, an armistice, because, of course, not least, its economy depends so much on Europe.
Keir Simmons, it is a fascinating conversation. We could talk for hours. We won't, but we could. Thank you so much. It's great to see you. Appreciate it. And, of course, you can see, after the show, you can see more of Lester's exclusive interview with the British Prime Minister. That is tonight, 6:30 Eastern on the Nightly News, wherever you watch your local NBC station. Coming up right here on NBC News Now, AI has given us another reason to not believe everything we hear, how voice cloning works, and a demo after a break. Plus, we finally have our answer to a question we asked on Friday. What one Arizona city will call itself now to honor Taylor Swift's Eras Tour? We'll explain in The Local.
Begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, plans to build a link between New York's LaGuardia Airport and the city's subways and train systems. Well, guess what? The governor officially pulled the plug. Why? Because of a lot of criticism over the plan's $2.5 billion price tag. The former governor, Andrew Cuomo, first proposed this sort of air train rail link thing back in 2015 when the cost was supposedly like $450 million at the point. From our Southern Bureau, check it out. This is a 53-pound camera, and it has a bunch of radioactive stuff sealed inside of it. And officials in Houston say it's been missing for days. A spokesperson for the Texas Department of State Health Services says if somebody were to get to the part of the capsule where the radioactive material is, it's extremely dangerous, like losing fingers dangerous. The device apparently belongs to a statewide maintenance company, this camera. That's whose it is. Officials are trying to find it before somebody gets hurt. Hope they find it soon. Out of our Western Bureau, Glendale, Arizona will change its name to Swift City to honor Taylor Swift this week. She is kicking off her highly anticipated Eras Tour with 2 sold-out shows there Friday and Saturday. It's not the name forever, just for 2 days. So Glendale, you are now Swift City. Good luck. Enjoy it. We'll see you back on Sunday. Now, for a story you got to hear to believe, AI voice cloning. It is a thing. We've talked a lot here about AI chatbots that can create essays and language and answers to questions. Well, now AI products are becoming more and more capable of creating very realistic sounding versions of people's actual voices. And you might be thinking, I don't know what you're thinking, actually. You might be thinking, maybe that's kind of cool. You might be thinking, isn't that kind of dangerous, potentially? Maybe there's been these reports recently that scammers are using this AI voice cloning to impersonate somebody's family member and then scamming people out of money. Or they're using AI voice cloning to make deep fakes of politicians and celebrities, which only throws some logs on the whole misinformation fire. Gotti Schwartz is joining us now with an inside look at all of this tech. So, double-edged sword, positive and negative. Talk to us about the good and talk to us about the bad and your experience seeing all this stuff.
Well, let's start with the good, because my experience when I first heard it was pretty positive. I thought it was great, and here's why. Let me, hold on, I got a song pulled up on my phone. I'm going to hold it next to the microphone.
This is the future rave sound. I'm getting lost in an underground. This is the future rave sound. I'm getting lost in an underground.
Right?
I will just say, we have like an audio team. We don't have to play it off your phone on a mic. I want to just make sure you know that. But I did hear it. Yes.
It's so much better right here. So this is what I was doing. I was scrolling on Twitter. All of a sudden, David Guetta, one of my favorite DJs, posts this thing. I'm listening to it, and it turns out that David Guetta, the DJ, you heard Eminem in there, was not Eminem. David Guetta just got online and went to a bunch of different AI sites and had AI write him a song about the future of rave sound, then had another AI basically replicate Eminem's voice, and that's that song that you heard. A huge crowd was listening. They went crazy when that bass dropped, and so I was like, whoa, this is cool. But then you have that realization where you stop and you start to wonder, what else can it do? So we went up to Silicon Valley to a company named Resemble AI. We started asking a lot of questions, and since we're still on the good side of this, we started talking to them about some of the applications, and they said when it comes to voice dubbing for other languages, it opens up so many more markets. Take a look.
Imagine how many viewers don't speak English. They may speak Spanish, French, Hindi, Mandarin, etc. But most content is being published in English, or a lot of North American content is published in English. But imagine if all that content, you retain that voice signature, so it still sounds like Gaddy. But now Gaddy's speaking French, and he's speaking Mandarin, and he's speaking Hindi.
So basically what they can do is they can take your show right now, Hallie Jackson's show, put it into their system, and then dub it into any language, 57, 54, 57 different languages, and then just churn it out, and it sounds exactly like you, but you're speaking Mandarin.
It's super interesting, but as we talked about, there are some dangers involved in it. All of it is what you are going to be exploring, and way more. Gotti, in your show that premieres tonight right here on this network, it is launch night for you. You know I'm president of your fan club, friend. So, the floor is yours for maybe 45 seconds. Tell us all about it. Why should we be so excited about it? Because we are excited.
Well, Hallie, we're going to be delving very deeply into the ethics of all of this. We're going to be talking about some of the innovation behind it. And then when it comes to the show going forward, we're talking the future of everything, Hallie. You know how stoked I get about all things innovation, tech, science. The West Coast is home to some of the most space aliens, exactly, or, physics. Maybe that has something to do with it. But here on the West Coast, we look at that all the time. And you've got a very bright future. So sometimes we're going to be taking a look at things that look apocalyptic or things that look like things are getting better in the world. Who knows?
I love it so much. The future of everything.
No, 1 hour after your show, right?
That's right.
1 hour every night after Hallie Jackson.
Ed and Tom Yamas. So it's me, Yamas, you. People need to commit that order to memory, because we'll see you every night right here on News Now. We're so excited for your friend. Good luck. Have a great show. Break a leg. Stay tuned now, man. Do not miss it tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific, importantly. All of it, you just heard from Gotti laying it out. We are psyched for our pal. Coming up here on this show, it is that time of year again. Fill out your brackets. If you have not already, guess what? We've got a secret weapon. His name is Steve Kornacki, and he's doing some data stuff like he